Chapter 261. Okay. Bai Qingxia stood up and followed Lu Yuanqiu. At this time, Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong suddenly put their arms around his neck and took him to one side. Bai Qingxia was stunned by the scene. Lu Yuanqiu quickly waved her hand and asked her to go down first. Bai Qingxia nodded, but she kept looking back at him as she walked down the stairs. What? Lu Yuanqiu asked the two of them. Zhong Jinqing smiled evilly. Today is the coming-of-age ceremony. Wouldn't it be worthy of this coming-of-age ceremony if we don't do something big? Gao Chong is going to do something big. Lu Yuanqiu, what's the big deal? Are you going to attack Ping'an County? Gao Chong, He was shy and silent, while Zhong Jinqing was laughing. Gao Chong, don't listen to Zhong Jinqing's nonsense. He just wants to kiss the girl on the face, and then run away immediately. This bastard has these things in his mind all day long. Zhong Jinqing retorted, kissing is only the second stage of the plan. Who told you to do this right away? Isn't the first stage of the plan to confess to the person you have a crush on? Gao Chong scratched his head and blushed again. At this time, Zhang Yifeng suddenly appeared next to him. He seemed to have heard what Zhong Jinqing had just said, and he also looked over curiously. Seeing this, Zhong Jinqing hurriedly said, Go away, don't eavesdrop. You have been eliminated from the adult alliance by me. You idiot, I look down on you for not taking action against such a beautiful teacher like Su. I despise you. Hearing this, Zhang Yifeng looked at him with contempt and walked away with disdain. Zhong Jinqing was still muttering, Why did Teacher Su smear cake on your face that day? I begged Teacher Su several times, but Teacher Su just didn't smear it on my face. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him blankly, and was about to say I won't do that, bro, but when he thought about the day when he also asked Bai Qingxia to smear cake on his face, but Bai Qingxia ignored him. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu felt that he and Zhong Jinqing had the same stench. This made him feel sick. No, I almost forgot. Lu Yuanqiu quickly looked at Gao Chong. You have a crush on someone? How come I don't know? Damn, you are the culprit who made me reborn. In high school, he actually had a crush on someone. He hid it so well. We've known each other for over 30 years, and I still didn't know about it. You didn't know? He did. Can I tell him? Zhong Jinqing looked at Gao Chong. Gao Chong sighed and said indifferently, We're about to graduate, so tell him. But only the three of us know about it, so don't tell anyone else. Okay. Zhong Jinqing lowered his voice and said to Lu Yuanqiu, Chen Fei, Gao Chong has always had a crush on Chen Fei. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Gao Chong in surprise. The latter gave him an embarrassed look and scratched his head. Don't say it, don't tell anyone. Lu Yuanqiu was still a little shocked. He held his head and asked, No. You and Chen Fei have any intersection? I remember that you two have never said a word to each other. Gao Chong said embarrassedly, It's because I like you that I don't dare to speak. I have talked to everyone in the class, and I have talked to Bai Qingxia, but I haven't talked to her. The two most noisy people in the class have never spoken to each other. Lu Yuanqiu thought about this and found it incredible. Zhong Jinqing smiled. I discovered it myself. Last time I saw Chen Fei talking to Gao Chong about homework, Gao Chong didn't dare to look at her at all, and he blushed and stuttered, which was completely different from his usual appearance. I guessed it. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia's back as she walked further and further away, and hurriedly said, Then just confess. Why tell me? Zhong Jinqing raised his eyebrows. Because you are the second stage implementer of the adult plan. There are too many factors for Lu Yuanqiu to handle all of them at once. Adult plan? Phase 2? What are you talking about? Gao Chong blushed and said, Phase 2 is to complete the confession and kiss the girl on the face. Aren't you already with Bai Qingxia? You can directly execute the second stage. Let's go, you guys can slowly execute the plan. It's too childish. Lu Yuanqiu said and turned to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, he turned back and asked curiously, What is the third stage? Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing were stunned when they heard this. Gao Chong said, Only Zhong Jinqing dares to do the third stage of the adult plan. Hearing this, Zhong Jinqing bent his 5 fingers, left a hole in his palm, shook it up and down, and smiled at Lu Yuanqiu. But he then said in frustration, But my first stage was intercepted by Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sneer. He only knew that many people's adult plan would die in the first stage. Of course, this mostly happened in adolescence. Many adults start from the third stage, but everyone is still very innocent during this period. Even Zhong Jinqing now only dares to communicate with the 5-fingered girl. The future generation of the 2000s will be different. Lu Yuanqiu thought with emotion. Seeing that there was no one around, the three of them immediately went downstairs and rushed to the playground. On the playground, the school leaders were directing the students and parents through the microphone. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the three red gates placed on the right runway. There were 3 words on the top of each gate. The first, the adult gate. The second, the talent gate. The third, the success gate. The track near the teaching building on the playground was already full of parents and students. Listening to the instructions of the school leaders, the students were walking with their parents to the area where their classes were located. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Songzhe at a glance. He was really conspicuous in a suit because of his tall stature and outstanding appearance. Xia xia, so many people, so many people. Bai Songzhe was holding Bai Qingxia's arm, and at this moment, he was so happy that he jumped like a child in the crowd. Bai Qingxia responded, "Well, let's keep our voices down so as not to disturb others." After she finished speaking, she exhaled softly and turned her head to look for Lu Yuanqiu. Fortunately, Aunt Su and Uncle Lu were by her side at the moment, which made her behave more naturally, but she needed Lu Yuanqiu more very much. Many people had already looked in her direction, and everyone cast a very surprised look. The surrounding scene was no longer as harmonious as the atmosphere in the class that time, but Bai Qingxiu was still firm, persistent, and seriously held her father's arm tightly. "My father is different from others, but he is still my unique father, and no one can replace him. I didn't let go before, so I have to hold him tighter now." The girl muttered in her heart, and suddenly heard a voice coming from the next door. "It's too late, too late." Lu Yuanqiu ran to the other side of Bai Songzhe, and he immediately took Bai Songzhe's arm on the other side, then smiled and straightened up. Bai Songzhe also straightened up quickly, and the two of them were so aggressive that they looked at each other, as if they were competing to see whose back could stand straighter. Bai Qingxiao looked at the boy on the other side seriously, and as if infected, she straightened her back like them. "Qiuqiu!" Bai Songzhe shouted loudly, looking very excited. Lu Yuanqiu whispered, "Hey, I'm here, uncle." After he called Lu Yuanqiu, he looked at his daughter, and shouted loudly, "Xia xia." Bai Qingxiao also responded softly, "Hey dad." "Fly." Bai Songzhe was held by the arms of the two men, and jumped up again in the crowd. Lu Yuanqiu jumped with him, and Bai Qingxiao shrugged her shoulders, and couldn't stop laughing at the appearance of the father and son. Chapter 262. Slow down, or you fall again. Su Xiuya hurriedly held Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Songzhe from behind. Lu Tian walked with his head held high, a proud smile on his face. This was the first time Lu Yuanqiu appeared on the campus of No. 7 Middle School after his rebirth. Unfortunately, the long-awaited parents' meeting did not come, but the coming-of-age ceremony came first. "Why is no one here to talk to me about my child's grades?" Lu Tian muttered, turning his head to look for the figure of the head teacher Lu Wei, and asked his son, "Where is your class?" "It's still in front." So many people, so many people. Bai Songzhe was still excited by the crowd. Bai Qingxia's arm was pulled up and down by her father. She hurriedly said, Okay, stop talking. I buy you a banana after the end, okay? 1, 2, 3, stand still." Bai Songzhe was very obedient. He immediately puffed up his cheeks like a pufferfish, closed his mouth, and his eyes flashed with desire for bananas. Bai Qingxia smiled. She turned her head, and found that Zheng Yifeng was walking slowly on her right, but he was alone. "Uncle is very handsome." Zheng Yifeng noticed the gaze from the side, and nodded, and smiled at her. Bai Qingxia looked unnatural, but she still bowed and responded, "Thank you." Lu Yuanqiu said, "Do you feel inferior to me, Zheng Yifeng?" Zheng Yifeng nodded and responded seriously, "Of course, Uncle looks very outstanding. I saw him at a glance in the crowd. I just didn't expect that he is classmate by his father. They look alike, especially eyes." After he finished speaking, he stretched his head and looked at Bai Songzhe, who was marching forward with his mouth shut like a good boy, to confirm. Bai Qingxia bowed again to express her gratitude to the person next to her. "Thank you." Zheng Yifeng also nodded politely. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the empty scene beside him and asked, "Where are your parents?" Zheng Yifeng pretended to be relaxed and said, "My second uncle's family will accompany my cousin to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of No. 9 Middle School. I told my stepmother, but she probably won't come. It doesn't matter. I'm grown up whether she comes or not." Bai Qingxia stared at the boy next to her, and Lu Yuanqiu suddenly said, "There are a lot of parents here. How about borrowing one from you to help support the crowd?" Zheng Yifeng was amused and waved his hand. "No need. I go first." He quickened his pace and walked forward, as if he didn't want to disturb the atmosphere here. That kid is so handsome. Where is his father? Su Xiaoya asked from behind Lu Yuanqiu. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond, a voice suddenly came from the side. Old Zheng. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head alertly. Bai Songjia turned back to his original appearance, jumping forward foolishly, but the voice just now was his voice, and it was a mature, low and magnetic voice without the childish tone. Did your father just say Lao Zheng? Bai Qingxiu wondered. Stiff neck? She glanced at her father's neck strangely, but didn't notice anything unusual, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu strangely. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment and smiled. It's okay, I may have heard it wrong. He thought about it, but couldn't help asking the girl, do you know an uncle named Zheng? You mean Zheng Yifeng's father? I don't know him. No, are there any others? No, I remember that my father only had a few coworkers, but I don't know their last names. Bai Qingxiu answered. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, then turned around to answer his mother's question. I don't know, I just got a little familiar with him this semester, but I haven't talked much about his family. At this time, a voice came from the other side. Brother Qiu. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that it was Chao Shuang, who was pushing a wheelchair. Sitting in the wheelchair was a middle-aged woman, who was thin due to long-term illness, but had a gentle demeanor and appearance. Shuangzi, is this Auntie? Lu Yuanqiu came forward and greeted her. Yes, this is my mother, Mom. This is Brother Qiu I often mentioned to you. He paid for most of your medicine last time. Brother Qiu is my eldest brother, and also my best brother in school. What big brother? Don't say that in front of Auntie. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and patted Chao Shuang on the head. The woman in the wheelchair reached out to Lu Yuanqiu, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly followed suit. The middle-aged woman held Lu Yuanqiu's hand tightly with both hands. Xiaoqiu, thank you. Shuangzi often mentions you at home, and it can be seen that he admires you very much. Chao Shuang was proud. That's right. After he said that, he quickly walked to the back and shouted, Hello, uncle and aunt. Lu Yuanqiu responded to the woman in the wheelchair embarrassedly. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoya didn't know Chao Shuang, but they responded politely. Hey, hello. Chao Shuang looked at Bai Qingxiu and Bai Songjia beside Bai Qingxiu. He was about to say hello, but suddenly saw Bai Songjia jumping forward in a childish manner, with a silly look on his face. Chao Shuang was slightly stunned, and then asked the girl, Is this uncle? Bai Qingxiu nodded, yes. Chao Shuang shouted loudly, Hello, uncle. Bai Songjia closed his mouth and shook his head, not saying anything, because if he spoke, he would lose his banana. Chao Shuang didn't get a response, but he still smiled. He turned back to his mother and said to her, Let's go, Mom. Let's go to class 19. Which class is Shiru in? I want to meet her. She's in the first year of high school, and she's not here. Ah, first year of high school? The woman in the wheelchair looked back at her son in surprise. Chao Shuang greeted Lu Yuanqiu and quickly pushed his mother away. His back was a little awkward. Lu Yuanqiu and the others came to class 28. The students in the class were chatting with their parents, and no one noticed the scene on Bai Qingxiu's side. Lu Wei was organizing the crowd in front and lined up behind class 27, clapping her hands and shouting, When it's our turn later, everyone will line up with their parents and walk through the 3 doors, then gather on the playground. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Plane, Xia Xia, look at the plane. Bai Songjia suddenly jumped up excitedly and pointed at the plane in the sky, then turned his head to share his joy with Bai Qingxiu. Everyone looked over in surprise, even students and parents from other classes. Bai Songjia's childish tone was too eye-catching. Oh my god, there really is a plane, it's so big. Lu Yuanqiu came over quickly, put his hand on his forehead, and looked up at the sky in the direction Bai Songjia pointed. Bai Qingxiu stared blankly at the boy beside her, then she smiled and looked up, listening to her father's words, at the plane crossing the blue sky and making a rumbling sound above her head. Woo woo woo. In class 28, Bai Songjia suddenly opened his arms, imitated the sound of a plane, and happily circled around Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu. Uncle, slow down, don't fall, the plane has already flown away. Lu Yuanqiu shouted. He walked forward and hugged Bai Songjia from behind. The two laughed and played in public, and it was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. Bai Qingxiu looked at the boy's profile, and an incomparable warmth surged in her heart. She bit her lips, and her eyes were wet. Lu Yuanqiu always made her cry, many times. Dad, slow down, don't fall. The girl finally shed the last layer of her shell, and shouted loudly in front of her classmates. I'm here, it's okay. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and smiled at her in response. Chapter 263. Look how happy your dad is today. Su Xiaoyao walked to Bai Qingxia's side and raised her hand to touch the girl's head. Yeah. Bai Qingxia nodded, but she kept looking at Li Yuanqiu, as if she couldn't get enough. Su Xiaoyao saw the girl's eyes were wet. She smiled, and put her arm around the girl's shoulders, gently shaking her. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at her, responding with a sincere smile on her face. Everyone's gaze gradually changed from surprise to peace. The parents were a little puzzled at first, but now they all told their children some encouraging words. The students of class 28 finally understood what Bai Qingxia meant by big stupid bear that day. But they didn't think there was anything unbearable about Bai Songjia. Although he belonged to a special group, he looked outstanding and was very enthusiastic. His every move was interpreting the 4 words innocent. At first glance, there was nothing worth making fun of. Moreover, he was wearing a suit, and my father didn't wear a suit. This was the thought lingering in most people's minds at the moment. They even envied the atmosphere between Li Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia. And now they also understand why Bai Qingxia and Li Yuanqiu, 2 people who had nothing to do with each other at first, have a good relationship. Zhang Yifeng stood in the corner and looked at this scene, with a faint smile on his face. He sighed suddenly. The phone did not respond. If the stepmother came, she would definitely call him. The parents didn't come? A voice suddenly came from the side. Zhang Yifeng turned around quickly. Even with a little bit of shock, he looked at the woman who appeared next to him, looked at each other, then looked away, laughed unnaturally, and nodded, yes. Su Miaomiao crossed her arms and frowned. It's a bit too much. She looked at Lu Wei in front of her, thinking, and then said to Zhang Yifeng, how can you not come to such an important ceremony as the coming-of-age ceremony? Otherwise, let teacher Lu call your parents. Zhang Yifeng shook his head silently. I call? Su Miaomiao said again. She had already taken out her cell phone. Zhang Yifeng still shook his head, but this time he turned his head and looked at Su Miaomiao. The woman frowned. I know you care about whether your parents come or not. I just noticed that you have been waiting at the school gate for a long time. I don't care. You're still being stubborn. Why did you notice that I waited for a long time at the school gate? Zhang Yifeng responded quickly. Su Miaomiao was stuck for a moment, and the sweet-looking woman twitched her lips. You just stood there, and I saw you right away. Zhang Yifeng's face was calm, and he responded without any less. I deliberately chose a blind spot to stand in, just because I didn't want people to see me waiting for my parents. Unless you noticed me walking over there from the beginning, and stared at me for a long time from an angle, you wouldn't know that I stood there for a long time without moving. Su Miaomiao stared at him blankly, speechless for a moment. It's true. She didn't know why she paid so much attention to Zhang Yifeng. You a student. Su Miaomiao looked away speechlessly, then turned around angrily. Whatever you want. Zhang Yifeng looked at Su Miaomiao's departing back in confusion, thinking of what Bai Qingxia said last time. She's willing to do anything. This doesn't seem to be the case. The boy frowned slightly, stroking his chin, and suddenly couldn't figure it out. The order of walking 3 paths. Changmin. Is now the turn of class 27. In the class team of class 28, Bai Qingxia and Bai Songjia stood in front. Lu Yuanqiu and the other 2 were in the back. Su Xiaoyao held her son's arm. Lu Yuanqiu stood in the middle, and Lu Tian was about to hold his son's arm on the other side, but Lu Yuanqiu disagreed. It will be so embarrassing if we don't hold each other when we leave later. Su Xiaoyao giggled. Lu Tian pulled the corner of his mouth, then stared at his son, AIG. He paused and saw Bai Qingxia's big watery eyes looking back at him in the front row. Lu Tian's throat moved and he stretched out his voice. How much is the ticket to Egypt? Lu Yuanqiu sneered, asked Pharaoh. Bai Qingxia turned her head back, and the pair of watery eyes that made people reluctant to defile disappeared. Lu Tian immediately kicked his son on the butt. What are you doing? I love G. Lu Tian's words were stagnant, and he saw Bai Qingxia's watery eyes looking back curiously, so he could only turn his head away and say the dirty words. Gudong. He swallowed it back into his stomach again. Lu Yuanqiu approached his father in a sly manner, shaking his head and saying, I go home and help you check the air ticket money, okay? I really can't do anything about you. Lu Tian was too lazy to pay attention to him, and too lazy to open his mouth. Su Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. This is what being uneducated is like. You say dirty words as soon as you open your mouth. Lu Tian. What's wrong with being uneducated? Who influenced my study in the first place? Su Xiaoyao glared at him and slapped her husband on the head. Were you the one who spoke to me first? Lu Yuanqiu ignored his parents' arguments. He noticed that Zhang Yifeng was still standing alone, looking lonely. Just then, Su Miaomiu suddenly came over and stood beside Zheng Yifeng. This scene not only stunned Zheng Yifeng, but also Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing the boy looking at her in surprise, Su Miaomiu quickly pointed to the third door, the success door, and said, "There are people filming. How ugly is it for you to walk over there stupidly, with so many people watching? Don't you think it's ugly?" "Zheng Yifeng, you..." Su Miaomiu said speechlessly, "I told teacher Lu, and she asked me to walk with you first." Zheng Yifeng, "Oh." He retracted his gaze, with a slight smile on his face. At this time, he turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, who smiled at him, and Zheng Yifeng responded with a knowing smile. Class 27 finished walking, and it was Class 28's turn. Pairs of parents and children walked arm in arm into the adult gate, then the talent gate, and finally the success gate. They smiled and waved in front of the cameraman to say hello. "It's our turn, let's go!" Bai Qingxia saw the people in front of her walking forward, so she quickly took her father's arm and followed. Lu Yuanqiu and the other two behind her also quickly followed. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his arm to his father. "Come on, hold it, and see how much I love you." Lu Tian chuckled, and the three of them held their arms, with Lu Yuanqiu in the middle swaggering and following Bai Qingxia in front. "Ball!" Bai Songjia jumped under the door, happily pointing at the balloon tied to the door frame. Bai Qingxia smiled and reached out to touch the balloon. Seeing that her father also wanted to touch it, she was so scared that she quickly pulled her father aside. They walked through the success door, leaving precious images in front of the camera of the last door. Zheng Yifeng was about to catch up with the person in front of him, but his arm was suddenly held by Su Miaomiu. The sweet-looking woman smiled and walked forward with him. Zheng Yifeng didn't dare to turn his head. He looked at the three words adult gay getting closer and closer to him, and couldn't help but smile. It feels so good to grow up. Chapter 264. Lu Wei looked at Zheng Yifeng's back, and couldn't help frowning. Every student in class 28 had a parent come over, except for him. After Zheng Yifeng ranked second in the grade, Lu Wei also notified his stepmother, but the woman's tone on the phone was very cold, without any emotional fluctuations, which made Lu Wei feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Teacher Su was careful, and didn't let Zheng Yifeng go through the formalities alone. Lu Wei took out her mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. She turned around and suddenly saw a woman in a red windbreaker trotting to the playground. The woman had fair skin, long wavy hair that had been carefully dyed and permed, and was pretty. Based on her previous impression of her, Lu Wei recognized that this was Zheng Yifeng's stepmother Yi Hui. She was a little surprised and hurried over to her. "Zheng Yifeng's mother? I thought you weren't coming." The woman in the red windbreaker panted and supported her waist with one hand. I. She raised her head, and saw Zheng Yifeng walking through the success gate, and there was a young woman holding his arm beside him. Yi Hui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "You came here for nothing, didn't you?" Lu Wei quickly grabbed her arm. "It's not in vain. There are parents accompanying their children to listen to the speeches of school leaders and student representatives." Yi Hui looked at Zheng Yifeng's back seriously, then shook her head and said, "No, anyway, someone will accompany him to the most important part. I still have work to do. I have to go back first." Zheng Yifeng's mother. Lu Wei was a little confused. According to Zheng Yifeng's description, his stepmother didn't have a job. Zheng Yifeng's mother. Then I tell Zheng Yifeng that you've been here. Yi Hui turned around after hearing that, hesitated and laughed dryly. "No, Teacher Lu, I didn't do anything. I think he's very happy. I'm leaving first. Please take care of him in school next time." After she finished speaking, she turned around with a complicated expression and quickened her pace towards the school gate. Lu Wei stayed there for a long time. She suddenly felt that the situation of each family could not be generalized based on the surface presentation. Every family has its own problems, and this saying seems to be getting more and more valuable. Lu Wei sighed and turned to walk towards the classroom area on the playground. Parents and children sat on the seats prepared on the playground. Bai Qingxia sat next to her father, lowering her head to familiarize herself with the speech in her hand. "It's so cold." Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting in the back, sniffed and inserted his cold hand into Bai Qingxia's collar, causing the girl in the front row to shrink her neck instantly. "What are you doing?" Lu Tian slapped Lu Yuanqiu on the head. Lu Yuanqiu became obedient. Bai Qingxia turned around and gave him a look that said, "You deserve it." Lu Wei walked to Zheng Yifeng's chair. She bent down and whispered in his ear, "Your mother just came over. When she saw that you were done, she seemed very busy and left again." "Ah?" Zheng Yifeng turned his head in surprise. Lu Wei nodded. "Really?" Zheng Yifeng still looked surprised, and kept turning his head with a frozen expression for a long time. Lu Wei patted him on the shoulder twice and walked forward. Zhang Yifeng turned his head back, took out his phone, and looked down at the name in the contact list that had never been changed. Mom. The boy hesitated for a moment, dialed the other party's number, and then put the phone to his ear. Beep beep beep. No one answered. Zhang Yifeng put the phone down again, thinking. Soon, the school leader finished speaking, and Lu Yuanqiu helped Bai Qingxia to cheer up by pinching her shoulders in the back row of seats. You are the best, Bai Qingxia. Come on, you are the fattest. The girl's thin body was swayed by his pinch, but her eyes were still fixed on the speech. At this time, a voice came from the stage asking her to go on stage, and applause rang out all around. Bai Qingxia stood up with a red face and walked towards the podium with her head down. Bai Songjia was about to get up and follow his daughter. Hey uncle, you don't have to go. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pushed him down, and he moved forward to sit in the seat where Bai Qingxia had just sat, accompanying Bai Songjia. Standing on the podium, Bai Qingxia looked at the dense crowd of heads in front of her. She lowered her head and read from the manuscript. Her slightly trembling voice was very clear after being amplified by the microphone. For ourselves, we must learn to plan our lives, from choosing a university major to determining a career direction. Those who accomplished great things in the past not only had extraordinary talents, but also had perseverance. For our families, we must know how to be grateful and give back to them. Our parents have worked hard for us for half their lives, and their black hair has turned white. Lu Tian was listening in the audience and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Xia spoke so well. Lu Yuanqiu, this is the script given by the school for her to read. Lu Tian, Looking at his father's speechless expression, Lu Yuanqiu almost laughed out loud. Lu Tian then said, but the content of this manuscript is indeed well written. Lu Yuanqiu continued, yes, otherwise why would she read it out in public? You adults will not agree with our real declaration of adulthood. Lu Tian, for example? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him, suddenly raised his right arm, and shouted loudly, finally, I can go to the internet cafe to play games. Zhong Jinqing, Gao Chong and others immediately echoed the words, and the boys around were all laughing. 1 minute later, Lu Yuanqiu stood at the back of the class, and was lectured by Lu Wei face to face. Looking back at her son, Su Xiuya couldn't help but complain to Lu Tian, I don't know who he inherited this from. Lu Tian was just smiling, but his smile disappeared immediately after hearing this. After coming down from the stage with her head down, Bai Qingxia sat back in her seat. Her originally fair face was flushed. After Su Xiuya gave her a thumbs up and praised her with a great, she smiled shyly again. The coming-of-age ceremony gradually came to an end in the excitement. Bai Qingxia sent her father off and followed her uncle and aunt out of the school gate, but Lu Yuanqiu was dragged away by Zhong Jinqing. What are you doing? What are you doing? You lost your memory so quickly. Watch Gao Chong implement the first stage of the adult plan. Zhong Jinqing lowered his voice. The two stood far away, watching Gao Chong holding a letter and slowly approaching Chen Fei. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. No way, buddy. Why would a man send a love letter? This is too lame. At the coming-of-age ceremony, you sent flowers to express your love, which is better than sending a love letter. Zhong Jinqing chuckled twice, probably thinking the same thing. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood in front of them, blocking their view. It was Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hands quickly. Don't block me, don't block me. I'm watching the show. Zhong Jinqing rushed over with a grin on his face. How did you convince Teacher Su to walk with you by your arm? I'm so angry. Zhang Yifeng had a blank expression on his face. I didn't say anything. She took the initiative. Crack. Lu Yuanqiu heard the echo of a broken heart. Chapter 265. Zhang Yifeng tilted his head slightly, raised the corner of his mouth, and then walked away with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Zhong Jinqing's blushing face, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why are you arguing with him? If I say that they both have children in the future, will you be even more angry? After Zhang Yifeng left, the two looked at the scene over there again. Chen Fei was standing with her parents at the moment. Gao Chong was embarrassed to go forward, but he seemed to be unable to help himself, so he called Chen Fei to talk to her alone. Lu Yuanqiu saw Chen Fei followed Gao Chong to the side. After Gao Chong lowered his head and said a few words, he handed the letter in his hand to Chen Fei, and Chen Fei hurriedly shook her hands, looking very panicked. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Can you read lips? Zhong Jinqing also frowned. Yes, but not the one on the mouth. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him in shock. Forget it, there is no point in saying more, this guy is useless. It seems that Chen Fei rejected Gao Chong, but it is unknown what she said. Gao Chong stepped forward and asked a few more questions. Chen Fei stretched out her hand and pointed in a direction. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhong Jincheng looked in the direction she pointed and found that it was Zhang Yifeng's back. Ah? Ah? What happened to Zhang Yifeng? Chen Fei bowed to Gao Chong and said something, then turned and left, and the letter remained in Gao Chong's hand, like a hot potato that he couldn't get rid of. Gao Chong stood there for a long time, like a rotten wooden stake. At noon, in the cafeteria. Is anyone here? Zhang Yifeng looked at the empty seat next to the table where Lu Yuanqiu, Gao Chong, and Zhong Jincheng were sitting, and asked, "You are not welcome here. Go away, don't show up in front of me." Zhong Jincheng and Gao Chong, one of them stepped on the stool, the other slammed the table angrily, and glared at Zhang Yifeng, and shouted at the same time. "Ba zero? Okay." Zhang Yifeng calmly took the plate and left. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help it, and the rice in his mouth spurted out. Seeing that the expressions of the two people in front of him were frozen, Lu Yuanqiu quickly broke the silence. "So, the first stage of your two adult plans fell into the hands of the same person? Zhao, you leave too. You are not welcome here." Gao Chong and Zhong Jincheng immediately glared, slammed the table, and spit out food. Lu Yuanqiu left with the plate in his hand. Classroom 28 of Senior 3, on the eve of the 100-day oath-taking ceremony. Lu Yuanqiu spread out a math simulation paper on the table, then took out his phone and found the timing function. He adjusted his breath on the spot and stabilized his mind. Let him be strong. Let the breeze blow over the hills. Let him be arrogant. Let the bright moon shine on the river. At the moment when he pressed the timer, he quickly picked up the pen and looked at the first multiple-choice question. Bai Qingxia gently closed the window, then turned her head to look. The boy's profile was firm and serious, his eyes were free of distractions, and his vision was completely filled with the test paper on the table. Lu Yuanqiu, who studied hard, Lu Yuanqiu, who worked hard, Lu Yuanqiu, who was positive and optimistic, Lu Yuanqiu, who was completely different from before. The girl smiled slightly. Seeing that there was no draft paper next to Lu Yuanqiu's hand, she quickly took out her exercise book, tore off 2 sheets from it, and then put the next to Lu Yuanqiu's hand. "Oh, thank you." Lu Yuanqiu moved the draft from the test paper to the exercise paper. Zhong Jincheng jumped over and wanted to slap Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia quickly put her finger to her mouth. She pointed to the math test paper and the mobile phone timer. After Zhong Jincheng understood, he said "oh," and left here with a bored look on his face. 2 hours later, the evening self-study was coming to an end. Lu Yuanqiu put down the pen, took out the red pen, and compared the answer to make corrections. Seeing that he was frowning all the time, Bai Qingxia asked carefully, "How many points?" "About 110. Lu Yuanqiu responded. Bai Qingxia was a little surprised. 110 was already a high score compared to Lu Yuanqiu's previous math scores, but he looked obviously dissatisfied. Lu Yuanqiu put down the test paper and sighed. "It's still a matter of time. If there is enough time, I can think of the big questions. The biggest problem for me in all subjects is time." After saying that, he turned his head, raised his hand, and placed it on the back of Bai Qingxia's head, then moved the girl's head closer to him. What are you doing?" Bai Qingxia pushed his chest in panic. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, "Don't resist." After that, he put his forehead against Bai Qingxia's forehead and looked at the girl closely. Bai Qingxia didn't know what he was doing. Her long and curled eyelashes fluttered and her face was red. "What are you doing?" "I'm analyzing the composition of your brain." March 4th, 100-day oath-taking. All seniors, raise your right fists and swear with me. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the microphone and stood on the podium. Just as he was about to read the oath loudly, he suddenly opened his mouth. Burp! He burped loudly into the microphone for 5 seconds. Zhong Jincheng, puff! Everyone in the audience was a little nervous, and Lu Wei's face was dark. "Sorry, I ate too much breakfast." Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and then shouted seriously on the stage, "Be careful not to be arrogant. All students, be careful not to be arrogant. Self-discipline and self-improvement. Self-discipline and self-improvement." At the end of the oath, the school leader next to him looked at the indignant look on the face of the young man on the stage, smiled, and took the microphone from him, and said, "Luqing's second model test is coming soon, everyone." Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuanqiu, who was about to walk down the stairs, suddenly turned back, snatched the microphone from him, and shouted, "Passion!" All the students also shouted, "Passion!" The school leader stared blankly at this neat scene that seemed like military training. The second mock test was scheduled for March 21st. During this period, a busy figure could often be seen in class 28 of the senior year. Lu Yuanqiu, do you know how to do this? The girl in the front row turned around curiously. Why don't you ask me, but ask him? Zhong Jinqing stood aside and sneered. He can make me eat shit. Lu Yuanqiu quickly took the test paper and explained to the girl in the front row. A equals 2 blah 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 then. You substitute k equals 2 into the function fx. Zhong Jinqing suddenly fell silent. He turned his head and found Bai Qingxia sitting in her seat, staring at him intently. March 6th. Lu Yuanqiu stood beside Zhong Jinqing's seat and explained with his head down. This is an inverted sentence. When not only but also connects two clauses, not only is placed at the beginning of the sentence, and the following clause needs to be partially inverted, but the clause after, but also does not need to be inverted. Zhong Jinqing looked at Lu Yuanqiu with some surprise on his face and nodded. Oh. March 10th. Lu Yuanqiu stood beside Zheng Yifeng's seat and explained to him impatiently. I have told you so many times. The total time t equals t1 plus t2 equals 2mv0/qe. Do you understand? Zheng Yifeng looked at him in confusion. I didn't ask you to explain it to me. Why did you suddenly come over to explain the problem to me? Lu Yuanqiu threw his pen on the table and shouted angrily. You are incorrigible. March 15th. The reaction equation of ferric oxide and sulfur dioxide is. Lu Yuanqiu wrote the equation on the toilet paper with a fountain pen, and then returned the toilet paper to Gao Chong. Gao Chong's face turned pale, and he looked at him like a lunatic. Are you sick? I have diarrhea and I'm in a hurry to go to the toilet, and you suddenly snatched my paper away. Are you sick? He cursed and rushed to the toilet with his crotch covered and his legs clamped. Lu Yuanqiu snorted lightly, turned around with his hands behind his back, and looked like he was leaving after the matter was done. Saints don't bother with mortals. Chapter 266. March 20th. Lu Yuanqiu wrote at the end of his wrong answer book. People cannot have both youth and feelings about youth, but I am different. He put down his pen after writing, staring deeply at the teaching building and the white doves flying in the sky outside the window. At this time, he saw Qinfei helped Bai Qingxia get a glass of water and was returning the cup to Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu took the cup, picked up the marker pen and signed his name on it, then handed it to Bai Qingxia. He put down the marker pen and continued to stare at the scene outside the window with a melancholy look in his eyes. Bai Qingxia, Qinfei pulled the corner of her mouth and said to Bai Qingxia, has he been obsessed with learning recently? Bai Qingxia shook her head. He is just working hard. After hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu turned his eyes to the girl next to him and said with a smile, do you know what I analyzed from your brain at night? There are only 3 words in your mind. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia suddenly felt guilty. She covered her water cup and did not dare to look at the other party. What? 3 words? Don't give up. Lu Yuanqiu snapped his fingers on her head and laughed. Bai Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuanqiu, but what's wrong with you these days? I always see you daydreaming, and you daydream while doing the questions. Bai Qingxia shook her head. Nothing. You won't tell me, right? Okay, then I won't tell you any secrets in the future. Lu Yuanqiu threatened her. Bai Qingxia pouted slightly, and did not respond to the other party's unreasonable trouble. As time gets closer to June, she is really starting to worry about her father. What will happen to her father after she goes to college? Should she take him with her? Although Uncle Lu, Aunt Sue, and Sister Li may take care of her father, they can't take care of his daily life. It's too hard for her father to live alone in Luqing. As the college entrance examination approaches, while many people are worried about how to do well in the college entrance examination, Bai Qingxia is worried about her father. As for the tuition fee, she was not afraid. She had already asked about it, and could apply for a student loan from her hometown. Tomorrow was the second mock test. There was no evening self-study tonight. The seats for the exam room were arranged as usual after school. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the notice board and saw that his exam room was in exam room 13, seat number 23. Bai Qingxia and Zheng Yifeng were both in exam room 1, one with seat number 1 and the other with seat number 2. Lu Yuanqiu envied Zheng Yifeng, who had a weird number. He also knew that he was not a weird number. He could only rely on hard work. He had already done a lot of practice questions and mock papers during this period. He hoped that the results of the second mock test would change significantly. The tables and chairs are ready, let's go. Bai Qingxia walked to his side and said. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Bai Qingxia stared at him for a long time and suddenly smiled. You have changed a lot. Are you talking about studying? No, I'm talking about appearance this time. Huh? Lu Yuanqiu was wondering when Bai Qingxia suddenly pulled him to the sink outside the bathroom. Lu Yuanqiu looked in the mirror and realized what Bai Qingxia was talking about. It was hair. His hair had grown longer, and because it hadn't been trimmed, it even looked messy. I don't think I've had my hair cut since New Year's Day. Do I look like a wild man now? Bai Qingxia quickly shook her head. No, I think you've become a little whiter. Alas, there's nothing I can do about my natural beauty. I won't cut my hair for now. These are all medals of my hard work. Lu Yuanqiu swaggered towards the stairs proudly. When will you cut your hair? After the college entrance examination, I have to look good when I take graduation photos. When going downstairs, Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu's eyebrows and eyes hidden by his hair, and felt that Lu Yuanqiu was getting more and more beautiful. Why are you staring at me? No. Bai Qingxia shook her head quickly, her earlobes red as she looked away. No, your earlobes are red. The girl raised her hands quickly to pinch her earlobes, explaining, the classroom is too stuffy. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to lower his head to look at her, Bai Qingxia quickly went downstairs. Go back quickly, my dad is waiting anxiously. Okay, I go get the bike. The boy rode his bicycle to take Bai Qingxia to Osmanthus Lane, and then went home to study. Bai Qingxia came to the courtyard where she lived. When she went upstairs, she suddenly found Aunt Zhang sitting on a small bench in the corridor waiting. Aunt Zhang. The girl ran over quickly, and took out the key to open the door. She came back a little late today. She guessed that her father went to Aunt Zhang's place again, but usually her father would come back by himself. Why did Aunt Zhang come here specially today? Aunt Zhang, why are you here today? Aunt Zhang stroked her hair with an unnatural look on her face. Your father is at my place. He slipped while helping me move things today, and sat in the ditch. He took a bath at my place. I also washed his clothes for him. Do you have his clean clothes here? I take it. Yes. Bai Qingxia took out her father's clothes from the closet as soon as she entered the room. Aunt Zhang blushed and said, there are also underwear. I washed them for him as well. Bai Qingxia was stunned, and after she came to her senses, she looked at Aunt Zhang for a second, and then hurriedly took out the underwear. She asked hesitantly, my father is naked now? Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, it's okay, he's lying in bed. Bai Qingxia frowned slightly and hurriedly said to Aunt Zhang, sorry, I go over right away. Xiao Xia, you don't have to feel sorry. He got his clothes dirty, because he was helping me move things. The two came to Aunt Zhang's residence, and suddenly saw an old woman standing outside the door, looking worried. Aunt Zhang was a little surprised to see this. She looked back at Bai Qingxia awkwardly and hurriedly shouted to the old woman, Grandma, let's talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow? You didn't pay the rent last month. I will get it when I get paid tomorrow. Tomorrow is the payment date. This time it's 2 months together. Hearing what Aunt Zhang said, the slightly sarcastic old woman said, then I come again tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia suddenly became thoughtful. Aunt Zhang turned around and laughed at her embarrassedly, then took out the key to open the door and brought her in. Bai Qingxia first walked to Aunt Zhang's blind daughter and squatted down, smiling and touching her head. The little girl shrugged her nose and immediately smiled and said, it's Sister Xia, fragrant Sister Xia. It's me, Ran Ran, hello? Bai Qingxia greeted him. She then stood up and looked at her father lying in the quilt on the bed next to her, her face darkened. Bai Songjia only showed his head and smiled foolishly at his daughter. Xia Xia. Hurry up and put on your clothes, you can't lie on other people's beds, you know? Aunt Zhang looked a little embarrassed and defended Bai Songjia. It's okay, it's okay. Bai Qingxia looked at the wet clothes hanging on the clothesline in the house. She recognized that they were her father's, and thought of the landlord's urging for rent just now. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. These days, she and Aunt Zhang are also very familiar. Aunt Zhang, after I go to college, can you move to my place? I will pay the rent, as long as you can take care of my father's daily food and clothing. Chapter 267. Seeing Aunt Zhang's stunned expression, Bai Qingxia scratched her cheek with a wry smile. What I said seems a bit abrupt. Suddenly, her expression froze, and thinking of Aunt Zhang's identity as a single mother, she immediately realized another more inappropriate reason. Bai Qingxia quickly bowed to the woman in front of her and apologized. I'm sorry, this request seems a bit excessive. I didn't think so much at the time. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhang. A single mother inexplicably lives with a man, and it's not just 2 rooms, not to mention that Dad is still like that. If it gets out, it will definitely be bad for Aunt Zhang's reputation, right? Bai Qingxiao realized this and immediately regretted being too impatient. Seeing the girl standing there in embarrassment, Aunt Zhang laughed and quickly turned around to pour Bai Qingxiao a glass of boiled water. Don't worry, I haven't reacted yet. She asked Bai Qingxiao to sit on the stool, and she also sat on the stool holding Ran Ran. Xiuxia, are you going to college? Bai Qingxiao took the water cup and nodded. Yes, I may go out of town, but then there will be no one to take care of Dad, no one to wash his clothes, change his clothes, and sometimes he gets confused about which one to wear inside and which one to wear outside. Aunt Zhang nodded slightly, thinking about something. At this time, Ran Ran suddenly raised her head and said, Mom, Uncle Bai is so stupid, I know how to wear it. Hey, it's impolite. Aunt Zhang quickly covered her daughter's mouth, then raised her head and looked at Bai Qingxiao embarrassedly. Bai Qingxiao smiled and replied, It's okay, Auntie. Ran Ran couldn't even see her father's appearance. Maybe she had already regarded her father as a playmate of the same age in her heart, and just called him Uncle Bai. Bai Qingxiao looked at the little girl with dull eyes, and thought in her heart. Many times, she felt that her experience was very similar to Aunt Zhang's. Aunt Zhang nodded and said with emotion, It's good to go to college, so you can see the outside world. My hometown is a small fishing village in the south of Tasmania. When I was a child, I wanted to go to high school, but my parents didn't let me go and asked me to go out to work early. Now I regret it so much. I should have been more determined at the beginning. Luching is in Melbourne. Tasmania seems to be in the lower right of Melbourne, and just above Tasmania is the international metropolis of Zhucheng. Bai Qingxiao recalled the national map in her mind. Aunt Zhang looked up and said with a smile, Xiao Xia, you can go to school without worry. I don't have to live with you. I will go to pick up your father every night and let him take a bath at my place, and then help him change clothes. It's easy and not troublesome. Bai Qingxiao wanted to say more, but Aunt Zhang interrupted with a smile. Your father helps me move things every day. We help each other, which is enough. His 3 meals are at the supermarket, so you don't have to worry about eating. As for sleeping, he is afraid of the dark. I will go to his place every night before going to bed. I get up early in the morning and can take care of him before he goes out. It's close and not troublesome. Bai Qingxiao was surprised. Aunt Zhang, how do you know my dad is afraid of the dark? Aunt Zhang smiled and said, I found him hiding in the closet when he was playing hide-and-seek with Ran Ran in the room that day. Your dad is like a child. He needs someone to hold him and comfort him when he is scared. Bai Qingxiao smiled helplessly and nodded, yes. Aunt Zhang said it lightly, but Bai Qingxiao knew that Aunt Zhang would definitely put in much more effort than she said. She would also work part-time in college, and then transfer the money to Sisterly, and let Sisterly give the money to Aunt Zhang. In this way, my father's affairs have been resolved. Bai Qingxiao was most worried about her father's clothing and housing. Now that Aunt Zhang was here, it was no longer a big problem. The girl finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, as if she could take every subsequent test with confidence after solving this problem. The next day, the second mock exam in Luching City officially kicked off. As April approached, the weather became much warmer. Lu Yuanqiu rode a bike in a sweatshirt, his bangs blowing back in the wind. He bit a pineapple bun in his mouth, stood up, lifted the handlebars of the bike, and stepped over a step handsomely. The elementary school students, wearing red scarves on the roadside, were stunned. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and smiled and blinked at him. Uncle is so handsome. Your mother. When he arrived at the school, Lu Yuanqiu swallowed the bread in his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, and then rushed up the stairs with his school bag on his back. When he passed the first examination room, he stopped and leaned back to look inside. Bai Qingxiao was sitting quietly in the first seat. Behind her was Zheng Yifeng, who was covering his face with a Chinese textbook. Penetration memory method? Lu Yuanqiu was puzzled. He didn't go in to say hello to Bai Qingxiao, but rushed upstairs to the 13th examination room. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly smelled a fart halfway. He turned his head, and found a guy who looked like charcoal. Tan Lo. Tan Lo turned around, and was a little surprised to see Lu Yuanqiu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu fanned the fart in front of him. Are you still thinking while walking? I'm reciting classical Chinese. Okay. The two looked at each other in silence. Lu Yuanqiu, I'm leaving. Tan Lo was still going to the last examination room this time. He watched Lu Yuanqiu running towards the direction of the 10th examination room, and suddenly shouted with mixed feelings, Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu turned back in the corridor. What's wrong? Tan Lo, do you still remember the second meeting between Zhou Shuren and Runtu, 2 good friends? They were already middle-aged at that time, and Runtu called Zhou Shuren master. Just like now, I also want to call you student bully. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and looked at him, smiling and saying, I'm not a top student, I'm still Lu Yuanqiu, you're still Tan Lu, we're still good friends, why think so much? Tan Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. Lu Yuanqiu walked towards the 13th examination room. He came to seat number 23, put down his school bag, and there were many surprised looks around him. Lu Yuanqiu was very famous, but this was not reflected in his good academic performance. How come he could appear in the 13th examination room now? Lu Yuanqiu pretended not to notice the gazes from the people around him. He quietly took out his textbook and familiarized himself with the exam until the invigilator walked into the exam room. It was the chemistry teacher, Grandmolly. Grandmolly glanced at Lu Yuanqiu below. She, who had always disliked Lu Yuanqiu, smiled slightly at this moment. A child who knows how to work hard and make progress is a good child. With a whistle downstairs, the whole teaching building began to answer questions. Lu Yuanqiu still started writing from the composition part. At the moment he put pen to paper, he silently recited a sentence in his heart again. He is strong as he is strong, the breeze blows over the hills. He is arrogant as he is arrogant, the bright moon shines on the river. The third mock exam, I hope my exam room can be moved down one more floor. The boy set a goal in his heart. Chapter 268. 5 days later. It's out! It's out! A group of students were waiting at the door of the office. When they saw Lu Wei coming out of the office with a form, everyone was talking nervously and excitedly. They didn't dare to speak loudly, but just instinctively muttered in their mouths, and then followed Lu Wei in unison. Everyone found that Lu Wei had a smile on her face, which meant Class 28 did well in the exam this time. In the classroom, Lu Yuanqiu said to the girl next to him, No wonder I didn't see you yesterday. Why didn't you tell me when you went to apply for a bank card? What's the card number? Let me see. Let's transfer money to each other for fun. Bai Qingxiao wanted to show her bank card to Lu Yuanqiu proudly. After all, it was her first bank card, but she gave up the idea after hearing this. No. She refused decisively. Lu Yuanqiu would really do something like secretly transferring money to her. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, Just kidding, I won't transfer money to you casually, but you have to let me know the card number in case of emergency. Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao thought quietly for a few seconds, then turned around and took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it over. Lu Yuanqiu took out a pen and wrote the card number on a piece of white paper. Here, is there any money in it? No, I deposit money in it when I go to college. She responded, and her plan was very complete. Lu Yuanqiu understood that she wanted to work while studying. If it was Bai Qingxiao's family situation, she would have to do this. After spending so much time with her these days, Lu Yuanqiu even forgot that she was still a girl who was in the mud and hadn't climbed out yet. Maybe she became more cheerful, talked more, and didn't stutter as much as before, so Lu Yuanqiu gradually ignored these things. In other words, she is so strong, she has tried to crawl to the shore step by step. There was a noise at the door of the classroom, and Lu Wei was surrounded by a group of people and walked into the classroom. She posted a form on the notice board, then turned around and said, The results of the second mock test are out. I won't talk to anyone this time. If any of you want to talk to me, you are welcome to come to my office at any time. After saying that, she deliberately glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, with a smile in her eyes. What does it mean to smile at me actively? Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly followed the others to the notice board. This time, Bai Qingxiao also followed behind. She felt that the test paper was much simpler this time, so she was still confident about the score. Bai Qingxiao, total score 683, first in class, first in grade. Zhong Jincheng, total score 660, second in class, 12th in grade. Zhang Yifeng, total score 642, third in class, 20th in grade. Shui Yiling, total score 605, fourth in class, 168th in grade. Lu Yuanqiu, total score 590, 10th in class, 322nd in grade. Lu Yuanqiu opened his mouth slightly. Although he had expected it, he still couldn't digest it when he saw the final score. The progress is really great, Bai Qingxiao said to him from the side. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, his eyes sore with emotion. The physical education test has not started yet. When the physical education test is taken, the score line can be lowered by a few tens of points for him, which is equivalent to a disguised increase of several tens of points. Zhong Jincheng shook his head and sighed. He got 148 in English, so it's not surprising to get this score, but what's wrong with Zhang Yifeng? You got more than 640 last time, and you still got more than 640 this time when the test paper was easy? Zhang Yifeng's voice came from the side. I told the class teacher a long time ago that I am good at science, and it will only be good for me if the test paper is difficult. My Chinese composition this time was off topic, and it seems that I only got a dozen points. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his lips. How did you get more than 10 points? What did you write? Zhang Yifeng didn't respond in a hurry, but after a few seconds, he uttered the words. I hate essay writing. He saw through it, and it was useless to brush up on Chinese essays. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at Bai Qingxia's score and said to her, You can go to Tsinghua University or Peking University. The girl shook her head gently. It's too far, not suitable for me. Then where to go? I haven't decided yet. Bai Qingxia shook her head, and her ponytail swayed gently. Do you want to go to Wucheng? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly asked. The branch company that his uncle and second uncle promised him was in Zhucheng. Of course, Lu Yuanqiu would not take over the company during college, but Zhucheng would be one of his choices. Bai Qingxia asked weakly, Do you want to go? I want to go. This answer was not from Lu Yuanqiu, but from Zhang Yifeng, who was standing next to him with his arms crossed. He turned his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu and the others, and reiterated, as if to emphasize to himself, I want to go to Zhucheng to study in college. After saying that, he chuckled, patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder, and then walked towards his seat. Zhong Jincheng murmured strangely, I also plan to go to Zhucheng. What about you? He asked Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu turned back to look at Bai Qingxia, but the girl also raised her head and stared at him, and the atmosphere stagnated. I don't know. I haven't taken the college entrance examination yet. I tell you when the time comes. Lu Yuanqiu responded. Bai Qingxia also quickly agreed. I too. I tell you later. She followed Lu Yuanqiu, like a little follower, and walked towards the window seat. Zhong Jinchen looked at Gao Chong beside him, and then at Gao Chong's score. Gao Chong, total score 475, class ranking 28, grade ranking 897. Zhong Jincheng patted Gao Chong on the shoulder and said with emotion, Brother, we will part ways one day. Gao Chong looked at him. Okay, I will burn paper for you. Zhong Jincheng. Back home, with his father excitedly announcing the good news to his uncles on the phone, Lu Yuanqiu walked into the room. He sighed, squatted on the ground and looked at the exercise books and mock papers he had done these days. The stacked pieces were half a meter high. A handful of pen refills were used up. Brother. A voice suddenly came from the door. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found that it was his sister wearing bear pajamas. She was holding her stuffed toy, wearing a hat with bear ears, and standing there cutely. What's wrong, Xiao Dongdong? Lu Yuanqiu turned around and looked at her with a smile. Standing at the door, Lu Yidong said with a sigh and admiration, Brother, you are so awesome. Oh, you only know how awesome I am now. The little girl quickly pulled him to sit down beside the bed, curiously asking, Can you tell me how to improve your grades so quickly? There is only one secret. What? Don't get sleepy when you work hard. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and pinched her nose. Lu Yidong rarely resisted. She opened her arms and hugged her brother's arms, rubbing her head against her brother's body affectionately. Brother, what will college life be like? How should I know? You ask me, and I haven't been there, and you haven't even experienced high school life, but you want to experience college life? I feel like I can't even get into high school. What should I do? I suddenly feel so worried. Don't worry, it's never too late to work hard. Really? Brother won't lie to you. Chapter 269. The day after April Fool's Day, the time finally came for the Physical Education Unified Examination. Bai Qingxiao looked at the empty seat beside her, feeling a little restless. The result of the Physical Education Unified Examination was very important to Lu Yuanqiu, but if Lu Yuanqiu did not do well, she would still accompany Lu Yuanqiu to the same university. This idea had been buried in her heart from the beginning and had never changed. At noon, everyone else went to the cafeteria to eat, and Bai Qingxiao stayed in the classroom alone to study. She was absorbed in her studies when a voice suddenly came from the door of the classroom. Bai Qingxiao raised her head and saw Lu Yuanqiu, who was wearing a jersey, walking in. The girl stood up after seeing the scene and was about to smile, but when she saw Lu Yuanqiu's depressed expression, she put her smile back and became nervous. Lu Yuanqiu sat back in his seat and covered his face with his hands. He seemed to be sweating a lot, and his hair was all tangled. How? What's going on? Bai Qingxiao asked as she sat next to him. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and said, It doesn't matter. I just try my best to do well in the college entrance examination. Bai Qingxiao was startled, and hurriedly forced a smile on her face, agreeing, Yes, It doesn't matter, your current grades are already at the level of 211, as long as you can keep it stable, the result will definitely be good. She was a little sad, and hurriedly took out the coat that Lu Yuanqiu had stuffed in the hole of the table, and carefully put it on the boy's shoulders. You sweat so much, don't catch a cold. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly turned his head and asked in confusion, Oh, I forgot, today is not April Fool's Day, it was yesterday. Seeing Bai Qingxia stunned, the boy smiled and said, I'm kidding you, I did well in the exam, and the results will be out in May. Bai Qingxia stared at him for a long time. The expression on her face in just a few seconds was very wonderful. She finally frowned and said, It's not funny at all. Okay, I was wrong. Lu Yuanqiu pouted and apologized to her. Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. She raised her hand to button Lu Yuanqiu's clothes silently. She just buttoned one and suddenly stopped. It seemed that she felt that this action was too ambiguous. It was normal to do it to her father, but to Lu Yuanqiu. She hesitated and put her hand down, then told the boy, Button up quickly. It's easy to catch a cold in this weather. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and quickly buttoned it himself, saying to her, The weather is getting warmer, do you want to buy some new clothes? Your father, and you both got your salary yesterday, how was it? How much money do you have in your slush fund now? The boy bumped her with his shoulder. Bai Qingxia blushed slightly, and raised her finger to scratch her cheek. She felt a little embarrassed when she said the word slush fund. Anyway, I have money, but I don't like clothes either. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Why not? Summer is coming soon, your season. Why are you still wearing long sleeves and long pants? What do you want me to buy? A skirt. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head left and right in front of her, looking expectant. Huh? Bai Qingxia was puzzled. She shook her head quickly. I don't usually wear a skirt. Why not? Your legs are so beautiful, white and long. How can I see you without wearing them? After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he realized that his impure purpose was exposed, and he quickly pursed his lips hard, blinking his eyes innocently. Bai Qingxia looked at him dimly. Pervert. I'm not happy with you saying that. Lu Yuanqiu stood up with a blush. Bai Qingxia ignored him, stood up and walked towards the classroom door, ready to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly caught up with her, apologized to me quickly. The next day, Qianyan Road Vegetable Market. Lu Yuanqiu laughed meanly beside Bai Qingxia. This girl is soft-hearted. After a few puas in the supermarket last night, she still agreed to come here to buy clothes today. Bai Qingxia looked at him unhappily and stated her position. I don't wear short skirts. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand and continued to pua with a serious expression. You are wrong. Why do you still think I want to see your legs? I want you to wear beautiful clothes like a normal, beautiful girl. Summer is your season. What matters is not whether the skirt is short or not, but whether it looks good. It doesn't matter if it is a long skirt as long as it looks good. The purpose of the skirt is to be beautiful, not to show your legs. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu's voice was a little loud, Bai Qingxia's social phobia was triggered, and she quickly reached out to cover his mouth. Lu Yuanqiu licked her palm with his tongue, and Bai Qingxia quickly retracted her arm as if she had received an electric shock, staring at him with anger in her beautiful eyes, and immediately wiped her palm on him with disgust. Lu Yuanqiu continued seriously, Does what I said make sense? Yes, let's go. Bai Qingxia didn't want him to continue, and hurriedly dragged him to the inside of the vegetable market. The college entrance examination is coming soon. How can I have the spare time to take you out to buy clothes? The windows have to be closed on the day of the English test. You wear long sleeves and long pants to take the test in such a hot day. Stop talking, I just buy it. Seeing that people kept looking at her, Bai Qingxia quickly and quietly pulled Lu Yuanqiu's arm, and anxiously shook her knees beside him. The two entered a store, and Bai Qingxia changed into a black long skirt. Lu Yuanqiu frowned, pondered for a while, and commented, No, you can't even see the legs. Bai Qingxia stamped her feet angrily. You still want to see the legs? She bit her lip, lowered her voice, and dared not speak loudly. After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention to this side. Social phobia is really fun. I don't even dare to speak loudly when I'm angry. Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward and apologized with a smile. The main thing is that this color is wrong. Black doesn't suit you. After he said that, he turned his head and took a quick glance. Suddenly, he saw a touch of white among a pile of skirts. Lu Yuanqiu's eyebrows moved, and the corners of his mouth rose immediately. The white long skirt is the answer to the version. After he murmured, he took the skirt and looked at it in front of his eyes. The skirt was plain white. The fabric felt thin and comfortable, and there were no extra patterns on it. It looked elegant and quiet. Try this. Bai Qingxia took the skirt and changed into it behind the curtain in the corner. A few minutes later, a thin white arm opened the curtain, and Bai Qingxia, wearing a plain white long skirt, stood in front of Lu Yuanqiu. The skirt was not too long, just reaching the middle of the calf. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl's exposed white and slender calf and moved his eyes upwards. The skirt was not too tight, but a little loose, so the size of her chest did not affect anything. Lu Yuanqiu, turn around. Bai Qingxia turned to the side obediently. The girl had a slender neck under her high ponytail, a straight back, a slim figure, but a well-proportioned figure. She was wearing a white dress that made people think that there must be a white in her name. Clean too clean. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't comment, Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked over. Is it okay? Chapter 270. Oh, yes, of course. Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have come to his senses, and put his eyes back on her face, smiling and saying, It's great, it's perfect. Bai Qingxia pouted disapprovingly, but actually lowered her head to look at the skirt on her body carefully. She pulled the hem of her skirt, looked left and right, and gradually showed a satisfied smile on her face. She hadn't bought a skirt for a long time. It seemed that she hadn't bought one since she was 8 years old, or maybe 9 years old, she couldn't remember. But even she couldn't deny that wearing a skirt made her temperament completely different. Bai Qingxia suddenly hugged her body and shuddered. It's cold, right? If you like this one, buy it, and wear it when it gets warmer. Bai Qingxia nodded, and walked into the corner to change her clothes. When she came out after changing her clothes, and was about to check out with the boss, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly grabbed a packaging bag and immediately led her out of the store. The boss, who was eating melon seeds, blinked in shock at this scene. No. I haven't paid yet, Bai Qingxia said in panic. It's okay, run away. He can't catch up with us. Lu Yuanqiu held the girl's hand, turned back and shouted at her with laughter. Bai Qingxia followed behind him, confused for a moment, and suddenly realized, Did you pay? Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly stopped to look at her, and couldn't help laughing. So smart, I thought you would be scared and go back to pay. Bai Qingxia, because you won't do that. Seeing that he was still trying to hold back his laughter, Bai Qingxia was speechless for a while. She walked up and kicked Lu Yuanqiu's calf lightly, scolding, Is it fun? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head honestly, not fun. Bai Qingxia looked at him unhappily, lowered her head, and took out money from her pocket, and asked him, How much? A few dozen yuan, not expensive, just consider it a gift to you. I like to see you wearing this skirt, it's nice and beautiful. Lu Yuanqiu pressed the money in her hand down. Bai Qingxia paused for a moment, and said to him, Okay, thank you. Lu Yuanqiu took the white skirt from her hand, and put it in the packaging bag, and said to her, Let's go and buy another one. Buy more? Bai Qingxia's voice broke. One piece is not enough. Lu Yuanqiu dragged her to another store forcefully, muttering, I have already saved money for you to buy another skirt, but you still don't want to, you stingy little rooster. Bai Qingxia muttered, I'm not a stingy rooster. I just think that one beautiful dress is enough, and I only wear it occasionally on important occasions. Lu Yuanqiu, no, I want you to be beautiful all the time in your daily life. I will protect you, and beauty will be your advantage from now on. Why hide it? Bai Qingxia didn't respond. Her arm was pulled forward by Lu Yuanqiu. She looked at the boy walking in front of her with a swagger. She was dazed, but the next second she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Lu Yuanqiu turned back at this time, and Bai Qingxia's mouth immediately smoothed out. Her beautiful eyes looked at him unnaturally. What's wrong? The boy was silent for a moment and said, The day after tomorrow, Qingming Festival, are you going to see Aunt Luo and Brother Ruan? Where are they buried? Bai Qingxia lowered her head, over at the Redwood Garden. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment and said, I may have to go back to my hometown in Gua County that day. Can you wait for me? I want to accompany you. When I come back in the afternoon, I will accompany you to the Redwood Garden. Bai Qingxia smiled and said, Okay. Okay. The next night, for Season's Fresh Supermarket, Lu Tian and Lu Yuanqiu each brought a stack of yellow paper from outside and walked into the supermarket. Bai Qingxia, wearing a red vest, came out, took a look, and then ran out to help them move the remaining yellow paper in. Did you study today? Bai Qingxia asked habitually when she passed by Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, I did. I did 2 science exams today. I was exhausted. Bai Qingxia smiled at him, and said nothing. It rains during the Qingming Festival. Lu Tian stood inside the door, looking at the scene outside the supermarket, and suddenly muttered this sentence. Damn. Lu Yuanqiu also stood at the door with his hands on his waist, looked up and glanced. No way, the rain fell so suddenly. It's raining, so we have to go back tomorrow. Hurry up, move your uncle's copies in, don't get wet. Lu Yuanqiu, oh. Bai Qingxia hurriedly followed him. Lu Yuanqiu complained to her while moving things. I guess I have to step on mud again when I go home this time. I wait for you at the entrance of the alley tomorrow. How about 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Bai Qingxia nodded. Okay. Lu Tian glanced at the girl, sighed silently, and shook his head and recited the last line of the poem. The pedestrians on the road are about to die. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his father and said in shock, a great writer. The next afternoon. After changing into new clothes at home, Lu Yuanqiu took 2 bouquets of flowers and called a taxi to the entrance of Hohot Lane. Bai Qingxia and her father had already stood on the roadside at the agreed time. The father and daughter held an umbrella and stood quietly under the drizzling rain. Lu Yuanqiu opened the car door and waved to them. Come on, get in the car. Bai Qingxia hesitated and shouted to him across the street. Let's take the bus. Okay, that's fine. Lu Yuanqiu paid and got off the car. The redwood garden was far away, and Bai Qingxia probably thought the taxi fare was too expensive. Seeing the boy get off the car, Bai Qingxia hurriedly held up an umbrella and led her father across the road. Didn't you bring an umbrella? She held up the umbrella for her father and Lu Yuanqiu, and the back of her body was soaked in the rain. I was in a hurry to leave and forgot to bring it. You can ask Uncle for it. I just didn't change my clothes, and I have to change them when I get home. Lu Yuanqiu said, as he pushed the umbrella back to the father and daughter, then raised one hand to block the 2 bouquets in front of him and smiled at them. Bai Qingxia looked down and found that there was no mud on Lu Yuanqiu's legs and shoes, but she didn't say anything. When the 3 of them walked to the bus stop, she still deliberately tilted the umbrella towards Lu Yuanqiu. After getting on the bus, the 3 of them came to the back seat. Bai Qingxia and her father sat in the front, and Lu Yuanqiu sat in the row behind them. He leaned against the window, lowered his head, and arranged the petals in his arms. His movements were very careful. The rain crawled on the window glass, like a long transparent line, and the scenery outside was a little blurry. Lu Yuanqiu could only see the dark green trees constantly passing by. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, and none of the 3 spoke. Bai Qingxia occasionally took out toilet paper to wipe the water droplets on her father's face, and then took out toilet paper again and turned to hand it to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, I don't need it, I have to shower later. Bai Qingxia insisted on putting the paper in his hand, and then stood up and closed the glass gap next to Lu Yuanqiu. Chapter 271. Xia Xia. Bai Songjia, in the front row, murmured, not knowing whether he was carsick or sleepy, and he put his head on his daughter's shoulder. Bai Qingxia did not respond to her father. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the back of her head and picked up the toilet paper that she had just stuffed in her hand to wipe the raindrops on her head. The girl turned around after noticing it. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her. Bai Qingxia also smiled, turned her head back, and sat quietly. The boy continued to help her wipe the rain off her hair. After wiping, he put the wet tissue into his shirt pocket and stared at the scene outside the window. The bus drove for about an hour. Lu Yuanqiu got up early today and was just closing his eyes to catch up on his sleep when someone suddenly shook his shoulder. We're here. Bai Qingxia in the front row said to him. Okay. The 3 got off the bus, and there were many people accompanying them. Everyone was holding umbrellas and walking quietly under the rain. Lu Yuanqiu saw that Bai Songjia was still carrying a bag of things, which should be fruits. He saw the shape of bananas in it. Uncle Bai was really obedient today. When he went to Xinkili as a guest, he wanted to eat the bananas his daughter was carrying. Today, he was carrying the fruits himself, but he didn't even touch them. Lu Yuanqiu showed a faint smile on his face, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. The sky was dark, and the rain was tangled like silk threads. He followed the father and daughter, and walked towards the inside of the cemetery. After walking for about 10 minutes, and climbing a few steps, Bai Qingxia stopped in front of a tombstone with her father, and then looked back at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly followed. Loving wife Luo Ran, these words were engraved on the gray-white tombstone, and there was a photo on it. Unlike the swan photo at Bai Qingxia's home, and Luo in this photo had a more daily look, and she didn't even look like she was 30 years old. She was young and beautiful, like a star, with a faint smile on her face and an elegant and noble temperament. Bai Qingxia was about 60% similar to her. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt sad. Aunt Luo, if you knew that your 5-year-old daughter would have such a hard life in the future, you would definitely feel distressed, right? Bai Qingxia squatted on the ground to clean up the debris in front of the tomb, and then took out all the fruits she bought. Bai Songjia took out a banana and muttered, "Bananas, delicious bananas, give them to Xia Xia. Mom, Dad, and I are here to see you. And the boy I told you about, Lu Yuanqiu, is here too." Bai Qingxia said to the tombstone in her heart, with a faint smile on her face, as if she was whispering to her bestie. Lu Yuanqiu stood quietly by the side holding flowers, not listening to their conversation. "Mom, I just attended the coming-of-age ceremony, and I'm about to become an adult, and I'm about to take the college entrance examination. My grades are very good, and I've never fallen from the top of the grade. I'm awesome, right?" Bai Qingxia smiled and lowered her head, taking the fruits to the tomb one by one. "Xia Xia, who is she?" A voice suddenly came from the side. Bai Qingxia paused, holding the apple in her hand. She swallowed her saliva, her eyes were red, but she ignored her father and continued to place the fruits. Bai Songjia squatted beside his daughter, his hands resting on his shoes, still asking questions beside him, like a babbling child. "Who is she? Who is she?" Bai Qingxia never paid attention until she heard her father squatting beside her, and said in a childish tone, "She is so beautiful." Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw Bai Songjia swinging his legs. He was squatting in front of the tombstone with a smile on his face, looking closely at the photo on it. Lu Ren seemed to be smiling and looking at him. But Bai Songjia was swinging his legs, and suddenly he choked up and started crying and asking non-stop, "Who is she? Who is she? Who is she?" Seeing that Bai Qingxia was slow to answer Bai Songjia, Lu Yuanqiu quickly bent down to remind her, "She is Lu Ren, your wife, Xia Xia's mother." But Bai Songjia didn't listen, still squatting there crying, looking at the photo and shaking his legs anxiously. "Who is she? Who is she? Who is she?" Lu Yuanqiu slowly straightened up. He looked at Bai Qingxia, who was sobbing silently, and suddenly understood why the girl didn't answer her father's question, because it was useless to answer. Lu Ran in the photo was smiling and looking at her husband. She didn't answer either, because her time was forever frozen there. Bai Songjia opened his mouth and cried like a child. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his uncle, took a deep breath, walked to the tombstone, and placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. He bent down and bowed, again and again. "Aunt Luo, my name is Lu Yuanqiu. It's our first meeting, and I'm giving you a bouquet of flowers. Thank you for giving birth to such a good girl, thank you." Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, and said seriously in his heart, "Let's go to my brother." Bai Qingxia sniffed, and said to Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing that Bai Songjia was still sitting there crying, Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl in confusion. "Bai Qingxia, let him cry there for a while. My dad does this every year when he comes here." "Okay." It was still drizzling in the sky. Although they brought an umbrella, the three of them were still soaked. Lu Yuanqiu followed the girl, and came to a tombstone again. Izzy by Rowan, the photo on the tombstone was of a very handsome boy, who looked better than Zheng Yifeng. He had a bright smile, and a gentle personality that could be seen with the naked eye. Bai Qingxia placed the fruit in front of her brother's tombstone. "Brother, I'm here to see you." Bai Qingxia still reported her recent situation to her brother, saying that she was well-fed, and well-dressed, and studied well. In addition, she also talked about many things that happened between the two siblings in the past, and she seemed to remember every one of them very clearly. But Lu Yuanqiu could hear that the emotion revealed in Bai Qingxia's tone between the lines was not sadness, but regret. Lu Yuanqiu stayed quietly aside, and he turned his head to look at Bai Songjia. The middle-aged man was still sitting in front of his wife's grave, crying loudly in the rain. "Do you want to say something to my brother?" Bai Qingxia suddenly turned around and asked Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, walked forward and placed the second bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. He looked at the handsome boy on the tombstone and smiled. "Brother Ruan, hello, my name is Lu Yuanqiu." Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, from now on I will help you protect Bai Qingxia, and I will never let her be bullied by others in the future, I swear." Bai Qingxia raised her head and looked at the boy with red eyes, as if at this moment she had a brother as a witness. If Lu Yuanqiu lied, her brother would support her, just like her brother supported her that night, and helped her take back the tumbler. Her brother has always protected her. Lu Yuanqiu nodded at her again and said seriously, "I swear." Bai Qingxia smiled. She turned around and said to Bai Ruan, "Brother, I'm going to college soon. You always said you would take me out to play. Although you broke your promise, I don't blame you. Let me go see the outside world for you this time." After that, she stretched out her hand and wiped the water stains on the photo with her thumb. Bai Ruan's appearance suddenly became clearer. "I have kept that tumbler. the girl said with a smile. Just then, the sun suddenly shone from the clouds in the dark sky and shone on the tombstone. Bai Ruan's photo was covered with golden light, and the bright smile on his face seemed to be the same color as the sun. Lu Yuanqiu looked around. The rain has stopped. Chapter 272. After Qingming Festival, in the school cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu put the cold medicine he bought from outside into his pocket, and then sat opposite Chao Shuang with a prepared meal. As soon as he sat down, Chao Shuang raised his head in an instant. He looked at Lu Yuanqiu deeply, frowning first, then widening his eyes, then frowning again, and widening his eyes again. After repeating this several times, Chao Shuang's eyes maintained a bit of shock and confusion, and he stared at Lu Yuanqiu closely. Before he even opened his mouth, Lu Yuanqiu knew what he was going to say. The emotional value of this expression was already maxed out. Brother Qiu. Let it go. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and shoveled rice into his mouth. After taking a bite, he looked at him. Chao Shuang still had an English vocabulary book in his right hand. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, So hardworking? How did you do in the third mock exam this time? Chao Shuang smiled and said, Hey, 1058th in the grade. So much improvement? Improved by 4 or 500 places, right? Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's words, Chao Shuang immediately clasped his fists and bowed, smiling bitterly. You are now a god of learning. My little progress is nothing. Can you tell me how I learned it? Now the legend of you is spreading throughout the senior year, and some people even suspect that you cheated. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows, sighed, and put the chicken bones on the table. There is no shortcut in the world. If the college entrance examination can be cheated, I should be doing successful cheating cases every day, instead of 5 years of college entrance examinations and 3 years of simulations. After saying that, he was stunned for a moment and added, SKR. Chao Shuang leaned forward. How many questions have you done in the 2 months since the start of school? How many questions? Lu Yuanqiu sneered. If you want to count like that, you will definitely lose count. Anyway, I have done more than 100 papers, about 2 a day on average, and the exercise books stacked together are about half a meter. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to indicate the height, not showing off, just tired, but there was also a hint of fulfillment and satisfaction in the tiredness. He has never been so serious. Lu Yuanqiu bit his chopsticks and said to himself with emotion, I tied up all the used pen refills with rubber bands. I used to think those students were exaggerating when I watched the news, but now I don't think it's exaggerated at all, it's too damn real. Chao Shuang looked at Lu Yuanqiu, whose hair was long and messy, and who was no longer the buzz cut, and swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting in front of him, seemed to always be in the dark, with shadows covering his face and the glow on his shoulders, just like the omnipotent Sun Wukong. Brother Qiu, you are really amazing. You do whatever you say without hesitation. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and raised his eyebrows. Shuangzi, if you want to achieve a goal, you just need to find the right direction and rush to the end. The road to the college entrance examination is actually simpler than other roads to Rome. You just need to practice questions, and don't have to think about anything. Okay, I remember Brother Qiu. Chao Shuang responded solemnly. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and suddenly saw a brand new watch on Chao Shuang's left wrist. New watch. Hee, a birthday present. Wan Yueru bought it for me with her New Year's money. Chao Shuang proudly shook his left arm to show off. From his appearance, it seemed that the value of this watch was more precious than his left arm. However, the smile on Chao Shuang's face quickly disappeared, and he murmured, After the college entrance examination, I don't know if Wan Yueru and I will have a chance to meet again, or if we can only meet a few times a year. You're no longer hiding your love for her. Hey, you can all see it. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Only Wan Yueru can't see it, right? Chao Shuang shook his head, his face complicated. Even if she knew, she would forget it the next day. This girl seems to have muscles in her head. She seems to have no concept of love. All her interests are more manly than mine. For example, if I jump high in front of her and touch a leaf, and ask her if it's amazing, if it's by Qingxia, she will definitely answer that it's amazing, right? Lu Yuanqiu nodded dumbly. Chao Shuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wan Yueru would say, I can touch higher than you. Believe it or not, if she can't touch, she can dance there for an hour or two, and no matter how you persuade her, she won't leave. Lu Yuanqiu, Alas, I should like Chu Yuxuan's type. How can I like her? He stuffed a big mouthful of food into his mouth in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing and shook his head. This is love. It's hard to explain. Maybe your fate has been destined since the day you accidentally pushed your chest. Cao Shuang kept saying that he didn't understand, but he was still smiling when talking about Ruan Yueru. Lu Yuanqiu finished his lunch in a few seconds, stood up and said, "Let's talk about everything after the college entrance examination. I'm leaving first. There's a patient waiting for me to take care of." "Ah. Okay, goodbye, Brother Chiu." Cao Shuang stood up from his seat. Lu Yuanqiu came to the classroom with cold medicine in his pocket. At this moment, a girl was sitting alone in the back row of class 28. Bai Qingxiao was wearing a pink knitted hat and a baseball jacket. She was huddled in a corner. She covered her mouth and coughed while picking up a pen to write the paper in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu put the cold medicine on her desk, then took her water cup and left the classroom. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Qingxiao coughed violently. Her lips turned pale as she looked up. Then her eyes looked at the cold medicine on the desk. After a moment, she reached out to untie the plastic bag and looked inside, a trace of guilt gradually flashing across her face. Not long after, Lu Yuanqiu came back with boiled water. He sat down and carefully poured the boiling water into the lid of the thermos cup, then moved it in front of her. "You don't have a runny nose, but you still feel cold. You must have a fever, and I just bought some antipyretics. You? Cough, cough. Didn't you go back for a nap?" Bai Qingxiao covered her mouth and asked him back. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. "I went back to sleep. Are you planning to just get over this illness? I told you yesterday that it was okay for me to get caught in the rain, but you kept tilting the umbrella towards me, yelling that I shouldn't catch a cold, but you caught a cold first." Bai Qingxiao bowed her head after hearing this. "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? If you want to apologize to yourself." Seeing that the girl didn't say anything, Lu Yuanqiu hesitated and asked again, "You?" He paused for a moment and said, "Are you having your period today?" The girl shook her head gently and didn't dare to look up at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If we were together, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it." Bai Qingxiao frowned and clenched her hands on her knees. "My health is not that bad. I'm different from others. I can get better without taking medicine for a cold. I'm different from others." Lu Yuanqiu twisted his mouth to imitate her speech, and then complained, "Are you an Iron Man? The key is that you may have a fever this time." After he finished speaking, he remembered to touch his pocket and took out a thermometer from it. "Come on, measure it first." Bai Qingxiao was holding a cup and medicine. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "I can help you put it in." The girl was sick, and did not forget to hum and glare at Lu Yuanqiu. After she took the thermometer, she paused for a moment, looked at the medicine, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "How much is it? I give it to you." "No. No." Lu Yuanqiu nodded in compromise. Okay, I just need a thermometer at home, and the remaining medicine is 20 yuan. Alas, you accepted the skirt I gave you a few days ago. I thought you wouldn't be so stingy with me about these small amounts of money." Bai Qingxiao frowned and covered her mouth. Ahem. Small amounts of money will always accumulate into a lot. You can't make it a habit. That skirt was given to me because you said you liked to see me wearing it. There is a difference. Chapter 273. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Lu Yuanqiu, put down everything in her hands, and then turned around and took out 2 10-yuan bills from her pocket and handed them to him. Lu Yuanqiu took it with a smile. "Then I say, I also like to see you take these medicines. You are making up excuses." Bai Qingxiao looked at him dimly. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said nothing. He took out each medicine and looked at it, and put the medicines that should be taken one by one. At this time, he saw Bai Qingxiao pulling open her clothes and putting a thermometer under her armpit. Lu Yuanqiu stretched his head and glanced at it furtively, but he didn't see anything, and was bumped into by Bai Qingxiao's gaze when she turned back. The girl stared at him with lifeless eyes. Lu Yuanqiu argued, stuttering and pointing to that side. "No, I see if you put it in the right place." It seems right." He asked again, "Can you read the thermometer? Of course, you should go home and take a nap." Bai Qingxiao looked at the boy with dark circles under his eyes, and felt even more guilty. She knew that Lu Yuanqiu was studying very late every day. "You should lie down for a while after taking the medicine. Otherwise, I will ride my bike to take you home, and you can go home and take a nap." Bai Qingxiao smiled, and shook her head at him. "No, I just lie here for a while." Lu Yuanqiu thought about it, but didn't get up in the end. He sorted out his desk. "I might as well not go home, just sleep here." Bai Qingxiu was stunned, nodded, smiled and didn't say anything. She covered her mouth and coughed several times, then took all the medicine. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu took the thermometer and looked at it, 38.7 degrees. After he said that, he raised his hand and touched Bai Qingxiao's forehead. I can't feel it. Come on, touch your forehead. Bai Qingxiao leaned over obediently, and Lu Yuanqiu leaned over as well. The two of them were close to each other. And then, there was a sudden cough at the door. They were so scared that they almost lost their souls. They separated as if they had been electrocuted. No, they hadn't been electrocuted yet. Lu Yuanqiu saw Su Miaomiu standing at the door of the class, looking at the scene in surprise. She looked back with an unnatural expression, then turned around and stared at the two of them, saying, Ah, you two, next time you do this kind of thing, you should close the door. Seeing Bai Qingxiao looking over anxiously, Lu Yuanqiu quickly stood up and pointed at her, explaining, No, Teacher Su, she has a fever, and I was just about to use my forehead to test how hot it is. Su Miaomiao, how hot is it? I haven't touched it yet, you show up. Lu Yuanqiu was indifferent. Su Miaomiao couldn't help laughing. I thought you two were going to test the temperature with your mouth. Bai Qingxiao lay on the table, her face flushed, and she coughed twice, and Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly and said, Teacher, you are really humorous. Su Miaomiao walked in, glanced at Zhang Yifeng's desk, crossed her arms, and stopped at Zhong Jinqing's desk, and sat down with her, but on the edge of Zhong Jinqing's desk. I have something to tell you. I will go to Zhucheng in a few days. My family urged me to go there now. When you start college, I will also start graduate school. Su Miaomiao sighed, and looked out the window of class 28. The glaring light from outside extended from the window, until it hit Zhang Yifeng's desk, and the picture of the white teaching building and the red rubber track outside the window was a scene she often saw when she turned her head in class. It was just that the scene that I thought was ordinary in the past, only now did I feel beautiful. Su Miaomiao was silent for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously, Teacher, are you from Zhucheng? Su Miaomiao smiled, Yes. Lu Yuanqiu said, Oh, you speak Zhucheng dialect quite well. Su Miaomiao smiled from ear to ear, Ma ma fu fu. Bai Qingxiao's eyes flickered back and forth between the two. Su Miaomiao walked over and stopped in front of Zhang Yifeng's desk again, leaning her butt against Zhang Yifeng's desk. Let's get back to the point. I've invited and said goodbye to everyone I should have invited these 2 days. I think there are still the kids in your class 28. There are too many people, and I can't invite them all. You see, find a few people you are close to, and ask them to come out this Saturday. Just say that Teacher Su is treating us to a farewell dinner, Lu Yuanqiu found that Su Miaomiao said it easily, but her eyes were always looking out the window behind him. Seeing this, he stepped aside. Su Miaomiao understood what he meant and said embarrassedly, I am indeed a little reluctant. In fact, I like being a teacher. It's really good to get along with the students. Bai Qingxiao pursed her lips and asked, Teacher. Ahem. Which university in Zhucheng are you going to study for a master's degree in? Su Miaomiao smiled. Why, want to come and play with me when the time comes? Bai Qingxiao nodded, and after a moment, she tugged on Lu Yuanqiu's clothes and added, I go with him. Su Miaomiao, are you two going to apply to a university in Zhucheng? Lu Yuanqiu, still considering it, but it's likely, Zhang Yifeng is determined to apply to a university in Zhucheng, and Zhong Jinqing has wanted to go to Zhucheng for a long time. Because Zhong Jinqing thinks that the beauties in Zhucheng are all wearing revealing clothes. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless when he heard this reason. Although he also wanted to see it, it was too outrageous to use this as a reason for choosing a city. Su Miaomiao was stunned and asked, Did Zhang Yifeng say that? Yes. She laughed dryly and said, Anyway, you can help organize people, just call those you have good relationships with. If there are too many people, the teacher can't afford it. Anyway, we will say goodbye to everyone in the end. Don't worry, teacher. Su Miaomiao said him and walked towards the classroom door. She suddenly looked back at the window of class 28. For a moment, she felt that the sky today looked particularly blue, vast and boundless. Gone. Su Miaomiao looked at the blue sky and said silently in her heart. In the afternoon, Lu Yuanqiu first told Zhang Yifeng the news that Su Miaomiao was leaving. Zhang Yifeng turned his eyes away from the mock test paper and looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise. After a while, he nodded gently and retracted his eyes, and his heart suddenly felt empty. Lu Yuanqiu patted his shoulder. Saturday, don't forget it. I know. After Lu Yuanqiu walked away from him, Zhang Yifeng sat in his seat in a daze for a while. When he came to his senses, he found that he had just written the words Zhucheng on the draft paper. Zhang Yifeng silently drew a cross on the 2 words, then opened the mock test paper and continued to look at the questions. Lu Yuanqiu told Zhong Jinqing, Gao Chong, Wang Haoren, and Chen Fei about this matter. He wanted to call Hu Kaiwei, But now, he has no resentment towards Hu Kaiwei. But Bai Qingxia seemed to hate her very much. When they were discussing at noon, when Hu Kaiwei was mentioned, Bai Qingxia directly made a cross in front of her with a serious expression. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her at that time. With no distractions in his mind, he just thought she was cute and wanted to get close to her to suck the taste of her little mouth. Well, then don't call Hu Kaiwei. Chapter 274. Call Chao Shuang and Ruan Yueru, two freeloaders who came here purely for free meals, and the lineup is similar to the last New Year's Eve lineup, with only Wang Haoran and Chen Fei in it. What? You called Chen Fei? In the men's restroom, Lu Yuanqiu took a small step forward and a big step forward in civility. Gao Chong stared at Lu Yuanqiu with wide eyes. He then lowered his head and quickly moved to the side before unbuttoning his belt. Zhong Jincheng lowered his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu and silently urinated in another direction. He murmured, Lu Yuanqiu, your wife will be blessed in the future. Lu Yuanqiu shook his pants twice and pulled up his pants. What's the matter? You want to marry your daughter to me? Get lost. Gao Chong quickly pressed Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders after pulling up his belt and rubbed his hands on his shoulders, which made Lu Yuanqiu stare. Gao Chong, you called Chen Fei? No, buddy, you want me to squat under the table to eat, right? Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. Okay, then you can play something exciting with Zhong Jincheng under the table. Zhong Jincheng, I have nothing to do with me. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and said to the two of them, don't worry too much about Teacher Su's farewell dinner. The real thing is to say goodbye together. The three of them walked out of the men's bathroom, and Gao Chong chased them out and asked, but Chen Fei and I. His voice stopped abruptly because Chen Fei just came out of the women's bathroom. One woman and three men stared at each other. Chen Fei said, what's wrong with me? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly gestured at his biceps. I don't know, I'm admiring my muscles. Zhong Jincheng turned around and put his fist against his forehead, pretending to be in deep thought. I don't know, I'm thinking about my question. Chen Fei looked at Gao Chong, who swallowed his saliva with a gulp, and explained stutteringly, you also went to see Teacher Su off. What a coincidence, I am too. Chen Fei had a blank expression. Yes, what a coincidence. At this time, she saw Zheng Yifeng coming to get water, and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Zheng Yifeng, can you help me get it for me? Zheng Yifeng said coldly, get it yourself. Chen Fei frowned. Why are you like this? I took it for you. Zheng Yifeng recalled that it seemed that this had happened, so he reached out and took Chen Fei's water cup. The latter smiled happily. Zheng Yifeng, you are so nice. After admiring the muscles, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that Gao Chong was gone. He looked towards the corridor and found that Gao Chong was walking towards class 28 of senior 3 with his head down. He looks like a dog, Lu Yuanqiu said to Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Jincheng nodded and left singing, The Sea of Suffering, Turning Up Love and Hate. Bai Qingxia came from the direction of the class with a water cup, looked at Zhong Jincheng who was singing and leaving strangely, and then looked at Lu Yuanqiu who was standing at the door of the bathroom. Lu Yuanqiu handed the water cup to Bai Qingxia. Help me get a glass of water. Bai Qingxia responded obediently. Okay. Oh, you are so nice, Xia, you are so nice to me. Lu Yuanqiu became coquettish. Chen Fei glared at him when she passed by, and left with the water cup. Bai Qingxia also returned the water cup to Lu Yuanqiu disgustedly, and coughed until her face turned red. Ahem. I won't take it, you take it yourself? Lu Yuanqiu stood at the door of the bathroom, holding a cup of water, looking bored. Saturday, 7 p.m. Hello? Have you two arrived yet? Lu Yuanqiu was calling Chao Shuang, and waved for a taxi. Not yet, how about you, brother Chiu? I'm on my way, I'm going to pick up Bai Qingxia now. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone, a message suddenly came in the mobile phone group chat, from the 5 people who had formed a group to play basketball before. Gao Chong, Lu Yuanqiu, Hack you, only Chen Fei, and I arrived first. You, what the did you want me to talk to her about? We have been awkward in front of the restaurant for 10 minutes, Zhong Jincheng, brother, calm down. Wang Haoran, what happened between you and Chen Fei? Aren't you two the most talkative in the class? Why are you still awkward? Zhong Jincheng at Wang Haoran, I'm curious. Why didn't you call Hu Kaiwei over? Wang Haoran, don't say it, she spent a lot of my money, but she still ignored me, Zhong Jincheng, brother, calm down. Okay, Hu Kaiwei is still like this. It turns out that a dog can't change its eating habits. It turns out that our Xia had expected this. Lu Yuanqiu sent a message with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu at Zheng Yifeng, where are you? Zheng Yifeng, don't rush me. Lu Yuanqiu, what the hell are you talking about? Gao Chong, Zheng Yifeng, what the hell are you talking about? Zhong Jinqing, Zheng Yifeng, what the hell are you talking about? Teacher Su is leaving soon. I wonder what you are still so proud of. Zheng Yifeng, you are bullying me. Lu Yuanqiu watched several people in the group chat quarreling with each other, and he occasionally added fuel to the fire and then turned off his phone. The taxi drove to the entrance of Ho Hot Lane, and Bai Qingxia, wearing a pink knitted hat, was already waiting there. She waited for the green light, crossed the road, and sat in the back seat with Lu Yuanqiu. How are you? Are you still having a fever? It's gone. Lu Yuanqiu didn't believe it. He raised his hand to open Bai Qingxia's knitted hat, and then put his forehead against it. It seems to be not hot anymore. Bai Qingxia pressed her mouth against Lu Yuanqiu's forehead, her eyes blank. Oh sorry, I put it in the wrong place. Lu Yuanqiu calmly moved his head upwards, and with a serious expression, he put his forehead against Bai Qingxia's forehead. It's really not hot anymore. After pulling his head back, he found that Bai Qingxia was pursing her lips, and looking at him strangely. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. What are you doing? I haven't told you that you kissed my forehead yet. Did you get my consent? Apologize to me, quickly. Bai Qingxia pulled the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry. Lu Yuanqiu raised an eyebrow. Hey, you are a good kid if you know your mistakes and correct them. The taxi driver suddenly took his right hand off the steering wheel, gestured a thumb backwards, and put it back on the steering wheel. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Bai Qingxia pouted slightly, raised her hand to adjust her hat with dissatisfaction, and suddenly she coughed twice. She quickly resisted the urge to cough for the third time, and secretly looked up at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her with death. Bai Qingxia quickly raised her little hand and explained, I don't have a fever anymore, I just cough a little, occasionally. Lu Yuanqiu said, don't eat cold food, don't be exposed to the wind, and don't eat spicy food. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped outside the pedestrian street. The two got out of the car and walked to the address that Su Miao had agreed to in advance. When they arrived at the door of the hotel, they found that everyone had already arrived. Zhong Jinqing said dissatisfiedly, You are so slow, what are you doing? You are so careless in seeing the teacher off. Chapter 275. Everyone stood in a neat row at the entrance of the restaurant, except for two guys who came here purely for free meals. Chao Shuang and Wan Yuer stood alone in a corner, talking furtively in a low voice. They looked at Chen Fei and Gao Chong, then at Zheng Yifeng and Su Miao. Chao Shuang laughed obscenely from time to time, give me, and no one knew what these two idiots were talking about. Let's go! Su Miao smiled and waved. Today she was wearing a white A-line skirt with black bottoms, a pair of graceful flat shoes with pearls, a slender waist, and long curly hair. Compared with her previous sweet image, she looked more mature and like a gentle big sister next door. Zheng Yifeng was separated from her by Chen Fei. He wanted to ask if Su Miao was cold, but he felt that this question was too straight, so he could only shut up. In the restaurant, everyone picked up their cups. There was no wine in the cups, but only drinks. Only Bai Qingxia's cup was filled with boiled water. Gao Chong was very honest today, so the task of livening up the atmosphere was given to Zhong Jinqing. Zhong Jinqing stood up and shouted exaggeratedly, as if he was drunk, I wish Teacher Su a prosperous journey. Thank you. Su Miao held the cup and looked at everyone who stood up. She was a little moved, but suddenly her feelings stopped. Her eyes were fixed on Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru, the two foodies who were eating hard. Bang! Bang! Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and blew a hole in each person's head. The two of them bit a mouthful of meat, and after reacting, they quickly swallowed the food and held the cup high. I wish Teacher Su a prosperous journey. In the private room, Bai Qingxia shouted loudly with everyone else. Thank you, everyone, thank you. Su Miao nodded, looked at everyone at the scene seriously, and then raised her head to drink the drink in the cup. During the meal, they talked for a long time about their high school life, from the first semester of the second year of high school to the second semester of the third year of high school, from the first meeting with the teacher to the school-level New Year's Eve party. Gao Chong also gradually relaxed, and waved his hand like a veteran at the dinner party. I still remember it was in the first year of high school. Suddenly someone in the corridor said that a very beautiful female teacher had come to the school, and everyone ran to watch. At that time, I was not in the same class with you, but I was already impressed by Zhong Jinqing, because he was the most active among the onlookers, trying to squeeze in like a cow. Su Miao smiled when she heard this, and turned her head to look at Zhong Jinqing. Ah! Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses, but didn't say anything, and was a little silent. Su Miaomiu patted his back gently. Stand up, you are the second in the grade. Zhong Jinqing suddenly wiped his tears at this time. Teacher, I can't get up, I'm sad. Can you please not leave? Su Miaomiu sighed and said helplessly, even if I don't leave, I can only accompany you for 2 months. Then I will be the one to say goodbye to you, and it will be even more sad. But I will always pay attention to your college entrance examination results. I will not withdraw from the class group, don't worry. Zhong Jinqing suddenly cried, and opened his arms to shrink into Su Miaomiu's arms, but was ruthlessly grabbed by Zhang Yifeng on the other side. Zhang Yifeng, if you want to cry, cry in my arms, don't rub your snot all over the teacher. No thank you. Zhong Jinqing suddenly raised his hand, and his crying face returned to normal. Zhang Yifeng, don't cry anymore? Don't cry anymore. Zhong Jinqing rolled his eyes, and picked up the cup to drink. Everyone laughed. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled twice, and when he saw Bai Qingxiao was about to get a drink, he hurriedly pulled her arm back. I told you not to drink cold drinks. Why didn't you listen? He scolded the girl, picked up the teapot and poured boiled water for Bai Qingxiao, and then muttered, pour more after you finish the boiled water. Bai Qingxiao pouted slightly, and glanced at the coconut juice. She wanted to drink it, but she could only take the cup and sip the boiling water obediently, which was like looking at the plum to quench her thirst. Chen Fei frowned. Teacher, I can't bear to leave you either. Wang Haoran seemed to have lost the strength to swing his middle part. Me too, I always feel that I am more like a friend to Teacher Su. Zhang Yifeng hesitated to speak, lowered his head, and ate the food silently. Su Miaomiu's eyes were red when she heard it. Okay, I know everything, the teacher knows everything otherwise. Let's eat first, don't talk about these sad topics while eating, anyway, the contact information is all there, and I can come to the class reunion in the future. After she finished speaking, she pointed at Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru and said with a smile, like them, you should eat to your heart's content when you eat, and don't talk about sad things. Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru were startled, their mouths bulged like squirrels. They silently put down their chopsticks and sat upright. Su Miaomiu smiled, it's okay, eat. The two foodies started eating again, with peace of mind. Zhang Yifeng looked at Su Miaomiu at this time, and found that Su Miaomiu raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes, then picked up the chopsticks to pick up the dishes, and quietly lowered her head to eat. After finishing the meal, the 10 people left the restaurant. Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxiao's knitted hat down to cover her eyes, then laughed, and Bai Qingxiao quickly lifted the hat, revealing a pair of resentful eyes under her messy hair. Su Miaomiu said, let's go shopping for a while, you're not in a hurry to go back, right? Lu Yuanqiu said quickly, no hurry, no hurry. Bai Qingxiao also agreed, Dad is playing at Aunt Zhang's house, don't worry. The 10 people strolled along the pedestrian street, talking and laughing. Zhang Yifeng followed behind, and took out a small black cloth bag from his pocket. He thought for a moment, took 2 quick steps to Su Miaomiu's side, and handed over the bag. Teacher Su, this is a spare string for the violin, for you. Su Miaomiu took it and looked at him to thank him. Thank you, Zhang Yifeng, just now. You didn't say much, the teacher really hopes that you can keep up your current state until the college entrance examination. I will. Zhang Yifeng nodded, he thought for a moment, and then asked, Teacher, which school in Jucheng are you studying for a master's degree in? Su Miaomiu showed a rather naughty smile. Keep it a secret. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked forward, but her smile disappeared at the moment she turned around, and her eyes were a little red. I'm sorry, Zhang Yifeng, you're still young. You look so beautiful, but you haven't experienced the real world of flowers, and haven't encountered real temptations. How can you understand what like is, what love is? Wait a few years later, you will find that I am only suitable to appear in the memories of youth. Zhang Yifeng stood there for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao followed at this time. Zhang Yifeng felt the presence of the 2 people beside him, and smiled helplessly. Bai Qingxiao, you have learned bad things from Lu Yuanqiu. What Teacher Su wanted to express last time was not what you said, right? This? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxiao hesitantly. The girl straightened her pink knitted hat, and answered Zhang Yifeng as usual. If Teacher Su didn't care about you, it should be the head teacher who accompanied you through the adult door that day, not her. Chapter 276. Lu Yuanqiu smiled when he heard this, and then shook his head towards Zhang Yifeng who was in a daze, and said proudly, Our Xia Xia is right, you idiot, Xia Xia is our elbow, don't pay attention to this idiot. Zhang Yifeng looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who was walking in front of him, while lowering his head to tease Bai Qingxiao, and was in a trance for a long time. Yes, the person who accompanied me in that situation should be the class teacher, Why was it Teacher Sue? What did they talk about? Zheng Yifeng thought and followed the front. There was a noise coming from the side of the pedestrian street. Lu Yuanqiu saw a group of people gathered in front of him. There seemed to be a band in the middle of the crowd, but they were not singing. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly had an idea and walked over and squeezed into the crowd. Hey, brother, the equipment is good. Lu Yuanqiu shouted at the top of his voice in a familiar manner. Bai Qingxia stared at this scene in amazement. I don't understand. Does every social bull talk to people anytime and anywhere? The lead singer sitting on the high stool looked at Lu Yuanqiu and asked, Are you in a band too? Lu Yuanqiu, no. Then what are you talking about? The lead singer laughed dryly and ignored Lu Yuanqiu. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu squeeze into the crowd, Su Miaomiao and others followed him. With others leading the way, Bai Qingxia dared to follow behind, but she still stood beside Su Miaomiao like a good baby, looking around quietly. What is Lu Yuanqiu going to do again? Zhong Jincheng asked while picking his teeth. Who knows? Gao Chang was also picking his teeth, and he spitted casually to the side. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the meat shreds he picked were spit onto Chen Fei's arm. Chen Fei turned her head. Lu Yuanqiu continued to ask the lead singer, Why don't you sing? The lead singer replied nonchalantly. The keyboard player went to play the tuba, waiting for him. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Let me sing a song. The lead singer glanced at him and wanted to refuse, but used a euphemism. The keyboard player is not here. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. I have a keyboard player. After he said that, he hurriedly pulled Zheng Yifeng from the crowd to the center of everyone's vision. Seeing this, the lead singer was stunned on the spot, and Zheng Yifeng was also confused. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and asked, Teacher Su, which song do you like best? Zheng Yifeng and I will work together on a song to send you off. Su Miaomiao opened her eyes wide with joy. Really? Well, I want to listen to Red High Heels. Zheng Yifeng looked at her smile, and was fascinated for a few seconds, then turned back to look at the electronic keyboard on the scene. The lead singer was still reluctant and frowned. Hey brother, It's not that I don't want you to. His words stopped abruptly, because Zheng Yifeng stuffed 500 yuan into his shirt pocket, and then quietly walked to the electronic keyboard and got familiar with it. The lead singer's expression immediately turned flattering. Hey, please, both of you, all departments, get ready. Red High Heels. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the front of the microphone pole and raised his eyebrows at Bai Qingxia. The girl next to Su Miaomiao shyly didn't look at him. Is it okay? Lu Yuanqiu turned back to look at Zheng Yifeng. The latter smiled. No problem. 3, 2, 1, the prelude of the song sounded. Zheng Yifeng began to play with the bassist, drummer, and guitarist in the band. His slender 5 fingers pressed the black and white keys, with a serious look on his face. The rhythm danced with his fingertips. The boy looked up at Su Miaomiao and showed her a handsome and warm smile. Su Miaomiao's pupils flickered, and the next second she avoided the boy's sight, turning her head to Bai Qingxia beside her, and smiling to hide her confusion. The prelude was about to end. Yohu. Lu Yuanqiu turned around on the spot, suddenly tilted the microphone stand with both hands, leaned over and screamed as if he was holding a beauty, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the scene. How to describe you most appropriately? What is special to compare with you? He sang a beautiful song, slowly straightened the microphone stand, then smiled and stretched out his arms to point at the woman and girl standing together. His shoulders moved with the rhythm of the music, and raised one side of his sword eyebrow at them in a rogue manner. His confident appearance made Su Miaomiao laugh non-stop, and made Bai Qingxia blush and dazed. The confident and flamboyant lead singer, and the handsome and gentle keyboard player instantly attracted the attention of the audience. Some people started taking pictures, and some shouted loudly. Even the original lead singer stood silently, and clapped stupidly. This is called not playing in a band? I am playing the pig and eating the tiger, right? He pulled the corner of his mouth, and complained in his heart. Is it a show? The lead singer looked around suspiciously again, but he didn't see any camera equipment, only a group of young and beautiful boys and girls cheering loudly. You are as comfortable as being in a quilt. But you are as elusive as the wind. Lu Yuanqiu skillfully opened his arms, swayed his body, and sang affectionately, while Zheng Yifeng moved his lips, carefully pressing the black and white keys while singing softly. When Lu Yuanqiu handed him the microphone, he shyly avoided his head. Su Miaomiao and Bai Qingxia clapped their hands, and looked at the boy who was fixed in their eyes. The neon lights behind them were dazzling, and the stars in the sky were twinkling. Like the perfume on your wrist. Like the red high heels that you can't let go of. Su Miaomiao sang along to the end, raised her hand to wipe her tears, then smiled with tears in her eyes, and raised her arms to applaud. That year's youth. Flame and passionate. Monday. Su Miaomia left quietly. At first, the 7 people didn't know, and thought Su Miaomia would come to the class to say a formal farewell, until the new English substitute teacher walked into the class. Everyone was surprised. Teacher, you went to the wrong class. Some students joked with a smile. Isn't this an English class? Where is Teacher Su? The English teacher on the stage smiled and explained, Hello, students. Teacher Su has resigned. I am your substitute English teacher, and will be responsible for teaching your class English for the next 2 months. Which paper did Teacher Su talk about in the last class? The students suddenly fell silent, and no one answered the question. After a long time, the voice of the English class representative came with a sense of loss. Teacher, mock test paper 5. The English teacher on the stage smiled and said, Okay, everyone take out the mock test paper 5. Everyone's movements seemed to be a beat slower, but then they all lowered their heads and took out the test papers. They just became silent. Among the students, the 7 who knew the results in advance were not surprised. Bai Qingxiao by the window took a deep breath and lowered his head to look at the test paper. Lu Yuanqiu supported his head with his left hand, turned his pen with his right hand, and turned his head to the right. In the classroom with a breezy breeze, on the desks piled with books like a mountain, everyone lowered their heads, their faces blocked by the books. Zhang Yifeng had already lowered his head to do the questions. Zhong Jincheng seemed to have no intention of studying. He was leaning against the wall in the back row, picking the eraser on the table with his index finger boredly again and again. Puff. Puff. Lu Yuanqiu was about to touch the test paper, but suddenly he looked at the wrong question book. He turned to the last page of the wrong question book by some strange coincidence, and there was a sentence written on it. People cannot have youth and the feeling of youth at the same time, but I am different, so I am very lucky. Chapter 277. Mock Paper 5. Bai Qingxiao beside him whispered a reminder. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He closed the wrong question book, put it aside, and then took out the mock paper 5. Paw. At this time, his left arm knocked the red pen off. Lu Yuanqiu bent down to pick it up, but it hit Bai Qingxiao's head with a bang. Ah! Oh my! It turned out that Bai Qingxiao, and he bent down to pick up the pen at the same time. The two looked up at the same time, covering their heads, and looked at each other with a bit of a helpless look. After Lu Yuanqiu covered his forehead, he rubbed Bai Qingxiao's forehead and asked, Did it hurt? I feel it hurts a lot. Bai Qingxiao smiled, and shook her head to indicate that it was okay. She bent down to pick up the red pen that Lu Yuanqiu dropped, and put it on the other's desk. Lu Yuanqiu spread out the English paper, and moved the pen to the upper right corner of the desk to prevent it from being knocked off again. He was not interested in the class. He looked at the curtain floating near the blackboard in front of him, then sighed, lowered his head and murmured, You are as comfortable as being in a quilt, but as unpredictable as the wind. Zhang Yifeng stopped writing, and turned his head to the left. Red high heels, right? A gentle voice came from the side. Lu Yuanqiu raised his head, and found that it was the new English teacher standing beside his desk. He nodded, Yeah. The new English teacher smiled and agreed. I'd like to listen to this song too. You have good taste, Lu Yuanqiu. Listen to the class carefully. After she finished speaking, she took the test paper and walked to the other side. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her back. The same gentle voice, the same love of listening to music, but not the same person. Maybe things have changed. These 4 words are the norm of life. He didn't think about it anymore, put the mock test paper 5 aside, and continued to do exercises for other subjects. Chinese class. After the speech, Lu Wei walked up to the podium and said to everyone, There will be a parent meeting this Friday, for the first and second mock tests and the college entrance examination. It may be your last parent meeting in high school. This is the first thing. The second thing, after May Day, is the third mock test. Seeing everyone silent, Lu Wei suddenly laughed. Why are you all so listless? Stand up. How can you fight in June when you are so weak? Gao Chong said weakly, Teacher, why don't you have the exam before the May Day holiday? Lu Wei adjusted her thick glasses and supported her hands on the podium. It's only 3 days including the weekend, there is no difference, but I still say that if there is a big exam, have fun, if there is a small exam, have fun, if there is no exam, don't play, have fun on May Day, there are only a few days before the college entrance examination. She was stunned when she said this, turned around and looked at the blackboard, and suddenly patted her forehead as if she remembered. Why didn't you remind me that other classes have started writing the countdown to the college entrance examination, but our class has not made any moves yet? After class, Lu Yuanqiu saw Wang Haoran walk up to the blackboard and write above the duty corner, College Entrance Examination Countdown. 57 days after writing, Wang Haoran shook his middle finger, threw the chalk casually on the podium table, and then jumped high on the steps, making a shooting motion in the air. I can imagine how long the remaining 2 months will be, he sighed. Long? Lu Yuanqiu leaned back in his chair and asked silently in his heart. Maybe. Tuesday, April 12th. Zhang Yifeng walked into the office with his Chinese test paper as usual. This semester, his presence in the office with his Chinese test paper has become commonplace for all the teachers. The boy turned his head and glanced at the empty desk by the window on the right. There were only a few plates of cactus balls on the desk. Teacher, what is the format for answering this type of question? Is there a most standard format? I write it down. Zhang Yifeng put the test paper on Lu Wei's desk and pointed to a reading comprehension question and asked her. Lu Wei looked down and nodded. Yes, I take out the answer and underline it for you with a red pen. Zhang Yifeng stood up and looked back at the cactus ball on the desk by the window. He thought for a moment and asked Lu Wei, Teacher, can I have that cactus ball? Lu Wei glanced at it and responded, That's what Teacher Su left behind. If you want it, take it. Okay. Zhang Yifeng smiled and responded, lowered his head, looking very happy. Friday afternoon. The parents' meeting came as scheduled. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoya came to the teaching building with the parents of senior high school students. Seeing that uncles and aunts came, Bai Qingxiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu beside her in surprise. Is it strange to have two of you? One is for my parents' meeting, and the other is for you. Lu Yuanqiu explained to her with a smile. Bai Qingxiu was stunned. She hurriedly followed Lu Yuanqiu to greet them. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the seats of his parents, still the 2 seats by the window in the back row. Okay. The couple walked in eagerly. Su Xiaoya sat in Bai Qingxiu's seat, and Lu Tian sat in Lu Yuanqiu's seat. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu walked to the window together, and watched the couple in the corner talking and laughing while looking at their textbooks. They also gestured to each other with exaggerated movements. Seeing this, Bai Qingxiu smiled with a complicated expression. But as she smiled, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes became wet again, but she resisted the urge to shed tears, and just looked at the corner silently. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the innocent face reflected in the window, and remained silent. Zhang Yifeng was sitting in the corner of the rooftop opposite the bathroom. He was eating bread while looking at the Chinese language answer analysis placed on his legs. On the step where he was sitting, there was a cactus ball quietly placed next to him, as if it represented someone accompanying him. Zhang Yifeng bit the bread and turned the analysis back, and suddenly heard a voice coming from the side and back. Zhang Yifeng. Hearing these 3 words, he raised his eyes in surprise, forgot to swallow the bread in his mouth, and turned his head to look. Stepmother Yi Hui was wearing a graceful long skirt. She was beautiful, with carefully permed and dyed curly hair scattered naturally behind her. The woman carried a white bag, and looked at the boy studying alone in the corner, with a complicated expression. I don't know your seat, point it to me, Yi Hui said to him. Zhang Yifeng hurriedly swallowed the bread, he stood up, and at the same time carefully picked up the cactus ball beside him, just standing there staring at his stepmother, not speaking for a long time. You don't welcome me so much? Yi Hui looked at him with a wry smile. Zhang Yifeng, I didn't inform you, why did you? Yi Hui explained. Teacher Lu called me, so I came. I didn't have time, so I called your uncle, and he said you didn't inform him. Zhang Yifeng, don't you want anyone to come to your last parent-teacher meeting? Chapter 278. Zhang Yifeng shook his head. No, I just don't want to bother my second uncle anymore. Hearing this, Yi Hui's throat moved and she was silent for a moment. After a moment, she took a deep breath, looked at the boy, and asked, I always wanted to know why you don't want to get high scores? Why do you want to pretend to be a poor student? Because no one can let me share the joy of getting high scores, but getting low scores will make life more colorful. The boy held the cactus ball pot tightly in his hand. He remained silent, and did not answer his stepmother. Forget it. Knowing that Zhang Yifeng would not confide in her, Yi Hui lowered her head. Come with me and point out your seat. Zhang Yifeng nodded. Okay. He led the fashionable and beautiful woman to the classroom. In the corridor, Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong looked at this strange and beautiful woman in surprise, and quickly made way to the side. After pointing out the seat, Yi Hui walked into the classroom and sat down on the seat, while Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong quietly walked to the window and stood beside Zhang Yifeng. Who is she? Zhong Jinqing asked. My mom? Does your mother have a boyfriend? Zhang Yifeng turned his head. Gao Chong quickly covered Zhong Jinqing's mouth with his hand and dragged him back, smiling at Zheng Yifeng. He's stupid, ignore him. This parent meeting lasted a long time, and there was no personal recognition that Lu Tian expected. Each teacher went in and spoke for a long time. The parents listened attentively, not distracted for a minute, for fear of missing a word, because behind the teachers, 53 days to the college entrance examination. A few words invisibly brought pressure, tension, and anxiety to everyone. At this extremely critical juncture, everyone was cautious. On Friday, April 29th, the countdown to the college entrance examination was 39 days. A bright black Toyota stopped on the side of the road, and in the driver's seat, the owner of the Dancing Youth Dance clothing store looked back and shouted, "Luo Cheng, wake up, aren't you short of stationery? Buy it here." In the back seat, a fat boy slowly sat up, rubbed his hazy eyes, and turned his head to look out the window. The woman in the driver's seat took out her wallet and asked her son, "Is 50 yuan enough?" "I have money." The fat boy got out of the car and walked towards the door of Four Seasons Fresh supermarket. The boss lady stuck her head out of the car window and shouted, "Buy more. You do so many questions every day. How can one bag of pen refills be enough?" "Got it." The fat boy walked into the supermarket, casually glanced at the middle-aged man lying next to the cash register, who looked like a comedian, and then walked towards the stationery area. He bought 5 bags of refills, 2 B pencils, and erasers, and then walked towards the door. At this time, a girl with a ponytail and a red vest passed by him. The fat boy liked to walk with his head down. When he noticed someone in front of him, he stopped and waited for the other person to pass by before walking to the cashier. After paying the bill, he walked out of the supermarket and got into his mother's car. Lu Tian put the money he had just collected into the drawer, stretched his waist, yawned, and looked at the girl who was busy in the supermarket and shouted, "Xiao Xia." Bai Qingxia put down a cardboard box and quickly responded to the back, "I'm here." She trotted to the cashier, looked at Lu Tian with her bright eyes, and smiled sweetly on her face. "Go out and play with Lu Yuanqiu on May Day. You two should relax and stop studying. Also, please help persuade Lu Yuanqiu. This kid studies at home until 3 in the morning every day. Do you know about this?" Bai Qingxia slightly widened her eyes in surprise, and quickly shook her head, "No. I don't know, he told me that he goes to bed on time at 11 every day." Lu Tian was silent for a moment, lowered his head, and licked his lips. "This kid. He is working too hard now. His mother and I are not used to it, and we are worried that he will have health problems, go to bed late, and get up early. Won't he feel sleepy at school like this?" Bai Qingxia shook her head again. "No, he has been doing exercises in and out of class, never stopping." Lu Tian swallowed his saliva and was a little scared. He hurriedly said, "Then please help me talk to him. Learning should be a combination of work and rest. We don't have to let him get into a good university. What we hope most is that he can grow up healthy and happy. On this basis, if he works harder, that's enough." Bai Qingxia pursed her lips slightly and nodded to Uncle Lu seriously, "I will." On the morning of May Day, Bai Songzhou went to work. Bai Qingxia washed the sheets and quilt covers and hung them on the rooftop to dry, then returned to the house with the basin. She locked the door, placed the basin upright against the wall, then walked behind the curtain, opened the closet, and took out the white dress and underwear from it. Bai Qingxia sat on the edge of the bed, holding the hem of the old short-sleeved shirt with both hands, and pulling it up, revealing her slender waist and snow-white and delicate back skin. The scene in front of her was blocked by her back, with only a hint of her round outline vaguely visible. Bai Qingxia put on her underwear, put her hands behind her back to button it up, then bent over and took off her shorts, revealing 2 shallow waist dimples and a pair of snow-white long legs. She pulled the white dress down from her head, stretched out her arms, and then pulled all her long black hair out of her collar, shook her head left and right, and then gathered her hair, and tied it into a high ponytail with a pink rubber band. Bai Qingxia picked up the clean white socks and put them on her feet, then stood up and put the pink hairpin on her head. She looked at herself in the mirror for a few seconds, then turned around and picked up the pillow on the bed, and took out the several hundred yuan she had put under the pillow last night. But the skirt had no pockets, and Bai Qingxia didn't want to carry a school bag. After all, she was wearing a beautiful skirt today, and it wouldn't look good with a school bag on her back. Give the money to Lu Yuanqiu. She was going to spend her money today. After making the decision, Bai Qingxia locked the door and walked out of Ho Hot Lane. The taxi that Lu Yuanqiu called had already stopped by the road. Bai Qingxia came to the zebra crossing and waited quietly for the green light. She looked at the boy in the window opposite and smiled at him. By the car window, Lu Yuanqiu's hair on his forehead floated in the wind, and his eyes under the hair were once again stunned by the girl's pure beauty. When the green light came on, Bai Qingxia quickly crossed the road and trotted to the back seat of the taxi to sit down. I said the white dress looks good, it suits you very well, and it looks better than the yellow floral dress you wore before. Take me with you when you buy clothes in the future, and trust my vision. Lu Yuanqiu kept talking, but suddenly stopped because Bai Qingxia put her hand on his face. Lu Yuanqiu slowly lowered his eyes and looked. He saw Bai Qingxia's hand continue to carefully reach up, and her fingertips lifted his bangs. The girl looked at Lu Yuanqiu's dark circles and asked distressedly, "What time did you go to bed last night?" Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, then smiled helplessly. "Why are you asking again? Dark circles are normal. Who gets enough sleep in the 3rd year of high school? You see, Zhong Jinqing also has dark circles every day." Chapter 279. I asked you what time you went to bed. Bai Qingxia put her hand down and asked him again seriously. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment. 11 o'clock. Oh no, 12 o'clock. Or maybe 12:30, I forgot. He swallowed his saliva and stared at Bai Qingxia's eyes with an unnatural expression. For the first time, Lu Yuanqiu found that Bai Qingxia's eyes were so aggressive, as if they could see through people's lies. Bai Qingxia didn't ask any more questions. She stuffed the 300 yuan in her hand to Lu Yuanqiu and said, "Spend my money today, give it to you." Lu Yuanqiu took it in a daze, and suddenly realized what he had just found strange. It was that Bai Qingxia didn't carry a small bag like other girls. Nowadays, which girl goes out without a bag? 300 yuan, so rich? Are you sure? Bai Qingxia raised her chin slightly towards him and smiled. Small money. Wow, rich woman. Lu Yuanqiu clapped his hands exaggeratedly. Bai Qingxia was embarrassed by his actions. She secretly glanced at the driver, leaned down slightly, and hugged her knees, muttering softly, "I'm not a rich woman. Anyway, just spend my money today." Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl's fair and tender face and smiled and said him. The taxi stopped near the pedestrian street. The two got off. Lu Yuanqiu first took Bai Qingxia to Sanfu department store. "How long will you stay outside today?" Lu Yuanqiu asked when he walked in. Bai Qingxia answered straightforwardly, "All day." Huh? Lu Yuanqiu stopped where he was, a little surprised. He thought Bai Qingxia would have lunch outside and then go back, and he was ready to do homework at home in the afternoon, but Bai Qingxia actually said to play all day. Of course Lu Yuanqiu agreed. After all, the opportunity was rare. Okay, a whole day is a whole day. He took Bai Qingxia into the store, pretending to stroll around casually, but in fact he was walking towards the bag-selling area with a clear goal. The girl was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of goods in the store. She stopped several times to stare at something, not daring to touch it. Only when Lu Yuanqiu called her did she come to her senses and follow. "There are so many things here," Bai Qingxia said with emotion beside Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, yes. After he said that, he reached for a small white leather bag hanging on the wall, which had a sunflower pendant on it. "Does it look good?" Lu Yuanqiu asked her. "It looks good." "What about this one?" "It looks good too." "This one?" "It looks good." Lu Yuanqiu took one bag after another and asked, and Bai Qingxia gradually realized that something was wrong. "Does this one look good?" Lu Yuanqiu took another bag. Bai Qingxia stared at the bag in his hand, then raised her watery eyes to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and shook her head expressionlessly. "It doesn't look good." "Ah." Lu Yuanqiu quickly put the bag back. But he gradually found that Bai Qingxia said that every bag he picked next was not good looking. A few minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the wall and laughed angrily. "Are you afraid that I will buy it for you? So you say it is not good looking?" "It is not good looking in the first place. I don't like it." Bai Qingxia turned her head and walked away. She took out this money for Lu Yuanqiu to play and buy food, not to waste it on buying things for her. Lu Yuanqiu immediately took the first white bag and followed her. After leaving Sanfu department store, Bai Qingxia looked at the bag in Lu Yuanqiu's hand, and her eyes were red with anger. "What kind of bag costs 200 yuan? I don't want it, you should return it." She pursed her lips, and was too embarrassed to speak in the store. Now she looked like she was about to cry, and she felt very wronged. 300 yuan was gone in a flash, and that was 300 yuan. Was it so easy to spend? Why is a bag that can barely fit a banana so expensive? It's simply unimaginable. Lu Yuanqiu looked serious. "I can't return it. If you gave me money today to buy me happiness, I have already bought the first happiness." The girl raised her eyes to look at him, and her tears were forced back. She blinked, and before she could react, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and put the bag on her body. The white bag matched her perfectly, and there was a yellow sunflower pendant on it. Lu Yuanqiu even felt that Bai Qingxiao was just missing a sun hat with flowers on it, and sunglasses on her face. If you ignore the brand, she is definitely an urban beauty, a rich girl. Bai Qingxiao looked down at the bag beside her, feeling nothing. She looked up at Lu Yuanqiu and confirmed with him again, "Are you really happy?" "The thing that makes me happiest is that you can become beautiful." Lu Yuanqiu pursed his lips and said seriously. Bai Qingxiao frowned. "Okay then." She quickly grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm and said, "Spend the remaining 100 yuan sparingly. I only took 300 yuan, and there is no more." Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanqiu was amused by her. Bai Qingxiao felt a little aggrieved and stared at him blankly, not knowing what he was laughing at or what was so funny. The two went to the arcade again. Lu Yuanqiu exchanged 50 yuan for game coins, took Bai Qingxiao to ride a motorcycle, drove a racing car, played the King of Fighters, shot a basketball. In the end, there were 20 coins left, and he took her to the claw machine again. The two stood happily beside the claw machine, and Bai Qingxiao asked with a smile, "Do you want to buy a doll?" After she said that, she touched the glass in front of her, but couldn't find where the glass door opened. She tilted her head and observed for several times, but couldn't find it. Has she never heard of the term grabbing dolls? Lu Yuanqiu watched the scene quietly, silent. "This is for grabbing. Do you see the metal claw?" Lu Yuanqiu pointed. Bai Qingxiao then put her eyes on the top and smiled. "It's for grabbing. How do you grab it?" she asked curiously. "Let's put in coins again, 2 coins at a time. We can catch 10 times." Lu Yuanqiu demonstrated it in front of her once, but failed to catch it, so he let Bai Qingxiao try the rest. However, Bai Qingxiao was a little panicked after not catching it once. After trying the second time, she still failed to catch it. She quickly put the remaining 14 coins in Lu Yuanqiu's hand and laughed dryly. "You come, I don't know how to catch it, don't waste it." Lu Yuanqiu took it, until there were only 2 coins left, and he failed before, so he gave the last chance to Bai Qingxiao. This thing is about probability, not technology. You can do the last one. Bai Qingxiao took the 2 coins, but she didn't rush to throw them in. After thinking for a while, she switched to a machine next to her. This time, the girl nervously put in the coins and moved her claws. The metal claws really grabbed a doll. Bai Qingxiao held her breath until she saw the doll being thrown into the hole by the claws. "Got it! Got it!" She bent down in surprise and took out the doll, and jumped happily twice in front of Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu had never seen Bai Qingxiao like this before. He laughed along. "That's amazing." With the remaining 50 yuan, the two of them had noodles on the street for lunch. They continued to stroll around the mall in the afternoon. After about 20 minutes, they were tired and sat down on a bench in the mall. "Are you happy today, Lu Yuanqiu?" Hearing the serious question from the side, Lu Yuanqiu tilted his head slightly, thinking of the innocent smiles he had seen so many times today, and answered, "Very happy." "What are we doing this afternoon?" "Let's sleep, Lu Yuanqiu." The girl looked at the boy's face tenderly, at his dark circles, and at the fatigue hidden under his smile. She spoke again distressfully, "Let's sleep for a while." "Where?" Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused. Bai Qingxiao put her thighs together, brushed her white skirt with her hands, and said to him seriously, "Here, sleep for a while, okay?" Chapter 280. It's okay to make do with it. Lu Yuanqiu shook his bangs, and responded seriously. He felt that his expression at the moment might be very similar to Mao Sheng. This bench itself is a 2-person seat without armrests. Lu Yuanqiu lay down on his side, facing Bai Qingxiao's belly. The pillow under his head was soft and bouncy. Lu Yuanqiu closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of fresh air. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He raised his head, and looked at the face that was still pure and beautiful even when he looked up at it, and sighed, "My belly smells so good." Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao's smile suddenly froze, and she quickly raised her hand to turn Lu Yuanqiu's head in another direction. "Hey, neck, neck." Lu Yuanqiu lay on his side facing Bai Qingxiao's knees with an expressionless face, and the experience was completely different from before. At this time, a pair of soft hands touched his head and his chin respectively, and Bai Qingxiao's gentle voice came from above, "Go to sleep." Lu Yuanqiu felt the comfort of his head being touched by the palm of his hand, and asked her, "What about you?" "I close my eyes and rest for a while." "Okay, I lie down for a few dozen minutes, remember to call me." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu curled up his legs and closed his eyes with a smile. This place is quite quiet. From time to time, a breeze blows from the entrance of the shopping mall. There is no noise of the crowd in my ears, but there is a faint sound of piano not far away. Lu Yuanqiu smells the fragrance of laundry detergent on the white dress, and suddenly feels that even the wind is gentle at this moment, but followed by a surging feeling of fatigue. He was really a little tired. Lu Yuanqiu slept for a long time. When he woke up, the flow of people in front of him had obviously increased. He looked at the lights on the ceiling and got up quickly. Bai Qingxiao looked at him with her watery eyes wide open, with a smile on her face. Awake? Lu Yuanqiu rubbed his cheek and responded, Well, you didn't sleep? I slept. I just woke up too. She answered, but her legs were stiff and motionless. Lu Yuanqiu took out his mobile phone to check the time, and his eyes widened immediately. I slept for 4 hours? Why didn't you call me? Bai Qingxiao, I forgot. Let's go, it's getting dark, I take you home first. As Lu Yuanqiu got up, Bai Qingxiao's weak request suddenly came from behind. Let's sit for a while. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at her motionless appearance, then looked at her legs, and immediately understood everything. He half knelt in front of the girl with some apology. I just realized, are your legs numb? Bai Qingxiao shrugged her shoulders lightly, supported her hands on the edge of the chair, didn't say anything, but smiled at him embarrassedly. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her white skirt and wanted to rub her legs, but he knew Bai Qingxiao would definitely refuse, so he put away the idea and just sat on the chair with her again. He thought about what Bai Qingxiao said to him before going to bed, turned his head and asked, Did my dad tell you that I study very late every day? Bai Qingxiao nodded, and then said seriously, You can't do this in the future. You will not be able to get up so early every day. What is this? Lu Yuanqiu murmured, as if talking in his sleep. I just don't want to regret it again. It's better to work hard for a few months than to regret for decades. Bai Qingxiao was confused, but she didn't think about it at the moment. She said seriously again, No. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. I'm in good health. No means no. Looking at her serious and somewhat angry face, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. Tell me, what can you do to me? Bai Qingxiao pursed her lips slightly, thinking about strategies in her mind. She subconsciously wanted to say, Then I will ignore you, but she didn't dare to say that, fearing that Lu Yuanqiu would take it seriously, so she changed the way of threatening, I will hit you. The girl raised her pretty eyebrows, revealing a self-righteous and fierce expression. Lu Yuanqiu's face was tense and his mouth was pursed. He was almost melted by her cuteness, but he still shrank his neck to look at her in surprise. He held back his laughter, Then hit me, and let me see. Bai Qingxiao naturally wouldn't hit him. Seeing his excitement, she was puzzled. What are you laughing at? I will really get angry and hit you. Your behavior of staying up late every day is too irrational, and will have a counterproductive effect. Hit me when you are angry. Lu Yuanqiu approached her in a sly manner and patted her cheek. Bai Qingxiao was dumbfounded. Why could Lu Yuanqiu be so shameless? She even felt that if she slapped him, Lu Yuanqiu would find an opportunity to lick her hand. I won't hit you. Have you changed your mind now? Bai Qingxiao didn't say anything, staring at him for a long time, and finally said helplessly, Why don't you listen to me? I'm telling you seriously that I don't want you to do anything that will hurt your body, and you're still joking with me. What should I do to make you listen? Her expression looked like she was about to cry the next second, which happened to pierce the softest part of Lu Yuanqiu's heart. The boy could only quickly regain his composure and said, Okay, I promise you, I won't stay up late. This time, Bai Qingxiao's tears were almost taken back by her straightforwardness. She blinked her eyes, and suddenly felt confused as if her spell was interrupted. However, the girl reacted quickly and emphasized, You have to really promise. I swear, if I can't do it, my dad will suffer from insomnia for a whole year. In the supermarket, Lu Tian sneezed 5 times in a row. Bai Qingxiao wanted to laugh, but she felt that she should be serious, so she looked at the other person with a slightly uncontrolled expression, and after a long while, she said, Okay. Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Bai Qingxiao, who looked at him, also laughed. Have you recovered from the numbness in your legs? Not yet. The two finally couldn't help laughing, but the girl was much more restrained than the boy who laughed out loud. She just covered her mouth with her eyebrows curved, because it was the rush hour after get-off work, and the flow of people around was obviously more. In the crowd, they seemed to be enjoying the last joy before going to the battlefield while sitting on the bench. On May 10th, the results of the 3rd mock test were released. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the bulletin board in front of the classroom and looked at the table posted on it from the outside of the crowd. Bai Qingxiao, total score 687, first in class, first in grade. Zhong Jincheng, total score 651, second in class, 15th in grade. Zhang Yifeng, total score 645, 3rd in class, 30th in grade. Lu Yuanqiu, total score 550, 15th in class, 468th in grade. At this time, Zhang Yifeng and Bai Qingxia, who were standing by the bulletin board, almost simultaneously looked at Lu Yuanqiu, the messy-haired teenager. Lu Yuanqiu noticed the gazes from the side and laughed dryly. Why are you all looking at me? Isn't it normal to go up and down? No one can keep improving. Zhong Jinqing, Zhang Yifeng is very stable, with more than 640 points every time. Zhang Yifeng frowned at him. I've also regressed in grade ranking. Chapter 281. After he finished speaking, he placed his hand on Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder and patted him, then quietly returned to his seat. Zhang Yifeng sat in his seat and continued to spread out the answers to the Chinese language test and read it. In front of his desk, there was a pot of cute furry cactus. Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips, smiled at Bai Qingxia indifferently, raised his eyebrows, and then returned to his seat by the window. Bai Qingxia had been looking at him with concern, and did not look away after following Lu Yuanqiu back to his seat. She was tongue-tied, and didn't know what to say to comfort Lu Yuanqiu, but as long as she thought that Lu Yuanqiu would be sad, she would feel sad too, because she was the only one who knew how hard Lu Yuanqiu had worked during this period, but his efforts did not bring him positive results, but he fell back by more than 200 people. Lu Yuanqiu was staring at the blackboard in front of him in silence, and suddenly he noticed a warm and cool palm covering the back of his hand. He looked at it, then smiled and turned his head. What's wrong? Bai Qingxia carefully stretched her head to look at him. What are you thinking about? Lu Yuanqiu said seriously. I'm thinking about where the problem is this time. Only when we find the problem can we find the right medicine. He smiled and patted the back of Bai Qingxia's hand, and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm Lu Yuanqiu. Frustration and discouragement will never appear in me. Before the college entrance examination, all the results that appear are just valuable experiences. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded quickly to agree with the boy's words. Yes. Lu Yuanqiu continued to ponder. Seeing that he showed no abnormal behavior, Bai Qingxia then retracted her gaze with relief. She opened the window, and let the cool breeze blow into the back of the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head to look for the test paper. There were too many test papers during this period, and sometimes a page in a book was just forgotten there, and no one cared about it ever since. It took him several minutes to find all the 3 mock papers, and then he put them all on a table and looked at them. This time, all the questions he was good at were correct, and all got normal scores. I made a lot more mistakes on the content I am not good at than last time. In other words, my lower limit of score is around 550 points, it can't be lower. Lu Yuanqiu told himself in his heart. Specifically, I performed normally in Chinese and English in the 3rd mock exam, but I still can't do the big questions in math and science. The reason this time is that I made a lot of mistakes on the multiple choice questions in math and science compared to last time. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath. Science can be practiced more on the content, but he really has no way to solve the last 2 multiple choice questions and the last fill-in-the-blank question in the math paper, and he just guesses every time. Only a gifted person like Zhang Yifeng can easily solve these 3 questions every time, and the word hard work is worthless in front of these 3 questions. Lu Yuanqiu covered his face with his hands and let out a long breath. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Stop the car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. At worst, I can only hope for my luck. I have been reborn, so I must have some luck on the day of the college entrance examination. He murmured in his heart, and at the same time habitually recited the sentence, let him be strong, let the breeze blow over the hills, let him be arrogant, Ming. Suddenly, a voice came from the side, the moon shines on the river. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, surprised. Have you also read the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Bai Qingxia shook her head. No, but you always say this sentence before the exam, so I remember it. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her and collected all the papers. The moon shines on the river, the moon shines on the river. Moon, please give me, Lu Yuanqiu, light and power. Lu Yuanqiu pointed his hands at Bai Qingxia's face and said in a very childish way. The girl smiled and replied, the moonlight comes from the sun. Lu Yuanqiu was startled and looked up at her. Half a month later. May 25th. Luqing No. 7 Middle School Information Technology Classroom. Lu Yuanqiu entered the website. He looked at the content displayed on the top of the computer screen and whispered, Test site, Luqing No. 45 Middle School, 13th Test Room, seat number 14. Lu Yuanqiu put down the mouse and leaned over to Zhang Yifeng, who was sitting next to him. Where are you taking the test? Zhang Yifeng, number 48 Middle School, Wanghu Campus. Damn, you're also from number 48 Middle School? Gao Chong, who was sitting opposite, suddenly stood up and shouted, I'm also from number 48 Middle School, but I'm not from Wanghu Campus. He sat down again, with a twitch in his mouth, shaking his legs impatiently, while turning his head to look at other people's computer screens. Lu Yuanqiu murmured, Where is number 45 Middle School? Is it in Baoyuan District? Zhang Yifeng responded, It seems to be in Luguang District, a bit far. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and cursed, saying to him, I remember this is quite close to your home. Zhang Yifeng nodded. Zhong Jinqing came over at this time. He leaned on Zhang Yifeng's shoulder and looked at Zhang Yifeng's computer screen. Then he came over to observe Lu Yuanqiu's computer screen and laughed. Ha ha, your test site is also so far away. It's comfortable. Where are you? Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him unhappily. Zhong Jinqing, I'm taking the test in Yaojiang District. Damn, it seems that I have to ask my dad to book a hotel in advance. Lu Yuanqiu, me too. He stood up, looked at the girl, and walked over to Bai Qingxia. Where are you taking the exam? Bai Qingxia raised her head and answered, Number 45 Middle School. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and then asked in surprise, You are also taking number 45 Middle School? Which exam room? He didn't wait for the girl to answer, and bent down to look at the computer screen. Bai Qingxia moved her stool to the side in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned again. He looked back at Bai Qingxia in disbelief, and confirmed with the girl in person, You. Exam room 13? Bai Qingxia nodded. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at himself and said, I'm also in room 13. Bai Qingxia was surprised, and was stunned for a while. Lu Yuanqiu said, But our seats seem a bit far apart. Qin Fei added, So what if they're close? You still want to cheat? Bai Qingxia looked back at her in surprise and blinked, as if thinking about something. Lu Yuanqiu sneered, You can't do it even if you want to. Her seat number is right behind me, quite far away, so it's hard to turn around and communicate. In fact, even if he could do it, Lu Yuanqiu would not ask Bai Qingxia for help. He could have regrets in the college entrance examination, but he would not let Bai Qingxia take the risk of such a thing to make up for his regrets. Bai Qingxia would not agree to cheat either, which was not in line with her personality. After walking out of the information technology classroom, Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng were walking in front, and Bai Qingxia suddenly caught up with them from behind. Lu Yuanqiu, she shouted anxiously. Lu Yuanqiu turned around. What's wrong? Bai Qingxia glanced at Zhang Yifeng quietly, and quickly waved her hand at Lu Yuanqiu. Come with me. Chapter 282. Lu Yuanqiu followed her to the side. Bai Qingxia carefully observed the surroundings again, and after making sure that there was no one around, she whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, I've decided, I can help you cheat. After the girl finished speaking, she swallowed unnaturally, her eyelashes trembling, her breathing a little rapid, and her fists unconsciously clenched at her side. She looked like she had made up her mind to abandon all the habits and self she had insisted on in the past, which made her feel very insecure. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him in surprise. After a long pause he said, What are you kidding? Bai Qingxia was very nervous, and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm seriously. She didn't dare to look into the boy's eyes. She just lowered her head, and quickly said her plan, My seat is right behind you. Although you can't look back at me, I can see you. For example, we agreed in advance what the question is. Take the last math multiple choice question as an example. When you are not sure what to choose, you pretend to accidentally knock the eraser off. I will understand what you mean after I see it. 1 cough is A, 2 coughs are B, 3 coughs are C, and 4 coughs are D. The girl swallowed again after she finished speaking, then slowly raised her nervous eyes to look at the boy, her long and curled eyelashes still trembling. She added, I thought about it for a long time. This method is very safe. It won't be discovered. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her nervous look, and the smile on his face never stopped from the beginning. He reached out and grabbed Bai Qingxia's slender wrist, and brought it between the two of them. They looked at the 5 slender white fingers that were trembling slightly in the air. Seeing this, Bai Qingxia shyly retracted her hand, quickly clenched it with the other hand, bit her lip, and felt a little guilty. Lu Yuanqiu then said, Look at you, how nervous were you when you were making the plan? Are you sure you can still cough well when you actually implement it? Bai Qingxia frowned. Coughing is so simple. How can I not cough well? Lu Yuanqiu made a vomiting expression at her, and explained, If you choose D, I'm afraid you will vomit like this after coughing twice. Bai Qingxia raised her hand and hit him on the arm, dissatisfied. I'm not that bad, I won't. Lu Yuanqiu. Okay, if I can't do it by then, I throw the eraser again, okay? You wait for my instructions. Okay. The girl nodded solemnly, as if she was ready to carry out this difficult task. 2 days later, Lu Wei walked into the classroom with a stack of pink admission tickets. She looked at everyone in the audience and suddenly laughed. Do you know what this is? These days, Lu Wei treated everyone with unexpected gentleness, never being fierce to anyone, and smiled a lot more. There were 2 or 3 responses from below. Admission ticket. Right. Lu Wei adjusted her thick glasses and said to Wang Haoran, find a few people to distribute it. Lu Yuanqiu got his admission ticket and almost vomited because of the ugly photo on it. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia's admission ticket and said dissatisfiedly, why is the photo on your admission ticket so good looking? Bai Qingxia shook her head. I don't know. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Can't you say, because I'm good looking? Bai Qingxia smiled and shook her head. I can't say it. Damn, I'm sorry. A voice suddenly came from the side, and Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia and everyone in the class looked over. Zhong Jincheng clasped his hands together, crying and apologizing to Zhang Yifeng, while Zhang Yifeng sat aside, his eyes lost their luster, and he didn't bother to pay attention to him. On his desk was the admission ticket torn in half. Lu Wei hurried over. What's wrong? Zhong Jincheng said, I just saw Zhang Yifeng's admission ticket and said, why is your photo so handsome? I'm going to tear it up. As a result? Lu Wei raised her eyebrows. As a result? Zhong Jincheng was petrified. As a result, I really tore it by accident. I really didn't mean to do it. I kowed out to you, Zhang Yifeng? After he said that, he turned around, and Zhang Yifeng quickly supported his shoulders. Lu Wei resisted the urge of high blood pressure soaring from the top of her head, and smiled and said, don't worry, Zhang Yifeng, you can get a replacement. Give me your ID card and I help you. It's very fast. Zhang Yifeng nodded, okay. Lu Wei then walked back to the podium, and said at the same time, I'm going to prevent you reckless students from either losing your admission ticket before the exam, or putting it in your clothes and getting washed, or your photos being damaged. Qin Fei sat in her seat, and couldn't help saying, the class teacher's temper has become better these days. Zhang Yifeng, when a man is about to die, his words are good. Qin Fei suddenly turned her head, and muttered a lot of things with a fake smile. No wonder you failed the Chinese test after dozens of papers. Zhang Yifeng, you are worthy of it. Zhang Yifeng frowned and thought, I just can't think of that adjective. How should I say it? Qin Fei snorted and rolled her eyes. I'm just a poor student. How do I know? After she finished speaking, she looked up at her desk. The girl picked up a medal with G-Dragon on it, and turned around to give it to Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng, what do you mean? Qin Fei smiled and explained, he is my idol and always brings me good luck. Now I give this good luck to you, Zhang Yifeng. I wish you good luck in the college entrance examination. Zhang Yifeng took the medal and asked curiously, why are you so kind all of a sudden? Qin Fei looked at him quietly with a faint smile on her face. We were deskmates. When a person is about to die, his words are also kind. Yes, they were deskmates for such a long time. How could the girl not see who Zhang Yifeng actually liked? It's easy to chase stars, but it's hard to chase people. But it's worth it. At least last semester, when the power went out during evening self-study, she secretly kissed Zhang Yifeng on the face. If I can't kiss G-Dragon, can't I kiss you, Zhang Yifeng? Zhang Yifeng still doesn't know that she did it. Qin Fei laughed in her heart, and she was still staring at the boy in front of her. Will we meet again in the future? Good deskmate. At night, for Season's fresh supermarket. Lu Tian looked at the admission tickets of the 2 children at the cashier counter, and said with a smile, you two are destined to be together. You can be in the same examination room. That's easy. You can stay in the hotel together. Bai Qingxia was just smiling, and now she seemed to have something to say. Lu Tian raised his hand and said, Xuxia, don't talk about money. It's the college entrance examination. Let Uncle Lu do something for you. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia was embarrassed to refuse and smiled at him. Thank you, Uncle Lu. What are you thanking me for? 1 child can live here, and 2 children can live here. It's not that the big bedroom can't sleep you too. Bai Qingxia didn't know what the big bedroom was like, and she was still smiling. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and looked at his father. Lu Tian said quickly, just kidding, 2 rooms. Chapter 283. Make sure to book in advance. Don't let the hotel run out of rooms. Find a location that's closer to number 45 middle school and quieter. Lu Yuanqiu told his father. Lu Tian glanced at him unhappily. I know, you're talking as if I'm unreliable, you can trust me. Lu Yuanqiu responded with a roll of his eyes. Lu Tian then asked Bai Qingxia, Xia, what will your dad do on the nights of the 6th and 7th? Bai Qingxia thought for a moment. She originally wanted to take her father to the hotel, but she thought it would be best not to make any mistakes during this critical period. So she looked up and replied to her uncle, It's okay, leave him at home, I asked the neighbors to take care of him. That's fine. Lu Tian smiled and clapped his hands, then quickly handed the 2 admission tickets to both parties. Keep them all safe, don't lose them. The 2 reached out to take them, looked at their own photos to make sure they were not taken by mistake, and Lu Yuanqiu put them into his school bag like Bai Qingxia. In fact, he hadn't been to the supermarket for a long time. Today he came mainly to remind his father about the hotel. Seeing the girl in the red vest walking towards the shelf again, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly followed her, sticking to her like a sticky candy, and asked with a smile, When do you plan to take a break? Bai Qingxia turned around. I told Uncle Lu that I will work until the 31st, and then I will continue to work after the college entrance examination. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and seeing Bai Qingxia turn back to continue to put the goods, he walked to her side and asked, Do you want to go out and play after the college entrance examination? Bai Qingxia paused, did not look at Lu Yuanqiu, just smiled, still facing forward, and shook her head, No. Don't you want to relax? I have something else. It should be a summer job. Lu Yuanqiu guessed in his heart. He moved a stool and sat down next to the shelf, picked up a bag of potato chips in front of him and tore it open and ate it. Bai Qingxia turned and scolded him. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu looking up, she suddenly froze, scratched her head, turned around with a strange look on her face, and didn't continue. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's wrong? I'm the prince of the supermarket, and I don't want to eat for free. After he finished speaking, he threw potato chips into his mouth and continued, But as an employee, you are not afraid of power, but dedicated to your work. Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. Bai Qingxia pouted, Why don't you go home and do your homework quickly, so as not to stay up late again today because you don't have enough time? Lu Yuanqiu picked up a piece and handed it to her mouth. Bai Qingxia frowned and turned her head away, shaking her head. Eat it, not fried squid. Bai Qingxia looked at him speechlessly, stretched out her mouth to bite the potato chip. She secretly looked up at the camera, and suddenly felt guilty. Is it delicious? Delicious? Lu Yuanqiu frowned. The sound is like a mosquito, I can't hear it clearly. He chewed the potato chips, thought for a few seconds and asked, If you have money and time, where do you want to go most? Bai Qingxia stood in front of the shelf in silence for a long time. Or maybe she had been thinking for a long time, or maybe she didn't think she had such an opportunity. But she finally tilted her head slightly, and said with a hint of longing in her imagination, I want to go see the giant pandas. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. That's it? What's so good about giant pandas? I thought you would want to see some more beautiful scenic spots. Bai Qingxia said seriously to herself. They are very cute and furry on TV. Lu Yuanqiu chewed potato chips, making a crunching sound, and responded seriously, Actually, I'm cute too, and I feel furry. Bai Qingxia's mouth twitched. Oh. Seeing her indifferent look, Lu Yuanqiu laughed heartily, and then he sat on the stool and tilted his head back, muttering, Giant pandas. Giant pandas, aren't they in Quito City? You can go there, and see them in one day, and then return. How about I take you there after the exam? The boy tilted his head to look at the girl. Bai Qingxia shook her head, No. Don't worry, it will be quick. Bai Qingxia let out a sigh of relief. She turned around formally, smiled at Lu Yuanqiu, and said in a coaxing tone, I know you want to take me out to play, but I have to work a summer job. Let's wait until later. I promise that we will have a chance to go to Quito City together to see the giant pandas. I promise you. Okay. How many summer jobs are you going to work? Lu Yuanqiu also returned to his serious expression. Find one during the day, and continue working in the supermarket at night, 2 in total. After Bai Qingxia finished speaking, she saw that the boy stopped talking, so she slowly turned back and continued to quietly place the goods on the shelf. In fact, she also wanted to be like Lu Yuanqiu, who would not worry about money, but it was just a thought. However, Bai Qingxia no longer felt that she was a person who was chosen by bad luck. On the contrary, she felt that she was very lucky now. Every minute and every second of her was experiencing happiness and warmth that she could not imagine in the past. Even the air she breathes is easier and freer than in previous years. So she dared not ask for anything more. She just hoped that everything she has now would remain the same, and nothing would happen again. Go home and do your homework quickly. Don't waste time chatting with me. The girl squatted down and picked up the empty box. She smiled and said something gently to Lu Yuanqiu, then walked straight to the warehouse. The boy sitting on the stool was silent for a long time. He raised his head and poured all the potato chips into his mouth, then walked to the cashier and slapped the empty bag on the table. Boss, check out. Fuck you, go home and study. Successfully elicited a scolding from his father, and Lu Yuanqiu felt relieved. He jumped up and touched the golden bell above the supermarket door, then rode home. June 3rd. Dong dong dong. The school bell rang. After Lu Wei finished using the bathroom, she stood by the mirror and leaned on the sink for a while, and then took off her thick myopic glasses. Alas! The plump woman wiped the lenses, sighed, and put the glasses back on, and her vision became clear. She smiled at herself in the mirror, and after making sure that the expression on her face was no longer sad, she prepared to go back to class. People say that she has a bad temper, and is like a female demon, but Lu Wei thinks that she is a very emotional person. She is just not gentle enough, and most of the time she is not used to sentimental. This is how it was when she was young. Unexpectedly, as she gets older, she becomes more and more emotional and reluctant to leave. She will never teach a graduating class again. This is the last class, she swore in her heart. Walking on the way back to class, Lu Wei gradually slowed down her pace and turned her head to look at the scene in class 29. Zheng Yan, her mortal enemy, and the head teacher of class 29, was standing on the podium at this moment, smiling at her students. All the students below the stage stood at attention and shouted to her in unison, 3, 2, 1. Head teacher, we can't bear to part with you. Zheng Yan was still smiling, but now she couldn't help but cover her mouth and nod, then raised her arm and wiped her tears sadly. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei's expression was a little complicated. She returned to the class silently, closed the classroom door, and walked up to the podium. The female teacher pressed her hands on the desk and smiled at everyone. Students, this class is your last class in high school. Chapter 284. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she found that no one was talking. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She had been sat alone in the bathroom for a while. If someone suddenly said goodbye at this time, she was afraid that she would really cry. After the atmosphere was dull for a while, Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting by the window in the back row, suddenly stood up and counted down loudly. 3, 2, 1. Seeing this, Lu Wei opened her eyes wide and raised her hand and said, Don't give me this sentimental trick for no reason. I don't buy it. As soon as the words fell, the students in the class turned around and looked at Zhang Yifeng behind them. Everyone laughed and cheered. Zhang Yifeng. Happy birthday to you. Zhang Yifeng stood up and bowed to everyone politely. Thank you everyone, have fun together. Lu Wei's expression froze. Everyone in the class clapped their hands, and sang a very neat birthday song to Zhang Yifeng. After Lu Wei reacted, she twitched her mouth and clapped her hands to the rhythm of everyone, but she was too embarrassed to sing. She just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. After singing the birthday song, Lu Yuanqiu took out a small cake from under the table, lit a candle, and placed it on Zhang Yifeng's table. He then looked at Lu Wei on the podium and asked in confusion, Teacher, what did you just say about sentimentality? Today is June 3rd, Zhang Yifeng's birthday. It shouldn't be a big deal to celebrate for him. Lu Wei twitched her lips again and laughed dryly at him. Nothing. Zhang Yifeng, happy birthday. Why don't you eat the cake after class? Lu Wei spoke to Zhang Yifeng. She was thinking about what to say next for this last class, when she suddenly looked at an empty seat in front of her. Lu Wei asked in confusion, Where is Wang Haoran? Didn't he hear the bell? Teacher. A voice came from the door of the classroom. Lu Wei turned her head and saw the class monitor Wang Haoran walking in with a big cake with the words, All the members of class 28 wish teacher Lu many students all over the world. She turned around again and looked at everyone in the audience. She found that everyone stood up from their seats and bowed to her neatly with a smile on their faces. Lu Wei stared at this scene blankly and burst into tears on the podium. Wang Haoran put the cake on the podium, walked to the blackboard, and pulled it open to both sides. Lu Wei turned around while crying and saw the beautiful chalk words written on the blackboard. All the students of class 28 are grateful for your illuminating our high school years. Wish you all the best. In the days to come, we will definitely take your expectations and rush to the next mountain and see. In the last class of class 28 of senior 3, Lu Wei cried on the podium and couldn't get up. June 6th. After looking at the examination room, Lu Tian took his 2 children to a hotel near Luqing No. 45 Middle School. The hotel was only 500 meters away from the examination site. Lu Tian booked 2 rooms, 1 twin room and 1 king-size room. The father and son first accompanied by Qingxia to her king-size room. Lu Yuanqiu exclaimed, "Wow, this room has good lighting. It's so big." Bai Qingxia put down her school bag and looked around in surprise. She looked at the white sheets, the spacious and clean interior of the room, the elegant decoration style, and the spotless toilet and shower room. The first thought that came to the girl's mind was, this hotel must be very expensive, right? She was stunned in the same place, touching the quilt for a while, and then opening the bathroom door. She looked at the toilet that was so clean that she didn't dare to sit on it. The expression on her little face was indescribable. "Put down your things and go to our room to have a look," Lu Yuanqiu said to her. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly and moved her eyes away from the toilet. She had opened the bathroom door to look at this small toilet 5 times. The room where Lu Yuanqiu slept was next door, with 2 single beds. Bai Qingxia opened the bathroom door again and took a look. The toilet in this room was still cleaner and more reflective than a white porcelain plate. "You like the toilet so much?" Lu Yuanqiu's voice appeared in her ears. The girl shrank her neck, embarrassed by what she said, and hurriedly walked away. She came to the window, put her hands on the windowsill, tiptoed, and leaned out. There was a lot of traffic on the road below. The branches of the weeping willows on the roadside were fluttering, and the warm breeze blew her bangs and the upper part of her pink dress. Bai Qingxia closed her eyes, feeling the coolness of the summer breeze blowing on her face. She greedily took a deep breath of the air outside, then opened her eyes and slowly exhaled. "Xiao Xia, go back to your room and clean up. Then we go downstairs for lunch." "Okay." Bai Qingxia turned around at the window and responded to Uncle Lu. The 3 of them came to the hotel restaurant. Bai Qingxia, wearing a pink dress, grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's t-shirt and looked around curiously at the high-end environment. She suddenly felt that she must have spent a lot of Uncle Lu's money. Forget it, she just pretend she doesn't know this time. Even if she knows, there's nothing she can do. She can't pay it back. If she mentions money again, Uncle Lu will find her annoying. Lu Tian turned around. "What do you want to eat?" Bai Qingxia, "All right." Lu Yuanqiu said to her with an exaggerated expression, "Then eat me." There were many people outside, and Bai Qingxia was too embarrassed to retort him, so she just lowered her face obediently and said nothing. "Your mother told me to let you eat something light these 2 days." Lu Tian spoke. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly remembered some news he had read in his previous life, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Yes, eat something light. He didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly he held his stomach and laughed in the restaurant, attracting the attention of many people in an instant. Bai Qingxia quietly moved away from him, and stood beside Uncle Lu. Lu Tian looked puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Qingxia echoed. "I don't know what he's laughing at either." Lu Yuanqiu laughed like crazy. "I thought of it. I have a friend named Tan Lu. He's eating well these days, and everyone in his exam room is blessed. Ha ha ha." Bai Qingxia suddenly burst out laughing. Of course she knew who Lu Yuanqiu was talking about, and she felt the same way. Lu Tian looked at the 2 laughing children, not matching their brain waves, and was a little confused. After lunch, the 3 of them went back to their rooms. Lu Tian was sleeping soundly on his bed, while Lu Yuanqiu was lying on the desk in the room, carefully flipping through the Chinese textbook and math problem book. As for Bai Qingxia, she was wiping the toilet with toilet paper in the room. Looking at the increasingly clean toilet edge, the girl showed a very satisfied smile. Time gradually came to the evening. After dinner together, Lu Tian knocked on Bai Qingxia's door in his pajamas. Bai Qingxia quietly opened the door a crack, and when she saw that it was Uncle Lu, she felt relieved to open it, and greeted him. "Uncle Lu." Lu Tian's expression was serious. "Go to bed early, don't stay up late, and don't lie in bed tomorrow morning." Chapter 285. Bai Qingxia squeaked, a little nervous. She held the door and asked quickly, "What is Lu Yuanqiu doing?" "He's taking a dump. He's been in the toilet for half an hour. I don't know if his butt is stuck in the toilet." Bai Qingxia was amused. Lu Tian raised his hand. "Okay, close the door. From now on, don't open the door unless someone knocks, unless we call you." "Okay." After Lu Tian returned to the room, he happened to see Lu Yuanqiu coming out of the toilet after flushing the toilet. Seeing his son holding the wall with his hands and frowning, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You don't have diarrhea, do you?" Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyes, his expression serious. I just had a very delicate poop. I forgot to bring my phone. Can you lend me your phone to take a picture? Lu Tian's mouth twitched wildly. Do you want to hold another exhibition? No schedule for the time being. Seeing his old father speechless, Lu Yuanqiu smiled, tiptoed, and hopped to the desk. He took out the math simulation paper and continued to read it. Lu Tian lay on his side on the bed and said with emotion, Alas, you said that the child is taking an exam, but I, as a parent, am more nervous than you. I pity the parents in the world. It is still a question whether I can fall asleep tonight. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and snored. Who told you to sleep so long at noon? After he said that, he turned his head, and suddenly his shoulders shook. Lu Tian was lying on his back on the bed and snoring. Parents in the world? Lu Yuanqiu asked this question in his heart. He studied for a while, and the snoring next to him was really annoying. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't stand it anymore, so he took the room card and review materials, and went out, walking towards Bai Qingxia's room. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but after knocking several times, there was no response from inside. Did he rest? Lu Yuanqiu did not knock on the door again and returned to his room. After he left for a long time, Bai Qingxia, who was hiding at the door of the room with her back pressed against the wall, took a deep breath. Uncle Lu told her not to pay attention to any knocks on the door. If they wanted to come over, they would call in advance, but the phone did not ring. Bai Qingxia remembered her uncle's advice. Her safety awareness has always been great. The next day, June 7th, Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes and sat up from the bed with a radiant look. He looked at Lu Tian, who was sitting on the stool, and said hello with a smile. Hey, Dad, your smoky makeup is quite unique. Lu Tian had a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and said with emotion, Parents in the world are pitiful. In order to let you rest well, I didn't sleep all night. Lu Yuanqiu got up from the bed with a somersault. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, and said, Won't you come back to catch up on your sleep when we start the exam? I know. The two were packing in the room when there was a knock on the door. Lu Yuanqiu put on his short-sleeved shirt and hurried to open the door. It was Bai Qingxia. She was still wearing the pink dress she wore yesterday. Bai Qingxia was holding a transparent stationery bag with all the important items in it. It looked like she had packed everything and was ready to go. Right away, Lu Yuanqiu hurried to pack. The three of them had a simple breakfast in the hotel restaurant. During the meal, Lu Tian was strictly observing the two children's eating. If he saw anyone wanted to eat greasy or cold food, he would stop them immediately. At the gate of number 45 middle school, before the time to enter the examination center, a group of parents and children were already standing outside waiting. Lu Tian was very nervous. Dad, can you stop shaking? You make me nervous. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Lu Tian's arm was shaking beside him, and couldn't help but say. Lu Tian lowered his head, and glanced at his son's legs shaking left and right. He responded with trembling lips, Aren't you shaking too? You're the one who made me nervous. You don't be nervous. Bai Qingxia quickly stood in front of the father and son. She raised her two hands seriously and said to them, Learn from me, inhale and exhale for a longer time and more frequently. The girl's innocent face puffed up her cheeks, like a cute pufferfish without spines. She earnestly taught the father and son to relieve their nervousness. This scene was seen by other parents, but no one laughed at them because everyone was not interested. You're a screwed thing. A curse suddenly came from the side, and the three people who were doing breathing exercises turned their heads in unison. Can a meal card be used as an ID card? Is the ID card at home or at the hotel? A father on the right angrily cursed his son, and his son responded nervously, Should be at home. What should I do? Is it too late to go back and get it now? Will it be in time? It's rush hour, several kilometers away. The father and son were anxious. At this time, another parent nearby whispered, Go ask the traffic police for help. Yes. Lu Yuanqiu watched the father and son rush onto the road together, as if they had seen a savior, and shouted Uncle Traffic Police at the same time. He did not laugh like he did when watching the news before. Only when he was in this situation, he knew what the father and son were thinking at the moment, and they must be extremely anxious. Lu Tian hurriedly said, Quick, check your two documents. Lu Yuanqiu, I checked several times, and they are all there. Check again. In front of Lu Tian, Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu checked again, and finally confirmed that everything was correct. Not long after, the school gate opened, but the father and son had not returned yet. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to worry about them. He held Bai Qingxia's hand tightly, and walked towards the teaching building with the tidal flow of examinees. The two went up the stairs, and came to the outside of the 13th examination room. They looked through the classroom window at the 3 invigilators inside. One of the teachers stood on the podium like a stabilizing force, and the other 2 teachers stood at the entrance of the examination room. One of the teachers was holding a long metal measuring instrument in his hand, and the 3 of them had certificates hanging around their necks. Lu Yuanqiu reminded, "Check if you have any coins or anything." Bai Qingxia shook her head. She was wearing a skirt without pockets. Lu Yuanqiu checked himself. He didn't wear a watch today. He could only wait in the corridor, outside like other candidates. The invigilators inside kept looking down at their watches. The one on the podium kept supporting the desk with both hands and closed his eyes. Bai Qingxia was never nervous about the exam, but this time she was rarely affected by the heavy atmosphere around her. "We're here." The teacher holding the metal measuring instrument raised his head to remind them. The examiner on the podium gave the order, "Begin." The teacher holding the metal measuring instrument turned on the switch and shouted at the door, "Get your ID card and admission ticket ready." Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia stood outside, moving slowly forward with the team. When they were about to enter the door, Bai Qingxia suddenly turned back. "Come on." Lu Yuanqiu nodded vigorously. "Come on." Chapter 286. At the entrance of the examination room, Bai Qingxia opened her arms in front of Lu Yuanqiu and let the examiner scan her whole body. When the metal measuring instrument passed over her back, it made a beep sound, but the female examiner seemed to understand the reason and automatically skipped it. "Go in." She smiled, and her tone was much gentler than the one she spoke to the people in front of her. Perhaps she was influenced by Bai Qingxia's pure and beautiful appearance. Good-looking people always make people feel comfortable when they look at them, and even female teachers are no exception. The girl in the pink dress walked towards the back row of the second row. As soon as she entered the room, all the candidates' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but look at each other. But the current tense atmosphere made most people not interested in continuing to appreciate her. Only a few boys who were farther away were still observing Bai Qingxia from time to time, because the girl's appearance was enough to be associated with the 4 words love at first sight. It's a pity that when you meet a beautiful girl in the college entrance examination, apart from sighing in your heart about whose youth this girl is, it is likely that you will never meet her again in this life. However, in reality, there are many girls who are stunning at first glance. Even if they are missed, most people will not take it seriously. Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms, and the metal measuring instrument swept over him. The female teacher in front of him glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's messy hair and raised the metal measuring instrument expressionlessly. "This is different treatment." Lu Yuanqiu pouted. He looked at Bai Qingxia behind him and smiled at her. Bai Qingxia also straightened her slender upper body and responded with a smile, fearing that she would be a step slower. She mouthed "come on" silently again. Lu Yuanqiu nodded gently. He sat down, took out the admission ticket and ID card from the transparent stationery bag, and placed them neatly in the upper right corner. The 18-year-old boy let out a long sigh. The battlefield of youth, and the people who were reborn. Lu Yuanqiu felt that he was a little strange. After being reborn, the first thing he thought about was not how to make money and become the richest man, but cherishing every minute and every second of his time as a student. Maybe everyone's needs are really different. If there is a system, the progress of the high school map should have reached 99.9%, close to the end. Thinking of this, the boy stared at the admission ticket placed on the corner of the table with his messy hair. He looked at it for a few seconds and then retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, crossed his hands, and clenched his fists against his forehead. Lu Yuanqiu, don't be sad in the examination room. You must know how important the result of this exam is. You must be worthy of everyone who cares about you. Second master, grandma, 3 uncles, parents, sister, Bai Qingxia. And you who have worked hard for a year. Don't let them down. Don't let yourself down. Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart. Lift your hair up. A voice came from the side, and Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw that it was another male teacher in the 3 examiners besides the Dinghai Shenzhen on the podium. The male teacher picked up his admission ticket and ID card and looked over. Lu Yuanqiu lifted his hair. The male teacher smiled gently and put down the 2 certificates. Perhaps he remembered Lu Yuanqiu's eyes closed and prayed, so he comforted him. Don't be nervous, take the exam well, we all got through it this way. Have you been reborn too? Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly in his heart, but nodded to him. In the following time, the action of constantly looking down at the watch seemed to have become the signature action of the 3 examiners. The examination room was terribly quiet. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know what everyone was thinking, but he was quite curious about what Bai Qingxia was thinking behind him. The time is almost up. The examiner on the podium said, "Dear candidates, let me read out the examination room rules now. During the examination, no plagiarism or cheating is allowed." After reading out the rules, the male and female teachers standing on both sides immediately took the brand new test papers and answer sheets and distributed them to the back. Those who have too many or not enough test papers should sit down and wait. Don't move. The two examiners shouted seriously. Their words and actions were sophisticated and quick. Lu Yuanqiu took his test paper and answer sheet, and the familiar smell of paper and ink lingered around his nose. At this time, the examiner on the podium continued, "Please check the test paper and answer sheet carefully to see if there are any missing pages, missing prints, or unclear handwriting. Late candidates are not allowed to enter the examination room half an hour after the exam begins, and are not allowed to hand in their papers, and leave the examination room half an hour before the end of the exam." The voices above his head continued, but Lu Yuanqiu was racing against time to look down at the paper, and he wanted to save as many seconds as possible. The chief examiner looked down at his watch and said formally, "Now I announce that this exam has officially begun. Please answer the questions carefully. I wish you all a good score." The sound of writing quickly lingered in the entire classroom. The other two examiners walked around the scene. Lu Yuanqiu quickly finished the dictation part. He was lucky because the questions were very familiar. I sighed and covered my tears. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and couldn't help but think of the evening study session when the 5 basketball players secretly watched the short video. He wrote down every word very carefully and then turned to the last essay. Bai Qingxia started from the first question normally. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow. She wrote casually, but every word was clear. As long as she was doing the questions, she would immerse herself in her own world. This was also one of her strengths. 2.5 hours later. This exam is over. Please stop writing immediately, stay in your seats, don't make any noise, keep quiet, and wait for the papers to be collected. Stop writing immediately. The examiner on the stage suddenly shouted seriously to the back. Lu Yuanqiu didn't look back, because he wasn't talking about Bai Qingxia anyway. His paper was taken away, and he sat in his seat and waited for a while before the examiner said, "Okay, please leave the examination room in an orderly manner." Lu Yuanqiu stood up and looked back. Bai Qingxia smiled and trotted towards him. The two did not speak. They looked at each other and walked out of the examination room together. When they got outside, Bai Qingxia turned around and asked, "How is it?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "Not bad, how about you?" "I'm okay too." Hotel restaurant. Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu sat face to face. The girl stared at the eraser in Lu Yuanqiu's stationery bag in a daze, while Lu Yuanqiu was concentrating on eating. Lu Tian cleared his throat and wiped the sweat from his forehead with many small movements. He had been very quiet since the moment he saw the two children. He had been carefully observing the expressions of the two people and did not dare to ask anything more. When they were about to return to their respective rooms after dinner, Bai Qingxia called out to Lu Yuanqiu at her door. In the girls' room, Bai Qingxia mentioned the matter they had agreed on earlier with some trepidation. Although she was afraid, she still insisted. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and told her, "You must wait for my instructions. If I do, I won't throw the eraser. Don't do anything at this time." Chapter 287. "Okay, I listen to you." Bai Qingxia raised her hands in front of her, clenched her fists, raised her head, and looked at him seriously. After walking out of the room, listening to the sound of the door closing behind him, Lu Yuanqiu sighed. He said listen to me, but he was actually very stubborn. He asked Bai Qingxia a few days ago why she insisted on helping him cheat. The girl's original words were, "Since we are assigned to the same examination room, I must do something for you. I don't care what the result will be. I just want you to be good. If I didn't do it when I had the chance, and you got a bad result, I would blame myself very much and blame myself for the rest of my life." As soon as Lu Yuanqiu heard it, he knew that every word she said was extremely sincere, and also extremely rigid and inflexible. Yes, that's her personality. She will only implicate herself in all the bad karma. But Lu Yuanqiu will never throw away the eraser. He admitted that he was not a great saint. For the final result, he didn't care about the fairness of the exam room, but he cared about Bai Qingxia, so he wouldn't throw it away. At most, he could tell the girl that he would do the last multiple-choice question. Even if she did poorly in the end, she didn't know which questions she got wrong, so she naturally wouldn't blame herself. So Lu Yuanqiu can only go along with her for now. "Alas, you listen to me no matter what I say. Bai Qingxia, you are such a fool. However, Maybe the math questions this time are not difficult. After all, the Chinese language is quite simple, simpler than the 3 mock exams, Lu Yuanqiu guessed in his heart. In the afternoon, in the math exam room. Half an hour had passed, and Bai Qingxia deliberately slowed down her speed until she finished the last math multiple-choice question. She calculated carefully and found that this last multiple-choice question was not that difficult, and the answer was D. The girl has been paying attention to the movement in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu did not throw the eraser. Her expression was much more relaxed, and she couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Lu Yuanqiu could do it. Front row. It's over. I still can't do the last multiple-choice question. The previous ones are obviously very simple. Lu Yuanqiu grabbed his hair with his right hand, frowning. The draft paper was already full of calculations, but he was still confused. A and B should be impossible. The answer should be C or D. Lu Yuanqiu took a new draft paper to continue calculating. Suddenly, his arm accidentally hit the eraser. He was startled and slapped the eraser that had rolled to the edge of the table. He narrowly caught it between his fingers at the edge of the table. His nails turned white from the force, and there was a bang sound. In an instant, the 3 invigilators looked at him. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the eraser and pretended to look at the examiner in confusion. Then he calmly put the eraser back to its original place, and lowered his head to continue writing the questions. The examiner did not notice anything unusual and slowly withdrew his gaze. Shit, I'm so scared. Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched wildly. He could imagine that Bai Qingxia would cough immediately when the eraser fell to the ground. It was a close call. He spent another minute to figure out the problem, but still couldn't figure it out. Lu Yuanqiu realized that he couldn't waste any more time. Between C and D, guess one. Choose C. When in doubt, choose C first. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and filled in C on the answer sheet with a 2B pencil. Except for the last multiple-choice question, the rest of the math test paper made him feel surprisingly simple. He was familiar with the big questions. He had seen them in the mock exams in the past few weeks. Regardless of whether the answers were correct or not, he had written out the process. As for how many points he could get, it was up to fate. There were about 10 minutes left in the exam, and Lu Yuanqiu checked all the questions. Finally, his eyes focused on the last multiple-choice question. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the question stem and exhaled softly. He was strong as he was strong, the breeze brushed the hills. He was arrogant as he was arrogant, the bright moon shone on the river. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuanqiu erased C with an eraser. He didn't trust his first consciousness as much as he didn't trust his first life. If he had lived his first life well, he wouldn't have to be reborn. He should choose D, trust his second consciousness, and right or wrong is up to fate. After 2 hours, all the candidates left the examination room. Bai Qingxia held her transparent stationery bag and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, "Do you know the last question?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded without thinking. Bai Qingxia was delighted and said quickly, "Did you choose Wu2?" Lu Yuanqiu pinched her mouth expressionlessly with his thumb and index finger, manually silencing her. "Yes, but don't check the answers. You will forget about each exam after you finish one." He let go of his hand after he said that, and Bai Qingxia immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, you will forget about each exam after you finish one." The girl muttered to herself several times, as if she was hypnotizing herself. She and Lu Yuanqiu came to the bottom of the teaching building side by side, and Bai Qingxia still whispered, "For tomorrow's physics questions, the last multiple-choice question, we will do the same as usual." Lu Yuanqiu smiled bitterly in his heart and on the surface, but still responded, Okay, oh Xia is so nice to me." Bai Qingxia walked beside him, lowered her head a little embarrassedly to look at the hem of her skirt. Lu Yuanqiu said again, "But in the future, I hope you will learn to love yourself before loving me." Bai Qingxia drooped her eyebrows and did not respond, but suddenly her face was stunned, as if she realized something. She frowned slightly, dodged her eyes, and pouted, "It's not love. I just care about you more." "Same, I care about you too, so I hope you learn to think about yourself before you do anything," Lu Yuanqiu said, gently bumping her shoulder with his arm. The girl's slender body leaned slightly to the side, away from Lu Yuanqiu, and she took the initiative to lean over, her shoulder touching Lu Yuanqiu's arm again. "Did you hear that?" "Oh!" Such a careless answer. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't complain. At the school gate, Lu Tian was talking to a female parent next to him with a smile. "We really get along well. Let's add each other's contact information." The female parent smiled and declined. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and the other two appear, Lu Tian hurriedly said, Here, my child is out." The female parent's eyes lit up when she saw Bai Qingxia, and she asked Lu Tian, Is that your daughter? Lu Tian smiled. Yes. Come on, brother, we just chatted so well. Let's add each other's contact information. My son has good grades and looks handsome. Let them get to know each other and go out together in the future. The smile on Lu Tian's face suddenly disappeared, and he no longer paid attention to the woman next to him. Brother? Brother, why are you silent? Lu Tian, there's no point in talking. At dinner time, Su Xiaoya brought Lu Yidong over, and the family had dinner in the hotel restaurant, but they all ordered light meals. At the dinner table. How did you do in the exam? Su Xiaoya held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao were eating, answering each other's questions in unison. Lu Yidong complained, Mom, do you believe that at this time, 90% of the answers to this kind of question are not bad? Chapter 288. Su Xiaoya rolled her eyes at her daughter, while Lu Tian beside her smiled foolishly. At this time, his cell phone rang. Son, your third uncle is calling. Lu Tian handed the phone over, and he knew what he was asking without thinking. Lu Yuanqiu answered the phone while eating. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. When he heard the word okay again, Lu Yidong laughed out loud, but the next second, he was hit on the head by his mother. Bang! Lu Yidong hugged his head, complaining. As soon as the third uncle hung up, the first and second uncle's phones rang one after another. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but complain. Did they agree to call at this time? After the call was connected, Lu Yuanqiu nodded again. Yeah, uncle, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, second uncle, it's okay. This time Lu Yidong didn't dare to laugh. He glanced at his mother timidly, and buried his head in eating. Dong. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at his phone and frowned. Second master also called. Hello, second master, it's okay. Hello, grandma, I know. Hello, big sister, oh, I know. I won't waste time on questions I don't know. In fact, the questions this time are quite simple. Hello, second sister, gosh, you said exactly the same thing as big sister. Hello, third sister, what good luck for the exam the day after tomorrow? I've already started the exam today. Bai Qingxiao bit her chopsticks, and watched Lu Yuanqiu answering the phone quietly. At this time, Su Xiaoya picked up some food for her. The girl quickly put down her chopsticks, and smiled to thank her. She lowered her head and ate, and suddenly thought that if her mother and brother were still alive, if her father was still normal, the whole family would be sitting at the same table, and eating happily. The scene at that time might be. Dad would clink glasses with Uncle Lu, and talk about the past in school. Mom would whisper to Aunt Sue and chat about women's gossip with a smile. Brother would treat Lu Yuanqiu politely, exchange preferences and tell jokes. And in the gaps between chatting, she would also have her father's concern, her mother's food, and her brother sitting by her side patiently providing her with valuable exam experience. Think about it, it's really beautiful. The girl was a little sad, and became much quieter during the meal. Back at the hotel, Su Xiaoya asked her husband to go home and sleep, because Lu Tian was reported by Lu Yuanqiu for snoring too loudly. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu wanted to say that he could stay in Bai Qingxiao's room all night. But he thought the girl would never agree, so he gave up. Bai Qingxiao returned to her room, and was about to take a shower, when she suddenly heard her phone ring. She was slightly startled, thinking it was Lu Yuanqiu in the next room calling, but when she picked it up, she found it was Sisterly. The girl was a little surprised. She answered the call happily. Sisterly was a little noisy, so she raised her voice. Hello? Sisterly? Zhongli, how did you do on the test today? Xiao Xia. I'm at work, so I called to ask you. Bai Qingxia smiled and answered, and her toes slightly raised. Not bad. After briefly explaining the situation to Sisterly, Bai Qingxia had not yet recovered from the joy of being cared for, and the phone rang again. She picked it up, and saw that it was the head teacher Lu Wei. After answering Lu Wei's call, Bai Qingxia had already started to take off her clothes, and another call rang. She covered her chest with her clothes, walked over and picked up the phone again. Aunt Zhang. Xiao Xia, I know you have an exam today, so I dare not call you too early. You should have finished the exam today. How did you do? Not bad, Aunt Zhang. Bai Qingxia still responded with a smile. Yeah, okay, it's okay, don't worry, I'm taking care of your father, he's eating at my place. Well, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Bai Qingxia responded, and suddenly heard her father's voice on the other end of the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, she couldn't help but smile again. Aunt Zhang, I let your father talk to you. Bai Qingxia, okay. Dad. The next morning, Science Comprehensive. Bai Qingxia didn't see Lu Yuanqiu throw away the eraser, so she started to do the questions on her own. In fact, she didn't want Lu Yuanqiu to lose the eraser this time, because she was unsure about the last multiple-choice question this time, so as not to tell Lu Yuanqiu the wrong answer. The English test in the afternoon was the easiest for Bai Qingxia, because her English was not as good as Lu Yuanqiu's, so she didn't need to worry about Lu Yuanqiu's English score. The girl let out a long sigh. She looked at the blackboard with the test time, and the smile on her face was gentle but a bit complicated. I'm sorry, Lu Yuanqiu, I seem to never be able to think about myself, but I know clearly how to make myself happy, that is to do my best for you. Only by doing something for you can I get extra happiness in life. I am happy to do so, and I will really feel happy about it. At this time, the listening test was over and the doors and windows were opened by the examiner. The refreshing summer breeze blew into the examination room. The girl raised her hand to touch the pink hairpin and put the messy hair behind her ears. In fact, she was like all ordinary girls, yearning for the future and a boy. She was looking forward to it, and she thought that maybe at a certain time and place in the future, there would be a beauty as bright as summer flowers waiting for her to touch. I didn't think so before, but it was different after meeting Lu Yuanqiu. Everything is beautiful now. Even seeing the toilet that does not belong to her clean and shiny by her, she will be happy. If she has the opportunity to stand in that summer flowery place in the future, she will remember today, remember this moment, remember that she and the yearning boy in the front row worked hard for their future together. She will definitely remember. Her memory has always been good. Lu Yuanqiu finished reading seriously, with a relaxed expression on his face. He even turned the pen leisurely for a while, and then turned his head to look at the surrounding scene. Take the test seriously, and don't look around. The examiner on the stage reminded him. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care whether the other party was talking about him or not, and lowered his head to continue writing. He didn't know whether it was because English was as simple as ever, or because after this test he would bid farewell to high school with a gorgeous farewell performance. Anyway, he felt a little dazed at the moment. After writing the last letter of the composition, Lu Yuanqiu put the pen on the table. He began to check the paper from beginning to end. After checking it twice, he still had 15 minutes left, which was plenty of time. During the rest of the time, Lu Yuanqiu lay quietly on the table, smiling as he looked at the eraser placed on the corner of the table, on which were written 4 words in black ink. Don't lose me. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly laughed at his own childishness. The exam was over, and everyone ran out of the exam room happily. 13A boy in the exam room mustered up the courage to walk towards Bai Qingxia, and was about to ask her to get to know him, but the girl in a white dress was suddenly dragged away by a boy. They laughed in front, rushing into the wild horse army like horses running free of reins. Lu Yuanqiu held a stationary bag in one hand, and Bai Qingxia in the other. The two rushed to the school gate with all the candidates, but Lu Yuanqiu refused to accept it. He pulled Bai Qingxia to the front. The girl's hair fluttered, and her white skirt fluttered. She looked up and smiled at the boy from behind. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at her. The sunlight shone on his face, so brilliant. No matter how many years have passed, they will still remember the college entrance examination that year and the eternal blue sky. Remember that serious examination room and the school gate surrounded by parents. And that summer season of blooming flowers. Chapter 289. Barbershop. Lu Yuanqiu sat on the chair with an expectant look on his face, and turned back to ask the barber, "Can you cut my hair into Nicholas Tse?" The barber looked down at him, pressed the scissors twice, and replied, "No, but I can cut you into a cute girl." She smiled and raised the corners of her mouth, raised her eyebrows twice, and pressed the scissors twice. Symbol. Lu Yuanqiu rarely saw such a vulgar smile on a woman's face. He couldn't help but squeeze his legs together and responded politely, "Thank you, no thanks." Ha ha ha. The two began to talk about serious topics. "Have you finished the college entrance examination? How long have you not cut your hair?" "Yeah, I've finished the exam." "Hair? I haven't cut it for half a year." "No wonder, you look like a wild man." "What are you cutting today? A buzz cut?" The female hairdresser with short purple hair bent over and looked at Lu Yuanqiu in the mirror. The collar of her half-shoulder top drooped slightly, and a deep cleavage was reflected in the mirror. Lu Yuanqiu pretended not to see it. This is a barbershop downstairs in Xingfuli community. Lu Yuanqiu and the female boss are already quite familiar with each other. After all, when he had a buzz cut, he came here almost every 2 weeks to get a haircut, and the female boss liked to tease him from time to time. However, this time the two hadn't seen each other for half a year. When they just opened the door and looked at each other, They were both very emotional for a while. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "No, I've grown up and don't have a buzz cut anymore." The barber rubbed his hair and nodded in agreement. "Yes, you look different now, like an adult. Tell me, what hairstyle do you want?" Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand. "Cut my hair into the kind of charming black jade hair that only the male protagonist in the novel has." The barber's smile disappeared. Lu Yuanqiu opened the door and changed his shoes in the entrance hall. Today, the house was very lively. The three uncles and the second master came. Lu Tian came out of the kitchen with dishes and asked his son, "Is Xuxia not coming?" "No, she wants to accompany Uncle Bai," Lu Yuanqiu responded. The uncle followed up in the living room. "It's okay, when the time comes, we will hold a graduation banquet for you too." Lu Yuanqiu smiled when he heard that, and suddenly he heard his second uncle ask, "Xiuqiu, what are you sure about this time?" "I will definitely get the first place, and the rest depends on luck. In fact, I think I did well in the exam, and I know a lot. If I guess all the answers correctly, my score will probably be a record high. I am quite confident." The second uncle smiled and said, "Then I wish you all the answers correctly." Lu Tian listened happily, even humming a little song, and even the action of serving dishes became more diligent. Sitting on the sofa, the third uncle ate peanuts and solemnly reminded, "Xiaoqiu, when you go to college, don't tell your classmates around you that you are a sports student, understand?" "I understand, Uncle San." Lu Yuanqiu blinked. Lu Dong came out of the toilet at this time. When she saw her brother, she suddenly stopped and noticed a scene that the three uncles had not noticed so far. She looked around her brother 360 degrees, raised her head, and looked very surprised, but she didn't say what she wanted to say for a long time. After seeing her sister's reaction, Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised the corners of his mouth. He approached the little loli like a weird uncle, and urged her with winks, say it quickly, Dong Dong, say what you want to say it quickly." Lu Dong looked away proudly, humped, and said nothing on purpose. She rolled her eyes at her brother, and walked towards the room. However, before closing the door, she secretly glanced at her brother, who had a new look, and was a little happy. "Wow, son, did you cut your hair? You look so good now." Su Shuya came out of the kitchen, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu in amazement, while serving the dishes. "Ah!" Lu Yuanqiu raised his head, and rolled his eyes, making a comfortable sound. The family began to eat. The second master was chattering and lecturing his four nephews. Lu Yuanqiu was too lazy to listen, and looked down at his phone. The class group is discussing what to wear for the graduation photo shoot the day after tomorrow. So far, there are three groups. One group wears school uniforms. One group wears class uniforms for the sports meeting, and the other group wears their normal clothes. Lu Wei is like a bystander, watching everyone's heated discussion and silently peeking at the screen. Suddenly, someone who hasn't spoken for a long time popped up. "English teacher Su Miaomiao, why don't you vote? Zhong Jinqing? Question mark. Zhong Jinqing. Teacher Su, I miss you so much." The heated discussion soon turned into everyone expressing their thoughts for Su Miaomiao. Zhong Jinqing sent 180 messages alone, and Zheng Yifeng did not send a single message, but Lu Yuanqiu knew he was peeking at the screen. Bai Qingxia, hello Teacher Su. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia bubbling, smiled, and followed suit and sent a message. Hello Teacher Su. As a result, after Lu Yuanqiu sent it, Zheng Yifeng also sent a message. Hello Teacher Su. Zheng Yifeng is such a sultry weirdo, Lu Yuanqiu said to himself. The cactus is almost covered with glaze by you. I don't believe you don't miss Su Miaomiao. English teacher Su Miaomiao. Sorry, classmates, I have been busy with family matters these days, and forgot to say good luck to you in the college entrance examination. Zhong Jinqing. It's okay, Teacher Su, I love you. Zhong Jinqing has been banned by the group owner for 1 hour. Wang Haoran. It's just a small effort. Gao Chong. Sly smile. Class teacher Lu Wei. Okay, I listen to Teacher Su, vote in the group. School uniforms will be given to 1, class uniforms will be given to 2, and anything you wear will be given to 3. Everyone started to vote. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia both voted for school uniforms. After Wang Haoran counted the votes, he said, Teacher, all 3 of us have 17 votes. Lu Wei, the head teacher. Didn't Zhong Jinqing get banned? Lu Yuanqiu. Teacher, Zhong Jinqing just sent me a private message, saying that he also voted for school uniforms. Lu Wei, the head teacher. Okay, then we wear school uniforms the day after tomorrow. Wang Haoran. Sly smile. Gao Chong. Sly smile. Lu Yuanqiu. Sly smile. Bai Qingxia. Smile. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone and looked up at his uncle, who was talking to his daughter at the table. Uncle San frowned. What's wrong? Don't cry? What? Looking for Qiuqiu, right? Oh, okay. Uncle San handed the phone to Lu Yuanqiu and said, It's your third sister. She said she's looking for you. Lu Yuanqiu took the phone. Hello? Third sister? Lu Doqing cried on the other end of the phone. Qiuqiu, I'm so scared. Come to Juda soon. What's wrong? Lu Doqing. The female dormitory of Juda is haunted in the middle of the night. There is a female ghost secretly scratching every dormitory door in the middle of the night. They all said that they saw a little red in red clothes floating in the corridor. Uncle San, who cared about his daughter, couldn't help frowning and complaining after listening to it. This silly girl, she must have become stupid after going to college. Where did the ghost come from? Lu Doqing cried on the other end of the phone, and Lu Yuanqiu could even imagine her curled up in the quilt. Chapter 290. Lu Yuanqiu comforted the third sister. It's okay, third sister, I'm not afraid even if I go to Zhuhai University, because I don't live in a female dormitory, hee. Hearing the person on the phone about to cry again, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said, Just kidding, just kidding. The third sister was able to go to Zhuhai University, a 985 university, with the status of an art student. The admission score for science majors in Melbourne is above 670 points. If Lu Yuanqiu wants to go to this university, he still has a chance with a good score of 95 points in the Physical Education Unified Examination, but the prerequisite is that the score of the cultural subjects in the college entrance examination must be 620 points or above. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu's goal was this university, but he was not sure if he could get 620 points. Uncle San said impatiently, Hang up, what about the female dormitory being haunted? You are already 20 years old, and you still believe in these messed up things. Lu Doqing snorted at her father on the phone, still crying with her cousin, as if she was closer to her cousin than to her father. Lu Yuanqiu could only comfort the other party for a few words, and then hung up the phone. He couldn't exorcise ghosts through a phone, so he returned the phone to Uncle San. Uncle San took the phone, glanced at his nephew, and asked, Can you go to your third sister's school? If the score is high enough, I am familiar with this school. Professional matters, including classes, are easy to handle. Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond, but Uncle Air, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly interrupted with a smile. Oh, what a coincidence, I am also familiar with this school. The food branch in Zhucheng has a cooperation with the canteen of Juda. Qiuqiu, if you go there, you can make all the students of Juda cut off their food rations for the month with just one sentence. Wow! So amazing! Lu Yuanqiu exclaimed. But he was not so bored. Third uncle frowned at his second brother. Let him study hard and get his diploma and degree certificate smoothly. What do you mean he has no food? Don't let Qiuqiu play the game of a dandy. Our Lu family never raises children like this. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Xingzhou, signaling his second brother to be careful with his words. But the old man Lu Xingzhou seemed to be a little drunk and didn't hear it. Although the second uncle was a straightforward person, he still didn't dare to confront his third brother. He curled his lips and didn't say anything. Lu Yuanqiu tiptoed out of the restaurant and prepared to take a shower. An hour later, in the class group chat, someone was just unblocked. Zhong Jinqing, class uniform, I chose the class uniform. I didn't privately chat with Lu Yuanqiu. Is there anyone else? But at this moment, no one in the class group responded to him. The day after tomorrow, June 10th, Lu Yuanqiu was wearing a blue and white school uniform, riding a bicycle on the side of the road. In the past few days, he had no dark circles under his eyes. His skin became much whiter due to his hard study. Coupled with the black jade-like hair floating in the wind, he looked sunny, refreshing and natural. 18 years old is the prime of life. Lu Yuanqiu's appearance is not very delicate, but he is definitely handsome. Yohu! The boy shouted, leaning forward and pedaling uphill. He enjoyed the ease and freedom of this moment. He could finally say to Zhang Xiaofeng like Zhang Wuji, I forgot everything. These days, he no longer had to remember the questions that filled his mind so clearly. The car drove all the way to the entrance of Hohot Lane. Bai Qingxia, who was also wearing a blue and white school uniform and a pink hairpin on her head, had already been waiting at the zebra crossing. Lu Yuanqiu deliberately acted cool in front of her, drifting and turning the car around. Bai Qingxia shrugged her shoulders, covered her mouth and chuckled, but was slightly stunned when she raised her eyes. Because she was surprised, the corners of her mouth also subconsciously smoothed. The girl blinked her eyes, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who appeared on the other side of the road with a brand new look. When she saw the green light, she smiled and walked forward, but Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stood up and said sternly, "Hey!" A car sped across the zebra crossing. Bai Qingxia quickly retracted her foot in shock. She gasped in fear and stepped back, her face pale with fear. She knew she was going to be scolded. Sure enough, Lu Yuanqiu angrily stopped the car on the side of the road, and then walked directly across the zebra crossing. Bai Qingxia lowered her head quickly. She didn't wait for Lu Yuanqiu's scolding, but she saw Lu Yuanqiu stop in front of her. The boy stood for a long time and took a long breath. The girl slowly raised her head. Lu Yuanqiu still didn't say anything. He just grabbed her hands and gently stroked her delicate and smooth back of the hand with his thumb with a complicated expression. Lu Yuanqiu spoke after a long time. His calm tone revealed a bit of heaviness. "It's been a year. I have tried my best to overcome the most difficult college entrance examination. Don't." He swallowed his saliva when he said this, and it seemed that he couldn't say the next words. "In short, don't let me worry, okay? Watch out for the cars, watch out for the cars." Lu Yuanqiu looked down at her face, speaking earnestly, as if he was willing to give his all for this little face. "I remember. I won't do this again next time." Bai Qingxia nodded quickly, her eyebrows drooping. She was also afraid. Lu Yuanqiu sighed, somewhat reluctant to let go of her hand, probably because he cared about her to a certain extent, so he was always afraid that Bai Qingxia would disappear in front of him inadvertently, disappearing suddenly like a dream, as if fate had played a cruel joke on him. If that time really came, who would he go to for justice? He was not a god. He could be reborn a second time. On the way to school by bike, Lu Yuanqiu changed his usual carefree appearance. He was a little silent. When he came to the next intersection, he turned around and ordered the girl in a short and powerful voice, "Hold me tight." Bai Qingxia was very obedient at this time. She pouted and did as she was told. She pressed her body against Lu Yuanqiu's back and hugged his waist tightly with both hands. She didn't dare to make Lu Yuanqiu angry at this time. They hugged each other all the way, and when they were about to reach the school gate, Bai Qingxia felt a little embarrassed and let go of her arms. The two of them came from the garage to the 28th class, and most of the students had already arrived. Everyone's face was as if they had been freed from the haze that had been hanging over them for more than a decade, and they were all smiling and laughing. No matter how they did in the college entrance examination, the results had not yet come out, so during this period of time, they were the most carefree group in the world. Lu Yuanqiu pushed Bai Qingxia's back to the back row of the classroom, pressed her into her seat, and then turned his head to look at Zheng Yifeng, and found that the cactus was still on Zheng Yifeng's bare desk. "Why did you bring the cactus here?" Zheng Yifeng, who was lying on the table, turned his head to look at the other party and responded, "I want to take graduation photos with it." Lu Yuanqiu slightly widened his eyes, and couldn't help smacking his lips. "Poor." After he finished speaking, he looked around and walked over to Zheng Yifeng and whispered, "Have you asked where Teacher Su is studying for a master's degree?" Zheng Yifeng shook his head. "She hasn't told anyone, and the class teacher doesn't know either, but it doesn't matter. If there is no fate, we will meet." "What if there is no fate?" Zheng Yifeng, who was lying on the table, lowered his eyes after hearing this, but he quickly raised his eyes and looked at the cactus firmly. Although this always silent and introverted boy did not respond, Lu Yuanqiu had already read the answer from his eyes. Chapter 291. Lu Yuanqiu. As soon as Zhong Jinqing entered the classroom, he rushed over and was ready to punch Lu Yuanqiu in the chest, but Lu Yuanqiu dodged it by turning sideways, and then turned his head to look at him handsomely. "Why do you call me Dad?" Zhong Jinqing was stunned by Lu Yuanqiu's new hairstyle, and then his face returned to normal, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you talking about? I can't see your legs today. You compensate me." Lu Yuanqiu stared at him seriously for a while, and said seriously, "Okay, I compensate you." He put his legs on Zheng Yifeng's desk, and Zheng Yifeng hurriedly and carefully took the cactus aside, and then he saw Lu Yuanqiu lifting up his school uniform pants. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Welcome to eat my 1.1 meter long legs, but the leg hair is a little long, so be careful when eating. Lu Yuanqiu generously stretched out his hand and introduced himself to Zhong Jinqing. "Get lost." Zhong Jinqing was disgusted and turned away. They had known each other since childhood, and they almost heard, "I compensate you." When he heard the three words, he could imagine that Lu Yuanqiu's dog mouth would not be able to spit out ivory, but he was still a beat slower to react and failed to defend. Lu Yuanqiu dropped his trouser legs and sat back in his seat with a chuckle. He smiled and looked at Bai Qingxia next to him. Bai Qingxiao also looked at him cautiously, but the smile on Lu Yuanqiu's face disappeared at this time. Huh? He turned his head away and pretended to be angry. Seeing this, Bai Qingxiao lowered her eyes willfully. After a moment, she raised her hand and gently pulled Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve. You just laughed. That's just laughing with others. Does it affect me to be angry with you? Bai Qingxiao said helplessly. Okay? What do you mean by okay? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head in surprise and questioned him. I'm like this, don't you coax me? How do you usually coax your father? Bai Qingxiao looked at him blankly. The two stared at each other for a moment. Forget it, alas. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand and turned around. There was a movement next to him. Bai Qingxiao put her two tender white hands on his forearm, gently shaking it, and said softly, Don't be angry with me, okay? Lu Yuanqiu's face was tense and his body was stiff. He didn't turn around to look at her, but the corners of his mouth were unexpectedly a little bit uncontrollable. Stop shaking, if you shake more, my skeleton will fall apart. Lu Wei walked into the class and shouted loudly, Are everyone here? If everyone is here, let's go to the auditorium to attend the graduation ceremony first, and then take graduation photos after the graduation ceremony. Wang Haoran stood up from his seat and loudly organized the students to leave the auditorium. In the back row by the window, Bai Qingxiao stretched her head over. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu's mouth curled up, she knew that she had succeeded in coaxing her. The girl's watery eyes blinked, and she smiled happily, but she didn't make any sound. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and glanced at her proudly. Let's go to the auditorium. Bai Qingxiao nodded, yes. Walking on the road, Lu Wei still couldn't help it. She came to Bai Qingxiao and asked about the college entrance examination. After getting a positive reply, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lu Yuanqiu next to her. Lu Yuanqiu raised his thumb. You did very well in the exam. Lu Wei didn't scold him like usual. She smiled from ear to ear. She came to Zhang Yifeng again and asked, How did you do in the exam? College entrance exam. Zhang Yifeng pondered for a moment and murmured, 672 points. This Chinese exam is very easy. I can get 110 points. After he finished speaking, he took the cactus and walked forward calmly, leaving Lu Wei alone in shock. He calculated the score by himself? Is it so weird? Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed dryly as he walked past the teacher. Isn't it normal for Zhang Yifeng to be weird? He knew the answer to the physics questions at a glance. Lu Wei was even happier and ran to ask Zhong Jinqing how he did in the exam. After asking the top students in the class, she clapped her hands outside the crowd with a flushed face and shouted, There will be a session of giving flowers to the teachers later. Bai Qingxiao will give it to me. Who will volunteer to give it to the remaining 5 people? Me. A bunch of hands were raised in the crowd. Lu Wei pointed for a while and said directly, Okay, let's go to the 5 who play basketball. Great. Lu Yuanqiu, Zhong Jinqing and others shouted. Zhang Yifeng's face was stiff. He obviously didn't raise his hand. In the auditorium, after the school leaders finished their speeches, it was time for each class to present flowers to their teachers. Lu Yuanqiu sat in his seat, watching the students on the stage talk to their familiar teachers for a few words, and then hug and cry, and he suddenly felt a little touched. He probably couldn't cry, but he would be sad. Who would feel happy at the moment of parting? In my previous life, I didn't participate in any activities. Now I think I lived in vain. At this time, Lu Wei walked towards the back row and whispered to them, Let's go out first, it's our class's turn soon. Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiao and the other 6 hurriedly came out from their seats, bending over. They took the flowers from the student union members. When the bespectacled girl from the student union handed the flowers to Lu Yuanqiu, she stared at him for a long time, and finally said reluctantly, Senior Lu, happy graduation, I wish you a bright future. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, thank you. Bai Qingxiao glanced over here silently. Soon, the 6 teachers of class 28 walked onto the stage. Lu Wei, who walked in the front, smiled. Behind her were the math teacher Ren Qitian, the substitute English teacher, the physics teacher Su Gur, the 1.9-meter tall biology teacher, and the chemistry teacher Gran Molly. The students followed Bai Qingxiao onto the stage. Lu Yuanqiu ranked 3rd and stood in front of Su Gur. Looking at Lu Yuanqiu holding the flowers, Su Gur smiled and patted his shoulder. So handsome. Lu Yuanqiu, teacher, you too. Gao Chong stood in front of the chemistry teacher, Gran Molly. He found that Gran Molly, who usually had a sour face, unexpectedly smiled kindly today. The host finished his speech with a microphone on the side, and the flower presentation began. Lu Wei held the flowers, and hugged Bai Qingxia tightly with tears in her eyes. Math teacher Ren Qitian looked at the silent Zheng Yifeng in front of him, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. He was not familiar with this student, but he knew that this student in front of him was always the first in the grade in math in the later exams, and was a hidden science genius. The two stared at each other, and finally shook hands. Wang Haoran also hugged the biology teacher. Zhong Jincheng hugged the substitute English teacher as he wished, and on Gao Chong's side, it was Grandma Li who took the initiative to grab his hand, and told him to work hard. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Su Gur with a complicated expression. He knew that Su Gur probably hadn't found a partner yet, because Su Gur's hair had turned several strands white again. Looking at the people around him hugging and crying, Su Gur put the flowers on the ground and smiled gently at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu, play romance with me one last time. After saying that, he took out a light bulb from his pocket with his left hand. Chapter 292. Lu Yuanqiu looked stunned and looked up at him. Su Gur had already put his right hand on his clothes and started rubbing it. Okay, I accompany you. Lu Yuanqiu's left hand reached out to the base of the light bulb, and his right hand also rubbed on his body. After a while, both of them raised their right hands. This time, there was no finger to contact, but they clasped their right hands together like brothers. The light bulbs on their left hands were successfully lit. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the light in front of him, and suddenly heard Su Gur ask a serious question. Tell me about the principal. Lu Yuanqiu is no longer the same person as before, and he can answer this question. He said, continuous friction causes the charge to accumulate. No. Su Gur suddenly interrupted, paused for a moment, and then corrected in a gentle voice. It is to generate electricity for love. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and suddenly laughed. Ha ha. Su Gur also laughed. After laughing, Lu Yuanqiu silently opened his arms and hugged Su Gur. Lu Yuanqiu, I wish you a bright future. Thank you, teacher. After the flower laying, other classes were organizing everyone to go to the playground to take graduation photos. Lu Wei was also organizing this, but Lu Yuanqiu looked around and didn't see anyone. He said to Bai Qingxia, I'm going to say goodbye to someone. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Bai Qingxia said quickly, okay. Lu Yuanqiu went straight to the grade director's office and kicked the door open. With a bang, Guritian, who was sitting at the desk, was so scared that the water cup in his hand splashed. At this moment, he was the only one in the office. Guritian raised his head in confusion, and put a piece of tea in his mouth. Puff. He spat into the water cup with a sound, performing atomic breath in front of him, and then shouted at Lu Yuanqiu, You want to rebel? Lu Yuanqiu shrugged indifferently. I've graduated, and you can't control me if I want to rebel. Guritian stared at him, suddenly deflated, and put the cup on the table with a smile. Are you here to say goodbye to me? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Yes, there are so many people in the auditorium. Why don't you go? Guritian waved his hand. It's boring, I've seen it too much, and it only makes me sad. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and let out a long breath. He suddenly raised his head, stood at attention, and bowed to the man with a beer belly in front of him. Director, I'm graduated. I wish you good health and all the best. Guritian looked at this scene without saying a word, and the grade director's office, where he was the only one left, was also quiet. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know what the director was thinking when he sat here alone while the ceremony was being held in the auditorium, but the director must be lonely. I'm leaving, director. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Suddenly, a chuckle came from behind. Don't you all call me Guritian behind my back? Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu turned back quickly, looking surprised. You know? Guritian smiled. Nonsense. He then waved his hand again. Let's go, don't bother me. Let me have some peace and quiet. Go out and close the door. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, backed out of the office, and gently closed the door. He walked out a few steps, looked back at the office door, and then turned and ran towards the playground. The corridor was long, but Lu Yuanqiu ran very fast. The familiar four-cornered sky above his head gradually turned into an open blue sky. In less than a minute, Lu Yuanqiu stood on the green playground, but he began to miss the world under the white teaching building. Although he could turn back immediately, some things could never be returned. Lu Yuanqiu. A shout came from the south of the playground, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly responded, I'm coming. The photographer was already in position in front. Lu Yuanqiu saw that the steps were full of classmates, with girls standing in the front 2 rows and boys standing in the back 2 rows, but a space for a boy was deliberately left behind by Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu walked up the steps with a smile, saying repeatedly, excuse me, please make way. After standing, On his left was Zheng Yifeng holding a cactus, and on his right was Zhong Jinqing. Zhong Jinqing pouted and complained. Seeing that you didn't come, Bai Qingxiao looked back dozens of times. She stared at whoever stood behind her, and scared everyone away. Really? So fierce? Lu Yuanqiu looked down, and saw that the earlobe of the girl in the front row was red. He pinched it, and the earlobe was like a switch. Bai Qingxiao suddenly shrank her neck downward, causing Lu Yuanqiu to laugh. Stand still, let's take a serious picture first. The photographer in front shouted. Everyone looked at the camera with serious expressions. Are we going to the battlefield? Don't be so bitter and hateful, just have a normal expression. The photographer suddenly couldn't help laughing. Everyone's expressions were much more normal this time. Click. The photographer said, take another less serious picture, let's express ourselves freely. Everyone was thinking about how to express ourselves freely, when suddenly a girl in front turned around and kissed a boy behind her. They had planned it. Zhong Jinqing stared. Damn it, Zhang Bo and you and Zhou Hui, you too? You hit it so well. The teachers at the front glanced back, all a little surprised, but did not scold or stop them. After all, they were all adults and graduated, and they could not control them. Gao Chong covered his forehead next to Zhang Bowen and sighed. It's immoral. It's immoral. Bai Qingxiao turned around silently at this time, raised her head, and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, who looked down at her and smiled. Do you want to interact with me too? Bai Qingxiao turned back with a red face. At the moment of pressing the shutter, Lu Yuanqiu leaned down and raised two scissors hands behind her head. The girl seemed to have expected it, and smiled shyly at the camera in front of her, like a smart deer with horns. You seemed to end just like that. And it seemed to continue in another way. Half a month later. Xingfuli Community. Lu Yuanqiu, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and gray shorts, and Bai Qingxiao, wearing a pink skirt, sat on the bed. Both of them were barefoot on the floor, but their eyes were nervously looking at the computer screen at the same time. At the door of the bedroom, Lu Tian was anxiously answering the phone. No, big brother. This guy insisted that he had to calm down before clicking. Let's take a look at yours first, Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxiao. The girl swallowed her saliva and responded, yeah. Lu Yuanqiu entered her admission ticket number, and the score came out. They looked directly at the score. 690. Lu Yuanqiu shouted in surprise. Bai Qingxiao laughed and exhaled. Lu Tian at the door quickly reported to the person on the phone in shock. Xiaoxia 690. Lu Yuanqiu adjusted his mood, took out his admission ticket with trembling hands, and entered the numbers one by one. Lu Tian, who was standing by the door, looked over with his phone, and held his breath at this scene. The moment he clicked on the score interface, Lu Yuanqiu immediately closed his eyes, and heard Bai Qingxiao next to him shouting louder than she had ever heard before. 628. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes, screamed, and immediately clenched his fists, and cheered loudly with veins bulging. Chapter 293. In the room, he and Bai Qingxiao hugged each other, and jumped up and down, but as they jumped, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt something was wrong. Something in front of him kept rubbing against his chest and moving up and down. He silently lowered his head, and glanced between the two of them. After Bai Qingxiao realized what was happening, she quickly let go of her hands and stepped back. She smiled awkwardly, then took a step forward with red ears, and congratulated Lu Yuanqiu. That's great, plus the reduction in sports scores. We can all go to Zhuhai University. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Well, the admission score line of judo will be released in the middle of next month, but it should not change much. The two of them had already discussed the school they were going to choose in the future, which was judo in Zhucheng, the leading institution of higher learning in Zhucheng, and the second only to Tsinghua University and Peking University in the country. In the living room outside, the sound of Lu Tian calling to announce the good news kept coming. Lu Yuanqiu. Ouch. Lay on his back on the bed, looking at the ceiling and breathing a sigh of relief. Bai Qingxiao sat quietly on the side, with a smile on her face that never faded. The class group was very quiet. No one was talking until Zhong Jinqing sent a message. Zhong Jinqing, the scores are out, I got 675. Someone soon sent a message to congratulate. It seemed that everyone was paying attention to the class group, but no one spoke. Lu Yuanqiu's phone rang. It was Lu Wei who sent him a private message to ask about the score. Not long after, Bai Qingxiao's phone also rang. It was still Lu Wei. It seemed that the head teacher was constantly chatting with people to ask. Zheng Yifeng had just replied to Lu Wei, and then looked at the 672 points on the computer screen. He took out his phone, and found Su Miaomiao's chat interface. He was hesitating whether to tell the other party, But Su Miaomiu suddenly sent him a message. Teacher Su, I see everyone's scores are out in the group. How's yours? Zheng Yifeng typed very fast. Zheng Yifeng, 672 points. Teacher Su, great. Huh? Zheng Yifeng laid down on the bed with all his strength, and he was even happier than when he saw the score. 5 days later, on June 30th, on the eve of filling in the application form. Xingfuli Community. Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu sat together on the sofa in the living room, and Su Xiaoya confirmed with Bai Qingxia again. Xiao Xia, are you sure you want to choose clinical medicine as your major? Bai Qingxia bit her lip and nodded gently. She hesitated and looked at Lu Yuanqiu beside her. Su Xiaoya also looked at Lu Yuanqiu, without saying anything, but her eyes were like asking. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. I told you, I also study clinical medicine. Bai Qingxia lowered her head. She had asked Lu Yuanqiu what major he wanted to choose, but Lu Yuanqiu just didn't say, so she had to choose clinical medicine, which she had thought about for a long time. For her father, and for her future personal development, she wanted a stable life and a good salary, so she wanted to be a doctor. It happened that Aunt Su was the director of pediatrics at the first hospital of the city. With this relationship, it would be much easier to find a job. But she also knew that Lu Yuanqiu's choice was completely in line with her, which made her feel a little sorry for Lu Yuanqiu. Su Xiaoya said, as a doctor, I naturally hope that my children will also study medicine, but Xuqiu, aren't you going to take over the branch in Zhucheng? Would it be better to choose business administration? Although different majors, you two can meet in the same school. Lu Tian was talking on the phone with his eldest brother Lu Cheng. When he heard Lu Yuanqiu's final decision, he said to his eldest brother. The speakerphone was on, and the uncle's voice came out clearly from the phone. Tell Xuqiu that it doesn't matter what major you choose. Do you really think you can learn any useful skills by taking 4 years of theoretical knowledge classes? There are so many temptations in college, and it's hard to say whether the child will listen to the classes at that time. The most important things are the graduation certificate and degree certificate. You must get them. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Look, uncle's idea is the same as mine. In fact, it's different. Lu Yuanqiu just wants to experience college life in the most comfortable way. This is the purpose of his rebirth, and then get the 2 certificates of the main task. As for what major to study, he doesn't care at all. For him, the most comfortable way is to stay with Bai Qingxia. Su Xiaoya looked at her husband at this time. Lu Tian stiffened his neck and said confidently, Why are you looking at me? I just graduated from high school, you decide for yourself. Lu Yuanqiu, no need to say, I have decided. The voice of the uncle came. Just make a decision, and leave the rest to the uncles. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and the expression on her face seemed to be unable to relieve herself. Lu Yuanqiu asked her, Let me ask you, if I chose the major first, what would you do? The girl sat up straight immediately after hearing this, and said seriously, word by word, Whatever you choose, I will choose. As if to prove that she was sincere, she stared at Lu Yuanqiu with a firm gaze. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. That's it. So this time, I let you make the decision first. You have always been accommodating me, but I am accommodating you this time, and you are still uncomfortable. Bai Qingxiao laughed suddenly, and her eyes became much softer. Su Xiaoya looked at the girl, then at the boy, TSK. After 2 beeps, she put the volunteer guide on the table, and got up to wash the fruit. Dong dong dong. Lu Yuanqiu's phone rang, and he took it out to check. Zheng Yifeng, Zhong Jinqing said he chose clinical medicine. What about you and Bai Qingxia? What are you going to choose tomorrow? Lu Yuanqiu, Zheng Yifeng, Zhong Jinqing, and Bai Qingxia all have scores that meet the requirements for entering Juda University, so the 4 of them have agreed to go to the same school. But Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. Zhong Jinqing was not a doctor in his previous life. Him? Lu Yuanqiu. Why did he choose clinical medicine? Zheng Yifeng. He actually wanted to be a gynecologist, but he checked and found that the prerequisite for becoming a gynecologist is to choose clinical medicine in undergraduate studies, and then apply for gynecology in graduate studies. Lu Yuanqiu, It seems that Zhong Jinqing was dismissed from the hospital in his previous life, and then he went to work in another job, and then... This guy is really hopeless. Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia and I are also clinical medicine. Zheng Yifeng. Then I am also clinical medicine. Lu Yuanqiu. No, brother, you made the decision so casually. You didn't discuss it with your family. Zheng Yifeng. The meaning of my life is not in my professional choice. Lu Yuanqiu, you're just pretending. It's getting late, I should go home. Bai Qingxia stood up, and picked up a packaging bag from the sofa. Lu Tian took a look and said with a smile, "So this bag of things is not a gift for us?" The girl's ears blushed with shame, and she explained, "This is the clothes I bought. I will go to work during the summer vacation starting tomorrow, and I can't work in a skirt." Lu Yuanqiu knew that she liked those two skirts very much, so he was reluctant to get them dirty. Chapter 294. Lu Tian, why don't you come to the supermarket to work during the day? I give you a raise depending on the situation? Hearing that this girl was going to work 2 jobs a day, Lu Tian felt a little distressed. When he compared her with his own daughter, he felt even worse. Even though they were not much different in age, one was pampered and the other had already shouldered a heavy responsibility. Bai Qingxia shook her head repeatedly, shaking her little hands, as if she didn't want to stay any longer. She walked towards the door and responded, No, I've found a job. Goodbye, uncle, goodbye, aunt. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu who was sitting on the sofa, said goodbye with her eyes, then put on her shoes, went outside and quickly closed the door. The work in the supermarket is so easy every day, even if you add the daytime hours, it is not too tiring. How can you have the nerve to increase the salary? However, starting from tomorrow, you could earn more money every day, and you will definitely save a lot in the 2 months before school starts. Thinking of this, Bai Qingxia smiled outside the door, turned around and left briskly. Lu Tian stood up and turned around to Lu Yuanqiu, who had been silent just now. You should persuade her too. What if she is exhausted? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and sighed. She is the kind of person who will be frightened when she gets benefits from others. It is impossible to persuade her. She is too stubborn. Su Xiuya came out with fruits and echoed, So, Xia is really a good girl. The next morning, Lu Yuanqiu went to school and filled in the sports major, as usual according to the uncle's instructions. When the admission notice came, it would become that he had been admitted to the clinical major of judo. This is the strength of the background. And the third uncle is going to be promoted again, and he will be transferred to Xucheng. I heard from my eldest uncle that this time the third uncle just casually talked to the president of Judo University about his nephew's identity as a sports student. It's not easy to choose a major. As a result, the president of Judo University said to the third uncle without saying a word, Oh my, there is no need to make such a fuss. The child is happy and can choose any major he wants. The third uncle even asked a few questions in return. Isn't this not good? Is this okay? Is it against the rules? Do you have the final say? After hearing this, the president of Judo's face flushed, and he patted his chest and made promises, saying, If I don't have the final say, who has the final say? I will take care of anything that happens. This is your nephew. The eldest uncle described it to Lu Yuanqiu with great emotion on the phone at that time, and Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether it was true or not. But according to the character of the third uncle, who has come all the way to the present, he will never leave any handle for himself when he speaks, and he always lets others take the initiative to make requests, and take all the responsibilities, and at the same time show willing to do so. So even if Lu Yuanqiu's identity as a sports student was exposed in judo, and it would cause trouble, the top leader in the school would come forward to settle it. But in accordance with the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble, Uncle San still asked Lu Yuanqiu not to tell others. In the information classroom, after filling out the application form, Bai Qingxia said hello to Lu Yuanqiu and went to work in the summer vacation. She didn't even say where she worked. When Lu Yuanqiu asked her, she hesitated and didn't say anything. Lu Yuanqiu could probably guess the reason. Bai Qingxia worked in the service industry. If she did so, she would definitely encounter difficulties from the boss and customers. Bai Qingxia was afraid that if he saw it, he would make a fuss and make things difficult. Actually, Lu Yuanqiu wants to ask, in your heart, am I such an impulsive person? In the service industry, it is normal for the boss to teach and the customers to be tricky. As long as the difficulties encountered are within the normal range, they are all training. But in some cases, Lu Yuanqiu must protect her, such as the difficulties caused by her beautiful appearance, which is not a training. If you don't tell me where you work, I will ask sisterly he. Are you going to Huqing to study? Brother Chang, can we meet again in the future? Lu Yuanqiu, Zheng Yifeng and I are all in Xucheng. After filling in the application form, Zhong Jincheng sat on a stool and looked at Gao Chang with some loneliness. Although Zhong Jincheng is really amazing in that aspect and is also a bit harsh when getting along with others, he is the most sentimental and reluctant to leave when they are about to part. Gao Chang nodded, yes. After he finished speaking, he looked up at Lu Yuanqiu, Zheng Yifeng and others and continued, It's okay, brothers, we can get together again during the holidays. Anyway, I will still go back to Luching during the holidays. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He bent down and closed the interface for filling in his application, without discussing it with the people around him. Zhong Jinqing and Zheng Yifeng knew that Lu Yuanqiu had family affairs. Zhong Jinqing even asked Lu Yuanqiu if the four of them could be in the same class in college. Lu Yuanqiu also told his uncle a few days ago, and his uncle agreed very readily. Lu Yuanqiu could even imagine how his uncle related to the president of Judo. Uncle, alas, my nephew has several good friends in high school, but now they are in the same university, but not in the same class. What should I do? Principal, shock. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to laugh for no reason. However, he worked hard all the way from a blank sheet of paper in his rebirth to get 628 points in the college entrance examination, which is shocking enough. Of course, only he knows the sweat and efforts behind it. The past of a year of hard work in high school has become a memory. University. I want to see what the legendary university life that countless people yearn for is like. Hey, now I am also a high-level student who is about to receive higher education. I have to pay attention to my image and stop swearing in the future. Only uneducated people like my dad swear all the time. Lu Yuanqiu smiled as he walked out of the information classroom. Zhong Jinqing's voice came from behind him. Lu Yuanqiu, are you in such a hurry to eat shit? Are you playing games in the internet cafe? Lu Yuanqiu, play your mother's game. Zhong Jinqing, hack you. Lu Yuanqiu's face was dark. Forget it, let's just say dirty words. Playing games, I was about to vomit in the internet cafe in my last life. He still had to check Bai Qingxia's work unit. Later. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu walked out of the building, Chao Shuang ran towards him. Brother Qiu. Shuangzi, which school did you choose? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. It looked like Chao Shuang had just finished filling out his application. He scored over 400 points this time, and successfully passed the second-tier line. His fate was completely different from his previous life. Lu Yuanqiu was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Chao Shuang smiled and said, my first few applications were all schools in Zhucheng, which are close to your school. Zhucheng Polytechnic is across the street from Juda, so I applied for it too. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised and said, you didn't choose Luching? Stay closer to Wanyueru. Chao Shuang. She said, she will go to Zhucheng to attend university later, so I just follow you this time. Okay, we can meet again when we go to university. Yes, Brother Qiu, I'm leaving first. I found a summer job, and will start work today. Chao Shuang waved and ran towards the school gate. Ah, you found a summer job? Should I follow you and do it? Lu Yuanqiu muttered to himself. Chapter 295. Noon Anshan Road, a restaurant. The restaurant was crowded at this time, with the largest flow of people and the busiest time in the restaurant. Quick, this for table number 5. The sweaty chef put the dish on the table and quickly rang the bell. A pair of snow-white arms covered with fine beads of sweat stretched out, quickly picked up the plate and walked to table number 5. Hello, you're. Bai Qingxia stared blankly at the boy sitting at table number 5 and froze there. Oh, thank you, thank you. Lu Yuanqiu quickly took the fish-flavored pork shreds and raised his head and asked, where is the rice I want? Right away. Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise and turned around quickly. She was about to serve the rice, and the busy restaurant owner shouted again, the newcomer, clean up table number 8, make room, the guests are waiting. Okay. Bai Qingxia responded quickly. She looked back at Lu Yuanqiu and silently pointed at the rice cooker, meaning that Lu Yuanqiu should serve the rice himself. Lu Yuanqiu had no choice but to walk over there. He took out a bowl from the cupboard below, scooped a few spoonfuls, and then looked back at the girl. Bai Qingxia wore a loose black short-sleeved top and jeans. There was no logo or pattern on the short-sleeved top, which looked cheap, but it still looked good and stylish on her. However, the other waiters in the store were all wearing red uniforms, and she was the only one without a uniform, perhaps because it was her first day at work. Seeing that the others were also busy, and not just Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu served the rice and sat back to his seat to eat. After eating, he did not take up a seat, and went to the internet cafe next door for 2 hours. At this time in the afternoon, there were no people in the restaurant. Bai Qingxia was sitting alone at a table in the corner eating lunch. On the other side, a group of waiters were eating around a round table. Several young male waiters looked at Bai Qingxia from time to time, and they were mesmerized several times. Bai Qingxia did not look up or pay attention, and ate by herself. At this time, a shadow covered the table. She looked up, and found that Lu Yuanxiu was sitting next to her. I thought you left? Bai Qingxia had just finished speaking in surprise when a voice came from the other side. Hello, the store is closed now, and will open at 4:30. Do you want to make a reservation in advance? A relatively older waiter at the round table stood up and asked Lu Yuanxiu, with a steamed bun in one hand and chopsticks in the other. Lu Yuanxiu smiled and said, there are so many customers in this store. I ate here at noon. She is my friend. I came to see how she is doing at work. Oh, is that so? Okay. The older waiter responded with a smile, looked at the two of them a few more times, and sat down again. Bai Qingxia then asked, how did you know I work here? Lu Yuanxiu looked down at the meal she was eating, which had both meat and vegetables, much better than what she ate in the school cafeteria. He looked up and replied, I asked sisterly. I knew. The girl poked the rice bowl lightly with her chopsticks, muttering quietly, expressing her dissatisfaction with her tone. Lu Yuanxiu laughed. Seeing Bai Qingxia lower her head to continue eating, he supported his head with his palms and watched her eat quietly. He looked at the girl's little mouth moving, and couldn't help but imitate it, and even smacked his lips. Bai Qingxia raised her head, raised her hand unhappily, and tapped Lu Yuanxiu's arm gently. Why are you imitating me? Lu Yuanxiu smiled dotingly and didn't hide. I never paid attention to her eating before, but today, in a different environment, I suddenly felt that this scene was quite enjoyable, probably because the atmosphere was different. Seeing that Lu Yuanxiu didn't speak, Bai Qingxia picked up a piece of meat and handed it to him, trying to bring up a new topic in this unfamiliar environment. Did you have enough for lunch? Are you still eating? Lu Yuanxiu. Ah. Bite forward, but Bai Qingxia quickly retracted her chopsticks. She glared at him, put down her chopsticks, and quickly glanced at the people at the other round table. She didn't expect Lu Yuanxiu to be so thick-skinned. She thought that in a different environment, Lu Yuanxiu would be humble, and say he didn't want to eat. How much is the salary here? Lu Yuanxiu asked seriously. The boss gives me 1,000 yuan a month. Ah? Lu Yuanxiu frowned and whispered, it's so busy and tiring, it's equivalent to working for a day, and only 1,000 yuan a month? Bai Qingxia bowed her head and explained, after all, it's a summer job, I can't do it long term. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuanxiu stood up and walked towards the people at another table. Bai Qingxia was stunned and quickly stood up. She thought Lu Yuanxiu was going to question why the wages were so low, but she heard Lu Yuanxiu ask the older waiter just now, are you still hiring here? Yes, there are too many customers, and we are too busy every day. Everyone at that table put down their bowls and chopsticks, and looked at Lu Yuanxiu curiously. Lu Yuanxiu suddenly, hey, twice, raised his right arm to show his muscles, frowned, and said in a boastful manner, to be honest, I am very good at carrying plates, let me work here too. Ha ha. Everyone at the table laughed. The older waiter said, okay, wait until the afternoon, let your friend take you to work first, and then you can talk to the boss when he comes. Okay, thank you. Lu Yuanxiu nodded and smiled. After he said that, he turned around and looked at Bai Qingxia, winking at her, as if to show off that he had successfully applied for the job. Bai Qingxia responded with a helpless smile and sat down again. The restaurant suddenly started playing music, Zhang Jie's The Most Beautiful Sun. Hearing the song, the older waiter said, after dinner, get ready to work. Lu Yuanxiu sat back in his seat, listening to the background music. He and Bai Qingxia looked at each other. Lu Yuanxiu smiled first and said, hurry up and eat, and work together after dinner. Okay. Lu Yuanxiu raised his head. Zhang Jie's singing lingered in the entire restaurant, and the lyrics made him feel a bit like being injected with chicken blood. My world is beautiful because of you. My sky is not dark because of you. Half a month later. Give me happiness, shed tears for my sadness. Give me tolerance, let me fly high. Wearing a red uniform, Zhong Jinqing shouted in the restaurant with a plate in his hand. Lu Yuanxiu, clean table number 6. Lu Yuanxiu just came out of the kitchen with a plate in his hands, and responded loudly, I step on. He paused, glanced at the 5 or 6-year-old girl at the table next to him, and quickly changed his words. I'm serving dishes. Looking for Zheng Yifeng. Where is Zheng Yifeng? In the second private room, Zheng Yifeng, wearing a red uniform, was pulled by the arm by a 30-year-old, heavily made-up lady. The lady touched his hand and asked with a smile, Little brother, how old are you this year? How do you become a waiter? Zheng Yifeng stared at her expressionlessly, then turned his head, and cast a look of help to Bai Qingxia, who was passing by the private room. Bai Qingxia looked away, and pretended not to see it. Outside the hall, Gao Chong was wiping the table while moving his neck to the music. Suddenly, he heard Lu Yuanqiu's anxious voice from the side. Quick, quick, Brother Chong, help me get the phone out of my pocket. I'm holding a plate in my hand. Gao Chong was taking out his phone, and Lu Yuanqiu glared at him. Take out your phone. What are you taking out? Don't rush me. Gao Chong took out the phone and put it next to Lu Yuanqiu's ear. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and asked, Who is it? Express delivery. Egypt delivery is not available. I didn't buy anything. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to leave, he suddenly returned to Gao Chong's side silently and put his ear to the phone obediently. What express delivery did you just say? Postal. EMS. Chapter 296. Give me wings so I can fly, give me strength, it's you who makes me strong. The song in the hotel rang. After listening to the content on the phone, Lu Yuanqiu raised his head blankly. He looked at Gao Chong, his eyes flashing with unconcealable joy. And Gao Chong was holding the phone, still moving his neck to the background music in the hotel. He moved his neck and asked, What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu, Brother Chong, Bai Qingxia and I's college admission letters have arrived. Gao Chong, so? Let me kiss you. Lu Yuanqiu put the plate on the table, quickly hugged Gao Chong's head, and opened his mouth. Hey, look at this young couple. Don't people show their affection in this circle now? An uncle came over, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu who was kissing Gao Chong fiercely. His mouth twitched, and then quietly took away the dish that Lu Yuanqiu had put on the table next to him. In the second private room, the elder sister at the table was stroking Zheng Yifeng's hand, smiling and saying, This hand is so beautiful, especially the middle finger, it's so long, wow. Zheng Yifeng ignored her. The phone rang and he picked it up. Hello? Postal Express. Is anyone home? Yes. Zheng Yifeng replied with one word and hung up the phone. After touching her hand, the older sister reached out to the uniform in front of Zheng Yifeng, wanting to lift his clothes to see his abdominal muscles. As a result, her hand was slapped down by Zheng Yifeng as soon as she touched the clothes. The handsome boy carried the plate expressionlessly and turned away. At night, Lu Yuanqiu sat at the computer desk, browsing the campus forum of Zhuhai University, and suddenly saw a new post, which was posted by a senior named Finger. Senior Finger, Class 30, 11th grade clinical medicine major, freshman class group, XXXX, join quickly, there are good things to share. Lu Yuanqiu blinked in a daze, and replied below. Yezazikyu, Senior Finger? Isn't it Zhuhai University? Why did it become Castle College? Senior Finger replied to Yezhikyu, he. Yezazikyu replied to Senior Finger, question mark. Is this class group real or fake? Lu Yuanqiu joined the class group with a skeptical attitude. He didn't share the group number with Bai Qingxia first. If someone posted a cute picture with their face after joining the group, Bai Qingxia would be scared to tears. After joining the group, Lu Yuanqiu found that there were already more than a dozen people in the group, and they were chatting enthusiastically. The group owner was the Senior Finger. Among them, there was a person with the name Zhang Yang in the group. He sent messages very quickly and dominated the screen in a few seconds. Zhang Yang, oh, a newcomer is here. Welcome. Zhang Yang. The newcomer looks manly at first glance. Zhang Yang at a leaf knows autumn, look at the birds. Lu Yuanqiu was terribly silent in front of the computer screen. He was a little surprised, no shocked. Shouldn't the person who can get into Zhuhai University be a quiet and taciturn academic master like Bai Qingxia? Oh no, I forgot about Zhong Jinqing. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled and felt relieved. Finger at Zhang Yang, don't scare the newcomer, what if she is a girl? Zhang Yang, which girl would use Grey Wolf as her avatar? Finger at Yezhiqiu, look at the bird. Yezhiqiu, Yezhiqiu, are there no girls in the group? Finger, so far, all the people who have joined are men. The female students may not have found the group number yet. Does anyone know other freshmen in our class? Can you recommend the group number? Zhang Yang, hee girls, sweet girls. Zhang Yang, I really want to fall in love in college. Zhang Yang, I heard there are female stars in our class, very beautiful, but unfortunately they are not from the same department. Lu Yuanqiu cut out the interface and sent the group number to Zheng Yifeng, Zhong Jinqing, and Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia is probably still working in the supermarket now. Senior Finger, why do stars come to Zhuhai University if they don't go to the film academy? Zhang Yang, who knows, they don't want to enter the entertainment industry, their families are very rich, and they will probably inherit the family business in the future. Yizhiqiu, what's his name? Zhang Yang, Long Lian Dong. Phone gear, I've never heard of it. It's a tongue twister. Lusei joined the group chat. Hua Xi and Luo Bo joined the group chat. Zhang Yang. Welcome the newcomer. Welcome the newcomer. Zhang Yang. The newcomer is speaking. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Zheng Yifeng, the stuffy guy, was just lurking. Zhong Jincheng was definitely clicking on the group members' avatars to see if there were any girls. Jia Yu Sanbao, excuse me, is there a scrapyard in our school? Senior Feng Gear, what do you want to do? Family has 3 treasures. I want to collect junk. If there is no junk, can I set up a junk station in the school? But I may have a little bit of cleanliness and obsessive-compulsive disorder, so I need to take care of the site selection and decoration myself. Senior Finger was silent for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't hold it back. Master Lingxiu, since someone asked this question, I will also ask a question that I care about. Will our school crack down on Taoist priests? Waxindaluo, why are Taoist priests here? Is this still a clinical medicine group? Finger at Lingxiuzhenren. What do you want to do? Lingxiuzhenren. I'm from Xiangqing. I might work part-time in Zhucheng to help with feng shui. Are your parents and grandparents still alive? I can also look at graves. Zhucheng Kuxiao, damn. Yezizikyu, back off, back off, back off. Hua Xi and Luo Bo, thank you, you're still alive. Where's your mom? Lingxiuzhenren, my mom is gone. Hua Xi and Luo Bo, Finger, Taoist priest, where did you see our class group number? Lingxiuzhenren, I checked the official website. I just received the admission letter. I am the top scorer in science in Xiangqing. Lu Yuanqiu swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Is it that the university is like this? Or did I just meet a weird type? Isn't this one of the top universities in the country? I hope I won't be assigned to the same dormitory. I hope I won't be assigned to the same dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu prayed silently in his heart. Zhucheng Kuxiao, what's going on? There are so many monsters in the same class. Are there no girls? Hua Xi and Luo Bo, same question. A leaf knows autumn at Lusei, she is a beauty, we are from the same school. Lusei, question mark. Zhang Yang at Lusei, hello, my name is Zhang Yang, nice to meet you. Zhucheng Kuxiao at Lusei, hello, nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Jia Yu Sanbao at Lusei, girl, give me the clothes you don't want, don't throw them away. The people who were lurking just now are now bubbling up, tagging Zheng Yifeng one after another. Lu Yuanqiu laughed like crazy in front of the computer screen. Zheng Yifeng silently sent him a private message. Zheng Yifeng, tyrant? Lu Yuanqiu, how can you talk like that? I am helping you meet new friends, you look so dull all day long. Just then, someone else came into the group. Xia Tianfeng enters the group chat. Chapter 297. Yi Chio at Xia Tian de Feng, this is my high school classmate, a handsome guy. Does anyone want to meet him? Seeing this message, no one paid attention to Bai Qingxia. Everyone was tagging Zheng Yifeng, asking about his well-being. Zhang Yan at Lusei, classmate, I know you have a lot of taste when I see your profile picture is a trash can. Does this mean you throw all your bad moods into the trash can? Zhucheng Kuxiao at Lusei, ignore those losers. Beautiful lady, you are the only girl in our class. You are so popular. How about we add each other as friends first? I treat you to dinner at Lijiajio on the first day of school. Waxindaluo at Lusei, beauty, look at the bear. Zhang Yang, no buddy. You're awesome. Lingxiuzhenren at Lusei, classmate, can you send me a photo? I can help you look at your face. Senior Finger, Taoist priest also likes to look at beauties? Lingxiuzhenren, hee shame, shame. For Season's Fresh Supermarket. At the cashier, Bai Qingxiao looked at the messages in the group chat, and the expression on her face was sometimes contemptuous, and sometimes suppressed laughter. She didn't really want to chat, so she saw her father moving things, so she put her phone in her pocket and ran to help. Senior Fingal, please change the group name card to your real name like Zhang Yang. Zheng Yifeng changed his online name to his real name, and no one paid attention to him except him. Fingal, Zhang Yang at Zheng Yifeng, classmate, is this your name? It sounds so nice. Zhucheng Kuxiao at Zheng Yifeng, classmate, your name reminds me of a goddess in my high school. Her name also sounds a bit like a boy's. According to my experience, the more a girl's name sounds like a boy's, the prettier she is. Zheng Yifeng, forget it, he gave up the resistance. Lu Yuanqiu laughed so hard that he fell off the chair, and lay on the ground, pounding the ground and laughing. Bang! Lu Yidong kicked open his brother's door, frowned and said, be quiet, it's so noisy. Dong Dong, let brother kiss you, Mumumu. Lu Yuanqiu got up and chased after him, and Lu Yidong was scared and emoticoned, and quickly closed the door. Summer vacation passed day by day, and Bai Qingxia's little wallet became more and more bulging. August 28th. There was only one day left before leaving for Zhucheng. Lu Yuanqiu and his team couldn't hold on after working in the hotel for a month, and only Bai Qingxia persisted to the end. In the room, Bai Qingxia sat on the bed, with a bunch of red banknotes in her hands. She turned around and opened the curtain. Seeing that the door was tightly closed, she sat back and counted the money carefully and meticulously, with a happy smile on her face. A total of 6,875 yuan. This is all the money she has saved in the past year, including her and her father's wages in the supermarket, New Year's money, and summer job wages. This amount is already super much for a girl with a poor life. Bai Qingxia packed up her money and prepared to go out. She was going to deposit 6,000 yuan into the bank, and the remaining 800 yuan would be used to buy other items. Are you ready? On the balcony outside, Sister Li had also packed up, and was ready to go out with Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded, yes. Sister Li looked much better with light makeup on her face than when she was wearing heavy makeup, and her temperament also changed from coquettish to gentle. Although her appearance was still ordinary, in Bai Qingxia's heart, Sister Li's beauty was ranked second after her mother. Sister Li looked at the girl in the pink dress in front of her, sighed, and reached out to adjust Bai Qingxia's collar. I was worried about you going to Zhucheng to go to college, but I felt relieved when I knew Lu Yuanqiu was in the same class with you. Little Lu is really amazing. I didn't expect that he could go to judo. Bai Qingxia quickly responded, Lu Yuanqiu is amazing and studies very hard. I know. Sister Li smiled and responded, how many times a day do you have to praise him in front of me? Bai Qingxia pursed her lips, that's right. The two walked downstairs arm in arm, and Sister Li murmured to remind them, ID card, admission letter, your student loan form. What else? And bed sheets, right? Such a good university actually requires students to prepare these things by themselves, too lame. Bai Qingxia smiled, and suddenly said, Sister Li, I want to buy a big suitcase. Zhang Li turned her head. Why? As if she had reacted, she raised her hand and poked Bai Qingxia's face, and smiled and said, you grown up, and you're embarrassed to put it in a snakeskin bag? Bai Qingxia drooped her eyebrows. No, I don't really care. But Uncle Lu and Lu Yuanqiu will definitely not let me move my things by myself. If I carry my luggage around school, what if my classmates see Lu Yuanqiu carrying a big swollen snakeskin bag? Lu Yuanqiu is particularly eager for college life, and he'd better leave a bright and beautiful impression on his classmates. Sister Li didn't say anything after hearing this, but just stretched out her hand and rubbed Bai Qingxia's head twice. Okay, I buy you a suitcase. No, I have money. Shut up. I don't even have time to attend your graduation party. In my hometown, the children of relatives and friends have to pay for college. I don't have money. Can I buy you a suitcase? Buy you a pink one. Thank you, Sister Li. Bai Qingxia said to the woman next to her with a smile. Looking at the innocent smile in front of her, Sister Li sighed. Sister Li can't bear to leave you. When you leave, I will be alone again. Is my dad still here? Your dad hangs out at Sister Zhang's house every day. Xingfuli Community. Su Shirya and Lu Tian were busy helping Lu Yuanqiu prepare things. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the already full class group. There were 35 people in the clinical class 30, 15 girls and 20 boys. They hadn't met yet, but they were already discussing who was the most beautiful girl in the freshman department. Zhang Yang. I think it should be Feng Feng. Feng Feng is definitely a very special beauty. Zhucheng Kuxiao. I agree with this. According to my experience, a real beauty should be someone who often hides and rarely speaks, and Feng Feng is one of them. Zhu Chengquatai. What do you mean? Who is the yin and yang? Zhu Chengquisher. Anyway, I am not yin and yang with you. This, Zhu Chengquatai, is like that. Zhang Yang, they are very talkative, and the news of the two of them often dominates the screen, but Zhu Chengquatai and Zhang Yang do not have any conflicts, but often quarrel with Zhu Chengquisher. In the group, and they always talk about luxury brands, and often quarrel because of things about vision and knowledge. This made Lu Yuanqiu a little unexpected. He originally thought that people from Zhucheng would quarrel with outsiders, but it turned out that the two people from Zhucheng quarreled the most fiercely. However, Lu Yuanqiu felt that the personalities of this Pearl City rich lady and Zhang Yang were a bit like Shen Fei and Gao Cheng. Alas! Lu Yuanqiu turned to the group chat of class 28 of senior 3 again. No one had spoken in this group chat for 10 days. Su Shuya came in with a pile of clothes and a black suitcase. She asked her son. What clothes are you bringing? Lu Yuanqiu did not respond in a hurry. He looked at the suitcase and frowned. I don't need a suitcase. Chapter 298. Su Xiaoyao looked surprised. If you don't use a suitcase, what do you use? You carry it yourself. Lu Yuanqiu casually said, can't you just find a snakeskin bag to put it in? Why use a suitcase? I call this simple and low-key. Lu Tian snorted at the door. You really should be low-key. No one in the school has a bigger background than you, a Luqing native. It's better to be low-key. I agree to use a snakeskin bag, which is more approachable. Su Xiaoyao looked at the expression on her son's face, and suddenly seemed to understand something. She smiled softly, and went out to continue packing. Bai Qingxia doesn't have a suitcase, so she might use a snakeskin bag. This girl saves money from every penny she has, so she probably won't buy a suitcase. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. He turned sideways on the bed, and continued to look at the group chat. Zhu Chengquatai seemed angry. Zhu Chengquatai and Zhang Yifeng, come out and show up. They're all talking about you. Why are you so proud and still hiding? I don't believe you can be that good-looking. Post a photo if you have the guts. No matter how good-looking you are, can you be as good-looking as Long Liano? He's a star. Xu Cheng, rich young master. Are you sick? Why are you so mean to Feng Feng? Did she provoke you? Women's jealousy is terrible. Zhang Yang, yes, I also think it's a bit too much. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Feng Feng didn't say anything from beginning to end. Why do you treat Feng Feng like this? She is really wronged. Senior Feng Gear, stop arguing. I will ban you if you continue arguing. Master Ling Xiu. Everyone, only when you are calm can your forehead be full and bright. If you are always angry, your complexion will get worse and worse, and your fortune will also go down. Senior Finger, look, the Taoist priest can't stand it anymore. A leaf knows autumn at Ling Xiuzhenren. Taoist priest, I heard that the female dormitory of Juda University is haunted. What do you think? Fan Xi and Deluobua. He laid down and watched. Ling Xiuzhenren. Oh, I know. I observed the sky yesterday and saw that a demon in the female dormitory of Juda University is about to be born. Oh, I can't say. I will go to the female dormitory to investigate after school starts. Zhu Chengqua Xiao, if you go, I will go too. Fan Xi and Deluobua. Is it a female ghost? Yes, Hikyu. I heard from my sister, it seems so. Waxenderdish. Then I will go too. No matter what species it is, as long as it is female, there will always be loopholes. I will take action. Yes, Hikyu, take me with you. Senior Fingel. It seems that I have to go there too. Zhu Chengquatai. A bunch of perverts. The Taoist priest is also a pervert. What are they pretending to be? Ling Xiuzhenren. Zhu Chengquatai. It sounds good, but I wonder if you can pass the test of the dormitory and downstairs? Yes, Hikyu. TSK. Hua Xi and Deluobo. Cut. Zhang Yang. Cut. Zhu Chengqua Xiao. Cut. Senior Fingir. Cut. Yi Chio. Buddy, I said an interjection, not a verb. Don't follow the trend blindly. Hua Xi and Deluobo. What's wrong with the dormitory, aunt? I said that as long as she is a woman, there will always be loopholes. Zhang Yang. What loopholes? Senior Fingir. Sly smile. Zhu Chengquatai. Men are really disgusting. Zhu Chengqua Xiao. Better than you. Xia Tian de Feng at Yi Chio replied to the message. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and quickly clicked out. He saw that Bai Qingxia had sent him a message an hour ago, but he didn't pay attention. It turned out to be asking what time to meet tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu immediately typed, 8 o'clock in the morning. They will leave for Zhucheng tomorrow, and Lu Tian will drive them both. Lu Yuanqiu sent a message to Zhong Jincheng. How are you going tomorrow? Zhong Jincheng looked at his phone and responded, of course I drive. I want to ask if it's my dad or my mom who sent me. Lu Yuanqiu replied okay. He knew that Zhong Jincheng was from a divorced family and lived with his father, but he also often visited his mother. Lu Yuanqiu sent another message to Zhang Yifeng to ask, but Zhang Yifeng probably didn't have his phone with him, so he didn't reply. A neighborhood near Xingfuli. Zhong Jincheng kicked his father's door. Dad, will you take me home tomorrow? In the room, a middle-aged man with a beard on the bed sat up suddenly, pulled his hand out of the quilt, and looked at his son in surprise. The father and son were staring at each other, and at this time, Pa! A roll of paper rolled down from the bed, and the paper towel was stretched long on the ground. Zhong Jincheng looked down silently, then looked up at his unreliable father. After the embarrassment, the latter smiled and responded, let your mother send it. Dad has to accompany a female colleague for dinner tomorrow. Got it. Zhong Jinqing turned and left. Hey, you little brat, close the door for me. Where are you going? To say goodbye to the lady next door. Close the door for me first. Zhang Yifeng squatted on the floor of the living room, putting things one by one in the suitcase. A little boy of 7 or 8 squatted beside him and asked curiously, Brother, where is Xu Cheng? Zhang Yifeng responded, It's on the upper right. The little boy raised his head and said, My second uncle said that my brother's school is very good. Zhang Yifeng nodded gently, Yes, a little bit. A woman with big wavy hair, fair skin and beautiful looks leaned against the kitchen door, quietly watching Zhang Yifeng packing things. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to go over to help, but it seemed difficult to take that step forward. How, you must take your brother as a role model, understand? Yi Hui admonished the little boy. The little boy turned around and asked, Mom, don't you always say that your brother is a waste? Huh? Yi Hui frowned and stepped forward. She looked up at Zhang Yifeng, who also looked over. Yi Hui immediately lowered her eyes and sighed deeply. She said nothing and turned back to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. Zhang Yifeng retracted his gaze, raised his hand and touched his brother's head, and said gently, When I go to school, who will be the only man in the family? I. The little boy raised his head and responded loudly. Zhang Yifeng nodded and continued to ask, What are you going to do? The little boy still responded loudly, I will always stay by my mother's side to protect her. Never abandon your mother. This answer was very skillful, and the two seemed to have talked more than once. Zhang Yifeng smiled without saying anything, touched his head twice, then picked up the suitcase and turned back to the room. Hearing the door closing, Yi Hui in the kitchen supported the stove with both hands, and finally couldn't help crying with a suppressed voice. Zhang Yifeng returned to the room and picked up his phone. He glanced at the message and replied to Lu Yuanqiu. Zhang Yifeng, my second uncle will drive me tomorrow. What time will you and Bai Qingxiao leave? Lu Yuanqiu, 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Yifeng, about the same time. I heard that the dormitory allocation is determined by the order of registration. Do you want the three of us to share a dormitory? Chapter 299. Lu Yuanqiu, we are in the same class, so the dormitory doesn't matter. Even if we are not together, it's not that far away. I just hope my roommate is normal. Don't wait for me deliberately. Zhang Yifeng, okay. After sending a message to Zhang Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu opened Chao Shuang's chat interface again. Chao Shuang was officially admitted to Zhucheng Institute of Technology, which is opposite Juda, and his major is computer science. I heard that on the day he received the admission letter, he hugged his mother and cried for a full half an hour. Lu Yuanqiu, Xuanzi, when are you going to Zhucheng? Chao Shuang, Brother Qiu, I'm taking the train the day after tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu, have you bought the ticket? I said I'd take you with me. Chao Shuang, no, Brother Qiu, you and Bai Qingxiao have luggage, and there won't be enough space if I'm included. Lu Yuanqiu, okay, be careful. Chao Shuang, okay. Once during a meal, Chao Shuang told Lu Yuanqiu that his note for Lu Yuanqiu was Lu Dasheng, which made Lu Yuanqiu laugh for a long time, but Chao Shuang didn't laugh. Seeing his serious expression, Lu Yuanqiu was too embarrassed to laugh. But actually Lu Yuanqiu smiled because he felt a little ashamed. He felt that he was not that great. August 29th, 8 o'clock in the morning. Downstairs in Xingfili community, Lu Yuanqiu stuffed 2 large snakeskin bags into the trunk. Lu Tian sat in the driver's seat, and his uncle and mother came to see him off. Su Xiaoyao looked at Lu Yuanqiu, covered her mouth and cried, Son, when I think of... Lu Yuanqiu interrupted quickly, Okay, I know. Su Xiaoyao's tears continued to flow. I haven't finished talking. Why are you like this? You are too disrespectful to your mother. Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms helplessly and hugged her, then walked to the uncle. Uncle, I'm leaving. The fat uncle smiled sadly. You grown up. We didn't expect you to be the most promising person in the Lu family. Hee, I didn't expect it either. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. The uncle patted his nephew's shoulder and reminded him. As for other things, the uncles have told you, work hard in college, but don't forget to enjoy life. You can study and play with confidence, and there are 3 uncles to support you even if the sky falls. Lu Yuanqiu nodded seriously, and opened his arms to hug his uncle. The fat middle-aged man patted Lu Yuanqiu on the back and said, Uncles, you keep your word. From now on, you are the general manager of the Zhucheng branch, and you will start working after graduation. But if you become the general manager, the hundreds of managers below will definitely not accept it. It all depends on you. Your second uncle, and I have already told the branch about your admission to Juda. The label of Juda definitely has weight on you, But if you don't get your graduation certificate and degree certificate, it will be like roasting you on the fire. Su Xiaoya and Lu Tian listened on the side, both with a somewhat apprehensive expression. Lu Yuanqiu nodded seriously and suddenly stood at attention, guaranteed to complete the task, successfully obtain the 2 certificates in 5 years. The uncle smiled. Good. Successfully received the main task. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. The uncle suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "Oh, by the way, the current general manager of the branch is very slick. He insisted on holding a welcoming banquet for you. When you arrive in Zhucheng, you can just go and have a meal with him. If he asks you something about the company and deliberately asks you questions, just say that I don't know and the uncles haven't told me yet." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Okay, I remember." "Well, go ahead." The uncle patted Lu Yuanqiu's arm. Getting on the back seat of the car, Lu Yuanqiu waved to his uncle and mother. Su Xiaoya couldn't help crying again, crying and waving. Lu Yuanqiu was still a little soft-hearted after all. Seeing his mother like this, he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Lu Tian said in the driver's seat, "I went to pick up Xiu. Has she come out?" "Lu Yuanqiu," I asked. "By the way, Dad, when we get to Zhucheng, you accompany Bai Qingxia to register first. I have to have a meal with the general manager of the branch." "I know, I just heard it." Zhang Yang was sending a message in the class group. "Zhang Yang, I'm leaving, brothers. Senior Finger, come on, I'm waiting for you." After chatting for a few days, Lu Yuanqiu learned that this Senior Finger was really similar to Finger. He had been held back for 3 years, and became a left-behind old man in the clinical department. According to him, the failure rate of clinical majors is extremely high, which sounds scary. "Zhang Yang, Senior, is Zhuda good?" "Senior Finger, it's good, I'm almost sick of it." "Zhucheng rich young master, looks good, right? Then I go out and take a look." "This guy is so pretentious," Lu Yuanqiu complained in his heart. "Zhang Yang at Lingxuzhenren, Taoist priest, are you flying to Zhucheng with a sword?" "Lingxuzhenren, I haven't learned how to fly with a sword yet." "Yazizikyu, Fuck, one dares to ask and the other dares to answer. In the past month and a half, Bai Qingxia has only said one sentence in this group chat, which was that time when she asked Lu Yuanqiu to reply to her message. She and Zheng Yifeng are both lurkers, maybe they really look like. Zhucheng rich young master. As the saying goes, people who like diving are good looking. Lu Yuanqiu left the group chat and sent a message to Bai Qingxia. The girl quickly replied. She was already waiting at the intersection. The Audi stopped at the zebra crossing. Lu Yuanqiu looked through the window and was stunned for a moment. Bai Qingxia was wearing a pink dress and a single ponytail. She still had a pink hairpin on her head. She was carrying a pink school bag on her back and a small white leather bag in front of her. There was also a big pink suitcase next to her. She bought a suitcase? Lu Yuanqiu stared. He is a clown. The green light came on, and Bai Qingxia at the intersection grabbed the suitcase and immediately looked around for cars. Seeing that there were no cars around, she dragged the suitcase across the road quickly. Lu Yuanqiu got out of the car and took her suitcase, and then opened the trunk of the car. The two looked at the 2 snakeskin bags lying inside, and they were silent. "You didn't tell me you bought a suitcase," Lu Yuanqiu said to her dissatisfiedly. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and pursed her lips. "Are you using snakeskin bags for me?" "Not really." Fearing that she would blame herself, Lu Yuanqiu quickly changed his words and said, "I mainly want to keep a low profile." Bai Qingxia was wondering, and suddenly thought of Lu Yuanqiu's change of major. She reacted, but she felt that it was not necessary. "Everyone has a suitcase, it's normal, right? Lu Yuanqiu, hurry up and get in the car, let's go to Zhucheng." The girl responded quickly. The two sat in the back seat and closed the door at the same time. Bai Qingxia seemed to remember something and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "Lu Wanchun is also in Juda, but she is in the Department of Business Administration." Lu Yuanqiu, "Hey," said. "There are many acquaintances this time." At this time, Lu Tian turned around and said with a smile, "There is one more thing you don't know. Xian is also in Zhuhai University. She scored more than 670 in the college entrance examination. And when she heard that you chose clinical medicine, she also chose clinical medicine." This was said to Lu Yuanqiu, but Bai Qingxia's face froze when she heard it. She has a good memory and remembers this woman, who always sticks to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Is she sick? Will her father agree?" Lu Tian shrugged. "Who knows what her father thinks? Maybe he agreed when he heard that you were in clinical medicine. Her father may intend to match you too." Bai Qingxia heard this, and quickly looked at Lu Yuanqiu, Her hands unconsciously tightened on her knees. Lu Yuanqiu saw her suddenly turn her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "A little hot." The girl frowned and pointed at the window on Lu Yuanqiu's side. "Lu Tian, it's okay, I turn on the air conditioner, let's go." He stepped on the accelerator and played music at the same time. Listening to this familiar tune, Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched. Pink memories. Summer, quietly passed by, leaving a little secret. Press it in my heart, I can't tell you. The white Audi started with a roar and farted at the zebra crossing at the entrance of Hohot Lane. Chapter 300. The car drove to the highway. Luching to Jucheng is more than 400 kilometers. You two can take a nap if you feel tired. Lu Tian's voice came from the driver's seat. Not tired yet. Lu Yuanqiu responded. He looked at his phone and couldn't help looking up. Can you change the song? Bai Qingxia just shook her head gently to Pink Memories. When she heard Lu Yuanqiu say this, she stopped immediately. Lu Tian, what's your taste? Is this song not nice? Xiao Xia, is this song nice? Bai Qingxia glanced at Lu Yuanqiu secretly. She saw Lu Yuanqiu frantically reminding her with his lips. Not nice, so she turned her head and replied to Lu Tian obediently, not very nice. In fact, she thought it was okay. You young people don't understand the charm of old songs. Lu Tian complained and raised his hand to change the song. Soon, another prelude engraved deep in the memory of his brain sounded. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes suddenly dimmed. The past can only be recalled. Dad, how much do you like Hanboi? Hearing this, Lu Tian stiffened his neck and turned back. She is my goddess. The white Audi suddenly shook violently, and Bai Qingxia fell into Lu Yuanqiu's arms in an instant. Lu Tian was stunned. I'm sorry. I accidentally touched the steering wheel just now. Lu Yuanqiu held Bai Qingxia's armpits with both hands and responded to his father with a horrified face. No, I'm sorry for you. Just listen to this song. It's nice. You drive well, drive well. Time will never return. The past can only be recalled. Lu Yuanqiu put the girl in his arms back to her original position, then quickly pulled the seat belt down from her shoulders and carefully buckled her. After buckling, Lu Yuanqiu looked down and stared at the scene in front of her where the seat belt was strangled. Bai Qingxia looked down and took a deep breath. She silently raised her hands and pulled the seat belt down from the middle, then awkwardly changed the subject. So there are seat belts here too? Lu Yuanqiu responded, yes, I put it on too, to prevent my unreliable father from causing any more trouble. Accident, don't tell your mother. Don't worry, it's settled. Bai Qingxia listened to the conversation between the father and son and smiled softly. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly looked down and saw the socks on her feet. He found that the edges of the socks were white with wavy lace, which were quite beautiful. He immediately looked up curiously. Did you buy new socks? Bai Qingxia quickly bent down and pulled down the hem of her long skirt, and then pulled her legs back. Lu Yuanqiu was watching, and his sight was blocked by the pink hem of the skirt. The girl clarified, I didn't buy it. I went shopping with Sisterly yesterday. Sisterly saw this and insisted that I buy it. Why? Bai Qingxia bit her lip lightly, and didn't respond to the boy's question. Because Sisterly said that Lu Yuanqiu would definitely like it. It was this sentence that persuaded her, who insisted on not buying this kind of socks. Does it look good? Bai Qingxia quietly stretched one foot out from under the hem of her skirt. Lu Yuanqiu nodded seriously. It looks good. A new flavor has been released. How can it not look good? Listening to Lu Yuanqiu's serious tone, Bai Qingxia lowered her head and chuckled, shaking her two knees. The phone alert sounded. Lu Yuanqiu took it and saw that it was Finger. Tagged everyone. Senior Finger. Damn, I just got the news about the military training. This military training will be held at the JS base outside the school. How long do you think it will take? Zhang Yang. 5 years? Senior Finger. 18 days. The military training in his memory happened 15 or 16 years ago, and it was only a few days. Lu Yuanqiu didn't have much impression, but he didn't hate military training. Everything in college made him feel new. Yes, Hikyu. What's wrong with 18 days? Finger, believe me, you can't stand it on the 3rd day. The first time I went to the JS base was when I was a freshman. They would go crazy in the middle of the night and ask people to gather at the training ground. Lu Yuanqiu shook his phone and said to Bai Qingxia, look at the group. It will make you dizzy if you stare at the phone in the car. Bai Qingxia looked embarrassed. So she squinted her eyes, took a look, put it down, slowed down for a while, took another look, and put it down. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with amusement. Finger. Seems to have been tortured by military training. He has been complaining about the university military training at the JS base in the group. Senior finger. The food there is not edible, there is no oil or water. A plate of shredded potatoes may have only one shredded meat, and they don't allow you to bring snacks. Hua xi and a radish. Damn, Zhu Chung Quatai. I will die if I don't eat meat for a day. Zhang Yang, me too. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Lu Yuanqiu muttered, how can I train without eating well? Bai Qingxia narrowed her eyes, and looked at the chat history, then put down her phone, and responded to Lu Yuanqiu, not eating meat is fine. Lu Yuanqiu, you didn't do any physical exercise at school. Zhang Yang, senior, there are so many of us freshmen, and there are thousands of people in all majors. We can't all go to the same JS base, right? Senior finger, no, we will draw lots according to majors. Zhang Yang, so Long Liandong may also go to the same JS base with us? Zhu Chung rich young master. That's not bad, I'm looking forward to it. Huaxin Daluo, what winter, senior Fingel, by then, it will probably be an 8-person dormitory. People with good relationships can form a group. Those who can't find a group will probably have to follow the arrangement, and be assigned to a dormitory that is short of people. Seeing this message, Lu Yuanqiu pondered, university has 4-person dormitories. At that time, for people in a dormitory will definitely sign up for a group first, right? Then sign up with 4 people in another dormitory. Bai Qingxia frowned slightly. But it is also possible that people like us, who have known each other for a long time will take the initiative to leave their roommates, and find acquaintances to form a group, and a 4-person dormitory will be broken up. That's true. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and suddenly asked again, can boys and girls share a dormitory? Bai Qingxia stared at him, blankly without responding, but the old man in front spoke, what are you daydreaming about? Nowhere is okay. Lu Yuanqiu. TSK. Snorted, looked at Bai Qingxia, and told the girl, after signing up, you have to take the initiative to talk to your roommates and get familiar with them, understand? Bai Qingxia lowered her head and said nothing, her fair little hands curled up on her knees. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly said seriously, Soldier Bai Qingxia, raise your head. Bai Qingxia raised her head. Lu Yuanqiu continued to be serious, stand up straight. Bai Qingxia didn't listen to this. Lu Yuanqiu didn't force her, still said seriously, I give you a task. On the first day of registration, have a conversation with each of your other 3 roommates for more than 3 sentences. Lu Tian was smiling in front. Chapter 301. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Can you complete the task? Bai Qingxia drooped her little face, her big watery eyes lifeless. Answer me. Yes. Louder. Bai Qingxia glanced at him sideways, and ignored him again. Lu Yuanqiu bent down. If you don't answer, I tickle your feet. The girl quickly shrunk her legs to the side. Yes. Lu Yuanqiu said, hey, very good, very energetic. He then said a serious and sincere truth. If you live together in a dormitory for such a long time, you must have a good relationship. Don't try to get away with it. I will check it, and I believe you will not lie to me. Bai Qingxia, but... Lu Yuanqiu, no buts. So she shut her mouth and kept quiet, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu sideways again, and then pouted her lips slightly after looking away. This time it was Lu Tian's turn to be in the front. Chuckles. And made noises, which made the 2 people in the back seat look up at him at the same time. Lu Tian quickly quieted down, looked up at the rearview mirror, and continued to drive honestly. It was almost noon. Lu Tian looked up at the rearview mirror again, and the 2 children in the back seat were asleep, leaning towards each other. Because they were wearing seat belts, their heads did not touch each other, but it seemed that they used their bodies to draw a hard shape between the 2 of them. The old father smiled as the car drove into Zhu Chung. At 1 p.m., the car stopped and Lu Yuanqiu was awakened by the seat belt. He turned his head to look to the side, and found that Bai Qingxia had also woken up in a daze. The seat belt had made a clear shape in front of her, but she probably didn't realize it now. Lu Tian opened the car window, and was communicating with someone. At this time, a head poked in from the window, and saw Lu Yuanqiu and shouted in surprise, Hey, Master Lu, you are so handsome. My right eyelid has been twitching all day, and I finally waited for you to come. Lu Tian laughed so hard that his mouth could not close, but suddenly his smile froze. Isn't the right eye twitching? The person outside the window raised his hand, and patted his head, and then patted his mouth twice. Wrong, left eye, ha ha ha. Lu Tian continued to laugh so hard that his mouth could not close. Lu Yuanqiu saw the man clearly, and it was indeed as his uncle said, he was the general manager of a branch company, but he had a pointed face and a coquettish mustache. a slick look, and spoke in a slick tone. I'm going to have a meal. You go with my dad to report first. I call you in the evening when I've packed up my dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu said to Bai Qingxia. The girl smiled and nodded immediately. Lu Yuanqiu took all the important documents with him and got out of the car. He walked towards the general manager with a mustache and said with a smile, "Hello, uncle. What's your name?" "Oh, just call me Lao Wang." "Why call me uncle?" The other party was very enthusiastic and smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. But Lu Yuanqiu could see that the other party's eyes were always examining him. "That won't work. You still have to call me Uncle Wang. You are my elder." "Ha ha ha, good, good, you are really good looking, handsome, and your grades are good. You are worthy of being the descendant of the Lu family." The two shook hands enthusiastically. General Manager Wang said again, "Don't worry, we can have a meal without wasting time. After the meal, I will send someone to take you to Zhuhai University to report." "Okay." The two walked towards a business car not far away, and Lu Yuanqiu turned around and waved again. The girl sitting by the window immediately sat up and waved her little hand in response, but she forgot that Lu Yuanqiu couldn't see her from the outside. In the white Audi, Lu Tian said with emotion, "My son has grown up and is more successful than me, his father." "That's great." Bai Qingxia replied obediently, "Lu Yuanqiu is so successful, all thanks to Uncle Lu." Lu Tian immediately looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ah ha ha ha." Before he finished laughing, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. Lu Tian turned his head and saw a row of obvious buck teeth. "Oh my god!" Lu Tian calmed down and saw that the other party was a young man with a mushroom head and glasses, so he pressed the car window and asked the other party, "What's wrong?" "Hello, Su." The buck-toothed young man greeted with a smile. Lu Tian was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was saying hello uncle. "Hey, hello, what can I do for you?" Su, I'm going to rent a car. I just heard you talking about renting a car. I really can't get a car, so can you give me a ride?" Lu Tian said enthusiastically, "Sure." After the other party moved his head away, Lu Tian silently reached out and took a tissue from the front to wipe the saliva sprayed on his face. The buck-toothed young man was about to sit in the back seat. When he opened the door and found a girl, he smiled shyly. Bai Qingxia nodded stiffly, and the buck-toothed young man ran to sit in the passenger seat again. The buck-toothed young man turned around and said to Lu Tian, "Your daughter?" "My friend's daughter is also going to report to Juda." "Are you also a student?" Lu Tian looked at him. The buck-toothed young man adjusted his glasses and waved his hand with a smile. No, I'm a second-year graduate student and also a counselor for freshmen." This speech sounds so laborious, how can he still be a counselor? But Lu Tian quickly underestimated the talkativeness of the buck-toothed youth. He kept talking all the way, and Lu Tian couldn't keep up with him. Bai Qingxia was even more like a mute, hugging her legs in the back seat, not saying a word. The buck-toothed youth snorted, turned back to look at Bai Qingxia. The current child is either too extroverted or too introverted. Lu Tian, steering the wheel, echoed, "Yes, this child is too introverted. Apart from chatting with my son, he hardly talks to others." The buck-toothed youth thought about it, pondered for a moment, and smiled at Bai Qingxia and said, "Classmate, I will teach you a way. If you want to have a good relationship with others in the new semester, you can often say to the other party, 'So-and-so is so great. Add these 4 chickens after his name.' It is very useful." Bai Qingxia has a good memory. She remembered that she had praised Lu Yuanqiu like this before, and Lu Yuanqiu rolled his eyes comfortably at that time. She hurriedly smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, I know." The buck-toothed youth smiled cheerfully. Lu Tian interrupted, "You guys are really good at education." The buck-toothed young man was very talkative and waved his hand. "Alas, the freshman is too difficult to discipline. I am the only counselor in the freshman clinical department. I don't dare to think about how to manage it. Fortunately, a freshman female student will come to serve as a counselor and manage the clinical department with me. It will be easier then." Lu Tian and Bai Qingxia both felt a shudder in their hearts. Freshman clinical department, isn't this a coincidence? I happened to meet my counselor when I got on the bus. The buck-toothed young man was still chattering about his own things. Lu Tian didn't say that Bai Qingxia was from the clinical department. If he didn't say it, Bai Qingxia didn't dare to mention it. She had a hard time talking to strangers, let alone the teacher she was about to meet. Lu Tian couldn't help asking, "Counselor, I have a friend whose child is a freshman in the clinical department. I want to ask." "Oh no, ask for my friend if it's easy to get 2 certificates for this major?" Chapter 302. The buck-toothed young man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Then you've asked the right person. It's not easy to get a diploma for this major. The final exam is very difficult. There is a student who has been in the first year for 2 years. This year is the 3rd year, but he just can't pass the final exam. The bed is almost moldy in the dormitory." Bai Qingxia huddled in the corner of the back row, but still pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Lu Tian continued, "My friend's son is very good. The exam can't stump him. My friend is afraid of him when he works hard. Don't worry, the final exam is not a problem." The buck-toothed youth frowned. "The final exam is only one of them. You also need to get 6 points of innovation credits, not even 1 less." "What is that?" Hearing Lu Tian's doubts, the buck-toothed youth said, "Innovation credits. If your son can get a city level or above honorary certificate during college, it will be easy. If he can get a national level certificate, it will be even better." Lu Tian looked at the road seriously, but he did not forget to refute exaggeratedly. "Every student must get it? How can everyone do that? Wait, it's not my son, it's my friend's son." The buck-toothed youth adjusted his glasses and asked, "Those who can get into the university are all top students from various regions. Who doesn't have special skills? Does your son have special skills?" Lu Tian, "I said my friend's son." The buck-toothed youth smiled and waved his hands. "Sorry, Su, okay, your friend's son." Bai Qingxia whispered, "Basketball." The buck-toothed youth, "Your son is..." "Oh, your friend's son is a sports student?" The steering wheel in Lu Tian's hand shook, and he quickly said, No, not a sports student." Bai Qingxia also reacted and said quickly, "Singing." "Singing, his specialty is singing, not basketball, I remembered it wrong." The buck-toothed young man frowned slightly. "As for singing, the university has always encouraged the all-round development of students. Does your son have?" Lu Tian, "My friend's son." The buck-toothed young man was afraid of being kicked out of the car, so he smiled timidly and quickly changed his words. "I'm sorry, does your friend's son plan to form a campus band? It's good from this aspect, and you can also participate in the competition." Lu Tian was stunned. "Then I don't know, I go back and ask my friend." "It's obviously a few chickens, but you insist on saying they are friend's chickens. What's the meaning?" The buck-toothed young man muttered in a low voice. Lu Tian turned his head. "What did you say?" No, Su, you drive. The buck-toothed young man smiled and waved his hand. Zhucheng University. Zheng Yifeng pushed the suitcase, carried the bag, stood at the school gate, and looked at the imposing school gate in front of him, especially the 4 words Zhucheng University, and was deeply moved for a moment. Zhong Jinqing also came to his side, with a suitcase, and raised his head. "Finally here." It was a little after 1 p.m., the sun was particularly glaring. Zhong Jinqing picked up the wash basin and put it on his head. The 2 people's private cars happened to meet halfway, so they simply came together. Zhong Jinqing's divorced mother had something to do at another family, so she left after sending Zhong Jinqing. Zheng Yifeng's second uncle did not come, but sent a driver to send Zheng Yifeng, and also left after sending him. From another perspective, both of them were abandoned and had to report to the new semester by themselves. Zhong Jinqing, "What is Lu Yuanqiu doing? Didn't he leave a long time ago?" Zheng Yifeng, "He told us not to wait for him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Yifeng grabbed Zhong Jinqing's collar expressionlessly. This guy saw a senior girl in shorts twisting her waist passing by and turned around and wanted to follow her, as if he had lost his soul. Zheng Yifeng frowned. "Go report." Zhong Jinqing was instantly excited. "It's so cool, those legs and waist, the queen is invincible. The women in Zhucheng are more bold in their dressing style, much cooler than Luqing." Zheng Yifeng was too lazy to respond to him, and directly pulled his collar into the gate, but Zhong Jinqing was still reluctant to leave, and looked at the big white legs around him. I love summer, he shouted. Entering the campus, the eyes are exquisite greenery and beautiful buildings. Zheng Yifeng quietly looked at the surrounding environment. He also felt novel, but Zhong Jinqing's attention was all on the female students passing by. "Hey Zheng Yifeng, you said that college students are different. Let me ask you, can you see so many legs in number 7 middle school?" Zheng Yifeng lazily responded, "I can't see it." "Damn, white silk." Zhong Jinqing excitedly wanted to follow and see it again, but Zheng Yifeng hurriedly grabbed him. "Don't run around. Don't you want to share a dormitory with me?" "Oh yes. Zhong Jinqing reacted and regained his serious expression. "Dogecoin Lu Yuanqiu, this time we abandoned him, not him abandoning us. By the way, why don't you have a pretty senior to lead us to register?" Zheng Yifeng, There are too many people today, and we are busy. It's not like we don't know the way. He noticed that many female students passing by were talking and laughing, looking at him with surprise. Zhang Yifeng said nothing, but just raised his hand to protect the cactus on the side of his school bag. Are you a freshman? At this moment, 2 seniors with red volunteer ribbons came over. Zhong Jincheng responded enthusiastically, but the 2 seniors' eyes were always focused on Zhang Yifeng, and their infatuated eyes kept blinking. Zhong Jincheng suddenly felt bored. Come with us. We take you to submit your documents and get your dormitory key first, and then we take you to the men's dormitory. The 2 seniors were very enthusiastic, and rushed to help Zhang Yifeng carry his suitcase. One of them wanted to help Zhang Yifeng carry his backpack, but Zhang Yifeng quickly stopped her with a frown. Thank you, no need. The senior was not embarrassed and continued to look at Zhang Yifeng with a smile. After the 3 of them walked forward for about 10 meters, Zhang Yifeng remembered that Zhong Jincheng had not followed, so he turned back and shouted to him, Let's go! The senior looked at Zhong Jincheng and seemed to react. There is another new student here. Zhong Jincheng, At the other end, a white Audi. Seeing that the school was almost there, the buck-toothed young man in the passenger seat picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, uncle, have you arrived yet? A female voice responded on the phone. Yes. This guy's uncle is a woman? Lu Tian was puzzled, and suddenly he realized that according to the strange accent of this buck-toothed young man, uncle should be Su. Or something. This guy seems to be not only confused about flat and retroflex tongue, this tongue is twisted, Lu Tian complained in his heart. When they arrived at the school, the buck-toothed youth said goodbye to the 2. Lu Tian looked at the man's back and said to Bai Qingxia, It seems that this guy should be your and Lu Yuanqiu's instructor. Bai Qingxia nodded. When she raised her head and looked at Lu Tian, she suddenly opened her mouth in fear. Uncle you. Lu Tian's hair was wet. He raised his hand and calmly wiped his cheek, which was dripping with water. A small splash of water spurted out of his mouth and complained. This guy spit too much when he spoke. Chapter 303. Male Dormitory Block A. 2 juniors, your dormitory is 402 on the 4th floor, we won't go in. The 2 seniors stood at the bottom of the stairs and said to Zhang Yifeng, biting their lower lips reluctantly, and the other one even threw a wink casually, which made Zhong Jincheng's eyes confused. If the looks of the 2 seniors in front of him represent the average look of women in Judah, then this is not Judah, but heaven. Zhong Jincheng was confused when he suddenly heard Zhang Yifeng say, You can't go into the male dormitory either. The 2 senior sisters' faces froze, and then they smiled and said, It's still okay in the new semester. We can help you carry your things, or... Zhong Jincheng nodded quickly, Yes. No thank you, senior sisters. Zhang Yifeng declined politely, and pulled Zhong Jincheng's collar into the dormitory building. They were about to get the key from the dormitory and on the 1st floor, only to find out that the key had been taken away. It seemed that someone had come to dormitory 402. When going upstairs, Zhong Jincheng chattered, Zhang Yifeng, let me tell you, freshman year is the peak period for dating. If you haven't had a relationship after freshman year, single senior sisters will become more and more hungry, like wolves and tigers. When they see freshman boys, as long as they are still a little bit pretty, like me, they will definitely take off their clothes and go straight to them without thinking. Zhang Yifeng glanced at the floor and answered at the same time, but they didn't seem to pay attention to you just now. Zhong Jincheng paused and fell into deep thought. The 2 came to 402 and found that 2 roommates had come in. One of them was sitting on a stool. He looked like a monkey, had a pair of protruding ears, was as thin as a bamboo pole, and was shaking his legs constantly. The other one stood with a tough face, a crew cut, and wore a black vest. The exposed muscle contours were very nice. It seemed that he had worked out carefully. He also had earrings. Judging from his clothes and temperament, he seemed to have a good family background. I'm coming! Seeing Zhang Yifeng and the other 2, the skinny guy sitting on the stool immediately smiled and came forward, looking very sophisticated and smooth. What is your group name card? I'm Zhang Yang, my real name is Zhang Yang. Zhang Yifeng and the other 2 nodded, and looked at the muscular man next to them. The muscular man seemed a little arrogant, and didn't rush to speak. He just glanced at Zhong Jincheng briefly, and then directly set his sights on Zhang Yifeng, and stared at him closely, because he found that this guy was very handsome enough to cover the light on him. Zhang Yang saw this and hurriedly introduced him. His name is Liang Jingfeng. His name is Zhu Cheng, rich young master. His father is very powerful, his father. Hey! Liang Jingfeng frowned. My father is my father, I am me, they are different. Different, You just bragged to me for half an hour about how powerful your father is. Zhang Yang muttered in his heart, but forced a smile on his face and said, Yes, 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 they are different, they are different. What are your name cards? Zhu Cheng rich young master Liang Jingfeng crossed his arms and raised his head, but his eyes looked down at Zheng Yifeng and the others. Who is your father? You are such a jerk, just like anyone who has no father. Zhong Jincheng threw his bag on the table without any concern. Zheng Yifeng didn't bother to pay attention. He found his place by looking at the bed, put his suitcase in place, and then carefully took off his backpack, took out the cactus on the side, pushed the dirt back, and put the cactus on the shelf. Liang Jingfeng frowned, turned his head, and said to Zhang Yang, I can introduce him. Zhang Yang raised his thumb and said like a big stage play, his father is the human resources director of a company, with an annual salary of nearly 1 million, and his family has 3 houses in Lijiajiu, the house in Zhucheng. Zhong Jincheng said unhappily, which company? Zhang Yang, Lu's food branch. Zheng Yifeng was suddenly choked by his saliva and started coughing violently. He raised his hand quickly. Sorry, cough cough. Zhang Yang glanced at him and continued, You know Lu's food, a well-known large enterprise in the country. The Zhucheng branch is in Lijiawi. The scale is ridiculous. I saw it on the way here. Zheng Yifeng glanced back. He was the only one who knew Lu Yuanqiu's real background among the people present. Zhong Jincheng only knew that Lu Yuanqiu's family ran a supermarket, but his relatives had backgrounds. Lu Yuanqiu never told him what the specific background was. Zhong Jincheng frowned for a moment and shook his head. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. Liang Jingfeng snorted. This is how ignorant you are. Who are you? Zhong Jincheng slapped the table and stood up. Seeing this, Zhang Yang hurried forward to stop the two of them. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. We will all be in the same dormitory for the next few years. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Pretend, right? Pretend for me, right? Zhong Jincheng took a step back and prepared to open his mouth. He smiled and asked the two people in front of him, Did you see the beautiful Feng Feng when you reported today? Zhang Yang was stunned when he heard this, and his cheeks turned red. Not yet, but a beauty like her should be pursued by a lot of people when she first arrives at school, right? I don't know if I have a chance, ah. Liang Jingfeng crossed his arms, and turned around handsomely. He looked up at the blue sky outside the window, with a faint smile on his face, as if he had imagined his future campus love life with Feng Feng. Don't think about it, Feng Feng is mine, and I'm going to treat her to dinner at Lijiajiu. Liang Jingfeng looked over confidently. Zhong Jincheng shouted to the person sitting at the seat, Zheng Yifeng, he wants to treat you to a meal. Hearing these 3 words, Zhang Yang looked up. Liang Jingfeng was stunned, and turned around silently. Zheng Yifeng, who was sitting at the seat, said nothing, but raised his ID card with his hand. Double kill. Chu. Lu Yuanqiu walked out of the company gate, and suddenly sneezed. He always felt that someone was scolding him. Could it be that little Swan was secretly scolding me? He picked his teeth and walked towards the main road. It must be said that Lao Wang was quite good at dealing with people. He treated him to a meal at the restaurant and took him back to the branch office to say hello to some executives. Among them, an executive named Liang left a big impression on Lu Yuanqiu. He seemed to be the company's human resources director. There was no other reason. This guy was too licking. Lu Yuanqiu felt that if he didn't wear shoes, the guy's tongue would come over in the next second. Lu Yuanqiu was not used to the atmosphere inside, so he used low-key. He declined Lao Wang's request to send someone to take him to school. Standing on the side of the road, Lu Yuanqiu had just called a taxi, and a hand quickly reached out from the side. The driver poked his head out. Who called first? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and was stunned. Such long legs! The woman next to him was wearing a professional OL suit with a white top and black bottom. Her 2 long legs were wrapped in matte black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of black stilettos with red bottoms. She exuded a pleasant perfume, and had long straight black hair scattered behind her shoulders. Chapter 304. Junior Lu? Senior Chu Lan? The two looked at each other, and recognized each other. Where are you going? Zhuhai University. Me too. The driver said with a sullen expression, we have to pay for each of us. The two squeezed into the back seat. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the pair of black silk legs that were longer than his life. He could imagine that if Zhong Jincheng was sitting next to him, he would definitely be in heaven. He remembered that Chu Lan worked at the Lu branch, and this place was near the branch. Although it was a coincidence, it was reasonable to meet here. Senior, why are you going to Juda? Chu Lan didn't rush to speak, but took out his mobile phone to take a photo of Lu Yuanqiu on the spot, and sent it to Qin Luo. I show Qin Luo that my former junior brother is so good that he can go to judo. Junior Lu, I watched the New Year's Eve party video of you and Junior Bai. It's so great. One is beautiful, and the other is handsome. Hee senior sister, thank you for the compliment. After sending the photo, Chu Lan remembered to respond to the previous question. Our company has a cooperation with Judo Cafeteria. I heard that a student was poisoned by food this time. I will go to the site to investigate. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yuanqiu and asked curiously, where is Bai Xuemei? Where does she go to school? Also in judo. Oh my god, you guys. Hee. Chu Lan looked like he had been hit by something, and his eyes narrowed with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Senior, how do you feel about working here during this time? Well, what else can I do? Chu Lan sighed and said, on the one hand, you have to guard against harassment from your boss, and on the other hand, you get a fixed salary. Isn't this the fate of a worker? Lu Yuanqiu was surprised and frowned. Harassment? Who is so bold? Just kidding, no one harassed me, but I just can't accept this point. This is not the same as what is shown on TV. Why no one harassed me? Am I not beautiful? What do you think, junior brother? Chu Lan sat up straight, puffed out his chest, lifted his long hair, and then spread his hands in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu, I was a jerk for protesting for you for a second. How's the salary? He changed the subject. Chu Lan sighed again. Not very good. 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Not even a permanent job. Today I heard about someone who got a backdoor job. I was so mad. What? Backdoor job? Lu Yuanqiu sat up straight with a guilty conscience. Chu Lan frowned. It's just a guy who just got into college. He seems to be the nephew of the chairman of the head office. He said he can be the general manager of the branch company directly after graduation. I'm convinced. Why? What does getting into judo mean? Does he have any work experience? Lu Yuanqiu listened quietly, remained silent, and raised his hand to wipe the saliva sprayed on his face. Chu Lan was a little embarrassed, and quickly took out a fragrant tissue to help Lu Yuanqiu wipe his cheek. After wiping, she continued to scold. Those who use the back door really have a bad death. Don't you think so, junior brother? Why? We, the people below, work hard and get a salary of 2,000 or 3,000 a month, but he is so good. Is everything determined by birth? Lu Yuanqiu swallowed his saliva with a gulp. Yes, it makes sense. After Chu Lan finished cursing, she lowered her head and replied a few messages to Qin Luo. Suddenly, she was stunned and turned her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu silently. The one who went through the back door. Couldn't it be you? The sexy woman suddenly closed her legs, raised her hands to cover her mouth, and leaned towards the car door with a frightened look on her face. Lu Yuanqiu quickly denied. No, it's not me. How could I have such a blessing? If it was me, would I need to take a taxi to school? Those who go through the back door will not have a good death. I get angry just listening to it. Damn! He lowered his head and scolded with a look of grief and anger. Chu Lan took a deep breath, stroking her perky chest with the remaining shock. You scared me to death. I suddenly remembered that your last name is Lu, and you went to Shuda University, and I happened to meet you near the company. If it were you, I would jump out of the car now. Ha ha ha. I will just quit tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her and laughed, but the laughter was a little hard and sounded like crying. I'm sorry for being born with the last name Lu. The two got off the car at the gate of Juda University, and waved goodbye the moment they entered the campus. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at the message in the class group, and his expression suddenly became strange. Zhu Cheng Kui Xiao at Ye Jiqiu, thank you. Thank you for letting us know that Feng Feng is a great beauty. Zhang Yang, yes, thank you. Feng Feng is so beautiful, we met her today. Zhu Cheng Kui Xiao at Zhu Cheng Kui Tai. Feng Feng is 100 times more beautiful than you in person. Just kneel down in front of her when you meet her. Zhang Yang, Kui Xiao is right. Zhu Cheng Kui Tai, you are crazy. Why do you have to compete with me? At Zheng Yifeng, are you a vixen? What kind of drug did you give these two men to kill for you? Senior Finger, what does classmate Zheng look like? Is he really that good looking? In dormitory 402, except for Zheng Yifeng, the other three people laughed so hard that they fell to the ground and pounded their fists. Lu Yuanqiu took a look at the message and guessed that Du Cheng Kui Xiao and Zhang Yang must have seen Zheng Yifeng, otherwise they wouldn't have tagged him in such a message. Zhu Cheng Kui Tai, oh, it's not clear whether she is really that good looking. I searched the entire female dormitory floor and didn't see her. On the contrary, There is really such a person in our class, who is a little bit better looking than me, just a little bit. Zhang Yang, who, tag me. Zhu Chengquatai, humph, I won't tell you. We meet in the classroom tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu smiled as he looked at the record. He put his phone in his pocket and looked around the campus. Lush greenery, wide roads, beautiful buildings, people who could ride bicycles and ring the bell on campus, and hot female college students walking side by side, with long legs and unrestrained clothes. Ah! Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms and sniffed the fragrance in the air, the fragrance of a college. College, here I come! Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and shouted happily. The students passing by turned their heads to look at him, and some even covered their mouths with surprise and laughed softly. Lu Yuanqiu ignored these eyes. He walked towards the reporting office with a bag on his back and walked briskly like a happy child. Report first, and then contact Dad to bring other luggage after going to the dormitory. Following the guidance of the two seniors, Lu Yuanqiu came to the reporting office. Hey, he's quite handsome. I just saw his abdominal muscles. 8-pack. Really? Lu Yuanqiu listened to the conversation between the two seniors next to him and quickly turned his head to respond. Yes, yes. Puff. The two seniors were amused. Can you add me on QQ Junior? Lu Yuanqiu smiled and waved his hands. Oh, what a coincidence. I don't have QQ, sorry. He turned around and handed the materials to the window in front of him. At this time, a senior inside suddenly raised his eyebrows. Clinical department? Wow, Junior, you are lucky. There is a very beautiful girl reporting to the clinical department today. Ah. Lu Yuanqiu paused for a moment, then nodded. I know, I can probably guess who it is. The senior smacked his lips and frowned. I'm not talking about that child star. Lu Yuanqiu responded helplessly. I said I know, thank you senior, let's go. You know shit, I didn't even tell you. The senior in the window pouted and muttered. He then turned his chair and turned around, exaggeratingly describing to his friends around him. You were not there when I reported in the afternoon, so I went and there was a girl in a pink skirt, absolutely amazing. At first I thought she was the child star Long Liandong, but when I saw her name, hey, no, what's her name? Bai Qingxia? The friend next to him was busy, and raised his head to respond. How amazing is she? I was so amazing that I stared at her in a daze for several seconds in the window, and her father snapped his fingers to remind me to come back to my senses. I think she is prettier than Long Liandong, mainly because she looks too pure and clean, and people don't want to touch her. How come children nowadays are getting more and more beautiful? What did they eat to grow up? Chapter 305. You are not good looking. Today is also the day for the clinical department. I heard that a super handsome guy came. The girls in our class are all talking about it. Some people even took pictures secretly. What's his name? Zheng or something. I forgot. There is also a very good-looking guy in the business administration department, with long legs. Fuck, there are so many good-looking guys this year. I should have been held back. The senior in the window was muttering, and suddenly a shadow appeared next to him. He turned his head and greeted, hello, fuck. The senior student was so scared that he moved his chair back. Master, have you come to the wrong place? The person outside the window said nothing, but handed over something. The senior student looked at the other party's admission letter and fell silent. Shuda is really an inclusive school. Male dormitory block A. Lu Yuanqiu stood at the entrance of the dormitory building and waved goodbye to the two senior students enthusiastically, then walked into the door. Senior student A, does he have a girlfriend? He didn't give me his contact information when asked, and he didn't tell me which class he was in when asked. Senior B, could it be that we are not good looking? Senior A, the truth is like a sharp knife. Forget it, I am already a junior, and if I can't find a boyfriend, I will have to settle it with my roommates. After Lu Yuanqiu entered the room, he found that the key to 401 had been taken by someone else, and it seemed that a roommate had arrived in advance. On the way here, he asked Zheng Yifeng and the others, and learned that their dormitory was 402. Lu Yuanqiu and they were not in the same dormitory, but the two dormitories were adjacent. 4th floor. As he was going upstairs, he suddenly saw a dark-skinned man in his 40s or 50s carrying two snakeskin bags. Uncle, let me help you. Lu Yuanqiu immediately took 2 quick steps and took a snakeskin bag from him. It's okay, kid. I can carry it. You can go by yourself. You can go by yourself. The dark-skinned man looked up and showed Lu Yuanqiu a silly smile. His teeth were white, which was a big contrast to his skin color. Okay, uncle, slow down. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and took 2 steps forward when a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Stop! Lu Yuanqiu was startled and turned around quickly. It was still the uncle. The uncle put down the snakeskin bag and walked towards Lu Yuanqiu with a serious expression. He stretched out his hands towards Lu Yuanqiu's neck. Just when Lu Yuanqiu thought he was going to be strangled to death in the corridor, the uncle just put his rough hands on Lu Yuanqiu's collar. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and found that the uncle had buttoned his collar back to the third hole after the third button was buttoned in the second hole. After finishing, the uncle raised his head and uttered an ecstatic sound of awe. "Uncle, did you scream out in pleasure just now?" "I didn't." "You clearly screamed. I heard it all, you just screamed." Lu Yuanqiu raised his head like him. "You kid, if you don't have it, you don't have it." The uncle sneered, bent down to pick up the 2 snakeskin bags, and continued to walk up. "Whose parrot is this? It's quite interesting," Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart with a smile. But when Lu Yuanqiu went to the 4th floor and found that the uncle had also followed him to the 4th floor, he said unexpectedly, "Uncle, you are not going to 401 too?" "Yeah, you too?" Yes, oh what a coincidence. Why didn't your child come? What's his name card in the class group?" The uncle smiled and replied, "The name card is 3 treasures at home." Lu Yuanqiu thought of the man who wanted to build a way station in the school, and immediately understood that he and this 3 treasures at home were roommates. "What about him?" "I am." In the corridor, Lu Yuanqiu's silence was deafening. He looked at the uncle in front of him again. He was short and sturdy, with dark skin, like a farmer who often went to the fields in the countryside, but his teeth were extremely white, and he looked simple and honest. He looked honest and had no scheming. Although the clothes he wore were washed white and discolored, they were very clean and tidy, and extremely symmetrical. "How old are you?" 36 years old. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu's pupils dizzy, 3 treasures in the family smiled and stretched out his hands to him. "Hello, dear roommate. I am a high school graduate of 1993. I repeated my grade 17 times, and finally got into the dream university of Zhuhai." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a long time. He didn't understand, but respected, so he shook hands with the other party with a dry smile. Hello, you are really perseverant." "Huh?" The uncle smiled with his teeth shining, and suddenly the smile froze. He stretched out his hand to straighten Lu Yuanqiu's crooked collar, and then instinctively let out. "Ah." He let out a sigh of comfort, and then continued to smile, as if he had lost his memory. No, thank you for your compliment." Lu Yuanqiu's expression was solemn. "Uncle, you just cried out of comfort again." "No, you are just talking nonsense, kid." Lu Yuanqiu, He wiped his head uncomfortably. He originally thought that it was ridiculous enough that he was reborn and worked hard to study for the college entrance examination, but now he found out there are even more outrageous things. And what is this uncle's indirect amnesia plus obsessive-compulsive disorder? Although she screamed out in comfort, she still insisted that she didn't scream. "Let's go to the dormitory." Okay, I'm finally in college, so happy." The short and sturdy uncle carried 2 snakeskin bags and walked towards the 401 dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu followed behind with some doubts about life. When he passed by the 402 dormitory, he stuck his head in and took a look. The 4 people's beds were made, but there was no one inside. They were probably out shopping. Lu Yuanqiu walked into 401 with his bag on his back. As soon as he entered the room, a pungent musty smell hit him. Standing at the door, Lu Yuanqiu saw a man wearing short-sleeved shirts and flip-flops sitting on bed number 1 in room 401. He was burly, but his hair was very messy, and his clothes were not only messy, but also very dirty. The man was sitting on a chair playing games with his legs shaking. His leg hair was very long, and at first glance, I thought he was wearing black stockings. "Hey, someone is finally here." The sloppy man turned his head and said to his teammates in surprise, "My roommate is here. He's going to get off first." "Hello, I'm your senior finger. Nice to meet you. Are you surprised? The sloppy man turned around and stood up. He lifted his messy long hair and shouted at Lu Yuanqiu with a smile. He had a long beard on his face. In short, the first impression Lu Yuanqiu left was sloppy plus long body hair. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond in a hurry. He turned his head silently and looked at the uncle in front of him. The uncle's eyes were staring at Finger, and his right hand at the side was shaking uncontrollably. Fingal walked over with a smile and shook hands with Lu Yuanqiu. "My full name is Song Finfang, which sounds a bit like a girl's name. Ha ha, don't mind. Listening to his rough smile, Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself that your name is Song Finfang, but you don't smell fragrant at all. He laughed dryly and responded, "Hello, hello, my name is Lu Yuanqiu, and I am Yi Chiu in the group." Fingal laughed again, very heartily, and then turned around and shook hands with the uncle. "Hello, uncle. Thank you for sending Lu Yuanqiu here in person. Don't worry, I will help him with the next things." After Finkel finished speaking, he did not hear the uncle's response. The dark-skinned uncle immediately pointed at the stool and shouted, "You, sit back." Finger was so scared that he raised his legs, turned his head silently, and sat back on the stool. What's wrong?" The uncle ignored him, squatted down quickly, put his bag on the ground, took out a white medical mask and put it on himself, then took out a brush, razor, steel wool detergent, and other items from the bag. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Finkel wanted to sit up, but was pushed down by the uncle again. The uncle shouted, "Don't talk." Lu Yuanqiu stood at the door and stared at the scene blankly, then quickly lowered his head to send a message to Bai Qingxia. "People in my dormitory seem to be a little abnormal. How about you?" He had just sent the message when he heard a movement behind him. Turning around, Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath, stepped back suddenly, and then took a defensive posture like Yiwen. The man was wearing a yellow Taoist robe and a square hat with a yin-yang fish on his head. He was dragging a suitcase into the door at this moment. "Master Lingxiu, you are really a Taoist priest, damn." Chapter 306. This person was dressed just like Lin Zhengying in Lu Yuanqiu's impression, wearing a yellow robe. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help wondering if there was a copper coin sword in his suitcase, or if he had just subdued the zombie uncle and came to report. Master Lingxiu. Standing up, he put one hand on his waist, panting tiredly, and spoke in a plastic Mandarin with a Hunan accent. "Oh, it's too hot today." Finger, who was sitting on the chair, turned his head to look at the door, but the next second his head was straightened by the uncle. Puff, detergent squeezed onto his head, the uncle raised his hands and rubbed his head like playing mahjong, while lowering his head and scolding. "Shouldn't you kids from big cities be very hygienic? How come you are so sloppy? There is too much oil here. Even detergent is not enough." "Uncle, what are you squeezing on my head? Lu Yuanqiu, take care of your father." Finger just finished speaking when he was slapped on the head by the uncle. Pa, Finger was stunned. His face was full of foam. The way he washed his hair was like the barber in India. Lu Yuanqiu ignored the intimate interaction between the other two roommates, but carefully observed the Lingxiu Zhenren in front of him. Lingxiu Zhenren. The guy looked surprisingly young, with fair skin and a round baby face. Lu Yuanqiu looked around him, and was stunned. This guy had a ponytail hanging behind his head, and his hair was longer than Bai Qingxia's. Lu Yuanqiu sniffed and smelled a thick smell of cigarettes from the other's Taoist robe, so he took out a cigarette box from his pocket. "Master, do you smoke?" After being reborn into this young body, Lu Yuanqiu no longer had a smoking addiction, which he thought was a good thing, so he simply quit from then on. "This cigarette box was given by my father, who said that it might be useful." No. The Taoist priest raised his hand, and refused with a smile. "Then where did you smell so much cigarettes?" Lu Yuanqiu was curious, and in an instant he found something strange. The Taoist robe on Lingxiu seemed to be much larger. The baby-faced Taoist priest smiled and stretched out his hand, interrupting Lu Yuanqiu's thoughts. Hello, what is your group name card?" "One Leaf Knows Autumn. My name is Lu Yuanqiu." "Lingxiu, my name is Su Xiang. Nice to meet you." The two shook hands warmly. Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart, "Your name is not very auspicious after 2019. Su Xiang turned his head and asked in confusion, "Can the barbers in Zhucheng still provide door-to-door service?" Finger struggled and shouted, "He is Lu Yuanqiu's father." Just after he finished speaking, his arm was forcibly pressed down by the domineering uncle. "Be honest." Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. "No, he is also our roommate." Master Su's face froze, and suddenly felt that the complexity of this dormitory was even more complicated than the roads in Zhucheng. Female dormitory F306. Bai Qingxia had already made her bed, and put away all her belongings. She sat quietly on her chair, clenching her hands, her arms folded in front of her, her thighs squeezed together under her pink skirt. This action showed that she was very nervous. Lu Yuanqiu said that she had to have 3 conversations with her 3 roommates today. And her 3 roommates were right in front of her, but she didn't dare to go up. F***, don't you have eyes? Just now, the jungler went up and exposed the field of vision. Did your mother forget to give you eyes when she gave birth to you? A petite loli squatted on a chair with her feet on it, wearing headphones, cursing her teammates while playing games. Bai Qingxia felt that all the dirty words she had heard in her life were said by this little girl in just a few minutes. "This is the loli in bed number 1. Bai Qingxia remembered that her name was Qi Chao Chao. The two girls in beds number 2 and 3 were standing together and whispering. The girl in bed number 2 looked ordinary, and had a very obvious buck teeth, which was very similar to the instructor she met on the bus. Bai Qingxia remembered that her name was Li Luozhen, and she looked a bit like Ajin in Kung Fu. She had seen this movie in Sister Li's room, and was deeply impressed. The girl in bed number 3 was wearing hot shorts, dyed yellow hair, a belly-bearing top, and delicate manicures on her hands. The color was pink, which Bai Qingxia liked. She looked a little better, or delicate, but with a proud face. Bai Qingxia remembered that her name was Wei Ziyu, and guessed that she was the Zhu Chengquitai in the group. Buck Toothchin and Zhu Chengquitai stood together and whispered. Buck Toothchin, that kid, isn't he the 14-year-old prodigy who went to college in the group? Why is your mouth so slurry when playing games? The rich lady in Zhu Cheng silently took a tissue and wiped the saliva off her face. She didn't care about the child, but the girl in the pink skirt in front of her. The other person's appearance seriously threatened her presence in the class. This Bai Qingxia is like a mute. She doesn't say hello to people when she sees them. She is so rude. Just wait and see. If she talks to me later, I will definitely ignore her. Humph. Wei Jiu, the rich lady in Zhu Cheng, crossed her arms and raised her chin. The next second, she saw Bai Qingxia's hands on her skirt clenched into fists. Wei Jiu was stunned and stepped back silently. What's wrong? You just said a few words, and you still want to hit me? Bai Qingxia stood up and walked towards him in small steps. She blushed and extended her two snow-white hands to Wei Jiu in a friendly manner. Hello, my name is Bai Qingxia. After a closer look, Wei Jiu realized how delicate the other person's facial features were. Her eyelashes were as long as small brushes, her eyes were big, and her appearance was so pure that it even aroused her desire to protect her as a girl. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Bai Qingxia raised her watery eyes and looked at him. Wei Jiu was startled and her face flushed. She quickly turned her eyes away helplessly, pulled the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Huh?" and quickly extended her hand to shake hands with Bai Qingxia. Her expression was a kind of arrogance that pretended to be calm. Since you are still polite, I reluctantly get to know you. My name is Wei Jiu, the rich lady of Zhu Cheng in the group. Great. Complete the task of a conversation with roommate Wei Jiu. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips, happily retracted her hands, tucked them in front of her chest, then gently turned to look at Fang Yajin, and then stretched out her two hands straight forward again. This time she seemed to have confidence, and stretched out her hands much faster. Hello, my name is Bai Qingxia. Li Luozhen smiled, and showed a row of buck teeth, and stretched out her hand. My name is Li Luozhen. Huh, I can talk to the second roommate. Lu Yuanqiu will definitely be very surprised. Thinking that I can get Lu Yuanqiu's praise as soon as I meet him, Bai Qingxia feels happy. She walked towards the little girl standing on the bench again, but this time she was more nervous than the previous two. Hello, my name is Bai Qingxia. The girl slowly stretched out her thin white arms to the other party, asking for a handshake. This time the stuttering was so serious. Bai Qingxia felt a little frustrated, because the little girl in front of her was really fierce when playing games. Chapter 307. Wei Jiu and Li Luozhen were both watching the scene curiously. The little girl ignored her and continued to curse at her teammates in the game. Bai Qingxia felt frustrated again, but she didn't want to give up, so she moved 2 steps to the side, so that her hands appeared in most of the little girl's field of vision. The little girl finally saw it. She turned her head, but seemed to be startled, and quickly raised her hands to take off the headphones, then hugged her legs on the chair, gently put her head on her knees, and looked at Bai Qingxia with her eyes hidden under her hair. Bai Qingxia was stunned, and so were the other 2 roommates. This little girl was swearing when she was playing games. Why did she suddenly become so socially anxious? She was so socially anxious that she even felt like she had autism. Hello, my name is Bai Qingxia. The other party was timid, so Bai Qingxia became bolder. She stretched her hand forward again, but Qi Chao Chao still buried the lower half of her face in her knees, and her big eyes under her hair blinked twice. After a long time, she slowly stretched out her small palm, pinched Bai Qingxia's fingers very lightly with her thumb and index finger, and then immediately retracted it as if she had been electrocuted, as if this was equivalent to shaking hands. But she never said a word. She was extremely socially anxious. After finishing the handshake behavior, Qi Chao Chao put down her legs, quickly moved the chair away from Bai Qingxia, put on her headphones again, squatted on the chair and started playing games. A minute later, dirty words with a strong mother content were lingering in the dormitory again. My mother? Wei Jiyu and Li Luozhen were both stunned. Bai Qingxiao looked at her fingers, thinking about something. For some reason, she felt that Qi Chaoqiao was like her own kind, but much more extreme than her. She quickly sat back in her seat, picked up her phone, and responded to Lu Yuanqiu's question. Bai Qingxiao, there are 2 weird people in my dormitory, and the other 2 are normal. Lu Yuanqiu, 5 people in your dormitory? Bai Qingxiao, no, including me, there are 2 weird people in total. Lu Yuanqiu, TSK, you have learned to joke with me, little swan, you are not simple. Bai Qingxiao held the phone in both hands, and smiled softly. She suddenly remembered that there were other people in the dormitory, and quickly put away her smile, and turned around stiffly to face the desk. Male dormitory A401. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone, and looked at his 3 roommates. He just asked and learned that the repeater uncle was called Zhang Wenjun. Taoist priest Su Xiyong, repeater senior Song Fanfang. The uncle had washed Fenger's hair, and shaved his beard, and was about to take off Fenger's clothes. At this moment, the 2 were in a fierce struggle. Taoist priest Su Xiyong stood by his bed, sometimes pinching his fingers like fortune-telling, sometimes opening the dormitory window to observe the environment outside. Perhaps he was looking at Feng Shui. He was still wearing the yellow Taoist robe and walking in the dormitory with strange steps. It was unknown whether he was performing a ritual. After Lu Yuanqiu asked, Su Xiyong said that he had just got off the train today and went to help a client in Zhucheng to check Feng Shui, so he came to school in this Taoist robe. Lu Yuanqiu looked at his young face and doubted whether this guy was really good. In the evening, the first cafeteria. 4 people sat at a table, namely Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiao, Zheng Yifeng, and Zhong Jinqing. I laughed to death. I took a look at Lu Yuanqiu's dormitory this afternoon and burst out laughing on the spot. Why are there so many weirdos in your dormitory? Zhong Jinqing was spitting out rice while eating, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his hand to protect Bai Qingxiao's plate and moved it back. Be careful, the rice is spitting out. Oh, sorry. Zhong Jinqing covered his mouth and suddenly couldn't help but sneered. His cheeks swelled red. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. It's not bad. At least the communication is normal, and he has a mysophobia. At least he must be responsible for the hygiene of the dormitory in the back. Ah, that's true. Zhong Jinqing lowered his head and ate. Lu Yuanqiu, how are the 2 dormitories? Zheng Yifeng ate in silence. Bai Qingxiao ate in silence. These 2 taciturn people usually don't talk when the 4 of them are present. Zhong Jinqing frowned and responded, my dorm, shit, to be honest, it's not as good as yours. At least your roommates are a bit interesting. There's a guy in my dorm who shows off his cell phone, branded clothes, family background, and his father's company. It's so annoying. Zheng Yifeng seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, and he lowered his head to eat, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lu Yuanqiu, that's the rich young man from Zhucheng, right? Zhong Jinqing, yes, his name is Liang Jingfeng. We've finished eating, no more talking, Zheng Yifeng, and I have to go to the supermarket to buy a mop and a trash can. After that, the 2 people opposite stood up with the leftover plates, and Zheng Yifeng said to the 2 people opposite, let's go. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. Bai Qingxiao nodded gently. After the 2 people left, the girl who had been silent for a long time finally showed a sweet smile on her face. She moved closer to Lu Yuanqiu, raised her white little hand between the 2 of them, and showed off to Lu Yuanqiu. My roommate Wei Jiyu and I talked about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She counted her fingers and raised her head to recall, and then continued, 6. 6 sentences in total. Lu Yuanqiu kept smiling and nodding beside her, but didn't say anything, quietly watching her show off. Bai Qingxiao put her 5 fingers together again, and continued to count her white fingers while recalling. I talked with my roommate Li Luozhen in total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She suddenly paused for a long time, and then added, 8.5 sentences. Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously while eating, how did you get the half sentence? She asked me if I was socially anxious, but I didn't answer her, so it counts as half a sentence. Bai Qingxiao's expression on her little face was a little embarrassed. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. He had finished his meal and asked, while wiping his mouth, why didn't you answer her? Because I'm making changes. Bai Qingxiao said to the boy seriously, I want to become better at communication than before, so that I can work well in the future, make money, support my father, and be a good doctor and communicate normally with patients. She lowered her head and counted her tasks, then raised her head and summarized to Lu Yuanqiu. I don't want to be a social phobic, but I am indeed a social phobic now. So I can't answer her question yet. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the girl, lost in thought. He then smiled and pinched Bai Qingxia's cheek. When you can talk to others as smoothly as you talk to me, you will really succeed. The girl blinked and pouted slightly. It's a bit difficult, but I will try my best to overcome it. Chapter 308. Bai Qingxia used to live a strong life, but Lu Yuanqiu knew that she was living day by day, but now it is different. She is seriously considering her future and her father. It can be said that she now has hope for the future, and is more positive and energetic than before. If her changes are all because of me, then I will be very happy. Watching her personality change little by little seems to be happier than doing well in the college entrance examination. Lu Yuanqiu thought seriously in his heart. It hurts. Bai Qingxia frowned slightly, raised her two small hands, and pulled Lu Yuanqiu's hand that was pinching her cheek down. Oh sorry, I was distracted. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath, stretched out his voice, and suddenly smiled and said, I was thinking about someone else in your dormitory. The task I gave you is to talk to 3 people. Bai Qingxia suddenly smiled helplessly. Her name is Qi Chao Chao. She is a person with more serious social anxiety than me. I tried to say hello to her, but she didn't talk to me. Is it difficult to get along with? Lu Yuanqiu asked with concern. Bai Qingxia shook her head. No, in fact, I think she is the most friendly. Because she is very similar to you before? It's like finding a kindred spirit. That's right. Bai Qingxia smiled at the boy beside her, as if she felt that it was a very lucky thing to sit in front of the person who knows her best in the world. Lu Yuanqiu touched the pink hairpin on her head and said, Then don't force it. You don't need to communicate with people who are difficult for others to communicate with. Just talk normally with the other 2 roommates. Then do I have a new communication task tomorrow? She leaned forward, blinking her big eyes and asked, and the familiar body fragrance that Lu Yuanqiu had always smelled was closer. Why does this girl seem a little excited? Is it because she has completed the first day of communication tasks in the new environment and has a sense of accomplishment she has never had before? Lu Yuanqiu thought of this and was immediately amused. This is too easy to satisfy. Seeing him like this, Bai Qingxia drooped her eyebrows in confusion. What's wrong? It's okay. Now I give you a new task. Tomorrow, continue to communicate with each of the 2 roommates for more than 6 sentences. Lu Yuanqiu gestured with his hands to indicate 6. He then continued, I give you another long-term task. It's to successfully communicate with the socially anxious girl in your dormitory. If you succeed, you can get a reward from me. Hearing the word reward, Bai Qingxia tilted her head, her eyes lit up, and she nodded expectantly and solemnly. Okay, I will. I will try my best. People with sincere hearts are probably like this. They will only say I will work hard instead of I will try my best. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her and thought to himself, with a smile on his face. But in fact, he just casually said reward. As for what to give, he has not yet decided. At this time, the phone rang, and Senior Finger in the class group sent a string of numbers, and then said, This is the 11th grade clinical department group. Everyone please add it. Our instructor is in it, and the notification of things in the future will be in the group. Lu Yuanqiu began searching for groups to join, and raised his hand to signal Bai Qingxia. There was a sudden commotion in the cafeteria, and Lu Yuanqiu turned around to look. Quick! Breaking news! A group of people stood up from nearby seats and trotted towards the cafeteria door. I heard that Long Liandong is eating in the 3rd cafeteria. Go and see. Oh my god, she is my goddess. Wait for me. Lu Yuanqiu glanced in the direction of the door, and at the same time looked around. Some people who were staring at Bai Qingxia quickly withdrew their gazes, and looked at the food on their tables. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and sighed. University. It's true that everywhere is filled with hormones. He suddenly thought of Bai Qingxia's 18th birthday in 21 days. Bai Qingxia must remember it, but she would never remind anyone. Ju University, the 3rd cafeteria. Su Miaomiu picked up a tissue, looked at the person opposite with some disdain, and then silently moved to the side. The person sitting opposite her was the buck-toothed senior in the 2nd year of graduate school. At this time, a large number of students suddenly poured into the door of the 3rd cafeteria. Su Miaomiu looked at this scene and thought of a girl who had just been eating alone. She was a girl with a very cold temperament. She guessed that these students must have come for that girl. Tell me, why are you so stubborn all of a sudden? I asked you to join the big group of the clinical department, but you didn't join. It's fine if you didn't join, but you suddenly said you don't want to lead the kids in the clinical department? What do you mean, uncle? The buck-toothed senior criticized his junior sister while spitting saliva. Su Miaomiu said embarrassedly, It's just... I suddenly don't want to teach the freshmen of the clinical department. The buck-toothed senior opened his mouth, and a splash of water suddenly splashed over, and Su Miao quickly dodged. Are the children from other departments cuter than those from the clinical department? I really don't understand you. Don't rush to make a decision, I give you time to think about it. Su Miao listened to the thunder-like sound from the opposite side, and silently covered her ears. It's not that she didn't want to teach the freshmen of the clinical department. She just suddenly saw the 3 words Zheng Yifeng on the list of freshmen of the clinical department. If it was just a coincidence, it would be fine, but she saw 3 familiar names on the form. 113001 Bai Qingxia, 113002 Lu Yuanqiu, 113003 Zhong Jinqing, 113004 Zheng Yifeng. When Su Miao saw the combination of these 4 student numbers plus names, she was completely dumbfounded. The first reaction was, how did they all get into the clinical department of Juda? What a coincidence. The second reaction was, how did their student numbers continue? What a coincidence. Of course, she didn't tell anyone that these 4 students had consecutive student numbers, and she could guess that there might be some tricks involved. Think about it carefully. The buck-toothed senior angrily said the last sentence, then left with the plate. Su Miao turned her head and silently glanced at the splash of water covering the table next to her. The first night of college. Dormitory A401. Lu Yuanqiu lay on the bed with his eyes open. He admitted that he had insomnia because he still couldn't believe that he was actually in college. Dad, don't hit me. Why can't I study? Don't hit me, please. Taoist priest Su Xiang in bed number 4 suddenly started talking in his sleep, murmuring like a child. Thingle in bed number 1 snored loudly, and Lu Yuanqiu also heard the tractor-like noise for the first time. Uncle Zhang Wenjun in bed number 2 was very quiet, and Lu Yuanqiu felt that he was not asleep either. Maybe the uncle was also sighing. What is Bai Qingxia doing? Lu Yuanqiu turned sideways, and thought to himself. The dormitory A402 next door. In the dark environment, the whole dormitory was very quiet. No one snored or talked in sleep. Just then, a sound of pulling out a tissue sounded from a bed, and the tissue was pulled out very slowly, as if it was being pulled out little by little. Zheng Yifeng, who heard the noise, opened his eyes, sighed, and was a little speechless. People cannot have youth and the perception of youth at the same time, but I am different. Chapter 309. Cough. Zheng Yifeng coughed. The sound of pulling out paper in the dormitory stopped abruptly, but just when Zheng Yifeng thought he could continue to sleep peacefully, the sound of pulling out paper continued. Since his bed and Zhong Jinqing's bed were connected together, Zheng Yifeng soon felt a vibration coming from the opposite side. He raised his hand to hold the bed railing and closed his eyes with despair. Forget it, just think of it as sleeping on the bus. The next morning, according to the notification in the group yesterday, Lu Yuanqiu sat up from the bed early. His bed was connected to the Taoist's. Thinking of the creepy steps the Taoist had taken in the dormitory yesterday, Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the ladder they shared. He hesitated for a moment, and did not go down the ladder, but jumped off the bed directly. Gaia! Lu Yuanqiu shouted when he landed. The Taoist was still lying straight on the bed, as if dead. Only Finger was awakened, and sat up from the bed. He stared at Lu Yuanqiu with messy hair, and then shouted, "Wash socks." Lu Yuanqiu, you also watch Ultraman, Senior? Finger, he. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to pay attention to him anymore, thinking his laughter was so vulgar. He walked to the wash rack in the dormitory with confused eyes. When he was about to take the toiletries, the uncle had already come back after washing up. He put his toiletries on the rack. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked at him, and was suddenly stunned. Oh my god, this toothbrush is so spectacular. Lu Yuanqiu stared and got closer to observe. The uncle's toothbrush bristles have been used to the extent that they are thinner than hair. The toothbrush is symmetrical in the middle, and the bristles are wildly spread to both sides, like a pair of middle-parted hairstyles. Lu Yuanqiu was looking down when the uncle suddenly came over, stretched out his hand to move the raised bristle on the left side of the center-split toothbrush to the right, and smoothed it, then walked away with an awe sound. Psycho! Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched, and he walked towards the bathroom with the basin. The so-called clinical department group actually had only 75 people, a total of 2 classes, and the clinical medicine major of Juda only recruited about 80 students nationwide. But what puzzled Lu Yuanqiu was that the 2 classes could be divided into clinical class 1 and class 2, wouldn't it be enough? Why are they divided into clinical class 29 and clinical class 30? Is it sorted according to the majors of the entire freshman year? However, the instructor will call the 2 classes class 1 and class 2 in the group, and Lu Yuanqiu's clinical class 30 is class 2. In order to avoid the close relationship between the four people being brought to the table for discussion, Lu Yuanqiu agreed during dinner yesterday that he would first interact with his roommate at the beginning of the school year, and then the four of them would stay together later, which would be much more logical. Walking on the road to the canteen with three roommates, Lu Yuanqiu looked down at his phone. Bai Qingxia, which canteen are you having breakfast in? Lu Yuanqiu, I'm going to the first canteen. Bai Qingxia, we're also in the first canteen. Lu Yuanqiu, oh my, I'm going to run into Little Swan, what a coincidence, I wonder if it will be a beautiful encounter. It took her a long time to reply. Bai Qingxia, smile. Has this girl unlocked the second meaning of the smiley expression? Lu Yuanqiu had a blank expression. The four of them walked swaggeringly on the wide road. The lush trees on the roadside cast tiny shadows on the road. A senior student rode by and rang his bicycle bell. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that the four people from 402 were walking about 10 to 20 meters ahead. At this time, Fingers suddenly said, Master, you look like a woman from behind. I am so excited. The master was wearing a refreshing short-sleeved shorts today. His hair was very long and tied into a single ponytail at the back of his head. He was thin and had fair skin, so Finger said so. The Taoist priest walked leisurely, speaking in a plastic Mandarin. The human spirit likes to be clear, but the heart disturbs it, and the human heart likes to be quiet, but desires pull it. Lu Yuanqiu picked his nose and asked, What do you mean? The Taoist priest smiled. Only by reducing desires can we return to inner peace and achieve spiritual sublimation. Fingal, damn, long legs. Where? The Taoist priest immediately turned his head in front and looked around. Lu Yuanqiu almost burst out laughing at this scene. The uncle walked silently on the side. Lu Yuanqiu looked over to him and found that he was looking down at the change in his hand, counting one dime at a time. The banknotes were torn and old, and even the dime was taped. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu staring at him, the uncle turned his head and smiled. The food in Juda is expensive, and my wife needs money. It's not easy for her. If I had me, I earn money to support 3 people to study. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. Uncle, are you married? Uncle, yes, my 2 sons are in junior high school. The other 3 people in the dormitory were all shocked. But it was unexpected and reasonable. After all, the uncle is 36 this year. In dormitory 401, Lu Yuanqiu is the 3rd oldest, and the Taoist priest is the youngest. He is not yet an adult, and is 2 months younger than Bai Qingxia. The uncle has 2 sons, so it's really difficult. First canteen. Lu Yuanqiu was eating breakfast, looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. They ate at a table in 401, the 4 people in 402 ate at a table in front of the right, and Bai Qingxia and her roommates ate at a table in front of the left. The 3 forces formed an equilateral triangle. Because Lu Yuanqiu had specifically reminded them, the 4 of them didn't say hello to each other when they met, but just exchanged glances, like secret agents, and Zhong Jincheng held back his laughter the whole time. Lu Yuanqiu looked to the left. Bai Qingxia was wearing the plain white dress today, lace stockings, and the black leather shoes Lu Yuanqiu gave her. She still had a neat ponytail behind her head, and a pink hairpin on her forehead. Pure, pretty, and charming. She deliberately sat in a position where she could see Lu Yuanqiu. During the meal, she kept looking up and glancing at him. Sometimes she looked at Lu Yuanqiu with a sweet smile, and sometimes she looked down at him for her roommate, and her movements were a little flustered. The little swan is so cute. Lu Yuanqiu's appetite increased. Damn, there's a beautiful woman staring at me. What should I do? What should I do? You are indeed an uncle. After cleaning me up, my dry peach blossom luck immediately came back. Fingers suddenly grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm excitedly, causing Lu Yuanqiu to stare in pain and his veins popped out. Senior, calm down. What if she's not looking at you? The Taoist priest looked back and saw that Bai Qingxia saw Lu Yuanqiu's roommate looking at him, so he quickly lowered his head to eat. It's really beautiful. The Taoist priest sighed. Lu Yuanqiu gritted his teeth and pulled Finger's arm away with all his strength. His hand was numbed by the sky. He lowered his head to eat. At this time, he saw that the uncle opposite him was only drinking a bowl of free soup. Lu Yuanqiu thought for a while, put his buns on the other's plate, and said awkwardly, I'm almost late. I can't finish it. Uncle, please help me solve it. Let's eat faster. Okay. The uncle was happy, and nodded to Lu Yuanqiu with a simple smile. Lu Yuanqiu responded with a smile. After eating a few bites of breakfast, he looked at a little girl next to Bai Qingxia. The little girl had long hair. She squatted on a chair, holding her legs with one hand, and poking buns with chopsticks with the other hand. She seemed to be picky about food and didn't eat. She looked very lonely. Chapter 310. 402 here. Liang Jingfeng, a rich young man from Zhucheng, couldn't help but ask, "When I got up in the morning, who threw those dozen paper balls on the ground? You just assigned the dormitory duty, and you want to increase my workload, right?" Zhong Jincheng buried his head in eating. Zhang Yifeng was indifferent. Zhang Yang shook his head quickly. "It's not me. I didn't wake up until 7:30. "Then you too?" Liang Jingfeng looked at Zhong Jincheng and Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng still ignored him. Zhong Jincheng raised his head and shook his hand innocently. "It's not me." So Liang Jingfeng looked at Zhang Yifeng. "Zhang Yifeng? Question mark." At this time, his mobile phone suddenly received a message, and Zhang Yifeng picked it up to check. "Zhong Jincheng. Sorry brother, I accidentally came 5 times last night. I can't help it. I saw too many beauties yesterday. I really can't help it." Liang Jingfeng looked unhappy. "Is it you, Zhang Yifeng?" Zhang Yifeng said concisely, "It's not me." "That's strange. There are also ghosts in the men's dormitory." Seeing that Zhang Yifeng also denied it, Liang Jingfeng lowered his head to eat, frowning in confusion. "This guy must be a fool," Zhang Yifeng said to himself. Ding ding ding, a message came from the clinical group. "Su, 4th teaching building, classroom 303, don't make a mistake." Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia, and Zhang Yifeng all lowered their heads to look at their phones. "Wei Zhiyu, hurry up, the instructor is urging us. Qi Chao Chao, are you going to eat or not? What have you done to the buns?" She looked up at the 14-year-old girl in front of her. Qi Chao Chao put down her chopsticks after hearing this, lowered her head silently, hugged her legs with both hands, and said nothing. Seeing the other party's autistic look, Wei Zhiyu suddenly swallowed her saliva, a little helpless, so she forced her voice to soften. "Oh, forget it if you don't want to eat. It's not that troublesome. Let's go. "Wait. Please wait a moment," Bai Qingxia said hurriedly. She turned and ran to the window, asking the aunt for a plastic bag. The other 2 roommates stared blankly at Bai Qingxia running back to her seat, using Qi Cao chopsticks to put Qi Cao's buns into the plastic bag one by one, and then holding the plastic bag with both hands, gently hanging it on Qi Cao's fingers. She said to the girl, "You will be hungry if you don't eat breakfast. The canteen may not have food until noon, so you should take it." The little girl grabbed the plastic bag, and her eyes under her messy hair stared at Bai Qingxia blankly. But this beautiful sister didn't seem to be used to looking at people. She just clenched her hands in front of her, chuckled friendly, and then silently looked away. Wei Zhiyu came back to his senses and waved impatiently. "It's so troublesome. Let's go. If you don't leave now, you will be late." The 4 people on Lu Yuanqiu's side also stood up. Seeing that the people in 401 had made some movements, Liang Jingfeng hurriedly stuffed a few mouthfuls into his mouth and told the other 3 to leave quickly. It was just the first day of school, and he seemed to have automatically assumed the position of the head of the 402 dormitory. 4th teaching building, classroom 303. Students from the 2 classes of the clinical department came in one after another. Because they didn't know whether there were fixed seats or whether they could sit anywhere, everyone stood around the seats for the time being. As soon as Lu Yuanqiu entered the door, Bai Qingxia looked over. The 2 of them met each other's eyes, and smiled at each other. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu look away, Bai Qingxia also looked away, but she didn't know what else she could look at besides Lu Yuanqiu. As for the seat, although she wanted to sit with Lu Yuanqiu, she knew that this was not an option. She would either follow the arrangement or sit with her roommate. Isn't he the Taoist priest? Some people were surprised to see Su Xiyang. "Oh my god, Ling Xiuzhenren, it's true." Some people were concerned about the Taoist priest, while others were concerned about the appearance of the new classmates. For example, many girls found that the 2 waves of boys who just came in were very good looking, of course, excluding a guy who was as thin as a monkey, and a dark, short and old man. Wait, why does this man look more and more like a parent? As the large group entered the door, Liang Jingfeng looked at the girls from the 2 classes with expectation. Suddenly, he was startled and saw a pure girl in a plain white dress in the crowd. A beautiful melody sounded in his mind. "Well, I'm afraid I will fall in love with you. I dare not let myself get too close." Liang Jingfeng suddenly stretched out his hand to poke Zhang Yang next to him, and asked excitedly, "Zhang Yang, did you hear any song suddenly sounded?" "What song? How can there be a song?" Zhang Yang looked puzzled. He suddenly turned his head, and his eyes fixed on a white dress. Wow, I'm afraid I will fall in love with you. I dare not let myself get too close." Zhang Yang laughed foolishly. Yes, why did a song suddenly sound in my mind? And why did pink bubbles appear in front of my eyes? The two looked at Bai Qingxia stupidly. Zhang Yang even raised his hand to grab the pink bubbles in front of his eyes. At this moment, it was not only the two of them who were shocked, but the other boys also noticed Bai Qingxia, but they only took a glance and quickly looked away. Everyone's mood was surging, and they immediately looked forward to the future campus life. I thought Long Liandong would be the only goddess in this class, but I didn't expect that there were only 2 classes in the clinical major, and they could recruit a girl whose appearance was no less than Long Liandong's. Moreover, this girl was completely different from Long Liandong. Compared with Long Liandong's cold and unattainable temperament, the pure and beautiful appearance of the girl in the white dress in front of me was more likable, making people want to get close to her and want to open their arms to protect her. Suddenly, the usual college life seemed to become really exciting from the moment I saw the girl in the white dress. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxia's appearance would attract a lot of attention, but similarly, Zheng Yifeng also attracted the attention of most girls in the classroom. In the entire classroom 303, these two people were like the north and south magnetic poles, quickly attracting the attention of most people. In this case, the Taoist priest was ignored. But what made Lu Yuanqiu a little strange was that he did not see Song Xianxian. Didn't she also choose the clinical major? Could it be that Dad's information was wrong? Of course, it would be best if Song Xianxian was not there. Lu Yuanqiu was so happy. Hey, you bunch of kids, why are you standing here? Just find a seat and sit down. You don't have to divide into classes. People in several dormitories are not from the same class. A voice came in. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found a young man with buck teeth. It seems that he should be the instructor. The buck teeth are quite unique, a bit like Bai Qingxia's roommate. Lu Yuanqiu thought in his heart with amusement. Just sit anywhere, right, instructor? A sudden voice suddenly sounded in the class. It was Lu Yuanqiu who turned around and asked loudly. Everyone looked at him at this time. Yes, yes. The instructor with buck teeth smiled and nodded. Lu Yuanqiu then looked at Bai Qingxia, walked towards her with a step that didn't recognize any relatives, and said with a smile, Then I won't be polite. I will sit next to whoever is good-looking. Bai Qingxia also pursed her lips, held her hands in front of her, and looked at the boy walking towards her step by step with expectation. Chapter 311. Damn, Lu Yuanqiu is a big shot. Senior Finger leaned forward, lifted the long hair in front of his eyes, and stared straight at him. The other boys were also stunned. This boy, who didn't look outstanding in appearance, and was only a little handsome, except for his sunny temperament and tall stature, had no other advantages. He actually did something that others dared to think about, but hesitated and dared not do. Among the people present, only Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng understood the situation. Of course, in addition to the original high school classmates, they also knew that this was Lu Yuanqiu's true nature. No matter where he went, high school or college, Lu Yuanqiu could always be the most eye-catching person on the scene, because his youth was always flamboyant. In high school, this boy was already known to the whole school. In college, how could his reputation be limited to only 75 people in 2 classes? Zheng Yifeng smiled and crossed his arms. He watched Lu Yuanqiu walk towards Bai Qingxia. He even had a premonition in his heart that in the next few days, in the whole Shuda, the 3 words Lu Yuanqiu would definitely be louder than Long Liandong. Liang Jingfeng wanted to go over, but he was a step too slow. He quickly turned around and called his 3 roommates. Come on, let's find a seat. Seeing this, Senior Finger immediately smiled and waved. Hurry up! All of you in 401, follow Lu Yuanqiu's footsteps. Bai Qingxia and the other 4 sat down in a slightly backward position. Lu Yuanqiu took a step across and sat next to her with a serious expression. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and deliberately made a low and magnetic voice. Hello, my name is Lu Yuanqiu. The girl bit her lower lip, as if trying to hold back her laughter, and reached out to shake hands. Hello, my name is Bai Qingxia. The 2 shook hands briefly, then let go, and that was it. The other boys looked at this scene with envy. The 2 of them let go, and they were still imagining what it would feel like to touch that tender white hand. Most of the people who were admitted to Shuda had not had much contact with girls in high school. Bai Qingxia's appearance and temperament were a killer for these boys. After shaking hands, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that his 3 roommates sat down next to him. Senior Finger silently raised a thumbs up to him. Outside was the Taoist priest. Su Xiong said leisurely, Men are driven by desires, and there is no need to hide this. But Brother Lu, I still admire you. The uncle didn't say anything. He just sat at the outermost edge and smiled at this side. He looked abrupt, as if he had accidentally strayed into the youth of the children. This classroom is very large, with 3 rows of seats. The middle row can seat 8 people, and the seats on the left and right sides can only seat 4 people. Zhang Yifeng and his 4 companions sat behind Lu Yuanqiu and his 4 companions. Wei Zhiyu looked back at Zhang Yifeng, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned her head back. When Liang Jingfeng saw Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia shaking hands and chatting, he also spoke gentlemanly from behind. "Hello, classmate Bai Qingxia, my name is Liang Jingfeng." Bai Qingxia turned around, without looking at the other party, but just nodded slightly. Liang Jingfeng was stunned, his hand was frozen in midair. Zhong Jincheng was trying to hold back his laughter. Lu Yuanqiu succeeded in shaking hands. "Do you really think Bai Qingxia shakes hands with everyone? I am dying of laughter." Zhang Yifeng nudged Zhong Jincheng with his elbow, and the latter coughed twice, stroked his face with his hand, and immediately stopped laughing. Suddenly, he stared at Wei Zhiyu's exposed thin waist in the front row. After witnessing Bai Qingxia ignoring the other boys, Lu Yuanqiu quietly bumped Bai Qingxia's thigh with his knee, feeling soft and bouncy. The girl's earlobes turned red, and she lowered her head, clenching her fists on the table. She gently bumped her legs to the side quietly in response. Lu Yuanqiu smiled forward. No one noticed the little interaction between the two under the table, which made them both feel a little excited. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder was suddenly touched by someone. He turned around and found that it was a boy wearing a vest and a crew cut, the boy who had just approached Bai Qingxia. "Liang Jingfeng, what's your name, brother?" "Lu Yuanqiu, a single leaf can tell the coming of autumn." "Oh, that's you." Liang Jingfeng turned his head and said to the side, "Zhang Yifeng, he said you are a great beauty, right?" Zhang Yifeng, eh. Hearing this, Wei Zhiyu, who was looking back at Zhang Yifeng, suddenly froze. She quickly turned her head back, blinking rapidly, and doubted her life. This handsome guy is called Zhang Yifeng? Isn't Zhang Yifeng the vixen girl? At this time, the buck-toothed instructor on the podium spoke radiantly. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Wenxiang. Of course not that Su Wenxiang. I also want to be him, he is my idol." "Ahem, let's get back to the point. From today on, I will be the instructor in charge of your 2 classes. You can affectionately call me Brother Chang." The buck-toothed young man finished speaking in front, and soon there was warm applause from the audience. Wei Zhiyu clapped while muttering, "Zhang Yifeng is actually a man. And he is so handsome." "Is he handsome? I don't think so." Buck-toothed Jane, who was sitting next to Wei Zhiyu, murmured in response. Instead, she held her hands and stared at the instructor on the stage with loving eyes, and seemed to have pink bubbles in front of her eyes. "Wow, I'm afraid I will fall in love with you myself. I dare not let myself get too close." Snap! Wei Zhiyu snapped his fingers in front of Buck-toothed Jane, and the pink bubble burst immediately. "Ah, Zhen, you don't like the type of instructor, do you?" Wei Zhiyu asked in surprise. Buck-toothed Zhen looked at Buck-toothed Chang on the stage and smiled sweetly. "Department, I think people with buck teeth are very attractive." Wei Zhiyu quickly turned back to look at Zhang Yifeng, and went to wash his eyes. Instructor Buck-toothed Chang clapped his hands, and said, "Although our clinical department has 2 classes, the school has also arranged another instructor besides me. She is your first-year graduate student, and is very beautiful. However, she has something to do these 2 days. I will try to meet you before the military training. Then let's talk about 2 important things. The first is military training, which will start the day after tomorrow. After the meeting today, our 2 classes will go to collect their respective military training uniforms. Ah, Luo Hui will be in charge of class 29, and Song Fanfang will be in charge of class 30. You 2 are the group leaders of your respective class groups, so you can temporarily serve as class leaders. The second thing is to select class leaders for the 2 classes after the military training. The class leaders include the class leader, the league secretary, the study committee member, the life committee member, the psychological committee member, the art committee member, and the sports committee member. Everyone can sign up actively. Of course, the election will be held after the military training. Everyone can show their courage during the military training." After that, Chang with buck teeth took out 2 forms and walked down. He gave one to a boy wearing glasses, and the other to Song Fanfang. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and saw that it was a class list. Military training will start the day after tomorrow, and it will be quite soon. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, stretched his head, and saw that the child prodigy sitting on Bai Qingxia's left was 14 years old, and was the same age as Lu Yidong. "Hello, little friend." Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia like a weird uncle, and smiled and greeted the other party. Chapter 312. The little girl was eating a bun with her head down, and accidentally bit her hair. She even reached out to take the hair out of her mouth. Her hair was long and messy, and she was wearing a monotonous short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her legs and arms were very slender, and Lu Yuanqiu found that she was squatting on a chair with a bun on her knees. When she heard someone calling her, Qi Cao Cao's eyes under her hair just glanced over here, and then she turned sideways in fear, facing Lu Yuanqiu, and continued to eat the bun. Bai Qingxiao looked over and blinked at Lu Yuanqiu. Her expression seemed to say, "See, is she more socially anxious than me?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded secretly. "Bai Qingxiao, what is your name in the class group? I don't think you have ever been in the group." Liang Jingfeng asked curiously again. When Bai Qingxiao heard the voice, she glanced to the side, then turned to the front and remained silent. She didn't want to get to know other people in the class. This was not within her scope of change for the time being. She only needed to communicate normally with her roommate. "Classmate Bai Qingxiao?" Thinking that Bai Qingxiao didn't hear him, Liang Jingfeng raised his voice again, but for the sake of gentlemanly demeanor, he still lowered his voice, but Bai Qingxiao still ignored him. Liang Jingfeng looked shocked. This must have been heard, right? When did I start to be disliked by the other party? He smiled to ease the embarrassment. Haha, most beautiful girls are more aloof. I understand. Wei Zhi frowned. Don't make excuses for yourself. She just doesn't want to pay attention to you. If my roommate is aloof, why would she pay attention to the boy next to her? Liang Jingfeng was shocked again. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him with some sympathy. Sorry, I have always been popular with girls since I was a child. I am also annoyed by this point, he said with his eyebrows drooping, looking very melancholy. Liang Jingfeng was shocked for the third time, his mouth open. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, and he saw Bai Qingxiao secretly turning sideways to look at Lu Yuanqiu and smile. The way she looked at Lu Yuanqiu didn't look like she had just met. Liang Jingfeng took a deep breath, as if he understood something. No, you two have known each other for a long time, right? Zhong Jincheng quickly grabbed him. Okay, brother, don't embarrass 402. Maybe she fell in love with Lu Yuanqiu at first sight. Bai Qingxiao was still looking at Lu Yuanqiu and smiling, but when she heard this, her smile suddenly froze, and she quickly turned away. After lunch, a message came in the class group. Senior Finger, come to the downstairs of the female dormitory F to collect the military training uniforms. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu and Uncle Zhang Wenjun came to the downstairs of the female dormitory F. They saw Finger looking down at his mobile phone, with a large camouflage package next to him. Finkel, where's the Taoist priest? Why didn't he come? He said he had to take a nap, otherwise his vitality would collapse, so he asked us to help him take care of it. Lu Yuanqiu pouted. Fangel smiled. This little Taoist priest is really interesting. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at the door of the F building of the female dormitory. He knew that Bai Qingxiao lived here. Since there were only a few dozen female students in the clinical department, they lived in the same building with other majors and other grades. By the way, which dormitory building is the haunted dormitory of the third sister? Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and sent her a message. Lu Yuanqiu, third sister, which dormitory is yours? Lu Doqing, building F, Qiuqiu, are you ready to go to Shuda? Lu Yuanqiu, sister, I'm already downstairs in building F. Third sister didn't reply. Before long, there was a sound of slippers stepping on the ground. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw a girl in panda pajamas suddenly rushing out from the door of the female dormitory. Qiuqiu, third sister shouted happily, and then rushed towards Lu Yuanqiu. She wrapped her legs around Lu Yuanqiu's waist, hanging on him like a koala, and murmured in her brother's ear, Block F is haunted, come and live with me, we can sleep in one bed. Lu Yuanqiu smiled bitterly. Sister, I've passed the novice protection period, so I can't live in the female dormitory. Then I live with you. Your way of thinking about the problem. Wait, this is not the point. You said Block F is haunted? Lu Yuanqiu finally reacted. He raised his hand and turned the third sister's head in front of him. Lu Doqing nodded at him blankly. At this time, Finger coughed, walked over and asked, Lu Yuanqiu, are you Lu Doqing's brother? Yes, do you two know each other? We are classmates, I know her, but she doesn't know me. Her professional ability is well known in the school. Finger looked at the blank face of the third sister and said, but this rough man seemed a little shy. The third sister suddenly said to him, I know you. The teacher brought your yellowed sheets to the art room and asked us to draw them on the spot. Everyone else was so irritated that they couldn't draw anymore. I was the only one who completed the task. The third sister was so proud that even the ending tone of her words rose. Finger blushed immediately and ran away screaming ah, with his flip-flops flying. Lu Yuanqiu, Uncle, At this time, many girls went downstairs. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw Bai Qingxiao walking with her roommate Bak Tuzhen. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu holding a girl in his arms, Bai Qingxiao stopped and was stunned. But she soon found out that the other person was the third sister, and the girl smiled again. She trotted out, and the light outside enveloped this fair and smiling face. Lu Yuanqiu then discovered that Bai Qingxiao had bought a new pair of pink slippers. She finally had a pair of slippers that fit her feet. The fact that Bai Qingxiao was willing to spend money on her was a great improvement in Lu Yuanqiu's eyes. Was your dormitory building haunted last night? Bai Qingxiao stood on the steps and shook her head in confusion. The third sister added, It's only on Saturday nights that they make noise. I don't even dare to go to the toilet. Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched. This ghost also divides weekdays and weekends. Come down quickly, third sister, I'm leaving. No. Bai Qingxiao silently looked at the way the third sister hung on Lu Yuanqiu, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her mind. After taking her military training uniform, she raised her hand to signal Lu Yuanqiu, and then followed her roommate Ajin back. That evening, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly received a private message from Bai Qingxiao. Bai Qingxiao, do you want my sanitary napkin? Lu Yuanqiu, ? In the dormitory 401, Lu Yuanqiu sat up from the bed on the spot, looking confused. He thought about it, and sent a message. Lu Yuanqiu, this is the progress too fast. How about starting with socks first? Bai Qingxiao, what are you talking about? Lu Yuanqiu, What are you talking about? Bai Qingxiao, they say that you need to put sanitary napkins in leather boots to absorb sweat, otherwise your feet will be soaked. Do you want to use mine? Chapter 313. Pa. The phone in Lu Yuanqiu's hand fell on the bed. Why doesn't QQ have a recall function in 2011? Why? Lu Yuanqiu gritted his teeth and laughed angrily. The Taoist priest and the uncle looked over at this time. The Taoist priest, what's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand, nothing. Did you buy sanitary napkins? The Taoist priest and the uncle were stunned for a moment, and shook their heads silently. The Taoist priest looked down at Lu Yuanqiu's crotch with some doubt. At this time, the dormitory door was kicked open, and Finger walked in, and threw a new pack of sanitary napkins on the beds of the three roommates. Don't buy, I bought it for you. My goodness, the sanitary napkins in the supermarket are almost gone. There are a lot of men, and I am scared when I see them so excited. The uncle was still asking in confusion why he had to buy sanitary napkins. Lu Yuanqiu quickly replied to Bai Qingxiao. Lu Yuanqiu, my roommate has bought some, you can use mine, I will give you some tomorrow. Bai Qingxiao, is it enough for you? Lu Yuanqiu, just save it, it is impossible to throw it away after one day, what a waste. He knew that Bai Qingxiao would definitely not use it. This girl was not even willing to buy good sanitary napkins. How could she use it to pad her shoes? Such beautiful feet should not be soaked. She herself is not sorry, but Lu Yuanqiu is. Supermarket on campus. Damn, I never thought that all the sanitary napkins in the supermarket near the male dormitory were sold out. Fortunately, I was smart and suggested going to the female dormitory. Hey, Zheng Yifeng. Do you think I should buy daily use or night use? It's so hard to choose. This is the first time I picked these things openly in a supermarket. Zhong Jincheng looked at the types of sanitary napkins on the shelf, adjusted his glasses, and carefully selected them. Zheng Yifeng picked up a pack and said silently, Use it for daily use. Don't use it at night, I beg you. Zhong Jincheng turned around and rolled his eyes at him. At this time, a woman in a short skirt carrying a basket walked around the shelf. She was suddenly stunned and saw Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng. The woman quickly turned around and hid behind the shelf. Su Miaomia covered her chest and secretly stretched her head to look over there. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jincheng walking in another direction. But soon, the voices of Zhong Jincheng and Zheng Yifeng came from the other side of the shelf, getting closer and closer to where she was. Su Miaomia was so upset that she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She quickly bent down, picked up the basket, and hurried to the other side of the shelf. Suddenly she heard the three words. Teacher Su. Su Miaomia, who was about to go directly to the cashier, stopped again and stood up. She put her ear on the shelf and listened quietly to the conversation between the two people over there. Zhong Jincheng, I just found out that your cactus was left by Teacher Su. If I knew, I would definitely not play with it. Zheng Yifeng, did Lu Yuanqiu tell you? Zhong Jincheng, yes, I was wondering how you were more affectionate than me. Not only did you take the cactus for graduation photos, but you also brought it to college. Zhang Yifeng paused for a long time before saying, you have to keep a memory. Zhong Jinqing. Okay, I pay for the new pot, okay? By the way, does Teacher Su know that you like her so much? Zhang Yifeng didn't answer. Su Miaomia leaned against the shelf, staring blankly into the air. At noon the next day, in the corner of the first cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia met alone, as if they were conducting some kind of underground transaction. They sat face to face, looking at each other. Lu Yuanqiu took out half a pack of sanitary napkins and handed it to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia also took out a small bottle and moved towards Lu Yuanqiu. What is this? Sunscreen spray. Lu Wancheng came to my dormitory to give it to me. You can use it, she said with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu stared. I have thick skin and you have tender skin. Why are you giving it to me? You see, our skin colors are different, and we can tell who needs sunscreen more at a glance. After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu moved his hand to the girl's tender white hand. Bai Qingxia retracted her hand under the table and frowned. But I'm afraid you will get sunburned. The weather is so hot. I checked and the school supermarket doesn't seem to sell this. Lu Yuanqiu still firmly returned the sunscreen spray to her, and said earnestly, you have to use it. Compared with me getting sunburned, I will feel more distressed if you get sunburned. Bai Qingxia stared at him, her knees under the table shaking slightly. She lowered her head, and said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth, well, if our dormitories are close by then, I will go over and spray it for you. We talk about it later. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. A message came from his phone. He took it out, and saw that it was from the counselor. Su, meet in classroom 303 at 2 p.m. Let's talk about the departure time tonight, and the arrangement of the lottery. Oh, and the new counselor said he wants to meet everyone. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the time. It was only 1 o'clock. Let's go around the school. Go around until 2 o'clock, and go directly to the classroom. Okay. Bai Qingxia agreed very readily. Shudao has a total of 4 campuses, covering a total area of more than 2 million square meters. The campus where Lu Yuanqiu is located is the largest one, named Wanfeng Campus. There are many maple trees on the campus, but the maple leaves are still green at this time, and there is nothing special. Instead, the sycamore trees on both sides of the road are more attractive. The two walked on the wide road, watching the seniors riding by, and Lu Yuanqiu suddenly couldn't help saying, I also want to buy a bicycle here at the university, buy one with a back seat, so that I can take you with me when the time comes. Bai Qingxia smiled when she heard this, with a cute voice. Yeah. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the plain short-sleeved shorts she was wearing, and then at the radiant and beautiful appearance of the female college students around her, and suddenly felt that Bai Qingxia was still too wronged. By the way, did you talk to that little girl? No, she didn't talk to anyone. Everyone in our dormitory called their families last night, but she didn't. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He was actually thinking about the exchange task just now. Reward? Why not give Bai Qingxia another beautiful skirt? After all, it's not easy to find a reason to give a gift. Alas, this girl is really different from others. In the previous life, the women around him used all kinds of sweet words to make Lu Yuanqiu spend money, but when it comes to Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu has to use sweet words to spend money on her. There is a lake. The girl suddenly pointed happily at a sapphire-like artificial lake in front of her. You have never seen a lake? You are so excited. I have never seen a lake in school. Bai Qingxia muttered softly. The two walked to the side, and there was a bench in front of them, but there was only one boy sitting on the bench. The boy turned around and saw a couple behind him. He stood up and said, Okay, you sit down, please. Chapter 314. Damn, I just want to find a quiet place. There are couples everywhere. It's so annoying. The boy walked away with a grumble. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. What kind of person is this, so resentful? Bai Qingxia sat on the chair and said stiffly, he may have misunderstood. Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond, but suddenly saw that the benches near the lakeside were full of couples. The most exaggerated one was the bench closest to their right. A woman was sitting on her boyfriend's lap and kissing him crazily. I think I know why he is so resentful, Lu Yuanqiu murmured. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look, and almost without any hesitation, she quickly turned her head back. She frowned, shocked and embarrassed, and couldn't understand how they dared to do such things in such a public place. Lu Yuanqiu put his hand on Bai Qingxia's hand at this time. The girl was startled and looked up at him with a red face. What? What are you doing? Take you away. Do you still want to see? Okay, if you want to watch, I sit here and watch with you. Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile. Bai Qingxia's head shook like a rattle. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and pulled her away from the lake. After the two left, a girl in a short skirt and gray calf socks came over. She stood by the bench and looked at Lu Yuanqiu's back. After a few seconds, she retracted her gaze and sat on the bench to quietly read Kigo Higashino's book. The wind on the lake blew her hair and the white pages of the book. She was cold and sat there like an ice sculpture, turning a deaf ear to the passionate movements of the couple on the right. Classroom 303. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu walked in side by side. They originally planned to keep a distance between them before entering, but since they sat together in the morning, some people speculated whether they had known each other for a long time, so they didn't care so much. Everyone didn't seem to pay too much attention to whether they were from the same high school or how they were admitted to the same class. Everyone only paid attention to their current relationship, which was in line with people's fixed thinking. Moreover, Bai Qingxiu reminded Lu Yuanqiu that even if they were from the same high school and went to the same class at Juda, it was nothing. There were only 2 clinical classes. As long as people from the same high school chose the same major, the probability of being assigned to the same class was normal. When Lu Yuanqiu heard the girl's explanation, he did not have a belated reaction. He just suddenly realized that Bai Qingxia's tone of voice seemed to indicate that she was not willing to pretend to be a stranger with him, even if it was only temporary. He guessed that it was probably because of Liang Jingfeng that Bai Qingxiu once again fell into the trouble of being frequently approached and confessed to in the first year of high school. As soon as they entered the class, the two quickly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone present was stunned. Oh my god, they are not even pretending now, right? Just left together? Liang Jingfeng bared his teeth in anger. He turned his head and said to Zhang Yang, I suspect they have added each other as friends a long time ago, and then they got to know each other well during the holiday 1 or 2 months. Damn, Lu Yuanqiu actually got there before me. Zhang Yang, there's nothing I can do. You don't know what Bai Qingxiu looks like. We still can't tell which one is her group name card. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu squeeze into the position, Liang Jingfeng quickly shut up, just staring at Lu Yuanqiu's back with burning eyes. After sitting back in her seat, Bai Qingxiu turned her head and found that Wei Zhiyu was gone. She turned her head again and found that Wei Zhiyu was sitting next to Zhang Yifeng, staring at him like a fangirl. Would you like to change seats with me? I help you solve your pain. Zhong Jinqing whispered seriously beside Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention, and he was immune to this kind of fangirl gaze, so it didn't affect anything. At this time, Chang with buck teeth walked in and said with a smile, the lottery results are out. This time, we and 2 classes of the clinical department, the business administration department, the literature department, and the material science and engineering major. A total of 6 majors will go to the same base for military training. Literature department? Fuck. Zhang Yang suddenly slapped the table excitedly. Seeing everyone looking at him, he suppressed his voice, but still couldn't hide his excitement. Literature department is Long Lianong's major. After this, the other boys started to communicate quietly. Lu Yuanqiu supported his head with his hands. He had heard this name many times in the past few days, but he was too lazy to search for what the other person looked like on the internet, just like he was too lazy to carry tissues with him. The reason is that he doesn't take it seriously. It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before. Lu Yuanqiu rarely decides his liking for a woman based on her face. This is probably because of Bai Qingxiu. Bai Qingxiu's advantages are far more than just that face. And more than just those feet. Bucktooth Chang mumbled a bunch of important things about military training, and then he officially mentioned the second thing of the day. Next, let's welcome the second instructor of the clinical department with warm applause. The classroom was filled with thunderous applause. Zhang Yifeng clapped his hands, and Wei Zhiyu beside him asked him, Zhang Yifeng, where are you from? Zhang Yifeng said lightly, outsider. Wei Zhiyu was stuck in his words. At this moment, a woman wearing a black short skirt on the lower body, a white shirt on the upper body, and a head of slightly curly long hair scattered behind her slowly walked into the door. Sitting in the seat, Wei Zhiyu hummed and muttered, are you still angry about what I said in the group? It's all misunderstanding, listen to me. She kept chattering on the side, but Zhang Yifeng could only hear a long string of tinnitus. He gradually slowed down his clapping, and stared at the woman next to the podium. Damn! Zhong Jinqing let out a surprised sound. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu also looked at each other in surprise. Su Miaomiao lowered her head, and then slowly raised her head. She didn't dare to look in the direction of the most scorching gaze, but looked at Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiu, and Zhong Jinqing in turn, and communicated with the 3 of them with gentle eyes. The new instructor is so beautiful. Zhong Jincheng stood up and shouted, clapping hard. Cheer for teachers is a habit that has been formed since middle school. After Zhong Jincheng started, others also cheered loudly and echoed. The girls were even more excited than the boys. Maybe they were too disappointed with the appearance of Bucktooth Chong, and finally a beautiful teacher appeared to neutralize it. Hello everyone, my name is Su Miao, a first-year graduate student. You can call me Senior Sister or Teacher Su, it's alright. After Su Miao finished speaking, she put her hands together in front of her and bowed solemnly to everyone. Zhang Yifeng could no longer look away. He seemed to be standing beside Su Miao and bowing to everyone, but the scene below him was no longer the podium, but the stage of the New Year's Eve party. The audience was noisy and applauded. Su Miao slowly stood up, she smiled, and then turned her head to look out the window. At this moment, the scene outside the window seemed to no longer be the Wudong Road of Juda University, but the white teaching building and the red rubber track bordering the teaching building. Chapter 315. After a long journey, I am finally back. The young female teacher retracted her gaze and muttered in her heart. Evening, the first cafeteria. Only 4 people can sit at a table. So Su Miao, Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu, and Zhong Jincheng sat at one table, while Zhang Yifeng sat alone at the next table. Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting opposite Su Miao, looked at Zhang Yifeng's awkward appearance next to him, and couldn't help saying, "Why don't I sit over there, and let Zhang Yifeng sit over here? He has social phobia, and it's too embarrassing for him to sit there alone." Just as he was about to stand up, Su Miao quickly grabbed his arm. "Lu Yuanqiu." What's wrong, teacher?" Lu Yuanqiu was a little confused for a moment. Su Miao's throat moved, and she didn't dare to look in the direction of the other table. She just smiled and said to Lu Yuanqiu, I have something to tell you." Bai Qingxia had just covered the hot water cup with both hands, looking at Zhang Yifeng's appearance and laughing foolishly. After hearing this sentence, she immediately pricked up her ears beside Su Miao. Zhong Jincheng was not convinced. "Teacher Su, what do you want to say to Lu Yuanqiu? I am the one who misses you the most. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Bai Qingxia whispered, "I miss Teacher Su too." Lu Yuanqiu sat down slowly. Looking at Su Miao's helpless look, he seemed to understand her mood in an instant, and could only give Zhang Yifeng a look of "Be patient." Since Su Miao left high school, this guy has returned to his previous lazy and sloppy state, except that he no longer sleeps, and he doesn't care about anything. As a result, when I saw Su Miao today, he was visibly excited and nervous, a bit like a new father waiting outside the delivery room. Lu Yuanqiu felt that his imagination was a bit out of control, because he suddenly thought that Zhang Yifeng did have the experience of waiting for Su Miao outside the delivery room. But that was in the last life. Su Miao looked at the 3 people around her and nodded. They all said that they all had something to say. You must abide by the rules during military training, don't contradict the instructor, don't fight with classmates, and make trouble, the punishment will be more severe." Lu Yuanqiu nodded slightly and said to Zhang Yifeng, "Did you hear that?" Zhang Yifeng sat upright, but his voice was weak. "I heard it." He frowned, as if he was struggling with how to say the first words to Su Miao in 5 months. Su Miao glanced at the table next to her with her peripheral vision and continued, "And if you perform well in military training and get the military training model certificate, you can use the certificate to offset 1 innovation credit. This is easy to be overlooked. I was listening outside the classroom, and it seems that Instructor Su didn't remind you specifically." Lu Yuanqiu had heard about the importance of 6 innovation credits from Finger, and Bai Qingxia had also emphasized it to him once in private. So when he heard Su Miao say this, the joking look on his face faded, and he became serious. Lu Yuanqiu clearly knew what he should do most after entering university. Only by getting a diploma can he take over the company from Lao Wang smoothly in the first step, sit firmly in the position of company leader, and stand on the same level with Bai Qingxia to take back Bai Shi Food. This was the goal that Lu Yuanqiu had set for himself that day in the ward, and he also named this goal his rebirth main line. He could not ask for help from the uncles, because he was the only one who was really willing to fight for Bai Qingxia, and he could only rely on him to accomplish all this. Therefore, he had to get the innovation credit brought by the military training model certificate. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, "How can I be rated as a military training model?" Bai Qingxia and Zhong Jincheng also focused their attention, and Zhang Yifeng also turned his head to look over. Su Miao frowned. "Anyway, you have to perform well, but I don't know how to perform." Lu Yuanqiu was thinking, and suddenly his brows relaxed. There is someone who knows for sure. A 401 dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu, Zhong Jincheng, Zhang Yifeng, the Taoist priest, and the uncle all gathered in front of Finger. This senior who has participated in judo military training for 2 consecutive years must have experience. Then you have asked the right person. Finger. He smiled, and stepped on the bed ladder shared by him, and the uncle with his flip-flops. This scene made the uncle's eyes widen instantly. Have a positive attitude, standard movements, and abide by discipline. Dingle raised 3 fingers. Zhong Jinqing stretched his head. That's it. Dingle glanced at him, and waved his hand. Only if you do the above 3 things can you be selected by the instructor as the temporary head of the company, which is equivalent to the squad leader. If the performance of a company is mediocre, the squad leader will definitely be given priority to be awarded the model soldier. Lu Yuanqiu, what if you can't be the squad leader? Dingle looked at him, raised a finger, and said seriously, if you can't be the squad leader, there is another way to change your fate, that is, to have an outstanding performance in the military training art performance on the last day. The 5 of them suddenly fell silent. Zhang Yifeng and Zhong Jinqing returned to dormitory 402 with their heads down. Zhong Jinqing patted the shoulder next to him. Why didn't you talk to Teacher Su today? Zhang Yifeng took a deep breath. She seemed to be avoiding me. Not really. Looking at Teacher Su's performance, I feel like she seemed to know in advance that we are in the clinical department. Zhong Jinqing analyzed. Zhang Yifeng smiled bitterly. Maybe the school put pressure on her, and she had no choice but to be forced? Zhong Jinqing, not necessarily. Zhang Yifeng turned his head. You can comfort people now? Zhong Jinqing shook his head. No, brother, you may have misunderstood. What I mean is that although she hates you, she can't help but like me too much, so she still chooses to come to the clinical department. Zhang Yifeng, we will leave for the JS base at 9 o'clock tonight. The people in the 401 dormitory have already started packing. Lu Yuanqiu thought about it, and sent a message to Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu, is Little Swan here? Bai Qingxia, yes. Lu Yuanqiu, remember to bring your ballet clothes. Bai Qingxia, okay. Silly girl, without asking the reason, Lu Yuanqiu smiled at the phone. No, I have to catch up on my sleep. It looks like I will sleep late tonight. Taoist friends, remember to call me. The Taoist priest packed up his things, and quickly climbed onto the bed. Lu Yuanqiu, don't worry, I will forget. Taoist priest, damn it, be careful or I will cast a spell of impotence on you. Lu Yuanqiu instantly became honest, and quickly put on a smile. At 8:30 in the evening, Lu Yuanqiu, carrying his bag, went to the west gate of the school with his roommates to gather. Walking in the corridor, Zhang Yang from 402 came running over and said, brothers, when the time comes, we will have 8 people in the dormitory, so we can live together in 401 and 402? Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. I have no objection. The uncle carried the sleepy Taoist priest, glanced at the hygiene level of the people in 402, and smiled innocently. It's all right, it's all right. Chapter 316. 8:30 is the busiest time of the evening. Under the street lights, seniors wearing shorts showing their long legs walked leisurely on Wudong Road. Some of them wore slippers, some chewed popsicles, some walked hand in hand with their boyfriends along the curb, and many seniors carried basins, looking like they had just come out of the bathhouse. Lu Yuanqiu and others passed by the H block of the female dormitory, and saw couples standing downstairs of the dormitory. Their bodies seemed to be stuck together, and could not be separated. The uncle stared at them with his eyes wide open, and his expression was extremely wonderful. Zhong Jinqing swallowed his saliva, and sniffed hard. The scent of perfume and shower gel in the air made him feel relaxed and happy, but he couldn't help complaining. I won't be able to see my legs for 18 days, woo-woo. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, then hurry up and find a girlfriend. Finger turned around and said, it seems that Ma Liang and Lu Ying from our class are already together. Alas! In just 3 days, they have completed the progress that took me 2 or 3 years. Everyone in 401 and 402 couldn't help laughing. Lu Yuanqiu, have you and Bai Qingxia known each other for a long time? Liang Jingfeng asked without giving up. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. We went to the same high school, agreed to go to the same university and major, and I even took her home for the new year. What do you think? Damn it! Zhang Yang stared and asked quickly, then did you sleep together? Before he finished speaking, Liang Jingfeng immediately covered his mouth and said solemnly, don't ask, I don't want to hear it. If you continue to listen, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. Liang Jingfeng should have given up on Bai Qingxia. He looked at Zhang Yifeng, and found him listless. He patted him on the back and said, Teacher Su is seeing us off at the west gate. Can't we find a chance to talk to her later? I didn't even have a chance in the cafeteria. How can I have a chance with so many people later? Zhang Yifeng was very depressed. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. It depends on you. Tear, 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 tear. A group of freshmen pushing suitcases on the road gradually attracted the attention of many seniors. They stood on the side of the road and looked at the freshmen, while the freshmen in the middle of the road observed them, as if the past and the future were looking at each other. The seniors watched them quietly, with great emotion, but Zhong Jincheng just wiped his saliva and smiled back like a pervert. Lu Yuanqiu soon saw several buses parked at the west gate of the school, and also saw Bai Qingxiu. People from other majors had arrived, standing in a large crowd, and there were instructors using loudspeakers to organize people from their majors. The clinical department was the most relaxed. After all, there were only 2 classes. The 2 instructors, Chang and Su Miao, even ate mung bean popsicles leisurely, sitting on 2 bricks in a very Buddhist manner waiting for the students to arrive. Bai Qingxiu smiled when she saw Lu Yuanqiu, and quickly turned around to drag her suitcase to come over, but she was suddenly stunned, and the smile on her face disappeared immediately. Lu Yuanqiu. Someone called him, and Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found a hawthorn-flavored popsicle in front of him, and the one who handed him the popsicle was a very beautiful girl. The girl wore a short-sleeved shirt with a butterfly pattern on her upper body, a pleated skirt on her lower body, and a pair of gray calf socks on her calves. She had long, straight black hair, and although she had a faint smile on her lips, she had a cold temperament that kept people away from her. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, and there was silence all around. The Taoist priest was sleeping on the uncle's shoulder, and the uncle quickly slapped him, making a crisp sound. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her and felt that she looked familiar. He didn't take the popsicle, but just asked, "What do you mean?" The girl with a cold temperament raised her eyebrows slightly. "I treat you to a popsicle." Lu Yuanqiu suddenly remembered that he had seen this girl at his grandmother's birthday party. Listening to the discussions around him, he also understood one thing. The girl who handed him the popsicle was the famous child star Long Liandong in school. But the question is, do we know each other? Could it be that the uncles knew her and asked her to look after me in school? This is not right. Lu Wanchun heard the noise and squeezed into the crowd. She looked at her good friend Bai Qingxiu, who was standing there in a daze, and then looked at the situation over there with Lu Yuanqiu, and immediately understood something. Lu Wanchun frowned, walked straight towards Lu Yuanqiu with a pair of long legs and hot pants, and directly reached out to take the popsicle that Long Liandong handed over. She opened the package and put the popsicle into her mouth in front of the 2 of them. "Oh, it tastes like hawthorn, delicious, but a little choking," Lu Wanchun said with a smile. Long Liandong frowned at her. Zhang Yang, who had watched this scene, turned back with trembling teeth. He found Liang Jingfeng standing there like a stone pillar, and everyone was dumbfounded. On the 401 side, Finger, the uncle, and the Taoist priest lying on the uncle's shoulder, a total of 6 eyes, all stared like copper bells. What's going on with Lu Yuanqiu? What's going on? After eating a few bites, Lu Wanchun turned back and shouted to Bai Qingxiu, "Xia Xia, come and take Lu Yuanqiu away." Bai Qingxiu was brought back to her senses by this shout. She panted heavily, her chest heaving. Without hesitation, she walked towards Lu Yuanqiu with her head down, under the gazes of many people. After holding Lu Yuanqiu's hand, she immediately turned around and took him to her pink suitcase. The pair of snow-white and slender legs under the black shorts took very firm steps. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head and followed Bai Qingxiu. He seemed to be even more confused than his roommate. "I give up, Lu Yuanqiu. When did he meet 2 super beauties again? How come I don't know anything? Do you know?" Zhong Jincheng bit his finger. He was going crazy. Zhang Yifeng shook his head, but he was distracted by this scene. "Senior, Lu Yuanqiu not only knows Lu Wanchun from business administration, he also knows Long Liandong?" Liang Jingfeng immediately ran over and asked Finger anxiously. Finger pushed his messy hair aside. "You ask me, who should I ask? Damn it, I must pull out his tongue and torture him in the dormitory today." Zhong Jincheng, "Pull his, fuck." Zhang Yang, "Cool." Liang Jingfeng, "Cool." Zhang Yifeng was afraid of not fitting in, so he also said, "Cool." The uncle looked at the Taoist priest lying on his shoulder and pinching his fingers fiercely, and couldn't help asking, "Master, what are you doing?" Su Xiang frowned. "I'm calculating Lu Yuanqiu's peach blossoms." Liang Jingfeng came forward curiously. "Have you figured it out?" "I can't figure it out. This is a god." The Taoist priest's fingers were almost smoking. The instructor of the business administration department saw a group of people gathered here, and hurriedly used a loudspeaker to disperse them. Seeing that the others dispersed, Lu Wanchun also took the last bite of the popsicle into her mouth. She said to Long Liandong without any emotion, You are worthy of being a big star in the entertainment industry. You know how to use public opinion to make things convenient for yourself. Chapter 317. Long Lianong looked at her expressionlessly. Since you know what I'm doing, why do you come to mess things up? Lu Wanchun was amused. There are many ways to get rid of your suitors. You can either reject them one by one or tell others that you actually like women. Long Lianong responded coldly. The fastest solution is to show your affection to men in public. Then don't just pick a man to show your affection to. My good friend likes Lu Yuanqiu. She is very simple. Don't use the person she likes as your tool. Lu Wanchun looked at the girl in front of him seriously. Long Lianong was half a head shorter than her, but his aura was not weaker than hers. What surprised Lu Wanchun was that Long Lianong walked towards her, raised his eyes calmly and responded, I didn't pick anyone to show my goodwill. I knew him as early as November last year. I knew his name was Lu Yuanqiu, the great-nephew of Lu Xingzhou, the third-generation heir of the Lu group, and he was in class 28 of grade 3 of Luqing No. 7 high school. I watched his basketball game final videos 63 times, and knew clearly at which minute and second he dunked the backboard in the game. I watched his New Year's Day performance video 48 times. I remember that he was wearing a white shirt and blue jeans that day. Tai and Heihai is still on my playlist. I also collected 10 copies of Luqing Evening News, with his photos printed on them. After saying everything in one breath, Long Lianong stopped approaching the other party. She stared at Lu Wanchun closely, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and said word by word, I don't treat him as a tool. I am more familiar with him than you are with your good friend. Looking at the other party's aggressive gaze, Lu Wanchun took a step back and said with a smile, You are a nymphomaniac. Do you believe me? Tell your grandfather. My grandfather has known that I like him for a long time, and he also encouraged me to pursue him in college. You are welcome to call to verify. After saying that, Long Lianong turned around and left the place with his feet on the popsicle sticks. The people in front pretended not to look at this side, but when Long Lianong came over, they quickly made way. Perverted nymphomaniac, Lu Wanchun said with a spit. She looked back at Bai Qingxia, and when she heard her instructor shouting that the bus was about to leave, she quickly responded and returned to the business administration department. Lu Yuanqiu followed Bai Qingxia to her suitcase and saw that the people in 401 and 402 were staring at him, so he waved his hand and said, Go, go, go! What are you looking at? Zhong Jincheng raised his middle finger and turned around with the others. Lu Yuanqiu then asked Bai Qingxia, Do you know Long Lianong? Why do you feel that the three of you? Bai Qingxia raised her head and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, staring at his eyes for a moment, then she shook her head. I don't know her, but I know her. She is very beautiful. I saw her in the cafeteria. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I just knew it, but why do I feel that Lu Wanchun and her have conflicts? Has Lu Wanchun talked to you? Bai Qingxia stared at the boy and shook her head. She suddenly asked a strange question. Do you want to eat popsicles? I buy them for you. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the bus. Is it about to leave? Bai Qingxia, soon. Before the boy turned his head, she quickly dropped the suitcase and ran over there. Hey! Lu Yuanqiu took 2 steps forward. He looked at the girl's slender back, and then looked at the 2 white legs that were moving quickly under her shorts. Lu Yuanqiu was in a trance for a moment, and suddenly laughed. I didn't eat her popsicles. Bucktooth Chong and Su Miaomio had already organized a team. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the direction Bai Qingxia ran to, but he didn't know if she had arrived at the store. He could only drag Bai Qingxia's suitcase over and wait there. Are you all here? I called a roll. Bucktooth Chong was short. He stood on a stone and shouted with a list, Bai Qingxia. No one responded. Where did Bai Qingxia go? Zhong Jincheng pouted. Where else could she go? She was flirting with Lu Yuanqiu over there. Zhang Yifeng chuckled. He glanced at Su Miaomio, who was squatting on a rock eating a popsicle, and then quietly looked away. He said, Let's talk after the military training is over. We are in the same class, and there is a long way to go. Su Miaomio ate her popsicle and slowly stood up. She raised her head and said, Zhong Jincheng, go and call them. The train is leaving soon. Just as she finished speaking, her feet suddenly slipped on the rock. Su Miaomio exclaimed while holding the popsicle, but a figure quickly came behind her and supported her. Su Miaomio looked at the handsome face in astonishment. She quickly looked away, swallowed her saliva, and said with a rosy face, Thank you, thank you. Zhang Yifeng lowered his eyes. It's okay. He supported Su Miaomio with his arm behind her back and slowly helped her stand up. His palm did not even dare to touch the woman's shoulder. His slender fingers froze in the air, looking awkward and cautious. Su Miaomio's legs under her shorts gradually straightened, and she stepped carefully on the stone just now. She looked at Zhang Yifeng's eyes, but found that he did not dare to look at her at all. Su Miao hesitated for a moment, reached out, and took out a popsicle from the plastic bag and handed it to him. Do you want to eat? Zhang Yifeng quickly took it and walked back to the crowd. What a quick move. Su Miao scratched her head with her fingers, then kicked the stone she had just stood on. Damn the stone, it made me so embarrassed. Where's Bai Qingxia? Why are you alone? I went to buy popsicles. Lu Yuanqiu frowned, and he said to Zhong Jinqing, help me watch the box, I go look for it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanqiu saw the girl with a single ponytail running out of the night, her pure and fair face gradually reflected under the streetlights. She bent over, panting in front of Lu Yuanqiu, and slowly raised a popsicle with her right hand. Here! Here you are. No share for me. Zhong Jinqing frowned. Bai Qingxia straightened up and shook her head. No. Damn, I did all the hard work. Zhong Jinqing walked towards the main group and turned back and said, Lu Yuanqiu, wait. 7 men will serve you tonight. You will feel great. What the hell? Lu Yuanqiu unwrapped the popsicle and put it in his mouth. He dragged Bai Qingxia's suitcase and said to her vaguely, elbow, elbow. Bai Qingxia looked at his profile and asked quickly, is it delicious? Lu Yuanqiu stopped and nodded. He took out the popsicle from his mouth and handed it to Bai Qingxia, grinning, how about you try it too? He thought Bai Qingxia would not eat what he had bitten, but the girl hesitated for a moment and actually stretched out her cherry red mouth. Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised, but he still handed it over with a smile. But he immediately took back the popsicle in fear. What are you eating? You are on your period, sister. Chapter 318. Bai Qingxia had to close her open mouth, but her eyes were still looking at the popsicle eagerly, her mouth pursed, looking very pitiful. Lu Yuanqiu felt soft-hearted and handed the popsicle to her again. Then lick it a little and taste it. Bai Qingxia then moved her mouth closer again. What are you two doing? Hurry up. Bucktooth Chong rushed over and shouted angrily. Lu Yuanqiu's hands trembled, and Bai Qingxia was so scared that she quickly turned around and walked over there with her head down, but still didn't touch the popsicle. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Get on the bus! Get on the bus! Bucktooth Chong urged. When Lu Yuanqiu passed by him, he hurriedly stopped, dodged the saliva sprayed from the front, and then walked around the instructor with a smirk. After getting on the bus, he saw Bai Qingxia and her roommate Qi Chaoqiao sitting together. There was no empty seat next to them, so Lu Yuanqiu glanced and sat on the empty seat next to Finger. Bucktooth Chong and Su Miao squeezed into the car door at this time and said to everyone, is there anyone else who brought snacks? It's not too late to give it to me now. Don't let the instructor find it later, or you will be punished. Su Miao smiled and agreed. Her voice was very gentle. If there is anything hidden, you must hide it well, and don't get caught. Liang Jingfeng turned his head, and silently looked at the pair of new hills growing on Zhang Yang's chest. Zhong Jinqing leaned on the back of the seat in front of him and asked them, Teacher, aren't you going? Su Miao shook her head. We won't go, but there will be a visiting day on the 10th day. Instructor Su, and I will go over and bring you delicious food. Everyone in the bus cheered immediately. After the two instructors got off, the bus quickly started with the bus in front and drove out of the west gate of Juda University. Zhong Jinqing sat back down in frustration. He thought Su Miao would follow him. What are you doing? Zhong Jinqing suddenly looked at Zhang Yifeng beside him. Zhang Yifeng was holding a small wooden stick for popsicles in his hand, and his other hand was carefully wiping the surface of the stick with toilet paper. He ignored Zhong Jinqing, as if he was immersed in his own world. You didn't win the prize, did you? Zhong Jinqing reached out to take it curiously, but Zhang Yifeng knocked his hand away with a snap. Stingy guy, isn't it just a small wooden stick? Zhong Jinqing muttered, covering his hand. Behind the two, Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and sent a message to Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu, after the military training is over, I will buy you popsicles, as many as you want. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and looked at her phone, smiling slightly. Bai Qingxia, yeah. Qi Chaoqiao, who was next to her, hugged her legs, and her eyes under her hair stared at Bai Qingxia's phone screen quietly, wondering what she was thinking. In the front row, Wei Jiyu turned to look at Ajin, frowned and asked, do we need to check the luggage when we get off the bus later? Ajin nodded. It seems to be tied. Wei Jiyu immediately grimaced. How disgusting. I brought breast stickers. Do I have to put them in public for people to see? Finger turned around. Don't worry, the closed inspection is actually the most important thing to see if there are any dangerous items. Wei Jiyu punched him and said angrily, Senior, you are so annoying. You eavesdropped on people talking. Finger dodged with a sneer. In the left row, the Taoist priest finally woke up. He stretched and turned his head, and saw the uncle sitting next to him staring down at an old photo. The photo showed a woman with an ordinary appearance and a simple face. In front of the woman stood two little boys, who looked only 7 or 8 years old, but had big ears and very smart eyes. Are they the aunt and two brothers? Taoist priest Su Xiong asked. The uncle looked at him, smiled innocently and nodded. After laughing, he stroked the photo with his fingers and couldn't help muttering, "They are my support and my spiritual pillar. I persisted until now just to not let them down. I think I set an example for my children." The Taoist priest was slightly startled when he heard this. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "I can read faces. Can I help you see the faces of your two sons?" The uncle quickly handed over the photo and asked expectantly, "This is a photo from 5 or 6 years ago. Can I see it too?" It's okay. The Taoist raised his hand. He stared at the photo, frowning and shocked, and then said in surprise, "It's amazing, the two brothers have full foreheads, square chins, eyes like stars, and ear beads." The uncle listened to Su Xiong's long list of praises, and laughed from ear to ear. Lu Yuanqiu listened to the voices around him, raised his hands, and pillowed them behind his head, and closed his eyes at the same time. I don't know since when he has regarded himself as an 18-year-old boy. He seems to have never grown up and never been reborn, as if this moment, this situation, this scene, is the life he should live. It's great. Under the dense sycamore leaves, the bus passed by and drove into the distance on Puji Road, which was shrouded in the night and street lights. JS Base. Wake up! Wake up! Everyone, wake up! We're here, take your luggage, get ready for inspection. A loudspeaker sounded from the direction of the car door. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes and looked at the time. It was 10:30. He got off the car and first helped Bai Qingxia take down her big pink suitcase, and then dragged out his snakeskin bag. Yes, he had just come to school for 3 days, and had not had time to buy a suitcase. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu, who was just surrounded by 3 beauties, carrying a snakeskin bag and walking towards the inspection area, the boys from other majors looked at the scene, their mouths twitching, and their faces were somewhat interesting. Who is he? Except for being a bit strong, other parts are really ordinary. I couldn't help this snakeskin bag. Bai Qingxia from the clinical department, Lu Wanchun from business administration, and Long Liandong from the literature department, all know him. No. What I don't understand is, which one of them did he talk to? Or did he talk to all 3? Why are those people standing there stupidly? An instructor urged with a loudspeaker. Bai Qingxia was shocked by the serious atmosphere and shrugged. She hurriedly dragged her suitcase and followed her roommate. In the vast square, the searchlights kept sweeping over the students, and the light was a bit dazzling. Bai Qingxia saw a long row of instructors standing not far in front of them, with their backs to the light and their hands behind their backs. They were wearing military green uniforms and black military boots. All of them stood straight and looked straight ahead. Their aura looked both majestic and solemn. Lu Yuanqiu was carrying the snakeskin bag and preparing to move forward, but Finger quickly grabbed him and reminded him, "Wait a minute, we will be divided into companies soon. From now on, don't whisper to each other, don't laugh, just listen carefully." After instructing Lu Yuanqiu, Finger quickly turned back and instructed the uncles one by one. "The one with long hair, why are you so talkative? What haven't you finished talking about in the car?" When Finger was called by name, Lu Yuanqiu burst out laughing on the spot, but immediately a line of sight locked on him, and there was also a dazzling light. "Is it funny?" Lu Yuanqiu's face was tense, and he quickly stopped laughing, did not answer, and kept quiet. But seeing him like this, Zhong Jincheng couldn't help it, and he quickly hid his face behind Zheng Yifeng. Zheng Yifeng silently put the small wooden stick into his pocket. Chapter 319. After the division into companies, the inspection of belongings, and the departure to the corresponding dormitories, the time has come to 11:30. Lu Yuanqiu's camp is the 3rd company, and the 4th row. Since there are fewer boys in the clinical department, they are assigned to the same company with several boys from the business administration department. The people from dormitories 401 and 402 are walking together. Zhang Yang frowned. Just now, the instructor's 2 hands went straight to my chest. Liang Jingfeng's mouth twitched. "Who told you to put the potato chips there?" Lu Yuanqiu laughed. "It's just food," Zhong Jincheng said proudly. Everyone turned to look at him. They saw Zhong Jincheng reaching his hand into his crotch. Lu Yuanqiu's smile froze, and he immediately had a bad feeling until he saw Zhong Jincheng take out 2 huge, braised chicken legs from his crotch. Zhang Yifeng walked by with a blank expression, pinching his nose. Who's going to eat? The space is limited, so I only put 2 chicken legs in it. Zhong Jincheng handed the chicken legs over enthusiastically. Everyone shook their heads. Only Finger took one of them with a smile and said to the others, "You bunch of rookies, you are just like this and that, and you don't understand the preciousness of meat here." The Taoist priest snorted, raised his sword finger to his ponytail, and took out 2 pieces of seaweed wrapped in plastic from his hair. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes widened in shock. He quickly took one of the pieces and brushed it across his nose. Ah, the taste of head and shoulders. Finger came over and reminded, "Eat it on the 5th day, then you will thank me." Lu Yuanqiu nodded seriously. After all, Finger is an experienced person. Let's talk about the female dormitory. Bai Qingxia dragged her suitcase into the door. The 4 people in their 306 dormitory also decided to stay together, with Qi Cao Cao's consent, but the remaining 4 people in the 8-person dormitory were ready to leave it to fate. What kind of shabby environment is this? Just a 1-story bungalow. Wei Zhiyu entered the dormitory and couldn't help but raise his hand to fan his nose, complaining, "It also smells musty." Bai Qingxia didn't care. The place where she lived in Hohad Lane was full of the smell of stinky ditches. Just walked into the dormitory and put down the suitcase. There was a sudden movement at the door. "There are still 4 people missing here, right?" A female instructor stuck her head in. Wei Zhiyu nodded, "Yes." The female instructor responded and left the door. Bai Qingxia heard her shouting outside, "The one from the Department of Literature, come here. And you too, which department are you two from? Business Administration? Have you found the dormitory? Forget it, come here too." When Bai Qingxia saw the 3 girls at the door, her mouth widened slightly. Lu Wanchun and Long Lianong were each holding a suitcase at the door, staring at each other with burning eyes. When their eyes touched, sparks seemed to fly. There was also a girl standing between them weakly and helplessly. The 2 then turned their heads to look inside the dormitory, but were stunned at the same time. Lu Wanchun's surprised voice came, "Xia Xia." Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded quickly at her. Lu Wanchun hurriedly dragged his suitcase in, and turned around and saluted the instructor with his legs together in a cute gesture. "Report to the instructor. I want to stay in this dormitory." However, Long Lianong at the door had a cold face. "Report to the instructor. I want to change a dormitory." The instructor frowned. "Can you see if there are any vacancies in other dormitories? Why are you the only one who came here? Where are your original roommates?" Long Lianong's tone was calm as usual. "I am isolated." The instructor was speechless. Lu Wanchun snorted and sneered. "It would be strange if you were not isolated with your personality." Bai Qingxia asked the girl in front of him softly, "Chun Chun, where is your roommate?" Lu Wanchun immediately lowered his eyebrows. "My roommate from Ketan City and I were also isolated. The other 2 roommates are from Zucheng. They found their classmates from the affiliated middle school to live together." Bai Qingxia chuckled when she heard this, and then glanced at Long Lianong at the door. She didn't look at him too much, and there was no smile on her face. She turned around and quietly packed her luggage. Lu Wanchun squatted down and unpacked her luggage, while taking out her cosmetics and skin care products. She seemed very happy and kept talking to Bai Qingxia. "Xia Xia, can I teach you how to put on makeup?" Bai Qingxia was about to shake her head, but the instructor at the door frowned and said, "No makeup is allowed during military training." Lu Wanchun rolled her eyes at the instructor for 2 seconds. The instructor looked at Long Lianong at the door again and ordered, "Don't be picky, just live in this room. You are still short of 1 dormitory, right? I go see if there are any extra girls." After the instructor left, Long Lianong came in pushing her suitcase. She took the initiative to stand on the outermost bed and began to put her belongings. Wei Zhiyu and Buk Tuzchen looked at Chun Xiaodong in the dormitory. The 2 leaned against the wall and whispered to each other. The expressions on their faces seemed a little excited. Qi Cao lay on the bare bed by herself, curled up her small body and fell asleep. After Bai Qingxia put the suitcase away, she took out the toothbrush. She glanced at Qi Cao, turned around and took out a washed white blanket from her suitcase and gently covered the little girl with it. Male dormitory number 7. "Ah." Lu Yuanqiu lay on the bed, making a humiliating sound of being locked up by a strong man. Liang Jingfeng controlled his left arm, Zhang Yang controlled his right arm, and Finger separated his legs with his own strength in front of him. Zhong Jincheng stood in front of Lu Yuanqiu, with a shadow covering Lu Yuanqiu's body and a malicious look on his face. Lu Yuanqiu gritted his teeth. "Zhang Yifeng, save me. We have a life-and-death friendship." Zhang Yifeng said nothing, just sat on the bare bed board and wiped the popsicle stick. Uncle, uncle, save me, Taoist priest, Taoist priest. The uncle was wiping everyone's bed with a towel in a serious look, and he seemed to have no time to pay attention to Lu Yuanqiu. The Taoist priest was meditating at the door of the dormitory, as if he was dead, and didn't say a word. Zhong Jinqing smiled evilly. The Taoist priest is watching the wind. Do you think the Taoist priest is standing with you? Lu Yuanqiu, fuck, what do you want to ask? Can't you ask it nicely? Why do you have to do this? Liang Jingfeng frowned. How do you know Lu Wanchun from business administration? Speak quickly. Zhang Yang and Long Liandong. Lu Yuanqiu, I am so wronged. Lu Wanchun knows Bai Qingxia, and I am not familiar with her. I don't know why she snatched the popsicle. I am even less familiar with Long Liandong. I don't even know why she gave me a popsicle. Zhong Jinqing turned his head to look at the door and asked, Master, did he lie? Su Xiang raised his sword finger and pointed it downwards between his eyebrows. He closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I used the breath viewing technique to see that his complexion was normal, his breath was stable and white, and his words were true. Zhong Jinqing was stunned, but you didn't even turn around to look at him. Finger shouted, How dare you? Isn't the asshole an eye? How can you speculate on the Taoist master's ability? Quickly let go, this guy is really strong. He's pinching me to death. Lu Yuanqiu stared. Still want to run? Too late. Look at my scissor legs. Finger's neck was clamped by him again, and he sat on the ground and rolled his eyes. At this time, the Taoist master at the door suddenly jumped up and said in panic, The instructor is here. The instructor is here. Chapter 320. The flashlight shone over, and an instructor opened the door of dormitory number 7 and looked inside. He saw that everyone on each bed was lying straight, as if they were asleep. The dormitory was very quiet. Suddenly, there was a click sound. Lu Yuanqiu looked sideways, and found that the wet towel beside the uncle's bed had fallen to the ground. The uncle swallowed his saliva with a gulp sound and lay there motionless. The flashlight was removed, and the instructor closed the dormitory door. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, the 8 people in the dormitory breathed a sigh of relief. Tinkle rubbed his neck and said in bed, Go to bed quickly, we have to get up early for training tomorrow. Our instructor will definitely give us a warning on the first day. He doesn't look like someone who is easy to mess with. Zhang Yifeng put the small wooden stick under the pillow and closed his eyes. At this time, a sound of getting out of bed was heard. Kids, you go to bed first. I can't stand it. It's too dirty. The uncle got up in the dark and grabbed a wet towel to wipe the floor again. Lu Yuanqiu, He heard other noises at this time, got up and looked at his lower bunk, and found that Zhong Jinqing was eating chicken legs. This kid eats so fast. Lu Yuanqiu went back to bed. He remembered what Fingel said, hid the seaweed under the pillow, then patted it carefully, closed his eyes, and fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, the assembly whistle sounded. In units of dormitories, the boys of the entire third company lined up and walked towards the cafeteria. Everyone changed into military training uniforms. Zhong Jinqing looked at the Taoist priest's single ponytail from behind, reached out and adjusted it, and said, Taoist priest, you look so tempting from behind. Finger came over silently. Finally, I'm not the only one who feels this way. Su Xiang seemed to be still asleep. He put his sword finger to his mouth and murmured with his eyes closed. The mind is so clear, but the heart is disturbed. Still talking? An instructor suddenly glared at him from the side, frightening Zhong Jinqing so much that he immediately started to march. The Taoist priest also instantly became alert and decisively shut up. Lu Yuanqiu looked around and didn't see any girls. When he saw the instructor walking away, he moved his lips and said, Senior, can't we see girls? Finger responded with his lips humming, We can see each other during meals. There is one round table in each dormitory, and men and women stand together. During training, it depends on luck. Lu Yuanqiu nodded silently. Seeing another instructor coming over, he immediately raised his head and chest with a serious expression. These instructors are really fierce, and each of them looks like they are owed millions. They lined up along the cement road to the cafeteria. According to the instructor's assignment, Lu Yuanqiu and 8 others lined up and walked in one by one. They randomly chose a round table in the corner to stand at. There are no chairs next to the table. Lu Yuanqiu finally understood what the senior meant by mixed standing for men and women. He thought it was cough. At this moment, in the originally quiet restaurant, the boys suddenly turned their heads and looked at the door in unison. They were all stunned for a moment, then they looked away with some suppressed excitement. Some of them lowered their heads and whispered to each other. It was only when the instructor at the door shouted quiet that the talking group shut up. The 8 people in the corner seemed to be a beat slower. It was Zhang Yifeng who reminded them with his eyes that Lu Yuanqiu was the last one to turn around and look back. Bai Qingxia, Lu Wanchun, and Long Liandong, the 3 girls stood at the door of the restaurant. They were wearing military training uniforms, with their backs facing the blue sky and green leaves. They had different expressions and different standing postures, but they were all as beautiful as 3 different paintings. Lu Wanchun, who had a bun and was as energetic as spring, Long Liandong, who had long black hair and was as cold and arrogant as winter, and Bai Qingxia, who had a single ponytail, seemed to embody all the beauty of summer with her slender figure. She was weak and pure, but also cold and unapproachable. The occasional brilliance in her charming eyes made people feel that she also had a gentle, lovely, optimistic and positive side. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled. While no instructor was looking at him, he quickly raised his arm and waved at Bai Qingxia at the door. He was the only one who could do this. Many boys looked eagerly at the corner and regretted choosing the wrong position. Lu Wanchun smiled and pointed at the corner to Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia, who had not dared to look up, saw Lu Yuanqiu. She smiled with surprise. The 2 of them had not seen each other for only one night, but it seemed as if they had gone through many hardships. The 8 people from the 2 dormitories stood at adjacent tables smoothly, and Bai Qingxia stood next to Lu Yuanqiu. Long Liandong quietly watched the 2 people in front of him exchanging glances, with a slightly dazed expression. After noticing Lu Wangchun's provocative look at her, Long Liandong coldly avoided his gaze. The instructors began to distribute breakfast to the tables one by one. A head instructor with short hair and a more serious expression than Mao Sheng stood at the door and looked at his watch, saying, "You have 10 minutes to eat breakfast, and assemble after you finish eating." As soon as he left, the students in the restaurant immediately started to communicate with each other at ease. Lu Yuanqiu looked down at the breakfast on the table, his eyes dull. Steamed buns, pickles, congee. Gurgle gurgle. Zhang Yifeng was very adaptable, and started to drink the congee. Finger said with a sneer, "Eat quickly, or you be punished." After he said that, he took a steamed bun from the basket and stuffed it into his pocket in front of everyone, then picked up another new steamed bun and started to eat it like a hungry wolf. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu imitated him, and the others followed suit. Zhong Jincheng was stunned for a moment, and hid 3 buns directly, 2 in his pocket and 1 in his crotch. Finger was a little confused. "What are you doing? I'm afraid that I will be punished and can't eat at noon, so I'm preparing for a rainy day." The other 7 people looked at him, and said in unison with a serious expression, "Me too." The girls next door stared at this scene blankly. They were embarrassed to do so, so they didn't follow suit. Bai Qingxia turned around at this time, carefully pushed the pickles in her plate into Lu Yuanqiu's plate, and then raised her little face to Lu Yuanqiu. "I don't like eating this." Plop! Liang Jingfeng dropped the steamed bun in his hand onto the table, and suddenly lost his appetite. Bai Qingxia glanced at him strangely, ignored him, and turned around. Lu Wanchun gave her half of his pickles, frowned and said, "Silly girl, can you eat just the steamed buns?" Bai Qingxia stubbornly returned the pickles to her, muttering, "The steamed buns are delicious, of course I can eat them." She didn't lie. In the past life, she was already good enough to eat steamed buns and drink white porridge. Lu Yuanqiu knew her character, and didn't say anything else. He ate the steamed buns with big mouthfuls, and then asked Finger, "Is there no canteen here?" Finger said with great experience, "Yes, but it is not open to us. You can tell the cooks here and ask them to help bring things, but you can only bring 1 bottle of Lao Gan Ma. The instructor will just turn a blind eye when he sees it, but other things are not allowed." Zhong Jincheng laughed. "Lao Gan Ma." Finger's eyes were deep. "Don't laugh. People who often go to military training know that thing is our real mother from today on." Chapter 321. After lunch, the boys and girls separated, and Bai Qingxia followed Lu Wanchun. She looked back from afar at the backs of Lu Yuanqiu and the boys leaving, and only withdrew her gaze when she could no longer see them. Although it was only a short period of time, Bai Qingxia lost interest in everything for a moment. Although she wanted to make changes, hoping that even if Lu Yuanqiu was not around, she could still bravely socialize and actively integrate into other groups, but she gradually realized a reality, that is, if there was no Lu Yuanqiu in this world, she would not even have the motivation to change. "Did you apply sunscreen?" Lu Wanchun asked at this time. Bai Qingxia nodded, and suddenly she was startled. She quickly turned to Lu Wanchun and said, "I forgot to apply sunscreen to Lu Yuanqiu." Lu Wanchun rolled his eyes. "Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Yuanqiu." What else is there in your mind besides Lu Yuanqiu? She raised her hand and pinched Bai Qingxia's face. Seeing Bai Qingxia's depressed face, Lu Wanchun could only comfort her. Don't worry, he is a rough man, he is not afraid of the sun. Bai Qingxia insisted on her own opinion. Lu Yuanqiu is not a rough man. Okay, he's not a rough guy, he's your big baby. Lu Wanchun quickly made a gesture of surrender, with an expression of please spare me. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and snorted softly. At this time, she saw Qi Chaoqiao next to her wearing a loose military training uniform, with her trouser legs hanging on the ground, as if she had no ability to take care of herself. Wait a minute. After saying this, Bai Qingxia squatted down and rolled up both of Qi Caocao's trouser legs, which looked much more convenient and comfortable. Although the little girl still didn't talk to her these 2 days, Bai Qingxia could feel that Qi Chaoqiao would intentionally or unintentionally walk beside her, or sit beside her during the time when she was out. Maybe she had subconsciously regarded her as a friend, which made Bai Qingxia feel quite accomplished. Lu Yuanqiu, the young masters of the business administration department in our company may have some opinions about you. If they say something you don't like to hear, just ignore them. As Lu Yuanqiu was walking, Finger suddenly reminded him in his ear. Lu Yuanqiu, why do you have a problem with me? Finger, have you forgotten the idol drama that happened between you and 3 beauties at the west gate of the school last night? You were the center of attention, and some of them seem to have confessed to Lu Wanchun and been rejected, so they have some problems with you. They started to talk about you in groups yesterday. Freshmen are like this, I've seen a lot of them. 1 or 2 are as arrogant as the protagonists of the rich novels with 2.58 million. When they go to college, they want all the beauties to throw themselves into their arms without thinking, and some directly make appointments at the hotel, just like the fucking shark monument. Liang Jingfeng is good compared to them. Finger frowned and adjusted his hat, looking like an experienced person. Liang Jingfeng sneezed behind him suddenly frightened him. Finger looked back and saw Lu Yuanqiu was silent. He smiled and said, don't feel pressured. There are not many normal people among the children of rich families. You will understand when you have more experience. I don't know if the golden spoon made them all cerebral palsy when they were young. Lu Yuanqiu pondered for a moment. He and Zheng Yifeng looked at each other silently, with a strange expression. Lu Yuanqiu coughed immediately. Don't worry, I have a good temper. Finger smiled and patted his shoulder. That's fine. For words of truth, don't worry about brain palsy. Arriving at the gathering place, they stood according to the positions assigned last night. Lu Yuanqiu was tall and stood on the outermost side, next to Zheng Yifeng. Zhong Jinqing, the Taoist priest, and the uncle were relatively short, so they were at the front of the other side. Cough. Zhong Jinqing coughed and adjusted his trajectory. He smiled at the Taoist priest. If you really can't eat lunch, I see how you can fill your stomach with just a steamed bun. Hee, what's wrong with stuffing your crotch? How can you still despise yourself? Su Xiong said silently, I can't compare to you. I don't have any extra space in my underwear. There's nothing I can do. Zhong Jinqing was even more proud when he heard this. Give it to me. He laughed, but he suddenly turned his head silently to look at the other party, and then he seemed to react. Damn it. The uncle raised his eyebrows worriedly. Why can't you eat lunch at noon? The Taoist priest. So they are worrying too much. Soon, the instructor appeared, and everyone was silent, stood at attention, and held their heads high. Zhong Jinqing's lips moved. Master, please show our instructor's face. Su Xiong narrowed his eyes, and shook his head slightly. Domineering, aura, sighed, leaking. The uncle. Gulp. Swallowed his saliva, and had a bad feeling. 2 hours after the training began. The third company and the fourth row all squatted, and everyone straightened their backs with sweat on their heads, watching the dark-skinned uncle practicing walking in front of him with messy hands and feet. The uncle's body movements were a little uncoordinated. Lu Yuanqiu saw it, but this strict instructor obviously also saw it. The instructor's surname was Lu. He was in his 20s, with a square face, hooked nose, and sharp eyes. He pointed at the uncle and said sternly to everyone, when he is ready, you will stand up again. Do you know what it means to share weal and woe? My company does not allow anyone to be left behind. Do you understand? Hearing this, the uncle became more and more panicked, and made more mistakes, and continued to turn around. A voice of complaint suddenly sounded from the back. I don't understand. If you have nothing to do, go home and farm. Why come to school? Are you sick? Lu Yuanqiu heard a voice, and looked to the side and back. What are you looking at? The boy who spoke raised his chin and glared at him. His eyes seemed to have resentment. Lu Yuanqiu knew that this was a boy from the business administration department. Before the instructor came, He heard this boy and the people next to him talking about him, saying some sour words. From the content of the conversation, his name seemed to be Lu Zixuan. Lu Yuanqiu now somewhat understood what Finger said. Don't pay attention to cerebral palsy. What does it feel like? Nothing. He responded with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, straightened his back and shouted, report to the instructor. He is practicing too slowly like this. I can teach him alone next to him. Zhang Yifeng silently glanced to the side with his peripheral vision, but to his surprise, the instructor stared at Lu Yuanqiu for a moment, did not find fault, but agreed. Okay, I think you are really good at practicing. You can lead him. Step out. Yes. Sorry to bother you, Xiaoqiu. I am useless and always make mistakes. The uncle panted and grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm, blaming himself. It's okay, uncle. Everyone has things they are not good at. This is normal. Lu Yuanqiu patted his hand to comfort him and took him to the side. The others finally stood up and continued to train. Zhong Jincheng muttered while doing the movements. I can't do it anymore. It's only been a morning. I want to go back to school. The Taoist priest next to him was too tired to respond. Big head, don't worry about the rain. Others have umbrellas. I have a big head. Just then, a square formation with standard movements suddenly passed by them while shouting slogans. Many people in the third company and fourth row laughed out loud, and Zhong Jincheng was one of them. You, the one who just laughed, get out of the line. Zhong Jincheng was stunned. He pointed at himself and typed a question mark. No, instructor, I wasn't the only one who laughed just now. Instructor Lu continued to glare at him. Do you still need me to treat you? Chapter 322. Zhong Jincheng stepped out of the line and half knelt on the ground as ordered, his back straight and his expression serious. Instructor Lu walked around him and said sternly, look at what others are practicing, and then look at you. Is their slogan funny, huh? He lowered his head and asked Zhong Jincheng, who shook his head quickly. Not funny, very stylish. Did you say report? The instructor glared. Report to the instructor, not funny. Zhong Jincheng's face was tense. He wanted to cry, and he wanted to go back half a minute ago to sew his mouth. Instructor Lu put his hands on his hips. Zhong Jincheng, right? Aren't you a top student at Zhuhai University? Come and think of a cool slogan for our third company and fourth platoon, something that can ignite passion and make people excited when they hear it. Zhong Jincheng wanted to refuse, but suddenly an idea came to him, and he laughed and said, report to the instructor, I actually thought of one, but it's in English. Could it be passion? Lu Yuanqiu, who was assisting the uncle in practicing, looked over curiously at this time. The instructor was a little surprised. You are indeed a top student of Zhuhai University, and you can speak English. Haha. Tell me, what slogan? Zhong Jincheng held his head high. Oh yes. Oh fuck. I shouldn't have expected anything from him. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his lips and quickly looked away. All the staff couldn't hold back. Even Instructor Lu almost couldn't help it, staring at Zhong Jincheng with a tense face. But Instructor Lu was obviously professionally trained. No matter how funny it was, he would not laugh. Instructor Lu, Zhong Jincheng, you think it's funny, right? Zhong Jincheng blinked and explained to him guiltily. Report to the instructor, you said you wanted a slogan that sounds passionate and exciting. Isn't this passionate enough? Well, unless you can't help it. Instructor Lu soon laughed in anger. He grinned, raised his hand to touch his hat, turned around and looked around, as if he was busy. Okay. Instructor Lu finally sighed and nodded. His eyes seemed to hide a lion. He then raised his head and said to everyone in a stern voice, from today on, this is the slogan of our third company and fourth platoon. Let me see if you have any shame. Everyone's smile froze, and they were stunned. 15 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu and the uncle who had returned from school returned to the team and walked in formation with the others. They passed by other boys' companies and shouted the slogan in unison. Oh yes. Oh fuck. After hearing this, the boys from other companies turned their heads in unison and looked over with surprise. Some boys even took off their hats and saluted respectfully. This team is a bit fierce. On the third company and fourth row side, the students shouted slogans loudly. At this moment, it was Instructor Lu who raised his hands to cover his head. He felt embarrassed. He waved his hands and said anxiously, go, 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 go quickly. A bunch of conspicuous people. Back to the original place, Instructor Lu looked at the group of students speechlessly. He didn't expect that these freshmen were so thick-skinned, thicker than he thought. Shouldn't students with good grades be thinner-skinned? Instructor Lu was puzzled and waved his hands and said, take a rest. Rest here for a while. gather in 5 minutes. After he said that, he took off his hat from his head and walked in one direction while cursing. Hey, can you clinical department stop dragging us down? How many times have we been punished because of all of you this morning? A voice came from behind. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found that it was still Lu Zixuan. What are you looking at? I'm talking about your clinical department. Lu Zixuan pointed at Lu Yuanqiu and glared. How much resentment does this guy have towards me? Lu Yuanqiu turned around, took off his hat, and fanned himself, not bothering to pay attention to him. Zhang Yifeng was still staring at Lu Zixuan, but Lu Zixuan obviously didn't want to target Zhang Yifeng. He glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's back, and seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't argue with him, he pointed the finger at the uncle again. Hey, that's right, you haven't learned to walk at your age, you still need someone to teach you? Lu Zixuan stood up, threw his hat on the ground, and glared at the uncle. How long have we been squatting because of you all morning? Think about it yourself. My legs are broken from squatting. Can you switch to another team? The uncle bowed his head and smiled. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I treat everyone to iced mineral water after lunch. Who cares about your iced mineral water? Just like who can't afford it. I will be very grateful to you if you leave this team immediately, uncle. Zhong Jincheng frowned. You're going too far. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and saw that someone beside Lu Zixuan also stood up, who seemed to be his friend. Lu Zixuan, it's just too much. So what? It's targeting you clinical department. So what? You still looking? He suddenly turned his head and glared at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu was dumbfounded, pointing his finger at himself. I looked at you 3 times, and you scolded me 3 times? Brother, isn't it too obvious to target me? Finger saw that the situation was not right, and hurried over to stand in the middle. Zhang Yifeng also stood up, and stared at Lu Zixuan with Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Zixuan finally succeeded in his goal. He brought people over and stood in front of Lu Yuanqiu. It's targeting you. So what, buddy? How much did you spend on those 3 beauties? Yuanqiu. Dingle hurriedly pushed Lu Yuanqiu back, but he didn't expect Lu Yuanqiu to be so strong that he pushed the 185 centimeters tall man to the side with one hand. Oh shit. Dingle sat down on the ground. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged. No money, is it a surprise? Who told you that you can't get people's favor with this pigskin? Lu Zixuan clenched his fists. His expression was a little ferocious. He stared at Lu Yuanqiu and smiled. No money, who would believe it? You are so miserable. Carrying that snakeskin bag. By the way, I see Bai Qingxia has big breasts. Did you touch them? Share the feeling with us, brothers? Lu Yuanqiu punched the man in the face without hesitation, then rode on him, and waved his fist. I can share with you brothers what the feeling is like when you were a child. Are you interested? Ah? Lu Yuanqiu punched the man in the face. The people from the business administration department rushed towards him in an instant. Zhang Yifeng kicked away a person who rushed over. Zhong Jincheng cursed, fuck, and quickly got up and hugged a person's legs and dragged the person to the ground. Damn it! No matter how hard you try, it's impossible to defend yourself. Finger looked at the scene, threw his hat off, exhaled, and quickly joined the melee. Lu Yuanqiu. I help you. Even if you don't beat him, if you want to punish him, you will punish everyone together, so it's better not to beat him. I'm already angry about bullying such a good person like an uncle. Hee, it's really lively. Liang Jingfeng was watching the show nearby, and suddenly, he was punched on the left cheek. He covered his cheek, and looked over in confusion, and suddenly, he was punched on the right cheek again. Fuck. Stupid business administration. I'm going to fight you. As Liang Jingfeng was forced to join the fight, Zhang Yang was also lying on the ground and beaten up by the crowd the next second. Zhang Yifeng was punched in the face. He licked the corner of his mouth and rushed towards the man in front of the uncle. The uncle quickly took 2 steps back. He turned his head and saw that the Taoist priest Su Xiang was fighting with the 2 people with Tai Chi. The uncle immediately retracted his sight and lowered his head to breathe heavily. I'm sorry, my wife. Xiaoqiu is a good child to me. He covered the photo in his pocket, made up his mind, and roared to join the fight. Chapter 323. 5 minutes later, the entire 4th platoon of the 3rd company squatted on the ground with bruised faces. Instructor Lu pulled his hat and wandered in front of him angrily. Lu Yuanqiu moved his face slightly and felt a little painful. In the melee, he didn't know who punched him in the face. Not only did you not march well, but you also shouted slogan shamelessly. You still dare to fight in a group now? Finger looked up at this time. Report to the instructor. As long as the officer with a pair of thick eyebrows and a serious look doesn't know about this, it's no big deal, and you won't be punished. Is it the instructor who looks more serious than Mao Sheng at the entrance of the cafeteria? Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Instructor Lu quickly squatted in front of Finger and said with a fake smile, "You are quite experienced, huh?" Finger chuckled. Instructor Lu then roared, "Look at the bruised faces around you. Can you hide it?" Finger suddenly shut up because he himself had turned into a pair of panda eyes. Lu Zixuan was obviously the most injured person. He half squatted on the ground, his eyes kept twitching, and his entire left cheek was swollen from being beaten by Lu Yuanqiu. Instructor Lu whispered, "It doesn't matter if I get punished or not, but if you get punished, it will be a big deal. I will ask for your help and ask the higher-ups not to tell the school about this." After he finished speaking, he stood up and roared again, "No one is allowed to eat lunch. Squat until 1 p.m. After the instructor left, about 20 minutes later, people from other companies lined up in a long line and walked to the cafeteria. Only the dozens of people in the third and fourth rows of the company were still squatting on the ground. There was a hissing sound from the back, but everyone was silent and didn't say anything. Seeing that the instructor had not returned, Zhong Jinqing sat on the ground and took out a steamed bun from his pocket and started to eat. Lu Yuanqiu glanced over there and kept half squatting, and also took out a steamed bun from his pocket and ate it. Shang Yifeng, Finkel, Zhang Yang, Liang Jingfeng, the Taoist priest, and the uncle each took out a steamed bun. This preparing for a rainy day scene made the others stunned on the spot. Lu Yuanqiu broke the steamed bun apart and turned around to give it to the other boys in the clinical department. Seeing this, Finkel and others hurriedly followed suit. After Zhong Jinqing took out the second steamed bun from his pocket, he took out the treasured steamed bun directly from his crotch and enthusiastically handed it to a boy in the same class. "No, no. Why should we be polite to each other? No, no." What they didn't know was that the scene of distributing steamed buns happened to fall into the eyes of a thick-browed instructor. "Boss, this is the situation," Instructor Lu said to the thick-browed instructor. After he finished speaking, he looked at the scene over there, but was suddenly stunned. "Why are we distributing steamed buns? Where are the steamed buns from?" Just as he was about to go over, the thick-browed instructor quickly pulled him back and said, "Forget it, let's go back first. Don't let them squat for too long, otherwise they will get heat stroke. Don't worry, I told them to stay until 1 o'clock." Everyone in the clinical department got steamed buns, although the amount was not much. The only sound left at the scene was the sound of the business administration students swallowing their saliva. After training for a whole morning, many of them had their stomachs growling. The Taoist's cheekbones were red, and he couldn't help muttering, "I miscalculated. I didn't expect that I really couldn't have lunch this time." Finger complained, "I guessed it a long time ago." Lu Zixuan looked at Lu Yuanqiu, and seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't say anything, he didn't say anything either, but frowned. 10 minutes later, everyone looked in one direction, and saw a group of girls standing on the path far away, looking at this side. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes moved, and he saw Bai Qingxia among them. He frowned slightly, lowered his head with a complicated expression, and did not dare to meet her eyes. "Before coming here, we agreed to abide by the discipline and work hard for the model certificate, but in the end, we couldn't help but fight." But Lu Yuanqiu didn't regret it. No matter how many times the moment just now happened, that punch had to be thrown out without hesitation. Evening, canteen. After the afternoon training, Lu Yuanqiu and others lined up to enter the canteen and stood by the table. Not long after, the girls also appeared at the door. Bai Qingxia walked in first. She walked slowly towards her table, but her eyes were always looking at Lu Yuanqiu. In one noon, she had learned from others who the two sides of the fight were, but she could only wait until now to see Lu Yuanqiu. Looking at Lu Yuanqiu's blue eyes and mouth, Bai Qingxia looked away with red eyes, as if she couldn't bear to look at him carefully. She lowered her head and sniffed, and before a moment, she couldn't help turning her head to look at Lu Yuanqiu. Her eyes were full of heartache, and tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Bai Qingxia quickly raised her hand to wipe them. After standing in her position, she buried her head, holding the edge of the table with both hands, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Yuanqiu didn't dare to look at her. Lu Wanchun silently put his hand on Bai Qingxia's shoulder. Lam Liandong finally saw the scene on Lu Yuanqiu's face. She frowned slightly, and clenched her teeth under her cherry lips. After the food was distributed and the instructors left the cafeteria, Bai Qingxia quickly raised her arm to wipe away her tears. She turned and walked towards the boys from the business administration department. Her eyes had locked on a target. The girl walked quickly and firmly, with her fists clenched tightly at her side. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a second or two before he reacted. He was almost scared to death. He quickly turned around and rushed forward to hug Bai Qingxia. No, 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 okay, don't be angry, I'm fine, it's nothing serious, just a superficial injury, his injury is much more serious than mine. Lu Yuanqiu used his arms to wrap around her arms from behind, and picked her up, and returned to the original place. The craziness of this girl at this moment is really a bit like the one who rushed out with a broom. Lu Yuanqiu was a little scared, but his heart was also warm. Asshole! Bai Qingxia struggled in Lu Yuanqiu's arms. The people nearby stared at this scene in a daze, without saying a word, and suddenly a bang sound came from one direction. Everyone was shocked, and looked over there at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia turned their heads at the same time. Long Lianong was seen returning here with an iron plate in his hand with a cold face, and behind her, Lu Zixuan was sitting in his seat in fear. His whole head was covered with steaming bean sprouts and vermicelli, and at this moment, the bean sprouts and vermicelli were falling down little by little, but he just stared at Long Lianong's back, not daring to say a word. After returning here, Long Lianong threw the iron plate on the table. She turned her head to look at the wound on Lu Yuanqiu's face, frowned, and hesitated to speak, and finally turned her head back with a complicated expression, still without saying a word, just standing quietly in her seat. Chapter 324. At that time, the iron plate was only 0.01 centimeters away from Lu Zixuan's head. Well, at that time, Lu Yuanqiu's attention was all on Bai Qingxia. He didn't notice when Long Lianong walked over with the plate, maybe when he came back with Bai Qingxia in his arms, but the girl in his arms suddenly stopped struggling. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and found that Bai Qingxia blinked her red eyes with tears, and stared at Long Lianong blankly. Then she raised her head, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who immediately lowered his head, and made a confused expression, saying, "I am also a hen." The whole restaurant was terribly quiet. Everyone's eyes were either looking over here, or wandering around, but no one wanted to talk, let alone eat. At the table here, Finkel and others had no expression on their faces, just holding a steamed bun in their hands, and no one knew what they were thinking. Perhaps they were overloaded with information processing, and had stopped thinking. Long Lianong was the first to make a noise. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating, as if she hadn't done it before. Zheng Yifeng was the second to start eating. He ate a piece of steamed bun, and picked up some vegetables with chopsticks. The others still didn't come back to their senses, even though they were starving. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated to loosen his arms, and let go of Bai Qingxia. What relieved him was that this girl didn't think of running back to retaliate against Lu Zixuan. After standing there for a while, she quietly walked to her seat. She picked up the chopsticks, but her eyes were not on the food, but on Long Lianong. After looking at it for a while, she looked away, and lowered her head to eat. Her eyes seemed to contain a lot of worries. She chewed a mouthful of food for a long time, and forgot to swallow it. "Hurry up and eat," Bai Qingxia suddenly said to Lu Yuanqiu in a low voice. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated and said, "Don't worry, I'm not being beaten up. Everyone is helping. If you don't believe me, look at the others." Bai Qingxia raised her head and looked. Finger, Liang Jingfeng Taoist priest. And other 7 people raised their bruised faces. Liang Jingfeng even showed a look of, "Who will speak for me?" expression. Compared to them, Lu Yuanqiu was indeed the one with the least superficial injuries. Zhang Yang was the worst, on par with Lu Zixuan. He was lying on the ground for no apparent reason, and was beaten up by 3 people. Bai Qingxia retracted her gaze. She didn't care what others looked like. Seeing that nothing happened, people in the restaurant gradually started to eat, and the discussion gradually began. Lu Zixuan wiped the food off his head, and sat in his seat, shaking with anger. "Why are you so impulsive? Do you think fighting is a small matter?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that it was Lu Wangchun who came over. He glanced at Bai Qingxia, lowered his voice, and explained helplessly. "That son of a bitch said that Bai Qingxia's breasts were big, and asked me if I had touched them, and shared the feeling with him. Do you think I can bear it?" "What?" Bang! Lu Yuanqiu shrugged his shoulders, and turned back in astonishment, watching the scene where Lu Wangchun took an empty iron plate, and hit Lu Zixuan on the head. "No, sister, are you flashing? Lu Zixuan, you are tired of living, right? A beast like you is worthy of confessing to me? You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. I warn you, Bai Qingxia is my only good friend in school. If you dare to bully her, or say bad things about her, I will make you unable to survive in judo." Lu Zixuan turned around and looked at her blankly, and was kicked by Lu Wangchun again. Everyone paused their eating again, and the restaurant fell into silence again. Bai Qingxia was about to go over and bring Lu Wangchun back, but Lu Yuanqiu reached out and grabbed her, and several students from the business administration department came out. They seemed to be Lu Wangchuan's classmates, and were going to pull Lu Wangchun away. Otherwise, judging from the situation, this sister seemed to want to kick him a second time. A few minutes later, Lu Wangchun came back with an iron plate, and threw it on the table again in anger. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the iron plate, and stepped aside without saying a word. Bai Qingxiao whispered to comfort Lu Wangchun, and then turned back to Lu Yuanqiu and said seriously, "Hurry up and eat. After eating, come with me to the infirmary." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, and ate his food obediently. Fighting is always a bad boy. At this time, Finger looked up. "Brother Lu, can you bring some medicine for us when you come back? We are different from you, no one cares about us." Hearing this, Zhang Yang, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, suddenly burst into tears, stuffing steamed buns into his mouth while crying, feeling hungry and miserable. The uncle quickly put his hands together and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I go by it. It's almost all because of me." Finger quickly said, "Just kidding, uncle, let's go together later, how can I let you pay alone?" In the infirmary, Lu Yuanqiu went against all odds, and paid for the medicine for the entire third company and fourth row of clinical male students by himself, and then asked Finger to take the trauma medicine back to bring to the others. As for him, as soon as he walked out of the infirmary, Bai Qingxiao led him in one direction without saying a word. This girl was very silent, causing Lu Yuanqiu to not dare to speak. After all, it was the first time he saw her so angry. The moment he heard her scolding in the cafeteria, Lu Yuanqiu was shocked. Bai Qingxiao led him to the back of the cafeteria, where there was a big tree with lush branches and leaves. The trunk was as thick as two people's waists, and there was a stone table and two small stone pillars under the tree. "Sit down." Bai Qingxiao finally spoke, but the tone of these two words was much gentler than in the cafeteria. After Lu Yuanqiu sat down, he watched her take out the medicine from the plastic bag, read the instructions one by one, and then squeezed the ointment on her fingertips. Bai Qingxiao turned to him, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly retracted his gaze. The girl began to bend down and help him apply the ointment at the corners of his eyes. The movements were very light and soft, and Lu Yuanqiu felt very happy. Although she had practiced for a day, she did not smell of sweat, and the familiar and attractive body fragrance still overflowed into her nose. Lu Yuanqiu glanced to the side, and saw the serious little face close at hand, but the eyes on her face were still slightly red. This look was so lovable that Lu Yuanqiu felt that it was not him who was hurt, but her. "Why would Long Liandong stand up for you?" Bai Qingxiao suddenly asked. Lu Yuanqiu was staring at the two white spots hanging down from her collar, and suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly said, "Ah, what?" Bai Qingxiao was applying the medicine seriously, and didn't notice his sight, so she repeated it again. "Why would Long Liandong stand up for you?" Lu Yuanqiu was also confused, with a confused expression. "I don't know either. Maybe her family knows my second master? I ask when I have time." Then asked clearly. "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu answered casually, and glanced at her again. He really didn't want to see it. She kept getting close to him. Who could he blame? His. He suddenly sucked in a sound, and his eyes trembled. "It hurts." Chapter 325. Bai Qingxiao's hand trembled, and she raised her fingertips and asked him with concern, "Is it the sting of the medicine? Or am I too strong?" "It hurts." "It hurts a lot. How about you blow it for me?" Lu Yuanqiu said to her aggrievedly. Bai Qingxiao looked at him with red eyes, and Lu Yuanqiu looked away guiltily, but soon felt a gentle air in the corner of his eyes. "Ah! Don't scream." The girl scolded him, her expression somewhat speechless. Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat and frowned. "I'm not." "Oh, I'm screaming in pain, forget it, just keep blowing." "Does it still hurt? Blowing won't work. I'd better wipe the corners of your mouth first." "Blowing helps, it helps. Blow, blow, blow quickly." Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her delicate arm and urged. Bai Qingxiao could only pout her cherry-red lips and get close to his eyes. This time she deliberately blew more gently, and Lu Yuanqiu's eyes were blurred. After a long while, seeing Bai Qingxiao frowning and blowing impatiently, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Is there fairy air in your mouth?" "Really?" Bai Qingxiao was a little surprised and a little happy after hearing this. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pointed at the corner of her mouth. Really, blow here again, and then apply the medicine." People get motivated when they are praised, so Bai Qingxiao moved her face down and blew at the corner of Lu Yuanqiu's mouth, with her little mouth puffed up slightly. Different positions, different feelings. Lu Yuanqiu felt a little itchy when he smelled the fragrant breeze at the corner of her mouth. He looked at the girl with his eyes slanted, and suddenly he had the illusion that he could kiss that little mouth by turning his head. Perhaps she noticed Lu Yuanqiu's gaze. Bai Qingxia thought this action was strange. She stopped immediately, turned her head back with red cheeks, and continued to squeeze the ointment onto her fingertips. Then she said to Lu Yuanqiu, "Hurry up and apply the ointment. I have to go back to take a shower." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Yeah, I have to go back to take a shower too." While applying the ointment on the corners of their mouths, the expressions on their faces were more serious than Mao Sheng's. Back in the dormitory, Bai Qingxia sorted out her mood and prepared to take a change of clothes to take a shower. She didn't see Long Liandong in the dormitory, and there was no one else in the dormitory. Qi Chaoqiao was the only one lying on the bed, curled up facing the wall and sleeping. "Learn to cover yourself with a blanket when you sleep." Bai Qingxia looked at Qi Chaoqiao on the bed, and the corners of her mouth curved. She turned around to get the basin, but was suddenly stunned to see a pack of tissues on the edge of her bed. The cartoon pattern on the tissue packaging bag was very cute. Bai Qingxia picked up the tissue unexpectedly, and then turned back to look at Qi Chaoqiao. She remembered that this kind of tissue with cartoon patterns on the packaging was only used by Qi Chaoqiao. Seeing her sleeping, Bai Qingxia did not disturb her, but just said thank you in her heart, and then left the dormitory with the basin. Qi Chaoqiao, who was curled up facing the wall, actually had her eyes open and hadn't slept. After hearing Bai Qingxia go out, she raised her little hand and continued to scratch the white wall with her fingers, as if to kill time. On the lawn behind the female dormitory, Long Liandong was sitting on it with his legs bent. She dialed the phone and put it to her ear. Soon, an old but vigorous voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "What's wrong, Xiaodong? Did you remember to call Grandpa?" Long Liandong's voice seemed to be less cold only when he was talking to this old man. "Grandpa, I talked to Lu Yuanqiu, and today I helped him teach a scumbag who bullied him a lesson." He. "Is there anyone who can bully him? Okay, it's a good thing that you helped, but Grandpa heard that you didn't seem very happy. Because I found out that there is a girl who likes him, and he seems to be interested in this girl too, but they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, but I think it's a matter of time." Long Liandong lowered his head and was silent for a moment before continuing. "I'm afraid that I've done nothing. I'm thinking whether I should give up now, so as not to get deeper and deeper." The old man on the other end was also silent for a long time before he spoke. "But Grandpa rarely hears you discuss a boy so many times, or never. Lu Yuanqiu is the only one." Long Liandong suddenly hugged his legs with one hand, buried his face in his knees, and cried in a suppressed voice. Hearing the crying, the old man was silent again. After a while, his old and gentle voice came. "Xiaodong, did Grandpa tell you that Grandpa also fell in love with your grandma at first sight, and then launched an extremely passionate pursuit?" Long Liandong shook his head. "No. Old man, he. Actually, what Grandpa wants to say is that if you want to ask Grandpa what you should do now, Grandpa will probably tell you that it is not easy to find someone you fall in love with at first sight in the vast sea of people. Life is short. Why not give it a try?" Long Liandong's crying became weaker. The old man continued, "But Grandpa also wants to say that what you have seen so far is only the surface of this boy. You should observe him carefully, understand him, and know what kind of person he is inside. It is not too late to slowly get closer in the process of understanding. Alas, in the end, Grandpa hopes that you will not have regrets when you are young, but Grandpa hopes more that you can choose the right person and live happily ever after." Long Liandong wiped away his tears. "Okay, I understand, Grandpa." As soon as Lu Yuanqiu returned to the men's dormitory, he saw a group of naked men looking at him in unison. He immediately raised his strong arms to hold the door frame, and his eyebrows jumped. What are you doing?" "Of course I'm waiting for you to take a bath together." Finger laughed after saying that. "I hope it's a proper bath together," Lu Yuanqiu muttered as he walked into the dormitory and threw the medicine on the bed. He looked back at the bruised faces of the people in the room, and thought of the scene of the fight at noon, and couldn't help laughing for a while. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the uncle. "Actually, I didn't expect you to take action today." The uncle scratched his head and smiled. "We are a group." He didn't have the nerve to say it was for Lu Yuanqiu. "Master, why is your Tai Chi so weak that you can't even beat two people today?" Liang Jingfeng complained to Su Siyang. Su Siyang was so anxious that he shook his braids and said, "I'm only 17 years old and busy with the college entrance examination. How proficient can I be in Tai Chi?" Lu Yuanqiu listened to their discussion and smiled while sitting on the bed. He looked at Zheng Yifeng, who was the first to fight. This guy was looking at the mirror and applying medicine to himself. Lu Yuanqiu patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, "Silly, Don't apply the ointment. What will you do after the wound heals? Leave it until the 10th day of the visiting day. Zhang Yifeng was too lazy to pay attention to him, but the next second his eyes suddenly opened and he understood what he meant. He put down the ointment, reached for the tissue silently, and wiped the ointment off his face. He really did that. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. Finger said to him at this time, "You kid, you are now completely famous in these majors. When you return to school, your reputation will probably spread to other majors." Lu Yuanqiu sighed, "I don't want to do this either. Are you going to take a shower or not?" Wash, wait a moment. Zhong Jincheng was lying on the bed, typing away on his phone. "Who are you messaging?" No. Zhong Jincheng's face looked a little strange. "Lu Yuanqiu, are you telling someone off?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist priest and Liang Jingfeng rushed towards Zhong Jincheng and snatched the phone from his hand. Chapter 326. The uncle also rushed over, grabbing it actively. He was the one who was most afraid of being punished among the people present. It hurts. Be gentle. Fuck. Zhong Jincheng was covered in a big man and roared while lying on the bed. After taking the phone in his hand, the uncle looked at the content on the chat interface and was immediately shocked. He quickly handed the phone to Lu Yuanqiu. He informed on me. Who is Chao Shuang? Is he a leader in the school? You really informed on me. Liang Jingfeng exploded, stretched out his hands, and pinched Zhong Jincheng's neck, shouting hysterically, "My dad will kill me." You? Zhong Jincheng rolled his eyes, and lay on the bed unable to speak. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Hey, don't strangle him to death. Zhong Jincheng coughed twice. He first glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, then cursed. Chao Shuang is my high school classmate. I just complained to him. Snitch. What good does it do me? If you don't believe it, look at the chat records yourself. Does that sound like something a school leader would say? Lu Yuanqiu, Other people don't know that the three of them are high school classmates yet. Lu Yuanqiu feels that the target is a bit too big. After admitting Bai Qingxia's identity as a classmate, he continues to keep his relationship with Zhong Jincheng and Zhang Yifeng secret. After hearing this, the others half believed and half doubted and came forward to look at the chat content on the phone. Chao Shuang, my mother. Chao Shuang, his mother. Chao Shuang, he. Liang Jingfeng suddenly tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Finger. The Taoist priest couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How did he manage to use all the dirty words in one sentence? It's amazing. The uncle raised his head. This shouldn't be the school leader, right? Zhang Yang, this is definitely not. Let's go take a shower. Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but turn his head away. On the second day of military training, after dinner. Basketball court. Lu Yuanqiu, Zhang Yifeng, and Zhong Jincheng gathered here alone after taking a shower, talking about private matters. Why did you tell Chao Shuang about this when you have nothing to do? Don't you know his temper? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhong Jincheng, then turned his head, and threw the basketball into the basket, hitting the target. Zhang Yifeng ran to pick up the ball. Zhong Jincheng, what's wrong? Lu Zixuan was taught a lesson yesterday, and his expression was still so arrogant during training today. He even gave us the middle finger and told us to wait. I'm just angry. People from Zucheng are so great. Isn't Chao Shuang in the school next door? I heard that he just arrived at school yesterday. After the military training is over, we will teach Lu Zixuan a lesson together. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng was about to shoot a basketball, but when he noticed Lu Yuanqiu's sight, he threw the ball over speechlessly. Lu Yuanqiu took the ball and said, "You have to teach a lesson, but you can't use force." Zhong Jincheng put his hands on his hips. If you don't use force, what can you use? Could it be that the principal of judo is your younger brother? You just say a word, and the principal will listen to you and expel him? Lu Yuanqiu frowned. We can't just fire him. Anyway, we have to make him afraid to open his mouth afterwards, so that he won't have any worries. Zhong Jincheng glared. You King automatically assume that the principal is your younger brother? Damn, you're even more arrogant than Lu Zixuan. Lu Yuanqiu was about to shoot, and seeing Zhang Yifeng staring at the basketball, Lu Yuanqiu threw the basketball at him. At this time, the phone rang, and Lu Yuanqiu picked it up. An anxious female voice sounded on the phone. It was Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu, someone is looking for trouble with you. Are you at the basketball court? Lu Yuanqiu's face changed slightly. He did not respond, but turned his head silently and looked around the basketball court. At this moment, a large group of people were walking towards this side. It was a sea of green. and all they could see were heads and military training uniforms. Zhong Jinqing and Zheng Yifeng also noticed the scene. They put down the basketball and walked to stand beside Lu Yuanqiu with a serious face. The three of them stood on the three-point line, watching the scene in front of them with burning eyes. Lu Yuanqiu put the phone back to his ear and said in a low voice, "I am at the basketball court. Go and call the instructor." By Qingxia, Lu Wanchun went to call. "I'm rushing to the basketball court now." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Why are you here? Is there anyone around you?" "Be careful." "Yes, there are boys from our class. We're here." Lu Yuanqiu turned off his phone and looked up at the periphery of the basketball court. The basketball court was located in a low-lying area, so the terrain around the basketball court seemed very high. There was a dense circle of people standing on it. It was unknown how many of them came here to cause trouble, and how many came here to watch the fun. Lu Yuanqiu only knew that the three of them were standing alone inside the basketball court, with no one beside them except a basketball. He saw Lu Zixuan. This guy stood in front of the crowd with a bruised face, and raised two middle fingers in a very arrogant manner. "Lu Yuanqiu, you are done. I must come back today to get back at you. You rely on women for protection, right? What kind of man are you?" Suddenly, 5 people squeezed out from the crowd. It was Finger and the others. Finger, the Taoist priest, the uncle, Liang Jingfeng, and Zhang Yang rushed to the basketball court. They stood beside Lu Yuanqiu and the other two, looking at the boys from the business administration department above with stern expressions. The uncle's voice was trembling. "These kids dare to fight here. Aren't they afraid of punishment or the instructors?" "Finger, it's hard to say. Freshmen are the most impulsive and the most concerned about face. It's not clear whether they can fight today, but they will definitely earn back their face today. Aren't you afraid that your dad will know? What are you doing here?" He looked at Liang Jingfeng. Liang Jingfeng cursed. "I am afraid, but how can I not come to help my brother in trouble? If my father knew that I was a coward, he would beat me up." Lu Yuanqiu, Zhang Yang frowned. "I was forced to come. I didn't want to come, but they dragged me here." Zhong Jinqing, "Master, what are you doing?" The 7 people turned their heads, and saw Su Xiong pointing his sword, closing his eyes, and making a buzzing sound that made no sense. "I'm casting a spell on him to make him unable to lift his head." "Master, you are mighty." The other 7 people immediately looked at Lu Zixuan in front of them with a smug smile, but the smiles on their faces disappeared the next moment, because the group of boys from the business administration department came down, at least 50 or 60 of them. It seemed that the hundreds of people surrounding outside were just the crowd who came to watch the fun. Lu Yuanqiu thought that there were really hundreds of people coming to beat him up. He suddenly saw Bai Qingxia. There was also Long Liandong. They stood on the periphery with other girls from the clinical department and the literature department. Wei Jiyu and Ajin were stopping Bai Qingxia from rushing down. Finger suddenly became furious. "These cowards from the clinical department, they were scared by the fight yesterday afternoon, right? They don't even come to calm the situation." Chapter 327. Don't worry, senior. There are more and more people watching now. Lu Yuanqiu looked around at the new pairs of eyes coming up, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. The more people there are, the harder it is to fight. Finger turned his head. "You are quite experienced." Lu Yuanqiu raised his mouth. "Yes, I am different from you. I have been a bad student since I was a child. I have a small fight every 3 days, and a big fight every 5 days. Of course, I have experience. I used to be a short-haired boy. I would just kick someone I didn't like. Ah duh." He wiped his nose imitating Bruce Lee's gesture. Except for Zhong Jinqing and Zheng Yifeng, the other 5 people immediately stood in awe. After all, yesterday was their first fight since they left their childhood. They were a little scared, but at the same time, they were surprisingly happy. Lu Yuanqiu immediately became serious and looked at the opposite side again. He just noticed one thing. In the other crowd, Lu Zixuan just stood aside this time. The one walking in front and leading the team was a new face. The man had a pair of familiar narrow eyes, tall, and estimated to be about 180. Lu Yuanqiu felt that he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember for a while. The team from the Department of Business Administration was getting closer and closer. "Quan, you must help me get my face back today." Lu Zixuan, with a pig-like face, urged the leading boy. The boy called Quan observed the surrounding scene and responded in a low voice. "Look around yourself, use your brain. Can you fight? Uncle Lu really spoiled you. I don't know what to say to you. You have to make a big scene to be happy?" Lu Zixuan was stunned, and said, "It's better to have people watching. I was also surrounded by so many people in the restaurant yesterday. Why didn't you say anything? Oh, I give up. Aquan breathed in silence, and he said, anyway, no matter what happens today, they have to bow and apologize to our business administration department, and then apologize to you separately. Is that okay? After hearing this, Lu Zixuan chuckled. Okay. The 60 or so people from the business administration department slowly approached this side, and stopped about 10 meters away. Aquan shouted in front of everyone, Lu Yuanqiu, not only did you hit someone first yesterday, but you also instigated the girls to continue to insult our business administration department in the restaurant afterwards. How do you settle this account? Lu Yuanqiu sneered. This ability to turn black into white is quite powerful. You were not here yesterday, so what? You are the head of the department of the Milky Way, so you care so much? Aquan's eyes were cold. My name is Zhang Yichuan, the monitor of Class 12 of the Business Administration Department. Although I was not the person involved yesterday, I am a member of the Business Administration Department, and Lu Zixuan is my childhood friend. I brought my classmates to discuss yesterday's incident together. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. What's your name? Zhang Yichuan. Zhong Jinqing turned his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu while posing in Wing Chun posture. Do you know this guy? Lu Yuanqiu was silent for a moment before responding. No. Is it a coincidence? When he heard the name, he remembered that he looked familiar because the guy opposite him looked like Zhang Yifei and Zhang Yibin. The eyes of the three people are all narrow and long, so they are easy to identify. Lu Yuanqiu said, What do you want to say? Outside the basketball court, Bai Qingxia calmed down a little after seeing that there was no fight, but her two white and tender fists were still nervously pressed in front of her. At this time, a hand appeared on her shoulder, and she turned around and found that it was Lu Wangchun. Don't worry, the instructor is here, Lu Wangchun said. Bai Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. On the basketball court, Zhang Yichuan pointed at them. You 8. Now, to our Department of Business Administration, all those who have been beaten and insulted by you, bow solemnly and apologize. Isn't this request too much? Lu Yuanqiu's expression was serious. Sorry, this is too much. Zhang Yichuan frowned. You. What are you doing? Just then, a group of instructors in uniform squeezed into the crowd. The chief instructor, thick eyebrows, stood in front with his hands folded across his chest, then turned his head coldly. Look, whose people are they? Mine. A crew-haired instructor quickly spoke up, and he rushed down the basketball court, shouting angrily, Zhang Yichuan, what are you going to do? Instructor Lu from the 3rd company and 4th row also quickly squeezed into the crowd. He stared at the scene in amazement and cursed. Damn it, the 4th company is bullying people like this, using the majority to bully the minority. The chief instructor turned his head and glared at him, and Instructor Lu quickly shut up. Seeing his own instructor rushing over, Zhang Yichuan was stunned for a moment, then he quickly turned around and stood at attention. Report to the instructor. In order to resolve the conflict between the two departments, we have already discussed it, and decided to play basketball on the basketball court. Solve the problem in a manly way. The loser should bow to the winner and apologize. Finger got angry and said, he's talking nonsense. When did we discuss this? We didn't say anything. Everyone around can testify. Zhang Yichuan held his head high and said, report to the instructor. The people in the 3rd company may not dare to fight because they can't afford to lose because there are too many people today. In that case, forget it. We don't care about accepting the apology of a few cowards. We are ready to leave now. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the 8 people on the other side provocatively. Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips and wanted to laugh. Accept the challenge, damn. In the crowd, Instructor Lu took off his hat and cursed. The chief instructor next to him turned his head and glared at him. Instructor Lu shut up again, but this time he looked unhappy and lowered his head and muttered a few words. Zhong Jincheng stood at attention quickly. Report to the instructor. We accept the challenge. Zhang Yichuan was about to leave, but suddenly the corner of his mouth curled up, and his eyebrows looked arrogantly. How many against how many? Half court, 3 on 3. Zhang Yifeng's lazy voice quickly answered. Zhang Yichuan, okay. No. Finger turned his head anxiously. Why did you agree so quickly? Who's going to play? I declare in advance that I can't play. The Taoist priest, the uncle, Zhang Yang and others also shook their heads like rattles, indicating that they can't play. Liang Jingfeng's mouth turned pale. I can. But not very. Before he finished speaking, his shoulder was patted and a gentle voice came from his ear. Lu Yuanqiu, it's okay, leave it to the 3 of us. Liang Jingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that Lu Yuanqiu's voice seemed very safe at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu took Zhong Jincheng and Zhang Yifeng and walked forward to look at Zhang Yichuan. He suddenly wanted to laugh, lowered his head again, and pulled Zhang Yifeng to the middle to look at Zhang Yichuan. This scene was exactly the same as the time when he faced Mao Sheng. However, Zhang Yifeng was different from the last time. This time he rarely lowered his head and smiled, and Zhong Jincheng also had a tense expression. At this moment, the three of them seemed to feel that they had returned to Luqing No. 7 Middle School, back to the day when they wore pink basketball uniforms. Unfortunately, the other two were not there. Finger raised his hand. "Hey you guys." He glanced at the instructor with a short haircut next to him, and took back the following words, but his brows were furrowed. Freshmen are impulsive, a problem that no one can change. If they accept the challenge so easily, even if they can play basketball, can they win 100%? What will happen if they lose? The instructor with a short haircut turned around and asked the chief instructor standing above him. The chief instructor thought for a moment and nodded slightly. With the permission of the most powerful person at the scene, Zhang Yichuan said, "Let's compete with 10 points. Whoever gets 10 points first wins, and the loser bows and apologizes. How about that?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded, "Okay." Bai Qingxia silently clenched her fists in front of her, cheering for Lu Yuanqiu in her heart. She turned her head and suddenly found that Lu Wanchun was taking pictures. Lu Wanchun took a picture of the scene where Lu Yuanqiu and his two friends walked up to confront the 50 or 60 people from the business administration department on the basketball court, and then sent it to his father Lu Qingye. Lu Qingye replied quickly, just 2 words. "Dad, live broadcast." Chapter 328. After the call was connected, Lu Qingye's voice came quickly. "I knew this kid would cause trouble when he got to college. How many on how many?" 3 on 3.5. It's 10 points. Lu Wanchun stamped her feet and responded excitedly. Her father liked to play basketball, so she knew some of the rules. Lu Qingye, "Damn, the pace is so fast. That little Lu has been trained by me for so long. He has already entered the land fairyland. This wave is no suspense." Lu Wanchun was puzzled. "Trained by you? Don't you always say that you are numbed by Lu Yuanqiu's dunks every time you come home? I will never play with him again next time." Lu Qingye, "Ahem, I asked you to broadcast live. Has the game started?" Lu Wanchun, clearing the court. Bai Qingxia watched her make a phone call, and her face was no longer worried at this moment, but she blinked her eyes, curious about how Lu Wanchun's father knew Lu Yuanqiu. On the basketball court, "Master, did your spell of impotence work?" Zhang Yang muttered and left. On the other side, Zhang Yichuan had already selected his teammates from 50 or 60 people, and Lu Zichuan asked anxiously, "Are you sure? We must beat them to pieces." Zhang Yichuan sat down and tied his shoelaces, muttering, "If my cousin is here, there will be no suspense. He is preparing to study in the United States, but I am not much different. I also stayed in the school team of Juda-affiliated high school for a year. Have you forgotten? There is absolutely no problem playing amateur." Lu Zichuan looked back at the 3 people not far away, frowning. Lu Yuanqiu was sitting cross-legged on the ground with a calm face, looking at this side, with a smile on his face. The wretched man with glasses was kneeling behind him to help him rub his shoulders. The handsome man stood aside, with no expression, like a paralyzed face. The atmosphere was a bit weird. They seemed very strong. I hope it was an illusion. The shaved head instructor of the 4th company was the referee. He blew the whistle and ordered both sides to gather with the basketball. "Prepare, safety first, competition second, no halftime, 10 points in total." Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yichuan nodded at the same time. Behind Zhang Yichuan were 2 tall and strong basketball players. At a glance, Lu Yuanqiu's side was a bit unbearable. Zhang Yifeng was too thin and Zhong Jincheng was too short. The audience and Lu Qingye both felt that this was a game without suspense. The whistle blew. Lu Wanchun stared at the scene below and shouted into the live phone. Lu Yuanqiu jumped so high. Lu Yuanqiu got the ball. Lu Yuanqiu dunked. 2 points. Lu Wanchun's voice stopped abruptly. Her expression was stunned. Obviously she didn't expect the pace to be so fast, really fast, too fast. So fast that she scored the first goal in the time it took to say a sentence, and it was a dunk. Lu Qingye kept yelling on the phone. "What happened next? What happened next? Where are the people? Speak." The whole place was silent. Zhang Yichuan hung his head, looking at the scene in surprise, and Lu Zichuan was also dumbfounded outside the court. After the silence, Finkel and Liang Jingfeng were the first to react. They shook their fists with their foreheads bulging, and knelt down and roared. "Ah, fuck, Lu Yuanqiu, you are my father." Bai Qingxia smiled and stood on tiptoe, shaking two small fists in front of her. She turned her head, and suddenly found that Long Liandong was also laughing. Bai Qingxia was stunned, and the smile on her face faded away quietly. Her throat moved, and she looked down again. Buzz buzz buzz. The basket was still shaking. Lu Yuanqiu, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, walked towards the two-point line in a cool manner. He shook his right hand, pricked up his ears, and put his palm to his ear, and asked in a mean way, Xiao Zhong, what's the score?" Zhong Jinqing shouted, 0-2. After listening, Lu Yuanqiu responded softly, "Oh, the other side is so bad." "Ah!" All the onlookers were instantly ignited with emotions and thunderous applause. They thought that there was nothing interesting in the game, but they were amazed by this unexpected dunk at the beginning. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands down, his smile faded, and then he stood with his legs crossed inside the three-point line. He looked at Zhang Yichuan, who had the ball, waved his hand provocatively, and prepared to defend. Zhang Yichuan calmed down, whispered a few words to the two people beside him with a serious expression, and then served the ball. He was very fast and steady, and made a skilled layup, as if he had experienced many battles. Lu Wanchun shouted excitedly. Lu Yuanqiu successfully blocked the shot. Now the ball is in Zheng Yifeng's hands. Lu Qingye asked on the phone, "Who is Zheng Yifeng?" Lu Wanchun frowned anxiously. "Oh, I can't explain it to you in a few words." Zheng Yifeng seemed to have known that Lu Yuanqiu could successfully block the shot. He received the blocked basketball outside the three-point line. Two people went to defend him, but they were all dribbled past by Zheng Yifeng, and then he made a layup. Another 2 points. Zheng Yifeng's popularity rose even more. Lu Yuanqiu listened to the cheers around him that were louder than before, and most of them were female voices. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn, a bunch of face control, I give up, where are my male fans?" Zheng Yifeng looked at him with a smile. Finger excitedly blew kisses with both hands. "Lu Yuanqiu, I love you so much." Liang Jingfeng frantically pointed at himself outside the court and shouted, Me, I love you too." Lu Yuanqiu had no interest in sex and continued to fight. He defended every attack of the opponent, and had a 100% blocking rate. In the end, the score ended at 11 o'clock. Bang, bang, bang. The basketball rolled to the ground. Zhang Yichuan panted and looked at the other three in confusion. It can be seen that the wretched man with glasses is a waste, but why are the other two so strong? Apologize. 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 Deafening noises suddenly rang out from outside the stadium, all from the audience. The chief instructor glanced at them with thick eyebrows and said lightly, "Tell them to leave as soon as possible after the event." He turned and left. Instructor Lu nodded with an excited expression. "Okay, boss, take care." Zhang Yichuan took a breath and waved to Lu Zixuan outside the stadium. Lu Zixuan gritted his teeth in anger and remained indifferent. Zhang Yichuan was furious. "Come here." Lu Zixuan then came over reluctantly. "Come here, if you lose, apologize. Keep your word." Zhang Yichuan took care of his last face, and waited to let all the 50 or 60 people come on stage. They stood together, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu and the other two. Just as they were about to bow, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly raised his hand. "Wait." He also waved to the 5 people a finger. The 5 people a finger jumped on the stage happily, and stood beside Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and then waved to Bai Qingxia in the crowd. Bai Qingxia was stunned, but Lu Yuanqiu insisted on waving at her. Lu Wanchun pushed her, "Go quickly." Bai Qingxia's face was hot, and she climbed down the steps carefully, lowered her head, and twisted her body to trot towards Lu Yuanqiu. She stood shyly beside Lu Yuanqiu, and her other hand silently grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's clothes from behind. Lu Yuanqiu then spoke. "The reason I started it was because of him." He pointed at Lu Zixuan from a distance, and then said loudly, "He made a joke about the girl's color first, so I started it. Everyone present can prove it. If I lie, I will die. Okay, apologize to the 9 of us." Hearing this, Bai Qingxia looked at Lu Yuanqiu with surprise, and she knew that the reason why Lu Yuanqiu started it was this. The onlookers immediately looked at Lu Zixuan, especially the girls, and whispered about Lu Zixuan, and Instructor Lu couldn't help frowning. Chapter 329. Zhang Yichuan didn't bother to care about so much. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. 5 or 60 people from the business administration department bowed collectively and shouted loudly, "Sorry." Lu Zixuan was still forced to bend down by Zhang Yichuan. After apologizing, these people turned around and left immediately. All of them were dejected and lost face. Lu Zixuan still looked back at the side with hatred, and only retracted his gaze when he was forcibly dragged away by Zhang Yichuan. Zhang Yifeng whispered, "We have to deal with him." Lu Yuanqiu, "I know." After he said that, he turned his head, and found that the other people were cheering. Lu Yuanqiu also smiled. "Ah! It's so cool. This is the first time I feel so good in all the years I've been in college." Finger shouted loudly. The uncle, Zhang Yang, and the Taoist priest all held hands and jumped up like children. Finger patted Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder hard. "You must be the class monitor when you go back this time, and you will definitely pass with a full vote." Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. Forget it, I can't be the class monitor, I'd better be a sports committee member." Finkel laughed. "That's definitely full. Who the hell would compete with you for it?" Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond, but suddenly he seemed to think of something. He was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled back at the other party. His hand was suddenly grabbed by something soft and tender. Lu Yuanqiu looked down, and saw that it was Bai Qingxia, who stretched out her arm to him. The girl lowered her head, and Lu Yuanqiu could only see the cute pink hairpin. "So you are because of me. I'm sorry. I was too harsh to you yesterday." Seeing this, Finkel waved his hand quickly. Let's go. The few people left here in boredom. Lu Yuanqiu watched the others leave, and also held Bai Qingxia's slender fingers, and responded softly, "What's fierce? No, I didn't intend to tell you the reason. Now that you know, don't blame yourself." Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. Lu Yuanqiu bent down to look at her face, and found that her eyes were indeed red, and she was squeezing out little pearls. "Oh, you blame yourself again." Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head, a little at a loss. At this moment, he suddenly saw Long Liandong standing next to him, and he was so scared that he quickly pulled Bai Qingxia back 2 steps. "Damn! You all have the talent of flashing." Bai Qingxia quickly wiped away her tears, and looked closely at Long Liandong. Long Liandong held a notebook in her left hand, and a fountain pen in her right hand. She silently glanced at Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia holding hands together. Her expression stagnated for a moment, and then she wrote in the notebook while muttering, "He is very handsome when playing basketball, has a sense of collective honor, is loyal, very united, and will take action for girls. But he said that others made jokes about girls, but he was very lustful, holding the girl's hand and not letting go. And while talking, his fingers kept rubbing the back of the girl's hand. Dishonestly. Pa!" After finishing the day's Lu Yuanqiu observation diary, Long Liandong snapped the notebook shut, then turned away indifferently, with her long black hair still fluttering in the wind. The wind was a little cold, just like her just now. Lu Yuanqiu's expression was dull. He looked down at his thumb, and indeed, he was still rubbing the white and tender skin on the back of Bai Qingxia's hand involuntarily. But it feels smooth and comfortable to touch, and why can't I rub the thing in my hand with my thumb? Is it illegal? Bai Qingxia's chest was heaving with anger, staring at Long Liandong's back. "Psycho, what do you mean by lustful?" It was obviously me who took the initiative to grab his hand. It's inexplicable. "Didn't you also call me lustful?" Lu Yuanqiu asked hesitantly. He didn't expect that Bai Qingxia would hit herself in the face one day, and he found that Bai Qingxia seemed to be swearing more frequently recently. Bai Qingxia quickly turned around to look at him, and her tone was fierce. "The situation is different." Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes wide, looked at her carefully, and suddenly pouted aggrievedly. "Why are you suddenly fierce to me?" Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, her face moving unnaturally. She raised her arm slightly and pointed in the direction Long Liandong left, reporting to Lu Yuanqiu. I'm angry with her. She just scolded you." Lu Yuanqiu retorted. "She was praising me before." Bai Qingxia also retorted. "She praised you in order to scold you later, so you didn't get angry after hearing it. Her purpose was achieved." "Did you two have a conflict in the dormitory? I remember Lu Wanchun said that the 3 of you were in the same dormitory." Lu Yuanqiu asked tentatively. In fact, the 2 of them didn't say a word in the dormitory, and didn't even look at each other. Bai Qingxia raised her little hand and scratched her cheek, looking away, and explained, "I think she is very strange. Her purpose of approaching you is not pure, and all her actions are very inexplicable, don't you think?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Indeed, I almost think she is a bodyguard arranged by my family, but she is a star, so it shouldn't be that serious." Lu Yuanqiu smiled after saying this, and suddenly found that Bai Qingxia was staring at him with a covetous look. Lu Yuanqiu quickly put away his smile. The girl frowned and asked, "You haven't asked the second master yet? Why don't you take it seriously? What is she? She is an undercover sent by another company. Traitor, spy, investigate you, study you, find your weaknesses to better deal with the second master. Bai Qingxia touched her mouth with her fingertips and muttered with a big imagination. It is also possible that she is an undercover sent by the third uncle's opponent. After she finishes the investigation, a man in black will come and kidnap you, tickle your soles with feathers to force you to reveal some confidential information. Is this the torture she could imagine? After the girl finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Lu Yuanqiu was laughing like a fool. She frowned and stamped her feet lightly in anger. Why don't you take it seriously at all? It's very serious. Okay, I call the second master now, okay? Lu Yuanqiu took out his phone while speaking. He put the phone to his ear, glanced at the expression on the girl's face, and couldn't help laughing. I have never seen Bai Qingxia so vigilant. It's quite funny. Lu Yuanqiu knew that she must be possessive, but she probably didn't realize that she was so obvious. Lu Yuanqiu felt funny and warm in his heart. This is the feeling of being cared for. The call was connected. Lu Yuanqiu pressed the hand-free button. Lu Yuanqiu, hello? Second master? Lu Xingzhou, you stinky boy, hurry up and fart, I'm busy. Lu Yuanqiu, do you know Long Liandong? Lu Xingzhou, damn you, Long, don't mention them to me. You tampered with the contract to let your artists endorse other products. Last time, the grandfather and grandson came to celebrate your grandmother's birthday, and your grandmother told me to be harmonious. I cut off all contact. Stay away from them. Although they were on the phone, Lu Yuanqiu still felt like he was being spit on. He had never seen the second master so angry. Bai Qingxia listened attentively and suddenly jumped twice in front of Lu Yuanqiu happily, with a cheerful tone. Look, it's the enemy. Chapter 330. Who's next to you? The second master's rough voice came. Hearing this fierce voice, Bai Qingxia quickly raised her two small hands to cover her mouth tightly, and at the same time tightened her expression. She also calmed down a little, and then felt a little embarrassed, probably because she felt that her performance just now was indeed not normal. A little too targeted. Lu Yuanqiu suppressed his smile, and said to the second master, No, you heard it wrong. The second master asked about the university again, and Lu Yuanqiu responded one by one, but his eyes looked towards Bai Qingxia intentionally or unintentionally. The girl was standing there in a daze, her big, moist eyes staring at something in the air without blinking. A few strands of hair were blown by the wind on her little face, and she had no expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking about, thinking so deeply. Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone and looked at Bai Qingxia, and the girl also looked up at him in a trance, but she just said lightly, I have to go back to take a shower. Chun is waiting for me, then turned around and left quickly. Lu Yuanqiu shouted at her twice, but Bai Qingxia ignored him, and even quickened her pace and ran with her arms swinging. Slow down. Don't fall. Lu Yuanqiu shouted from behind. Back to the dormitory. Bai Qingxia saw Long Liandong at a glance. She paused at the door, then quickly turned away from him and walked towards the bed at the back of the bedroom with a cold expression. It's almost dark. What are you and Lu Yuanqiu doing there? If you don't come back, I'm going to stink to death. Lu Wanchun had packed her toiletries. She sniffed her armpits and complained to Bai Qingxia. Hearing this, Long Liandong glanced over there silently. For some reason, although she didn't look at Long Liandong, Bai Qingxia could feel his gaze towards her. We didn't do anything. She hesitated for a long time, but still didn't say something that didn't fit the reality. Go take a shower. Bai Qingxia smiled at Lu Wanchun, then walked towards the door with her basin. She glanced at the table in front of Long Liandong calmly. Long Liandong seemed to sense something and glanced back. Then both of them withdrew their gazes with indifference. Strange, it feels like there is a strong smell of gunpowder. Lu Wanchun followed Bai Qingxia and silently used her woman's sixth sense to judge in her heart. There was a long table in the dormitory, which could seat 8 people. Long Liandong sat at the seat that belonged to her at the edge. In front of her was the brand new notebook, and Long Liandong was adding something to it. For example, the title on the cover was Lu Yuanqiu's observation diary. For example, today was the first day of observation, and a line of date had to be added above today's diary, September 2nd, 2011. After closing the diary, Long Liandong breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa was right. We can't give up, but we have to first understand what kind of person Lu Yuanqiu is inside, and we can't fall in love with him too easily. At this time, her chair was suddenly bumped from behind by someone, and her hair was also wet. Long Liandong was stunned, stretched out her hand to take her wet hair to the front and looked at it, then looked back and found that it was the petite girl in the dormitory. She remembered that the girl was called Chi Chow Chow. Chi Chow Chow walked into the dormitory with a basin. There was obviously a lot of space behind, but the little girl still bumped into her chair with the basin and wet her hair. It was obviously intentional. You won't apologize? Long Liandong asked coldly. Chi Chow Chow seemed not to hear him, and stood by the bed to take off her clothes, revealing her thin and fair body. Long Liandong frowned, and quickly stood up and closed the dormitory door to prevent the little girl from exposing herself. But at this moment, she was suddenly stunned and saw many bruises on Chi Cao Cao's back skin, new and old, connected together. Chi Chow Chow turned back after changing her clothes, and Long Liandong also quickly looked away. Boys' dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu walked into the dormitory door and looked inside. He was a little disappointed. There was no naked man today. You? Liang Jingfeng walked in front of Lu Yuanqiu, pointed at Lu Yuanqiu, and shouted hysterically, but he couldn't say anything else. Finger smiled and said, "Let me translate it. He asked you if you attracted those beauties by playing basketball? I have to say, you are so handsome today." Lu Yuanqiu frowned and analyzed. "I admit that I am indeed very handsome, and I attracted by Qingxiao with this advantage, but the other two girls have nothing to do with me." After saying that, he raised his hand innocently and squeezed through the crowd. Liang Jingfeng chased after him again, pointing at Lu Yuanqiu, shouting hysterically, "I'm a bitch." Zhang Yang smiled stiffly. He said, "If there is Qiu, why is there Feng?" Liang Jingfeng was furious, and he roared to the sky as if he was going to turn into a werewolf. "Brothers, do it!" Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and in an instant, he noticed several pairs of green eyes looking at him. Finger was holding the man from behind, Zhang Yang controlled his two arms, Liang Jingfeng controlled his two legs, the Taoist priest hugged his waist from behind, and Zhong Jinqing also ran to help with a smile. Several people lifted him up, spread his legs and hit the door frame. 1, 2, 3, hit! Lu Yuanqiu. No, little Lu Yuanqiu will be broken. Isn't Zhang Yifeng more handsome? Why don't you do him? Liang Jingfeng shouted. He is not as good as you. You have aroused public anger. We will punish you in the name of justice. Zhong Jinqing. Brothers, let's destroy Bai Qingxiao's happiness together. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. You idiot. Zhang Yifeng sat on the bed and looked at the scene with a smile. He didn't like to play, but he liked to sit by and watch his good friends play. The uncle was mopping the floor while looking at it with a silly smile. For a moment, he felt that it was great to be young, but he couldn't play anymore at his age. Slow down, you guys, don't really break it. The uncle raised his hand and smiled. Lu Yuanqiu looked back with a ferocious face. Uncle, you still care about me. The uncle smiled. I said don't break the door frame. After hearing the uncle's words, the others laughed so hard that they couldn't close their mouths. They immediately bumped harder. Suddenly, there was a click sound, and everyone was stunned and froze. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at the broken door frame. Send. The smile on the uncle's face slowly disappeared. Half an hour later, the 8 people in the dormitory stood in a row, all with their heads down. Instructor Lu shouted, You 8 people are really good at causing trouble. Do you want to tear down this entire base? Spit flew in front of them, and no one dared to look up. This? How did it crash like this? Instructor Lu reached out and touched the door frame, then looked up. What did you use to hit it? Lu Yuanqiu had a blank expression. My crotch. The other 7 people hurriedly lowered their heads to hold back their laughter. Chapter 331. On the 3rd day of military training, at 7:30 p.m. It was dark, but the square was still brightly lit. Many searchlights swept overhead, and many military green squares appeared on the square. The 3rd company and the 4th platoon were one of them. Lu Yuanqiu followed the team in a neat pace. He had just finished his meal, and after a day of training, he was a little sleepy and couldn't open his eyes. Taking advantage of the gap when Instructor Lu was not paying attention, Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and yawned. Lu Zixuan had taken the initiative to apply for transfer to another company, which made Lu Yuanqiu and others happy, so that they would not feel unlucky when they saw this guy every day. What's this for? You're gathering in the evening. Zhong Jincheng complained. Finger looked at him with a sneer and said with experience, Today is the only day in the 18 days when you can see long white legs and thin waists. Cherish it. Zhong Jincheng. Tick. Was refreshed. As soon as Finger finished speaking, he found that Instructor Lu was staring at him with burning eyes. He instantly became honest and quickly put on a serious look. However, to Finger's surprise, Instructor Lu did not scold him. Instead, he adjusted his hat and smiled and said, Look how good I am to you. I picked a company with many beauties to play with you. Lu Yuanchio's expression changed when he heard this. He had some guesses in his mind and became more alert. The square marched forward for a distance. Lu Yuanchio saw a female company marching towards him. The boys were a little excited, and the girls were also a little reserved. The girls in the front row shyly avoided their sight, and the boys were thick-skinned and held their heads high. Of course, some boys also became shy. After all, the girls on the opposite side were very beautiful. Instructor Lu suddenly looked in one direction. He quickly held his belt with both hands and walked over shouting, "Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing in the fourth company? Why are you interfering in the activities of our third company? Go find the girls in your fourth company." Lu Yuanchio stretched his head and saw the instructor with the buzz cut from yesterday. Wait, if this instructor is here. Damn, the enemy's road is narrow. This is Zhang Yichuan's team. The three companies gradually approached and stopped in a triangle. The buzz-cut instructor walked over with a smile. Three companies together, more people will be more lively, and there will be more talents, don't you think? They are all from the same school, and tonight is to let these freshmen get to know each other, relax and have some fun. Instructor Lu didn't argue with him, but he was seeking benefits for his own company, but another company intervened, which made him feel like he was being cheated. Strange. Okay, everyone sit down. The instructor of the girls' company was named Li, a tall and thin young man with fair skin and a little handsome appearance. He looked very gentle. Instructor Lu waved at him. Come on, Xiao Li, come with me to move the equipment. The people from the three companies followed the order and sat on the ground in unison. Zhang Yichuan was tall, and Lu Yuanchio saw him in the team of the fourth company at a glance. This guy was quite devoted, and was admiring the girls opposite with great interest with the boys around him. During the military training, there were many men, so female faces seemed precious, and at a glance, they were all young and beautiful girls, which made people feel itchy. In Finger's words, freshmen are all hungry wolves and slaves to hormones. This makes sense at certain times. Boys and girls, who have just reached adulthood do have their own thoughts in a new environment. Lu Yuanchio suddenly heard someone in the girls' company opposite him calling his name in a low voice. It was Lu Wanchun. Lu Wanchun smiled and waved, and after waving, he also pulled up a slender white arm next to him, but this arm seemed very shy and couldn't be straightened. Lu Yuanchio knew who was sitting next to Lu Wanchun without thinking, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, Bai Qingxia quickly sat up and showed her head next to Lu Wanchun, but like a mole, she only showed one side and shrunk her head again, which was simply a greeting to Lu Yuanchio. However, Lu Yuanchio felt that in such a short time, Bai Qingxia probably didn't see his position. Actually, she could see him. Bai Qingxia had been looking at him through the gaps in the crowd in front of her. She saw him clearly, and was very happy. She missed Lu Yuanchio after not seeing him for the whole afternoon. Moreover, this feeling of secretly observing the other person without the other person knowing made her feel a different kind of sweetness and happiness. Long Liandong was a little shorter. Although he was in the same row as Bai Qingxia and the others, there were several people between them. Knowing that she would meet Lu Yuanchio tonight, she carried a bag across her body, which contained the observation diary. The instructor of the girls' company was easy to talk to. Not only was the training not strict, he also didn't care if the girls had things on them. He was even shy when talking to girls, so Wei Jiu often teased this little instructor named Li. In the front row of the girls' company, Ajin turned her head. Jiu, do you like our instructor Li or Zheng Yifeng now? Wei Jiu shook her head happily. Zheng Yifeng must be ranked first. You saw how handsome he was yesterday. Our instructor is ranked second. I think he looks a bit like Wu Zun, a little bit, and he is shy. He is really cute. Ajin said, but our instructor is only shy with Lu Wanchun, Bai Qingxia, and Long Liandong, and it seems that he has never been shy with you. Ajin, if you don't know how to chat, don't force yourself to chat. Oh. Not long after, the two instructors came back, one pushing a speaker, and the other pushing a small cart with guitars and other instruments in it. Tonight, be more active and enthusiastic. You say you are tired every day. Now is your time to have fun. Don't be so timid and dare not stand up to show yourself, understand? The fourth company has bullied us, and we are going to compete with you for the limelight. Instructor Lu held his belt, and turned around to shout at the fourth platoon of the third company. Damn this guy. After hearing this, the crew-haired instructor also shouted to his own male company. Did you hear me? The third company is so petty. The boys in our company are obviously more handsome, and have more talents. How can they be outdone by them? By the way, are you all single? The entire fourth company responded loudly and excitedly, yes. They were so happy. They were obviously not from the same company, but the instructor still forced them in front of the three beauties of the third company. This is not the instructor, this is his father. Instructor Lu looked at the fourth company in silence, and then shouted to his own company, what about you? Are you dumb? Do you have a partner? No. The voices of the third company and the fourth platoon suddenly rose a whole degree, which made Instructor Lu happy, and he looked at the instructor with a short hair proudly. Instructor Lee of the girls' company is only 20 years old this year. He squatted down to adjust the sound system with a smile on his face. He always felt that he was taking his beautiful daughter out to choose a son-in-law today. Is this a blind date meeting? In the crowd, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and asked. Zhang Yifeng next to him was silent, just sitting and snoring. Lu Yuanqiu nodded blankly. That's right, there is no one you care about here. Chapter 332. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't sit still, as if he had ADHD. He suddenly raised his hand to cover his mouth and harassed Zhang Yifeng again. Call Zhang Yifeng, call Zhang Yifeng. The boy sitting next to him was so sleepy that he glanced at him. Speak. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hands and gestured to the light of the searchlight to draw the shadows of two peacock heads on the ground. During the breeding season, male peacocks will show their health and strength to female peacocks by spreading their colorful tail feathers, so as to attract the attention of female peacocks and increase the probability of successful courtship. His voice imitated the voiceover of the animal world. Zhang Yifeng looked at the two peacocks kissing on the ground and looked at him. So? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. Isn't this similar to the scene in front of us? As he spoke, a tall and thin boy from the fourth company volunteered to come out. He smiled shyly and excitedly, holding the microphone with both hands, ready to sing a song. Look at the Girl Across the Street by Richie Jin for everyone. His singing was average, but the atmosphere was full. It seemed that he was a conspicuous person in high school. The fourth company was already having a blast, but the girls were not so enthusiastic. Only a few girls clapped along with the music. Bai Qingxia sat on the ground hugging her legs, still looking at Lu Yuanqiu through the gap in front of her. She pouted her lips slightly, a little curious about what Lu Yuanqiu was talking about with Zhang Yifeng, so happy. Zhang Yifeng was listless. If you want to open your screen, don't bring me along. Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips. My tailbone was almost broken by you, and you're still opening your screen. By the way, have you apologized to me? Apologize now. Zhang Yifeng's face was frozen. He remembered that he was not involved in this incident yesterday. It's really fun to accuse someone at random. Lu Yuanqiu laughed and put his arms on his knees. Suddenly, he became serious again and said with emotion, in the past, I saw boys actively performing in front of girls, singing, dancing, and being cool. I felt it was boring, childish, and a waste of time. Zhang Yifeng wanted to complain, aren't you such a conspicuous bag? But when he heard Lu Yuanqiu's serious tone, he also became a little more energetic and asked, then what? He knew that Lu Yuanqiu would have a but next. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the air in front of him and said, but now I think about it, I think these boys do this because there may be girls they care about. Zhang Yifeng suddenly fell silent. He thought of the night when Su Miaomia parted ways, when he and Lu Yuanqiu joined the band to sing Red High Heels. At that time, he was very happy to play this song for Su Miaomia in public, without any resistance, which was completely different from his usual personality. For the people we care about, are we all willing to act as the male peacock with its tail spread out? Zhang Yifeng thought of this and asked Lu Yuanqiu what then. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and shook his head, nothing, I just suddenly felt that I was a bit chauvinistic in the past. I always laughed at other people's youth, but I was not as happy as them. I was just a foolish bystander who thought I was sober. Zhang Yifeng, you. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to support his forehead, I know, am I handsome when I frown and think? He suddenly changed his posture to a fist against his forehead, and asked himself, indeed, I dare not imagine how handsome and scary I will be when I am serious. Which handsome guy dares to reflect on himself like me? Zhang Yifeng, Okay, it's still the familiar Lu Yuanqiu. After the boys from the fourth company sang the song, the fourth company cheered and applauded collectively, and a few girls applauded sporadically, while the boys from the third company did not move. Instructor Lu put his hands on his waist, looked back at his company, and was a little anxious. The next performer was a boy from the fourth company, who sang solo again. The song he sang this time was Zhang Jia's This Is Love, a song that was just released last year. He sang surprisingly well, and many girls applauded. Lu Wanchun frowned. Are all the boys from the third company not good enough? I remember Lu Yuanqiu can sing, right? Why didn't he come on? At least come out and sing a song. Isn't he good enough? Bai Qingxia turned her head and answered Lu Wangchun. Of course Lu Yuanqiu can. He can do it. You are the only one who praises him without thinking. Lu Wangchun complained in a low voice. It makes me so angry. It was originally our third company's own program. The fourth company was singing and dancing. If there were no more boys from the third company, I would go on stage to dance and earn back the face of the third company. Humph, in the end, you have to rely on me. Lu Wangchun was full of fighting spirit. She smiled and pulled the hem of her military training short-sleeved shirt out of her belt, lifted it up to reveal her snow-white and slender waist, and then tied a knot below her chest. Confident and brave Chun Chun. Bai Qingxia hugged her legs and smiled at the girl beside her. When the second boy from the fourth company finished his performance, the instructor with a short haircut was very happy and raised his arms to applaud vigorously. He then gathered the people behind him and shouted slogans. Fourth company! Fourth company! Fourth company! After losing momentum on the basketball court yesterday, the boys from the fourth company certainly didn't let go of the opportunity today. They cheered collectively and were very enthusiastic. The instructor with a short haircut then turned around and smiled and said to Instructor Lu, "I'm sorry." Instructor Lu took off his cap and looked back at the boys in the third company. He couldn't help but say, "I don't know what to say to you. You're just fighting among yourselves, right? You all withered at the critical moment?" Lu Yuanqiu. He suddenly shouted. Lu Yuanqiu quickly stood up and stood at attention. "Here." Instructor Lu pointed in the direction of the fourth company and ordered, "Aren't you very good? Go and perform for me. Better them. I want you to be more exciting than them." Lu Yuanqiu said helplessly, "Report to the instructor. I can only sing a song. How exciting can it be for one person to sing? There must be some people who sing well." Instructor Lu glared at him. "I don't care. You figure it out yourself. I order you to come up with a show that's more exciting than theirs within 10 minutes. If you can't do it, you be in jail tomorrow." Lu Yuanqiu was dumbfounded. "No, instructor. There are so many people here. You pick me and pick me?" Instructor Lu glared at him again. "Do you have any objections?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head desperately. Zhong Jincheng laughed at the side with gloating. "Don't force yourself if you don't have any talent. Lao Lu, let the girls from our fourth company and your third company perform one after another, and you boys from the third company can just sit there and watch." The instructor with a short haircut laughed. Instructor Lu gave the other party a middle finger with a fake smile, then turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu. "You, come out and stand there for punishment. When you think of the program, come back. F***K. Lu Yuanqiu cursed and left the square. Looking at his figure, Instructor Lu seemed to have thought of something. He quickly bent down and asked Fenger and others, "Are he and Bai Qingxia a couple?" Chapter 333. Dingle raised his head. "It seems that the relationship has not been confirmed. It's the ambiguous period, right?" Instructor Lu seemed to have some plan. He confirmed again. "So Bai Qingxia also likes him, right?" Zhong Jincheng. He said, "That's not love. That's love to the point of obsession." "That's fine." Instructor Lu turned around and walked towards the square formation of the girls of the third company. "What is our instructor going to do?" Dingle hooked his neck in confusion. Instructor Lu stood in front of the girls' square formation and shouted, "Bai Qingxia, step out." The girl sitting on the ground thought she was hallucinating and silently raised her confused little face. Lu Wangchun reminded her, and Bai Qingxia stood up from the crowd. Her big watery eyes looked at Instructor Lu innocently, not knowing what she had done wrong and why she was suddenly called out. As expected of such a famous name, she is really good-looking. Is Lu Yuanqiu living such a comfortable life? Instructor Lu looked at Bai Qingxia up close for the first time and was stunned. Instructor Li from the girls' formation came over and reminded quietly, "What are you doing? Don't be mean to her. She's very introverted." "Why would I be mean to her? I'm so anxious. Look how proud that person is over there. Lend me Bai Qingxia." "Don't worry, I've already asked." Instructor Lu also responded in a low voice. Instructor Li stepped aside half-believingly. Instructor Lu's voice also softened, saying, "Bai Qingxia, step out and stand next to Lu Yuanqiu." Bai Qingxia lowered her head and blinked, shyly walking over there. In the second half of the journey, she quickened her pace and trotted to stand next to the boy. She looked up at Lu Yuanqiu and flushed as she aligned her shoulders with him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and smiled. "Oh, little swan, we meet again." Bai Qingxia bit her lip shyly and lowered her head without looking at him. Instructor Lu said, "Lu Yuanqiu, I give you a little punishment. Pick her up and do squats. While doing squats, think about what program to perform. Can you do it? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stood at attention. Report to the instructor. I will definitely fulfill my mission. The boys from the fourth company were suddenly stunned. Is this a way to retaliate against us? Is this the more exciting program that you, the third company, came up with? My stars, your stars. Bai Qingxiao was about to raise her hands to hug Lu Yuanqiu's neck, but was suddenly frightened by the roar from the third company, and quickly put down her arms, staring blankly with her watery eyes. Finger lay on the ground. No, Lu Yuanqiu is my good brother. Don't punish him. Liang Jingfeng roared to the sky, almost crying. Don't punish Lu Yuanqiu. I beg you, instructor, punish me if you want. Zhong Jincheng was heartbroken. I applied to be assigned a girl. Let me and Lu Yuanqiu share the joys and sorrows together. We can definitely come up with a solution together. Instructor Lu was speechless. Before he could speak, Lu Yuanqiu sternly reprimanded him. Stop talking. Shut up. I've made up my mind. I will voluntarily accept the punishment from the organization. It has nothing to do with you. After he finished speaking, he quickly bent down and picked up Princess Bai Qingxiao. He didn't care that the girl was frightened and snorted. Lu Yuanqiu squatted on the spot with a serious expression. His movements were very standard. Bai Qingxiao quickly buried her shy face in his chest, and her earlobes were red. Seeing this scene, Finger was heartbroken and said silently, That guy is happy again, instructor, I hate you. Instructor Lu squatted down beside him and laughed. Alas, I am also considering your last day of the art performance. You really need to think about what program to prepare in advance. Finger was puzzled. Aren't you singing H songs together? Instructor Lu put on his hat with a complicated expression. Everyone sang H songs together. How can your program stand out? You can sing better? It doesn't have to be a chorus. Any talent is fine. As long as the program is rated as third prize or above, you can get a military training model certificate. Does anyone else perform on your side? If not, our fourth company will take over. The instructor with a short haircut shouted from a distance. Instructor Lu looked back and muttered, You are so arrogant when you are trying to take advantage of our place. What a face. Our third company has a program. We girls will do it. Lu Wanchun from the girls' company suddenly shouted. Long Liandong turned his eyes away from Lu Yuanqiu and looked at Lu Wanchun. When she shouted, everyone was excited. Even Instructor Lu said oh and became interested. Of course, he still turned around and sprayed the boys in the third company. A bunch of trash. You have to rely on women at the critical moment. Lu Wanchun stood up in the crowd, and her slender waist exposed instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhong Jincheng stared straight. Hey, does anyone know how to dance G? Lu Wanchun stamped her feet lightly, looking at the girls around her with lively eyes. Girls' Generation. The group released G in 2009. Long Liandong can dance, but she doesn't want to show up in such an occasion, so she chooses to remain silent and lowers her head to continue drawing with a pencil on her notebook. I can. Add me. Two slender arms were raised in the crowd. Lu Wanchun's eyes lit up, and she waved to them happily. In the center of the three squares, Lu Wanchun stood in the center of the girls, waiting for the music to start. She looked at the boys in the third company with a smile on her face, and Finger blushed. Ah, my hormones. Soon, the background music G came from the speakers, and the three girls danced cutely and playfully to the music. The other two girls had obviously practiced this dance carefully, and Lu Wanchun was the best among them, with very professional expression management, which was very worthy of the center position. Just as Song Xian described at the time, as the school bell of Luqing No. 1 Middle School, Lu Wanchun's smile, wink, turn, twist, and tiptoe directly made the boys in the third company laugh like fools, drooling and giggling. Her personal dazzling degree was indeed far better than her sister Lu Jianqing. Zhong Jincheng even stood up and shouted heartbreakingly, Hurry, baby. Comparatively, since Lu Wanchun and the other two intentionally did not face the fourth company, the boys in the fourth company could not see the front of the three girls, and their expressions looked a little lonely. At the same time, Lu Yuanqiu was still squatting. He hugged Bai Qingxiao and also grinned and echoed, Urgent, baby. Bai Qingxiao took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off his forehead and said weakly, Am I a little heavy? Lu Yuanqiu looked down at her and quickly denied, Of course not. I just have a little pain in my tailbone. What's wrong with your coccyx? It's about to open. Bai Qingxiao didn't understand and continued to raise her hand to help Lu Yuanqiu wipe the sweat off his cheeks and neck. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly murmured again, It's about to open. He thought of an idea and hurriedly shouted to Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu came over and asked, Have you thought of a program? Lu Yuanqiu was still doing squats, causing instructor Lu to keep looking up and down, and he whispered, "Don't do it, stop." Lu Yuanqiu stood up suddenly, and Bai Qingxiao was shaken in his arms. With outsiders around, she quickly shrank in Lu Yuanqiu's arms and acted as a little transparent. "Instructor, since you want to ignite, then I can only think of teamwork." "Teamwork? What does it mean?" Chapter 334. 10 minutes later, Lu Wanquan's dance ended, and the atmosphere on the scene was completely ignited, and it really entered a climax. Even other companies in the square gathered around. It was not even the students who gathered around, but other instructors ordered them to gather here. Yes, the instructors themselves wanted to watch. After dancing, Lu Wanquan drank a sip of mineral water, took a short break, and then danced the next dance with the other two girls. The scene was lively. Lu Yuanqiu bent over and took Bai Qingxiao to the boys of the third company. Bai Qingxiao sat beside him obediently. Lu Yuanqiu gathered the boys in the clinic and asked everyone, "Who can play the guitar?" Everyone was confused for a while, so Lu Yuanqiu looked at Finger and said, "Senior, I remember there is a guitar next to your bed. You should be able to play it, right?" Finger nodded. "Yes. What are you going to do?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "What's the excitement? How can a personal show compare to a team battle? The third company will fight as a band later, and I will temporarily form a band, just in time to be able to perform on the stage on the last day of the performance. This is considered a group program." Finger's eyes lit up. "Hey, the instructor just told us that we have to think about what to perform on the last day of the performance from now on. You two have the same idea." Lu Yuanqiu: "Yes, it happens that tonight is a rare opportunity. Let's try it out. Zhang Yifeng and I once had the experience of borrowing a band to perform. He can play the piano, the real-life version of Arima Kusei, and can be the keyboardist of the band." Arima Kusei seems to be an anime from 2014. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. "Forget it. No matter," he continued, "my dad called me once and asked me if I had any plans to form a campus band. Then I can represent the school in the city competition and get a city-level certificate. A city-level certificate is worth 2 innovation credits." Finkel looked at the boy in front of him, and suddenly felt that Lu Yuanqiu was different from his roommates in the previous 2 classes. He chuckled and immediately became interested, and asked, "You will be the lead singer, Zhang Yifeng will play keyboards, and I will play guitar. Then we still need a bassist and a drummer? Who can play bass? Who can play drums?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked around. Liang Jingfeng raised his arm silently at this time. "I've learned to play drums, but where can I get a drum set now?" As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of a cart being pushed and pulled from one direction. The boys looked up and saw that it was Instructor Lu and Instructor Shaoli, who were bringing a drum set. Liang Jingfeng was stunned. "Damn, our instructors are so cruel?" The 2 instructors were holding the drum set and pushing the cart, and neither of them spoke. "Brother Lu, what's wrong with you?" Instructor Shaoli suddenly turned his head. Instructor Lu had been a little quiet since the beginning, and I don't know what he was thinking. Instructor Lu came back to his senses and smiled and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered that I used to skip classes and play in a band with my friends. At that time, my father thought I was not doing my job properly, so he forced me to go to the barber shop, shave my long hair, and sent me to the army. Alas, today I see these students who are so young and beautiful. It would be a lie to say that I am not envious, but I can't go back." Instructor Shaoli was stunned. He didn't expect that this senior had such experience. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze from the drum set and asked again, "No one knows how to play bass? Don't be shy, the band we formed tonight can also be used in the performance on the last day." But he asked several times, and still no one spoke. It seems that no one knows how to play this instrument. Lu Yuanqiu had to give up and let Bai Qingxiao go back first, and then took Zhang Yifeng and others to the instructor. They first set up the equipment, plugged in the guitar, and then discussed which song to sing. After Lu Wanquan finished dancing 3 dances, he returned to the girls' camp. Bai Qingxiao also came back. The 3 dances heated up the crowd. The atmosphere was getting more and more people were watching. Zhang Yichuan stood up at this time and sang a popular song for Get Time. He sang well, but Lu Wanquan and Bai Qingxiao didn't care. Long Liandong kept his head down and painted. "Xia Xia, tell me, what was it like to be held by Lu Yuanqiu and do squats in public?" Lu Wanquan put his face in front of her and asked a question in private. Bai Qingxiao quickly hugged her legs and put her face on her knees, just like an ostrich likes to bury its head in the sand when it meets an enemy. Bai Qingxiao used to think that ostriches were stupid and used this method to escape, But the moment she put her face on her knees, she realized that she was just as stupid as the ostrich. Bai Qingxia, who was lying on her knees, shook her head. You won't tell me, right? If you don't tell me, I let Lu Yuanqiu hold me, and I feel it myself. Lu Wanchun snorted and tried to get up. Chun Chun. Bai Qingxia hurriedly raised her hand to grab her, so Lu Wanchun sat down again with a smile, hugged her legs, and looked at Bai Qingxia expectantly. She hoped that this introverted friend could boldly express her thoughts and feelings, instead of burying her thoughts deep in her heart. Bai Qingxia hesitated. It's embarrassing, but I'm also very happy. She pursed her lips gently after she finished speaking. Hearing the suppressed laughter coming from the side, Bai Qingxia hurriedly raised her head and threatened weakly. Don't tell him. If you tell him, I will ignore you. Okay, I won't say anything. Lu Wanchun put his face on his knees and looked at her with a smile. After Zhang Yichuan from the fourth company finished singing, warm applause broke out in the venue. Lu Wanchun turned around belatedly after hearing the applause, and then she found that many people had gathered around. She frowned. The boys from the fourth company really stole the show. Most of us girls didn't applaud. We were just waiting for the boys from the third company to perform. But they didn't live up to expectations. But just after she finished speaking, Lu Wanchun was stunned. She saw a group of people from the third company moving their musical instruments to the center of the venue. What are you doing? Lu Wanchun was puzzled. Bai Qingxia smiled, she knew. After Long Liandong finished drawing a boy's profile, he raised his head and saw Lu Yuanqiu standing in front of him, pulling the wire of the microphone. Liang Jingfeng pretended to be calm and sat behind the drum set. Zhang Yifeng seemed to be unable to open his eyes, and was forced to stand at the position of the electronic keyboard. He had only one idea, to help Lu Yuanqiu turn on the screen and then go back to sleep. Finger held the guitar and exhaled gently. He turned his head to look at the position to the side. It was also the person standing in that position that caused the loud cheers of the people present. Bassist Instructor Lu. Instructor Lu was carrying a bass guitar, and because of his appearance, the entire company cheered. Instructor Li also shouted, "Come on, Brother Lu." Instructor Lu blushed and nodded. Okay, I got it. It's really troublesome, and you still want my help. Lu Yuanqiu stood in front with a microphone, bent over and shouted, "Are you ready?" Ah! The girls who had been looking forward to the performance of the boys from the company stood up and exclaimed. Wei Zhiyu looked at Zhang Yifeng and was particularly excited. Lu Wanchun also stood up with Bai Qingxia. Long Liandong also stood up, put down his notebook, and his face showed expectation. The girls were very excited. They didn't perform just now, but now they just came up with a big move. Even the instructor on the other side came on stage in person, although no one said by name. Instructor Lu, I love you. Instructor Lu still blushed and pressed his hands. Okay, I get it. Be quiet, be quiet. Lu Yuanqiu raised his arm and said solemnly, Tonight is a carnival night. The girls of the third company jumped and cheered. Ah! Watching this scene, the boys of the fourth company were silent. The four people on the field began to play instruments. Fingers swept across the strings, very happy. He had never been so radiant in the past 3 years. Liang Jingfeng blushed and beat the drums, but his heartbeat was more intense than the drums. Instructor Lu played the bass seriously. He looked serious and seemed to be searching for past memories in his mind. Zhang Yifeng was very sleepy, but his fingers were still strong on the keys. Help Lu Yuanqiu open the screen. Help Lu Yuanqiu open the screen. He was like a complaining person, silently chanting in his heart. Although everyone was not very familiar with each other, not many of the audience understood music. They just felt happy. Of course, being happy was good. After the prelude, Lu Yuanqiu picked up the microphone and sang a beautiful song, Unforgettable, the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. In my mind, your figure can't be dispelled. He waved his arms, and in the silence of the audience, he smiled and pointed at a pure face in the crowd. Ah! Lu Wanchun shook Bai Qingxia excitedly. Bai Qingxia shyly buried her head in the crowd. An ostrich with its head buried is stupid. She is too. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, waved his arms, and his beautiful singing voice lingered in the center of the venue, and he was the center of attention. I'm afraid I will fall in love with you, and maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. Missing you only makes me suffer, and I have no choice but to fall in love with you. The peacock with its tail spread is also stupid. But he wants to be that peacock. Chapter 335. I want to eat meat. On the 5th day of military training, just after dawn, Zhong Jinqing, who was lying on the bed, suddenly let out a wail, followed by a pig-like grunt. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes, and glanced at the time on his phone. Scream, 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 scream your mother. It's only 6 o'clock, and you woke me up, fuck. After complaining a few words, he turned over and continued to sleep. The bed creaked, and Zhang Yifeng, who was on the lower bunk, frowned and covered his head with a pillow. In the dormitory, Finger's snoring was like thunder. However, his snoring seemed to have evolved in the past few days. In the intervals between the tractor sounds, there would occasionally be 1 or 2 train whistle-like sounds, which were very high-pitched and piercing. But he also had a bad habit. Every time he whistled, he would suddenly fall into silence. Lu Yuanqiu thought he was suffocating several times, and he was so scared that he quickly sat up from the bed, staring at Finger's bed with his eyes. After all, he had seen similar news before. But after 4 or 5 seconds, Finger's snoring became normal again. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head, and could only lie back down again. Snoring is annoying, but it's scary when you can't hear it. At this moment, the 7 people in the dormitory are still lying on the bed, but the uncle has finished washing up. He smoothed his middle-parted toothbrush and put it away. At this time, he turned around and saw a pile of white paper balls thrown on the ground. So he took the broom to clean up as usual. After finishing, the uncle poured water into everyone's toothbrush cup and squeezed toothpaste for them. Anyway, the children will have to get up in a while. After training for a whole morning, everyone dragged their tired bodies into the cafeteria. Looking at the fried bean sprouts and mung bean sprouts, and potato shreds and potato chips on the table, Lu Yuanqiu laughed angrily. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he felt like retching. Lu Yuanqiu quickly puffed up his mouth, and after 2 seconds of dull expression, he forcefully swallowed the food that came up. Ah, sour and refreshing. He rolled his eyes comfortably. Hey Lu Yuanqiu, you are so disgusting. Lu Wangchun stood aside in disdain. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her and sneered tsk. He has long hair, but little knowledge. The professional term for my behavior is rumination. It can be seen that I haven't watched enough animals. Bai Qingxiu was carefully putting Lao Gan Ma into the steamed bun, then turned around and handed the bun to Lu Yuanqiu, saying cutely, you eat this. Lu Yuanqiu's face changed instantly, and he took it with a wrong tone. Little Swan is still good to me. Bai Qingxiu raised her head, and smiled at him foolishly. Long Liandong tore the steamed bun, while looking at this scene. He had no appetite to begin with, and now he has even less appetite. Zhang Yifeng, do you know Neza? Zhong Jinqing put the empty bottle of Lao Gan Ma on the table, and asked Zhang Yifeng. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Yifeng knew what he was going to say, so Zhang Yifeng shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know. Liang Jingfeng replied boredly. I know Neza, what's wrong with him? Is he also undergoing military training? Liang Jingfeng, Neza knew to cut bones to return to his father, and cut meat to return to his mother, when he was 7 years old. You are already 18 years old. Seeing that your father can't eat meat, shouldn't you do something too? Zhong Jinqing pointed at him with chopsticks, and spoke provocatively. Liang Jingfeng rolled his eyes to the sky, regretted replying, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. But the girls in the back were amused by Zhong Jinqing, and Long Liandong also curled his lips. Seeing the beautiful girls smiling sweetly, Liang Jingfeng suddenly felt happy again. The Taoist priest suddenly looked up and shouted, Senior, what are you eating? Finger was stunned and quickly increased his eating speed. He quickly ate the chicken leg in his hand. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu quickly stepped forward and restrained his arm. Senior, give me a bite, just a small bite, I beg you, Senior, bah, Godfather. Zhong Jinqing also rushed over. The chicken leg was originally mine. I said why didn't you eat it? You kept it until now, give it back to me. Lu Yuanqiu was suddenly stunned, and then he remembered that there was a piece of seaweed under his pillow. The senior reminded him to eat it on the 5th day. But the chicken leg in front of him can't be let go. As Lu Yuanqiu and the others rushed towards him, Liang Jingfeng, the Taoist priest, Zhang Yang and others quickly joined the battlefield. Zhang Yifeng raised his foot to move, and Finjel was full of big men. The girls looked at the pile of strange shapes lying on the ground, and their sen values dropped wildly. They quickly made way to the side. Bai Qingxiu bent down to remind Lu Yuanqiu, be careful, don't hit your head. Lu Yuanqiu grinned and turned his head towards her. Please let me, I must eat the chicken leg today. If I can't eat it, I won't be the most handsome man in the world. Lu Wanchun pulled Bai Qingxiu away and frowned. Ignore them, they are so childish, not quiet and honest at all. Can't they learn from Zhang Yifeng? Lu Yuanqiu stretched his tongue towards the chicken leg in Finger's hand, with a ferocious expression. Just when there were only 10 centimeters left, And he thought he was about to succeed. Zhong Jinqing suddenly bit the chicken leg, then laughed like a monkey, quickly got up and ran to the side to eat the chicken leg clean, even the bones, and finally licked his fingers. It smells good, so good. Bai Qingxia retracted her gaze and looked down, and found Lu Yuanqiu sitting on the ground, and the light in his eyes disappeared. In the evening, Lu Yuanqiu and others found Instructor Lu's dormitory. What's the matter? Instructor Lu, who was lying on the bed, looked up. Instructor, since you can't be the basis to help us complete the art performance, can you be the teacher? Instructor Lu, who to teach? Lu Yuanqiu, Finger, Zheng Yifeng, and Liang Jingfeng stepped aside, revealing Zhong Jinqing standing behind them. Zhong Jinqing smiled. Hi, instructor. After greeting, he stood at attention immediately with a serious expression. Instructor Lu snorted and lay down again. If you want to master it in the remaining 13 days, and go on stage, you have to put in some sweat and effort. Have you thought about what song to sing? Yes. Which one? Hey, ha! Finger and Liang Jingfeng suddenly knelt on one knee on both sides, raised their arms solemnly, and Lu Yuanqiu stood in the middle, stretched out his arms, put his palms to his temples, and lifted them back, then raised his head handsomely, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. He said in a deep voice, Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Instructor Lu was stunned by the 3 funny song demonstrations. He came to his senses and asked hesitantly, the one with Twinkle, twinkle, little star? Lu Yuanqiu and the other 2 suddenly lost their momentum. They hurriedly explained, of course not, it's Wang Sulong's Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Instructor Lu glanced at Zhong Jinqing, a boy who was just over 1.7 meters tall, wearing glasses, and had a scholarly temperament, but was inexplicably vulgar. He raised his hand in compromise. Okay, I accept you as my disciple. Long live the instructor. Looking at the excited teenagers in front of him, Instructor Lu laughed while sitting on the bed. They have only been together for 20 days, and maybe they will never see each other again in the future. Why not just do a good thing, and help them put a perfect end to the last military training in their lives? Chapter 336. Back in the dormitory, Liang Jingfeng waved his hand. Go take a shower, Lu Yuanqiu. No, I have something else to do. You guys go take a shower first. Lu Yuanqiu smiled kindly. Liang Jingfeng looked at him strangely, turned around with the basin, and followed Zhang Yang away. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze, and looked at the Taoist priest Su Xiang, who was sleeping on the bed. He thought of the scene where the Taoist priest was fighting for chicken legs at noon, so his hands moved more gently. Lifting the pillow, taking out the seaweed, and taking out the phone, Lu Yuanqiu quickly typed. Lu Yuanqiu, is Little Swan here? Bai Qingxia. Come to find me under the big tree behind the cafeteria after seeing the message. The 2 of them sent messages almost at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and quickly replied with OK. Bai Qingxia also sent a him, but Lu Yuanqiu could probably imagine her expression in front of the screen. Coming to the back of the cafeteria, it was still the stone table and stone bench under the big tree. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia's back as she sat on the stone bench. She was under the green branches, with a single ponytail, a white neck, straight and narrow shoulders, and a slender waist that could not be concealed even by the loose short sleeves inside. She sat straight, her back was very quiet, even the leaves above her head were noisier than her. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and suddenly tiptoed. He approached from behind and touched Bai Qingxia's right shoulder. Bai Qingxia turned her head to the right, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly appeared on the left. Knowing that Lu Yuanqiu was teasing her again, Bai Qingxia raised her eyes and pouted at him unhappily. Lu Yuanqiu looked forward and handed over a piece of bagged seaweed very casually. Eat it, I brought it specially for you. After a while, Lu Yuanqiu, who was showing off, didn't hear her voice, so he turned his head and saw Bai Qingxia smiling and holding up a bag of braised chicken legs to him. I brought this for you too. I go. Lu Yuanqiu quickly sat down beside her and took the chicken leg, then realized, so you asked me to bring you chicken legs? Yes. She quietly put her hands on her knees, and tilted her head to smile at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu quickly opened the package and asked at the same time, Where did you get it? Bai Qingxia pondered for a moment, and decided not to say anything. I won't tell you. Anyway, I've eaten it. You can have this. Really? Really, I have too. After she finished speaking, she took the seaweed from Lu Yuanqiu and opened the package. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu chewing the chicken leg seriously, Bai Qingxia cut the seaweed into 2 halves and handed the other half to him. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his mouth and bit it. Bai Qingxia's white fingers were stunned in the air for a moment, and then they were retracted briskly. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu chewing the chicken leg with a satisfied smile, and felt that Lu Yuanqiu in front of her was like a child. Take a bite. Lu Yuanqiu handed over the chicken leg. Bai Qingxia shook her head like a rattle. I really ate it. Even if you've eaten it, take another bite. No, I don't like meat. Bai Qingxia pouted and refused. Lu Yuanqiu finished chewing the chicken leg, looked at the bone, and sighed for a moment. This is the most delicious chicken leg I have ever eaten, irreplaceable. Bai Qingxia's eyes curved with a smile. The two leaned against the stone table and smiled at each other again. Lu Yuanqiu sat casually, with his legs spread out, and Bai Qingxia sat straight with his hands on his legs. The leaves above their heads swayed in the wind, and Bai Qingxia's ponytail was also blown to the side of Lu Yuanqiu, again and again, but Lu Yuanqiu didn't notice it. He leaned his arm on the stone table, leaned back, and sucked the chicken leg bone, one mouthful after another. The 10th day of military training morning. In the boys' dormitory, the uncle poured water into everyone's cup as usual, but when he turned around, he was shocked. Everyone behind him got up early. Zhong Jinqing even picked up the broom and swept the paper balls on the ground on his own initiative. Zheng Yifeng folded the quilt. He had been listless these days, but today he seemed particularly energetic, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the uncle saw Lu Yuanqiu punching Zheng Yifeng in the face. Ah! Everyone was stunned. They thought Lu Yuanqiu and Zheng Yifeng would fight, but after the punch, the two shook hands with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. No need to thank me. I just saw that the bruise on the corner of your mouth has faded a little. Zheng Yifeng raised his eyes. What about now? Lu Yuanqiu smiled. The effect is good. It has already bled. Zheng Yifeng walked to the side and picked up a mirror to look at it, then turned back and showed Lu Yuanqiu a rare smile of appreciation. Zhong Jinqing was stunned. Brother, is it so exaggerated? Is it because I can't find a girlfriend that I'm afraid of pain? What do you mean? Liang Jingfeng walked up and pointed at Zheng Yifeng curiously. Zhong Jinqing frowned. Children should not interfere in adult affairs. Because today is visiting day, the morning training was cancelled. Lu Yuanqiu and others packed up the dormitory and waited for about an hour before Bucktooth Chang and Su Miaomia came to their door with large and small bags. Teacher, you are finally here. Zhong Jinqing rushed forward and looked at the snacks in their bags. He was so excited that tears flowed down his cheeks. Su Miaomia was dressed very beautifully today. She wore a purple lace shirt on the upper body and a gentle black short skirt on the lower body. Her beautiful legs were white and translucent. The high-heeled sandals on her feet were inlaid with crystals, which sparkled in the sunlight. In this base where both men and women were tightly wrapped, her appearance was a bright spot for the boys. Zheng Yifeng couldn't take his eyes off her. Su Miaomia smiled. I left your dormitory until the last one, so there are more snacks left. That's great, Teacher Su. While the others were excited, Lu Yuanqiu asked, Teacher, have you gone to the girls' dormitory? Don't worry, I left a lot of food there too. Su Miaomia blinked, knowing who Lu Yuanqiu was referring to. Bucktooth Chang was handing out food to everyone, and when he looked up and saw Zheng Yifeng, he was suddenly stunned. Hey Yifeng, what's wrong with your mouth? Su Miaomia looked over quickly. Zheng Yifeng said unnaturally, I was beaten by someone. Hearing the sound of Su Miaomia's heels stepping on the ground, Zheng Yifeng leaned against the bed ladder. His heartbeat quickened a little. He looked up at Su Miaomia's pretty face, but Su Miaomia didn't look at him, just focused on his injured mouth and frowned. Who beat you? Zheng Yifeng was still not very good at lying, and lowered his head to explain. A small conflict. It's all right now. The other party is really a bastard. He beat me so hard, he must be sick. Su Miaomia raised her hand and touched the place where he was injured, with resentment in her tone. The others glanced at Lu Yuanqiu silently, and Lu Yuanqiu pretended to be calm and coughed twice, pretending to be stupid and squatting on the ground to search for snacks seriously. Chapter 337. Lu Yuanqiu. Su Miaomia suddenly shouted seriously. Lu Yuanqiu stood at attention. Here. Su Miaomia crossed her arms and looked very angry. She turned her head to Lu Yuanqiu and said, Come out with me. After that, Su Miaomia walked out of the dormitory aggressively. Lu Yuanqiu followed behind. As soon as she reached the door, Su Miaomia turned back again, and Lu Yuanqiu stopped immediately. Su Miaomia, Zheng Yifeng, you come out too. Zhong Jinqing saw Zheng Yifeng walking out happily. Damn it, why didn't you call me out too? I have a responsibility too. Zhong Jinqing looked at the door jealously. Did Teacher Su find out that Xiuqiu did it? The uncle came over and asked in a low voice. He was a little worried that Lu Yuanqiu would be punished. Zhong Jinqing shook his head. Don't worry, It's not because of this. When they came to the outside of the dormitory, the three of them walked a little further away. Su Miaomia looked at them seriously. Lu Yuanqiu, you left home together and came to Shuda to study. It's fate that you can stay together. You should take care of each other and help each other. Among the four of you, I am most confident in you. You are the older brother, you are more outgoing, and you have no problem socializing with people. Zheng Yifeng is introverted and not good at communication. Sometimes you should help him more. After listening, Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zheng Yifeng, and Zheng Yifeng also looked at him. When the two exchanged glances, Su Miaomia looked at him again. Lu Yuanqiu quickly looked away, and Zheng Yifeng immediately lowered his head. Why are you two looking at each other? What's wrong? Is there something else behind the fight? Su Miaomia asked in confusion. Lu Yuanqiu was quiet for a moment, and suddenly burst into tears without warning. He opened his arms and gently hugged Su Miaomia, crying, Teacher, I can't help in that situation, I can't help. It's all because Zheng Yifeng is too infatuated. After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu made small movements behind Su Miaomia's head. He quickly stuck out his tongue and wiped the saliva around the eye sockets on both sides. After doing this, he continued to cry. Zheng Yifeng was shocked by this scene and his eyes widened. Su Miaomia was a little confused. She leaned back and lifted Lu Yuanqiu's arms up and asked quickly, What happened? What happened? After Lu Yuanqiu stood back, Su Miaomia saw his wet eyes and was immediately shocked and panicked. Lu Yuanqiu, what happened? Zheng Yifeng's face was numb, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. There is a bully among the girls. She is greedy for Zheng Yifeng's beauty. Yesterday in the cafeteria, she suddenly rushed towards Zheng Yifeng. I was stunned at that time. Lu Yuanqiu stretched his neck, widened his eyes, and acted out his expression of being stunned at that time. Su Miaomia frowned. Then what? Then. Wait, Zheng Yifeng, let's restore the scene. Lie down quickly. Under Lu Yuanqiu's guidance, Zheng Yifeng lay flat on the grass with a blank expression, or rather a numb face, like a tool waiting to be violated. Lu Yuanqiu rode on him, punching Zheng Yifeng in the face with his left and right fists like a play, while Zheng Yifeng shook his head expressionlessly. Not far away, a pure girl with a ponytail ran happily with a bag of snacks in her arms. After seeing the scene in front of her, she stopped and blinked her big eyes in confusion. While punching, Lu Yuanqiu shouted in a shrill voice, Zheng Yifeng, you are so cruel. I love you so much. Why don't you pay attention to me? Why? What else do you want me to do to make you like me? Pa! The snack bag in Bai Qingxia's hand fell to the ground. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu gently patted Zheng Yifeng's face, and his tone returned to normal. Didn't you scream miserably yesterday? You scream. So Lu Yuanqiu punched left and right again, and Zheng Yifeng shook his head left and right, and at the same time, he said expressionlessly without any emotion, Ah. Lu Yuanqiu was amused by this scene. He turned his head to look at Su Miaomia, who was in shock, and explained seriously, Teacher, don't look at his exaggerated acting skills now. In fact, he screamed miserably yesterday. He just doesn't want to recall the scene of that day. Su Miaomia covered her mouth. Her pupils continued to tremble. Lu Yuanqiu continued to imitate. His voice was shrill. Why don't you agree to be my partner? Why? After saying that, he suddenly lay down next to Zheng Yifeng, as if he was playing the role of yesterday's Zheng Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu covered his face, panting, staring at the air above with a serious expression, imitating the tone of Zheng Yifeng's speech. I don't agree to be your partner because I already have someone in my heart. I love her. There is no way my heart can hold another woman. Give up. Zheng Yifeng's mind was empty. He suddenly wanted to escape, and meeting Su Miaomia didn't seem to be something worth celebrating. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he turned over and explained to Su Miaomia calmly, I may have acted a little exaggerated just now, and the words may be a little different, but what Zheng Yifeng expressed yesterday was probably like this. Teacher, Zheng Yifeng is so handsome, he has many suitors, and they are crazy. You should be able to imagine it, right? Su Miaomia was silent for a long time, nodded, then looked at Zheng Yifeng with her chest heaving, and then looked at the wound at the corner of his mouth. She was still puzzled. Are the freshmen of Zhuhai University so exaggerated? Lu Yuanqiu waved his hands speechlessly, with a bitter and resentful expression. There are so many exaggerated ones, including boys. This university has really made me see enough of the world. He suddenly looked serious again, pulled Zheng Yifeng up from the ground, and said, So I asked Zheng Yifeng afterwards. I said, Feng, who do you like? So affectionate? Speak up. In the end, Zheng Yifeng refused to tell me. Alas! I can't do anything about it. Who does he like? Lu Yuanqiu sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he saw Bai Qingxia standing far away on the path, staring at him blankly. Lu Yuanqiu opened his eyes wide and was frightened. He hurriedly said to Su Miaomiao, "Teacher, I suddenly have something urgent to do. Go and deal with it first." He rushed towards Bai Qingxia with a crazy pace. After Lu Yuanqiu left, Su Miaomiao looked at Zhang Yifeng with a complicated look. "Zhang Yifeng, teacher, I..." Su Miaomiao stopped talking. She looked at the corner of Zhang Yifeng's mouth and frowned. No wonder the wound is so fresh. It turns out that he was beaten just yesterday. I don't know how to deal with this kind of thing. That girl. She can't do it no matter what. Who dares to date her like this? Zhang Yifeng turned his head. I. Su Miaomiao stared at his silly look, hesitated to speak, and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Zhang Yifeng turned his head to look at her, his face flushed unnaturally. Su Miaomiao also stopped smiling and asked him softly, "Is there a medical room in the base?" Zhang Yifeng nodded quickly, "Yes." Chapter 338. Lu Yuanqiu rushed to Bai Qingxia. He looked at the girl's dull eyes looking at him. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only laugh dryly and said, "When did you come? Why didn't you say hello?" Bai Qingxia looked at him and responded seriously, "I came when you said, 'Ah, Zhang Yifeng, you are so cruel. I love you so much. Why don't you pay attention to me?'" Lu Yuanqiu suddenly lowered his head and cleared his throat. He was about to look up to explain, but Bai Qingxia suddenly tiptoed and asked curiously, "Are you helping to bring Zhang Yifeng and Teacher Su closer?" "Of course, otherwise how could I really like him? I've already said that I like girls." Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand, and pinched the girl's tender face, muttering. Bai Qingxia suddenly thought of the scene that night, when Lu Yuanqiu was singing and pointed at her in the crowd. She turned her eyes, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu again, with a smile on her face, and commented, "You just acted too fake." Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. "It's okay, just say that Zhang Yifeng is handsome, and everything will become reasonable. Teacher Su will only think that my acting is exaggerated, but he won't think that this is something I made up." "What did you tell Teacher Su?" "I said that a bully girl was chasing Zhang Yifeng." Just as Lu Yuanqiu finished explaining to Bai Qingxia, Su Miaomiao and the other two suddenly came over. "Su Miaomiao, Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia is here too. It's just right. Let's go to the infirmary together, and then have lunch together at noon. Instructor Su will let Zhong Jinqing and the others entertain us." "Okay." Bai Qingxia quickly picked up the bag of snacks and smiled, and put it in Lu Yuanqiu's hand. "Take this, I can't finish it. Remember to finish it today, otherwise the instructor will check the dormitory." Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Did you leave any for yourself? You gave me so much, I can't finish it." Bai Qingxia nodded quickly. "I left some. If you can't finish it, just hide it and eat it at night." Glancing at Zhang Yifeng in front of her, Bai Qingxia quickly tiptoed and whispered in Lu Yuanqiu's ear, "Eat it secretly, don't let others see it, not even Zhang Yifeng. Little Swan is really partial." Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her with a sneer. Bai Qingxia pouted, "So what?" "So what?" Lu Yuanqiu also pouted and gently bumped into her body. After being bumped away, Bai Qingxia quickly came over again. She just snorted and frowned, and didn't say anything to complain, giving people the feeling that she was easy to bully. The four of them came out of the infirmary, and entered the instructor's cafeteria with Su Miaomiao's identity as a trainer. Sitting at the table, Su Miaomiao glanced at the ointment in the plastic bag and reminded, "Why are you still standing there? Apply the ointment." Zhang Yifeng, who was sitting next to Lu Yuanqiu, was about to raise his hand, but Lu Yuanqiu quickly pressed his arm down and said to Su Miaomiao, "He can't see it himself. How can he apply it?" Su Miaomiao cast a serious look. "Why don't you help him wipe it?" Lu Yuanqiu suddenly raised his shoulders and drooped his arms. "No, my two hands were suddenly broken." Bai Qingxia covered her mouth and chuckled. Su Miaomiao rolled her eyes helplessly. She glanced at the girl next to her and saw Bai Qingxia lowered her head, just like when she was called to do the questions in high school class. She immediately sighed, "Forget it, I wipe it." Alas, you kids are still worrying in college. When that girl bullied Zhang Yifeng yesterday, couldn't you boys just step forward and pull them apart? Lu Yuanqiu's expression was exaggerated. "Who dares? I'm afraid of being stuck, after all, I'm also a handsome guy." Su Miaomiao, Okay, Zhang Yifeng, you are really useless, you can be beaten like this by a girl." As she spoke, she opened the ointment, and took out a cotton swab to dip it. Zhang Yifeng replied awkwardly, "Always, you can't hit girls." Su Miaomiao's face was already close to him. The beautiful female teacher bent over, and carefully applied the ointment to the corner of Zheng Yifeng's mouth. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu watched this scene quietly on the side. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was still too honest. His eyes didn't even look where they should be at this time. Indeed, Zheng Yifeng, who was being smeared with ointment, was staring straight ahead. His eyes were extremely serious, and he didn't even look at the beautiful face next to him. After applying the ointment, the four of them started to eat. The food in the instructor's cafeteria was much better than that of the students. Lu Yuanqiu was eating happily when Su Miaomiu said, "If you form a campus band, it seems that there is a threshold to represent the school in the city art competition, or a prerequisite." "I remember there is." She bit the tip of her chopsticks and recalled, "It seems that you must first pass the popularity competition in the school forum. In each competition, the most popular person in the school, that is, the most popular person, can represent the school in a single category to participate in the competition." Lu Yuanqiu raised his face, which was actively eating, and said in shock, "So strict? I thought everyone was qualified." Su Miaomiu nodded, "Of course, because we are participating in the competition in the name of the school. Do you know how many campus bands there are in the entire Shuda University?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head in confusion. "Su Miaomiu, I don't know the exact number, but there must be dozens of bands in the 4 campuses. It is impossible for dozens of campus bands to represent a school at the same time in each city art competition." Lu Yuanqiu nodded, thinking what Su Miaomiu said made sense. Su Miaomiu looked at him. "Moreover, in these campus bands, you will not only have opponents from your classmates, but also your seniors and seniors as opponents. Your seniors and seniors are also actively accumulating innovation credits. They are more eager to graduate successfully than you freshmen. They are very anxious, so they will work hard." Bai Qingxiu was also eating and listening attentively. Lu Yuanqiu concluded, "So, before the next city art competition comes, what we have to do is to gain popularity in school." Su Miaomiu nodded while looking at her phone. After a moment, she handed the phone screen to Lu Yuanqiu. "Look, the campus band category of Judo Forum just ended a few days ago. The first place will represent the school to participate in this year's Zucheng City College Student Art Exhibition Competition, which is also the City Art Competition. It is held on September 19th every year. This year's competition is in 9 days." Bai Qingxiu was stunned. That day was her birthday, but seeing that the other 3 were talking about business, she continued to eat silently. Lu Yuanqiu did see the words "voting for the campus band category has ended" on this interface. Su Miaomiu took the phone back and continued, "Then on the second day after the competition begins, which is September 20th, the next school popularity ranking will be reopened. According to the time, if you can become the most popular person in the next campus band category, you should be able to participate in the competition next year. So after the military training is over, you have to bring your band to the school to register." Chapter 339. Su Miaomiu stretched out her white fingers and gestured, "We have to give the band a name, register a new account on Tiaba, follow the number of people, daily check-ins, number of posts, number of likes, number of replies, number of reposts, etc., which are all important criteria for judging popularity." Zheng Yifeng said, "But, for the bands that were not selected in the last session, such as the second-ranked band in the school, their previously accumulated popularity is still there, right? As freshmen with no popularity, how can we defeat them and become the new popular king?" Su Miaomiu laughed dryly. "So you can only accumulate popularity slowly. If you can't participate in the 12th year, you can participate in the 13th year. As long as you get the certificate before graduation, it's fine. Of course, if you are very strong and have a high reputation, it is possible to turn the tide in the next year and easily beat the second most popular person in the school last year." Lu Yuanqiu suddenly lost his mood to eat. "Is it so difficult to graduate? Even if you become the most popular person in school, you may not win a prize in the city-level competition." He looked up at Bai Qingxiu at this time, and suddenly thought of something, and asked quickly, "Teacher, are there any dance classes?" Su Miaomiu nodded. She took out her phone and turned to the dance category voting in the forum. "Yes, Qingxiu also wants to participate in the city art competition? Then she has to register when she returns to school this time, and register a forum account in her own name." Lu Yuanqiu laughed. "Okay, then I will go to the Bai Qingxiu bar every day to post, pop up, sign in, and accumulate popularity for her." Bai Qingxiu laughed dryly. She didn't quite understand what the forum, the post. But she remembered everything that Teacher Su just said word for word. Su Miaomiu took a few bites of food and suddenly asked curiously, "So how is your band?" Zheng Yifeng lowered his head to eat. Lu Yuanqiu pondered for a moment, not knowing how to answer, and the band hadn't even been named yet. Only Bai Qingxiu raised her head and said, "Very handsome." After she said 2 words, her earlobes blushed and she continued to eat with her head down. Su Miao Miao glanced at the girl next to her and smiled and said, "I heard that this military training performance is the first official performance of your band. It's a pity that I can't watch it. I have to leave after dinner." Zhang Yifeng added, "Zhong Jinqing hasn't learned the bass yet, and he plays it terribly." Su Miaomiu, The 12th day of military training. Lu Yuanqiu and the other 5 went to the base activity room to prepare for the first rehearsal. Zhong Jincheng was exhausted, his fingers were sore, and he staggered. Liang Jingfeng had a gloomy face, and suddenly turned his head and pinched Zhong Jincheng's neck. "I just found out what those paper balls on the ground are for. You have the energy to do that. Why don't you spend more energy on learning the bass?" The other 3 turned around to watch this scene. The exhaustion from training even made them lose the strength to stop it. Zhong Jincheng squinted his eyes. He was almost shaken apart by Liang Jingfeng. He said stupidly, "Small waist, big white legs, braised pork, braised pig's trotters." Lu Yuanqiu stared. "Is this Lu stupid?" He hurriedly stepped forward and slapped Zhong Jincheng on the face twice. Hey, wake up, wake up." Zhong Jincheng's 5 fingers were still shaking, and he muttered incoherently, "Zhang Yifeng, there are big white legs." Zhong Jincheng quickly raised his hand to hold up his glasses and looked around. Liang Jingfeng cursed, and Finger also laughed in anger. Zhong Jincheng regained consciousness and said with a sad face, "Don't force me. I was scolded by the instructor during training during the day, and I was also scolded by the instructor when I learned bass at night. When I did that thing at night, my mind was full of Instructor Lu's face. Fuck. Lu Yuanqiu. But there are obviously more paper balls on the ground these days than before." Zhong Jincheng suddenly smiled and adjusted his glasses. "Instructor Lu's legs are also very white." "You beast." The 3 of them surrounded him and beat him up. Zhang Yifeng was too lazy to join in, and walked towards the base activity room like a zombie. The 5 people opened the door of the activity room. Zhong Jincheng was holding his head high and stuffing tissues into his nosebleed, but the 4 people next to him were suddenly stunned. On the floor of the activity room, there was a girl in a short skirt sitting. Long Liandong's long hair was still wet. She sat on the floor covered with foam boards, wearing a black lace dress and a pair of black opaque calf socks on her feet, revealing a white skin on her legs. Sitting on the ground, she looked like a lonely black swan abandoned by the world. Hearing the noise, Long Liandong turned around, holding a saxophone in her arms. She was also a little surprised, and stood up silently and looked at the 5 people. Lu Yuanqiu took the key, looked back at the sign outside the activity room in confusion, and said to Long Liandong, "Instructor Lu said that activity room number 5 is for us to use." Long Liandong also took out the key from her skirt pocket and responded, "Instructor Shaoli also said that activity room number 5 is for me to use." Finger and the others silently looked at Lu Yuanqiu. It was obvious that there was a disagreement here, but Lu Yuanqiu was the only one among them who had spoken to Long Liandong. Lu Yuanqiu smiled politely. "If you don't mind, let's use it together." Long Liandong glanced at the drums and other instruments placed in the corner, and then walked to the side. She said in a light voice, "Please?" Zhong Jincheng turned back and stared at her legs for a few times, but was quickly slapped on the head by Lu Yuanqiu. Still looking, "Take the bass, and see how you learn it." So annoying. Zhong Jincheng cursed, and went to get the bass. Long Liandong sat in the corner, putting the saxophone aside. She looked up at Lu Yuanqiu adjusting the microphone, then took her bag, which contained the diary. The diary had several pages of text, and several pages of pictures, all of which were of the boy holding the microphone. The girl in the black dress knelt on the ground, and carefully wrote the observation diary for September 12th with a fountain pen. After the 5 members of the band had adjusted all the instruments, they were about to start rehearsing, when a figure suddenly rushed into the activity room. It was Zhang Yang, and Long Liandong also looked up at this time. "Oh no! Oh no!" Something happened in the women's bathhouse. Zhang Yang's expression seemed a little excited. "Lu Yuanqiu, what happened?" Zhang Yang was about to speak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Long Liandong sitting in the corner of the activity room. He was startled and his expression suddenly changed. Zhang Yang concealed his excitement and said with contempt, "A male pervert sneaked into the women's bathhouse and was discovered by the girls. Now we don't know where he is hiding, or he may have run away. Now a group of girls are standing outside the bathhouse in fear and dare not go in." Lu Yuanqiu threw the microphone aside and rushed out. Before he came to the activity room, Bai Qingxia had just sent him a message saying that she was going to go to the bathhouse with Lu Wanchun. Huh? Finger was stunned. He turned his head to look at Long Liandong and asked in confusion, Student Long, are you done with the bath? Long Liandong replied calmly, everything was normal when I was bathing. She recalled the scene of Lu Yuanqiu rushing out the door just now, and after a moment of silence, she added the last line of text to today's diary. Chapter 340. Lu Yuanqiu went straight to the female bathhouse. He saw a group of girls standing outside the bathhouse in military training uniforms. Each of them held a basin in their arms. There were also a few girls standing in a group with their friends in disheveled towels. Everyone had an ugly look on their faces. Lu Yuanqiu? Lu Wanchun heard the noise and looked to the side. Bai Qingxia was standing on the other side of her, and she also looked over. Seeing Bai Qingxia standing outside in neat clothes, Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had not started to wash yet. What kind of man is so disgusting in broad daylight? Lu Yuanqiu shouted loudly, and at the same time lifted up both sleeves. Let me go in and have a 1v1 battle with him. What kind of character is this? Lu Wanchun hurriedly pulled him back by the collar. Come back. The instructor is inside, so as not to catch you by mistake. The other girls stared at Lu Yuanqiu for a few seconds, and then turned back to whisper with their friends. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the scene, and his eyebrows suddenly jumped. Oh my god, these girls won't think I'm that pervert, right? Suspects usually return to the scene to admire their own masterpieces, or try to clear themselves of suspicion by pretending to be onlookers. Bai Qingxia glanced at the discussion around her, and she quickly pulled Lu Wanchun's arm and whispered, Ask Lu Yuanqiu if he is him. Don't let people here talk nonsense. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxia was afraid that other girls would spread rumors after returning, so she asked Lu Wanchun to question him first, so that he could. There is no silver here. It is better to take the initiative to clarify. Lu Wanchun looked around, and after reacting, he put down his arm and asked Lu Yuanqiu loudly, It can't be you, Lu Yuanqiu. It's been a long time, and you are the only boy here. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and swore calmly, Don't wrongly accuse me, I was just preparing to rehearse in the 5th activity room, and the 5 people over there can prove it. When I heard the news, I must come to see if Bai Qingxia is okay. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia should have been happy, but when she thought of the message Zheng Yifeng sent her just now, Long Liandong is also in the 5th activity room with us. Do you want to come? She suddenly felt unhappy. Maybe she was a little sensitive. After listening to Lu Yuanqiu's explanation, the other girls' faces returned to normal, and their attention was no longer on Lu Yuanqiu. Are these girls so suspicious? Lu Yuanqiu looked at them, and then asked, What are you waiting for outside? Lu Wanchun, the instructor is searching inside. I don't know if the pervert is outside or inside now. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly male instructor walked out of the bathhouse. He frowned tightly. Nothing was found. There was not even a shadow inside. Who saw it first? Did I see it wrong? Everyone turned their heads to look at a girl in the corner. The girl was wrapped in a big bath towel, and was gathering with her good friends with a look of disgust. She was about to cry, but her eyes were firm, and she shouted, looking at his figure, He is obviously a boy, and why did he run away? The instructor scratched his head. Could it be a boy who accidentally entered the women's bathhouse? Obviously, he didn't believe it himself. The girls were silent. The instructor said, Anyway, I searched carefully. There is no one inside. Even if there was before, it is estimated that he ran away. You can go in and take a bath without worry. The girls outside didn't respond. Wei Jiu and Ajin held each other's arms, and said in a trembling voice, I'd better go back and get some hot water to take a bath in the dormitory. That's so troublesome. There's really no one here. Why don't you believe me? The burly instructor pointed to the bathhouse in the back and muttered. Seeing that the girls ignored him, he waved his hand. Forget it, it's up to you. I haven't even eaten yet. As soon as Wei Jiu left, the other girls followed. Seeing that her roommates and other girls had left, Bai Qingxia was about to wave goodbye to Lu Yuanqiu and leave, but Lu Wanchun pulled her back. There's only one thermos in the dormitory, and the hot water is so far from the dormitory. How long will it take for us to take a shower? It's so troublesome. Lu Wanchun complained. Bai Qingxia was embarrassed, but here. Lu Wanchun, didn't the instructor say that there was no one inside? What are you afraid of? I protect you. Lu Yuanqiu put his hands in his pockets. Listening to the discussion of the two girls next to him, he whistled boredly. Bai Qingxia secretly glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, lowered his head, and whispered to Lu Wanchun, But you are also a girl. Lu Yuanqiu also glanced to the side, whistling in boredom. Lu Wanchun hung her head. feeling a little helpless about her good friend's timidity. She seemed to have thought of something at this time, turned back to look at Lu Yuanqiu, and then said to Bai Qingxia, "Let Lu Yuanqiu stay outside the cubicle and stand guard for us, is that okay?" Lu Yuanqiu stopped whistling. He suppressed the corners of his mouth, and waved his hands repeatedly in surprise. "No, no. It's not appropriate. This is really not appropriate." Lu Wanchun frowned and said carelessly, "What's not appropriate? If you are misunderstood, we too can prove it to you. What are you afraid of, coward?" After hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips, frowned, looked embarrassed, and looked very conflicted. Hurry up, let's wash quickly." Lu Wanchun excitedly pulled Bai Qingxia to the women's bathhouse. She turned back and sniffed at Lu Yuanqiu, who was standing there in a conflict, and said angrily, "If there is really a pervert in there and Xia is seen, you can wait to cry. Humph, coward." Bai Qingxia was led in by Lu Wanchun. She blushed and looked back at Lu Yuanqiu, then lowered her head and followed Lu Wanchun. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and said reluctantly, "Okay then." When he arrived at the entrance of the women's bathhouse, he could no longer hide the smile on his face, and laughed. Lu Yuanqiu hummed a cheerful song, put up a sign under maintenance outside the bathhouse to prevent anyone from coming in, and then turned around and jumped into the bathhouse. When he arrived at the dressing room, Lu Wanchun and Bai Qingxia were holding hands and watching Lu Yuanqiu come in. Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his arms to show that he was not carrying any weapons. Lu Wanchun raised his white chin, "Turn around, wait until we enter the inner cubicle to take a shower, then turn around and follow us, but don't look into the cubicle." Lu Yuanqiu patted his chest. "Don't worry about my character, Bai Qingxia can vouch for my character." Bai Qingxia's face was red, and after hearing this, she quickly looked up and said him to Lu Wanchun. Lu Yuanqiu turned around. He heard the two girls behind him wait for a while, before starting to take off their clothes, rustling and very cautious. Lu Yuanqiu was determined and focused his attention on the right place. He said, "Could the pervert be hiding in the closet? Did the instructor check the closet?" The noise of the two people taking off their clothes suddenly stopped, and Lu Yuanqiu heard Bai Qingxia let out a light "ah." "Lu Wanchun, don't scare us. Xia is more timid than me. She was so scared that she hugged me just now. If you don't want to be hugged by her, I can help you share this distress," Lu Yuanqiu said in his heart. Chapter 341. Bai Qingxia whispered back, "I didn't, I just grabbed your arm." Lu Wanchun, "Same idea, take off your pants quickly, let's wash quickly, and leave as soon as we're done." Bai Qingxia, "Oh." Lu Yuanqiu swallowed his saliva, and soon there was a noise behind him. A fragrant breeze blew horizontally behind him. He felt two girls running past him. According to his usual character, Lu Yuanqiu would definitely take a peek with his peripheral vision, but for some reason this time he held back. Another minute passed before Lu Wanchun's voice came. "Come here, just stand at the door of the first cubicle." Lu Yuanqiu, "Okay." There was a blind spot here, so Lu Yuanqiu simply turned around. He looked around and listened quietly for any unusual movements, but the sound of water lingering in his ears always affected his attention. Lu Yuanqiu exhaled and suddenly heard Bai Qingxia's voice from inside the cubicle. "It's over, I didn't bring the shower gel." "Damn, little swan, please don't mess with me," Lu Yuanqiu said in a daze. "What should I do? I take it." Bai Qingxia seemed to be struggling and didn't respond for a long time. Lu Wanchun shouted, "Take it from cabinet number 12, little fool." "Oh, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Bai Qingxia. Xia, what do you think about all day long? I punish you to rub my back, quick." Bai Qingxia responded like a punching bag. "Oh." Lu Yuanqiu walked to cabinet number 12 and opened the door. He saw a pink bottle of shower gel. He took the shower gel in his hand, and suddenly his eyes froze. Behind the shower gel was a pile of military training uniforms, and on top of the uniforms was a white panty rolled up into a ball. He recognized it because he bought it for Bai Qingxia. The whole cabinet was filled with Bai Qingxia's body fragrance, like a treasure house full of gold coins, tempting Lu Yuanqiu to take risks. Lu Yuanqiu silently closed the cabinet door, stared and exhaled. This job was too difficult. He would never do it again next time. He wanted to call himself a hypocrite, because he actually endured everything he should have endured. It was simply outrageous. Apart from love and respect, he could not think of any other reason. Wait. Something was wrong. Shouldn't a whole set of underwear appear in the closet? But why was the top piece not in the closet? Could it be wrong? Could this girl be wrong? Does she have some quirks? No wonder she didn't ask him to help get the shower gel just now. I got it. Lu Yuanqiu handed the shower gel to the door of the first cubicle, and then heard the sound of bare feet stepping on the slippery floor. The other party took the shower gel briskly and whispered to Lu Yuanqiu, "Thank you." It was Bai Qingxia's voice. Lu Yuanqiu was about to walk away when suddenly a slippery little hand grabbed his arm. Lu Yuanqiu turned back subconsciously, and Bai Qingxia hurriedly said, "Don't look back." So Lu Yuanqiu kept his posture of not looking back, and his body froze there. Bai Qingxia hurriedly lowered her voice to explain, "I was too lazy, so I took off the top in the dormitory before coming here, and then came to take a shower. Don't misunderstand, don't think too much, I have been wearing it during the day." "Ah." Lu Yuanqiu was a little slow, and said quickly, "I don't understand what you were talking about, I didn't see anything." Bai Qingxia ignored him. She knew Lu Yuanqiu so well that she knew he was lying. The girl ran back with the shower gel, and her wet feet made a pia-g sound on the wet floor. She even explained it to me. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and returned to his post. Although they said to wash as soon as possible, Lu Yuanqiu still waited for more than 10 minutes. He squatted on the ground impatiently, supporting his chin with his palm, with a face full of resentment. "Are you done?" All right. Lu Wanchun responded quickly. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the locker with his eyes downcast, then turned his back. Until the two girls had changed their clothes, they followed Lu Yuanqiu out. Bai Qingxia held the basin high to cover her chest, and kept her head down, not daring to look at Lu Yuanqiu. She was probably still thinking about what happened just now, or maybe she was still thinking about something else. Like the panties that were not folded properly, and looked a little messy. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head, not knowing what to say. He waved goodbye to Lu Wanchun and left separately. Bai Qingxia didn't even say goodbye. When he returned to the activity room, Lu Yuanqiu found that Long Liandong had left. Finger threw the microphone to Lu Yuanqiu and asked, "Why did you take so long? Did you catch the pervert?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head, "No." He didn't say that he helped take care of the bath, otherwise the door frame of the activity room would be in jeopardy. Liang Jingfeng frowned. "We just rehearsed several times, and Zhong Jinqing's bass playing is still not very good, but the audience probably can't hear it." Zhong Jinqing fell exhausted against the wall. "I want to sleep." Lu Yuanqiu ignored him and said to Finger, "Should we report the program?" Finger, "Yes, report it tomorrow night." When they returned to the dormitory, it was already dark. Lu Yuanqiu lay on the bed and looked at his phone, only to find that the third sister had sent him a message yesterday, but he didn't see it. "Third sister, Qiu, someone is scratching the door. Third sister, Qiu, when can you come back to save me? Third sister, eh?" She sent more than a dozen messages, all at midnight, but Lu Yuanqiu had already fallen asleep by then. "Lu Yuanqiu, I just saw the message. When I get back, I will bring my brothers to the girls' dormitory. Go protect you. Sister, there is a Taoist priest next to me." Third sister, I won't reply to the message. "I won't care about you. Xingxing Lu Yuanqiu, Xingxing Taoist priest." Su Siyang sneezed while lying on the bed. Lu Yuanqiu, question mark. Third sister, why did you say bad words? Who taught you that? Be careful that Uncle San will beat you up. Lu Doqing really ignored him. Lu Yuanqiu sent a few more messages, but Lu Doqing still ignored him. So he could only harass Bai Qingxia. It's been an hour or two. She shouldn't feel embarrassed anymore. Lu Yuanqiu, what are you doing? Bai Qingxia, Chun just organized everyone in the dormitory to go to the bathhouse to take a bath tomorrow, saying that you can help stand guard, and then everyone voted to decide, but only 4 people agreed, and the others still planned to take a bath in the dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu, which 4 people? Bai Qingxia, me, Chun, Qi Chao, and Long Liandong. Bai Qingxia, if Chun asks you tomorrow if you want to help the 4 of us stand guard, just refuse. Lu Yuanqiu, why? Bai Qingxia, it will take up your time, you need to rehearse the program. Lu Yuanqiu, but what if that pervert runs back? Bai Qingxia, it's okay, I go back to the dormitory to take a shower tomorrow. Lu Yuanqiu, but Lu Wanchun and the others are also friends, if something happens to the girls again. I have time, it won't interfere with rehearsal. Bai Qingxia, are you really doing this for Lu Wanchun, or for others? Chapter 342. Lu Yuanqiu slightly widened his eyes. Lu Yuanqiu, no, the key is that I have a good relationship with Lu Wanchun. It only takes about 20 minutes to exchange for the safety of several girls. There is no loss. Don't you know my character? I will definitely not watch any innocent person being bullied under my nose, no matter whether the other party is a man or a woman. Bai Qingxia, then I will call Chun back to wash together. Will you help others? Lu Yuanqiu, isn't Qi Chao also your roommate? Bai Qingxia, I call Qi Chao Chao back, and Long Liandong will be the only one left. Do you want to betray the organization and the second master and help Long Liandong stand guard? If you do, I complain to the second master and let him beat you up. Lu Yuanqiu helplessly laughed out loud while lying on the bed. This girl, you still complain? Do you know the second master's phone number? Lu Yuanqiu, don't worry, I will never help her if she's the only one left. She is our common enemy. Bai Qingxia didn't reply for a while. Lu Yuanqiu, are you still there? Bai Qingxia, I'm going to sleep, good night. Lu Yuanqiu, good night. Lu Yuanqiu, oh, by the way, remember to sign up for a program tomorrow. A dance program. Don't forget our model mission. Bai Qingxia, yeah, okay. Girls' dormitory. Putting down the phone, the girl sat on the bed, leaning against the wall. She quietly looked at the back of Long Liandong sitting at the table reading a book, and was in a daze for a long time. Long Liandong is different from other girls. She is very beautiful, very elegant, and very famous. Her family must be very rich. She looks radiant just sitting there. Even the books she reads are foreign books, the author's name is 4 characters, and the title is something she has never heard of. Bai Qingxia dare not think about how much this book costs, just like she dare not think about how much Long Liandong's pair of pink sneakers costs. The girl stared blankly at the air, lowered her head silently, and rested her chin on her knees. She turned around and took out a worn diary from the suitcase. On the cover of the diary were written the words Luo Ran. The girl picked up a pen and wrote on the latest page of the notebook. This was the longest paragraph of her heartfelt words she had written during this period of time. I feel that these days, I am not myself anymore. I have become sensitive and awkward. The inferiority complex that I have forgotten for a long time has surged again. I suddenly became full of aggression. My body was covered with thorns, because I was so afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would be taken away by someone, but I was also afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would know what I really wanted, and therefore treat me better than before, or even take the initiative to propose to establish that level of relationship with me. He would propose it. I understand him, but I am afraid to see this happen. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he doesn't owe me anything. He has already paid too much for me. Am I too greedy? Mom, I actually tried to keep him forever. You also think I'm too greedy, right? My life is much better now than before. I won't be hungry anymore, and I won't be cold anymore. I even went to college and have close friends. I haven't accepted all this unexpected thing with peace of mind, and I dare to hope for more. I even fantasize about marrying Lu Yuanqiu, becoming his wife, and having children for him. How dare I think of such a beautiful thing? The girl lowered her head, and 2 tears fell on the yellowed paper. Xia Xia, what time do you get up tomorrow? Lu Wanchen poked his head down from the upper bunk. Bai Qingxia quickly lay down on her side, facing the wall. She cleared her throat and said in a muffled voice, 6 o'clock. Lu Wanchen seemed to see that something was wrong with Bai Qingxia and asked in confusion, what's wrong with you? Bai Qingxia, I'm so sleepy. Ah, okay, then you go to sleep first. Lu Wanchen put his head back. On the bed opposite Bai Qingxia, Qi Chao Chao lay on her side, staring blankly at her sister's back. She reached out to the pillow, where there was a pack of tissues, but Qi Chao Chao hesitated for a moment and put the tissues back. She looked at Bai Qingxia's slightly shrugged shoulders, and she lost her sleepiness. On the evening of the second day, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia reported the program together with the instructor. The two walked out of the door. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl next to him, and Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at him. The girl raised her face and showed a pure and clean smile. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu hesitated and said, Lu Wanchen told me about taking a bath today. She said that the 4 of you should go. Did you decide to go again? Bai Qingxia nodded, yes. She was silent for a moment and said, I am too selfish. I can't let everyone have an uncomfortable bath because of Long Liandong. Bathing in the bathhouse is indeed much more convenient than in the dormitory. She paused, raised her head, and suddenly smiled formally at Lu Yuanqiu and said, Lu Yuanqiu, you have always been a person full of justice, otherwise you would not have been the only boy who stood up to help my father. And this time you just wanted to protect the safety of a few girls, and you didn't care who they were. It has nothing to do with whether Long Liandong was involved or not. The Lu Yuanqiu in my heart is like this. Lu Yuanqiu smiled after hearing this. He pinched Bai Qingxia's cheeks, but suddenly found that the girl's eyes were red. Lu Yuanqiu's face changed, and he quickly asked, What's wrong? She looked at Lu Yuanqiu seriously, and shook her head, Nothing. I am so greedy, sucking blood like a leech in the ditch, Am I really worthy of the very good, the best Lu Yuanqiu in my heart? Thinking of this, the girl smiled at Lu Yuanqiu and said, I go back and call Chun Chun first. When are you free? Lu Yuanqiu stared at her without saying anything, a little worried. Bai Qingxiu raised her hand and touched his arm, pretending to be relaxed and said, Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly thought of my father's past and felt sad. You scared me. It's all over. Why are you still thinking about it? Lu Yuanqiu blamed her and raised his hands to rub the girl's tender face. You haven't cried for a long time. Crying suddenly is very scary. Bai Qingxiu? Said a long voice, and suddenly raised her head playfully. Okay, I won't cry. I'm a strong girl. Yes. Lu Yuanqiu emphasized. She waved her hand and ran towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. I'm leaving. Go and call Chun Chun and the other three to gather at the entrance of the bathhouse. Well, go ahead. Lu Yuanqiu watched the girl swaying gently as she ran away. Her ponytail swayed, and it seemed that every sway could touch his heart. Although it was for love and justice that I became the flower protector of the four girls, I still had to use the Qingxi mantra given by the Taoist priest. After all, I am also a man of blood. Humph, I am so awesome. If this job gets out, Finger and the others will be envious. Lu Yuanqiu walked towards the bathhouse with a swagger. Chapter 343. When Lu Yuanqiu arrived near the bathhouse, he saw three girls standing at the door waiting from a distance. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wanchun stood between Qi Chao Chao and Bai Qingxia, tiptoed, and waved to Lu Yuanqiu. I'm so sorry to bother you again today. Anyway, there are only 4 or 5 days left for military training. If you hold on a little longer, I treat you to a meal at school. Lu Wanchun said to Lu Yuanqiu apologetically. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter. It's nothing. It's just a small favor. Bai Qingxia smiled at him, and Lu Yuanqiu smiled back. The female bathhouse was completely neglected, and no one had come to use it until now. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Qi Chao Chao at this time. Today, he finally saw what this little girl looked like. Maybe it was because her messy hair was spread out to both sides today, revealing her face. Qi Chao Chao had a small round face, but her eyes were big. She looked very cute, but her spirit seemed a little weak. Lu Yuanqiu bent down and approached her. Little sister, I have been standing guard for you. Don't you say thank you, big brother? Qi Chao Chao lowered her head and quickly hid behind Bai Qingxia, still silent and afraid of people. Lu Yuanqiu was somewhat accustomed to it. Qi Chao Chao was like Bai Qingxia 2.0. The few exchanges between him and Qi Chao Chao basically ended with the little girl avoiding him. Where's Long Liandong? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Lu Wanchun rolled his eyes. She may not have come back from the activity room yet. I didn't add her contact information. It's really troublesome. Didn't you know that she took a shower today? She's here. Bai Qingxia suddenly raised her chin and pointed to the direction behind Lu Yuanqiu. A girl in military training uniform came running over with a bag on her back. She stopped breathlessly and explained, Sorry, I thought Lu Yuanqiu didn't agree. She glanced at Lu Yuanqiu and added, My spare clothes and toiletries are in the dormitory. Lu Wanchun, forget it, don't go back to get them. Use my toiletries. Or the ones you're wearing after you take a shower. Just wear them to last you all the way. Long Liandong nodded. She didn't like to make others wait for her. The 5 people entered the bathhouse, and Lu Yuanqiu still placed the sign under maintenance in the middle of the door. As soon as they entered the locker room, Lu Yuanqiu saw a book on the outside of Long Liandong's backpack about to fall. He hurried forward and caught it with one hand. Wow! Long Liandong turned around immediately. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the cover of the book and smiled and said, Higashino Kigo, this is for you. It almost fell to the ground just now. Bai Qingxia turned around and looked over here. Long Liandong took the book from Lu Yuanqiu. Her eyes rarely lit up. You also read Kigo Higashino's books? Lu Yuanqiu shrugged and explained, I have, but I didn't read White Night Walk, I read Time, Life and Secret. Long Liandong seemed very interested in this topic, maybe because she found that Lu Yuanqiu and she had the same hobby, so she felt very happy inside. She quickly asked, Which of the two do you like? Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand solemnly. Time, Life is the eternal God. Long Liandong, I also think Shisheng is good. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, I finished reading it in one night. After reading it, I wanted to write a novel, the type of traveling back in time to be friends with my father. Long Liandong finally laughed. I also finished reading it in one night, and I also had the idea of writing a novel. Ah, what a coincidence. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and then he suddenly saw Bai Qingxia's eyes looking at him, and suddenly his smile froze. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head and rubbed his eyes. He walked to the side, opened the cabinet door, and checked if there was a pervert hiding in the cabinet. Bai Qingxia's eyes were not fierce, but a little empty and imperceptible loss. She retracted her gaze, and quietly put the things in the cabinet. She didn't know who Kigo Higashino was, and she didn't know what story Shisheng was telling. This feeling was like listening to good friends talking to others about celebrities, food, and the wonderful content in QQ space in junior high school. She knew nothing and couldn't get a word in. Lu Wanchun complained, "What a mess, people also read books from that country." Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat, walked to the door awkwardly, and squatted with his back to the locker behind him. Long Liandong ignored Lu Wanchun, and began to take off his clothes beside the locker door. "Chow chow you." Lu Yuanqiu heard Lu Wanchun's surprised voice behind him, but Lu Wanchun didn't continue. Bai Qingxia then asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" No response. Listening to the voice behind him, Lu Yuanqiu said, "What's wrong with her? Is she injured?" Lu Wanchun responded, "She has many bruises on her body, as if she was beaten by someone." "Ah?" Lu Yuanqiu wanted to turn back. Lu Wanchun hurriedly said, "Don't turn back. Let's take a shower first, and then we talk." Lu Yuanqiu could only nod. "Okay, then you guys take a shower quickly. Is her condition serious?" Lu Wanchun, "Her back is covered with wounds. This girl is like nothing happened. She didn't say a word. She is really patient. If we hadn't taken a shower together, we wouldn't have known." There was a sound of 4 people walking over behind him, and soon, Lu Wanchun's voice came from the bathroom cubicle. "Lu Yuanqiu, you can come over." Lu Yuanqiu walked to his post. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you want to check whether she has other injuries?" A few minutes later, Lu Wanchun shouted, "There are many old injuries on her thighs, back, and arms, and the back is relatively new. This child is so autistic. Could it be related to these injuries?" Lu Yuanqiu wondered in his heart. Half an hour later, everyone finished bathing. At the door of the bathhouse, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed Qi Cao Cao's arm and said, "Shall I take you to the infirmary?" But Qi Cao Cao ignored her, and pulled her arm back hard. Under her messy and wet hair, she had already frowned. Bai Qingxia softly persuaded, "We will take you to see if you have any other injuries. You can also tell us who bullied you." Lu Yuanqiu had just lifted her sleeves to see that there were indeed many bruises. This level could even be called abuse. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly thought of Lu Yidong. They were both 14 years old, the same age, but different situations. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Come with me to the infirmary." Lu Yuanqiu's voice became serious and he pulled her. Qi Cao Cao cried out, "Ah," then opened her mouth and bit Lu Yuanqiu's arm. Lu Yuanqiu let go of her hand in pain and took a step back. Qi Cao Cao quickly ran away with her basin. "What's going on?" Lu Yuanqiu was confused. Bai Qingxia quickly took his hand and looked at the tooth marks on it. There was no bleeding, but the piece had turned white and blue, and the tooth marks looked very deep. She frowned with some heartache. "It's okay, I'm fine." Lu Yuanqiu spoke quickly. Long Liandong then spoke, "I found that she was injured a few days ago." Lu Wanchun questioned, "Why didn't you mention it?" Long Liandong looked cold. "It's someone else's private matter, why should I mention it?" Chapter 344. Indeed, some of the injuries were clearly there before she came to school. Maybe it was related to her family situation. Lu Yuanqiu had some guesses in his mind. He looked down at the tooth marks again. "This girl is too cruel, damn." Lu Yuanqiu said, "Let's report to the counselor when we get back to school. We can't do anything about it now. I have to go to rehearsal." Lu Wanchun nodded, frowned, and put his hands on his hips. "The person who did it is too beastly. She is only 14 years old. When I was 14, my father treated me like a baby, and my father would cry out of pain if I had a cut on my hand." Bai Qingxia suddenly lowered her head and held the basin tighter with both hands. Her 14 years were not wonderful. She endured 2 completely different hardships from Qi Cao Cao. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Bai Qingxia and murmured, "There are so many beasts in this world. There is no way. Some can be managed, and some cannot be managed. Of course, some must be managed at all costs. I'm leaving." Lu Yuanqiu sighed, waved to them, and ran towards the activity room. There are only 5 days left before the military training performance. Bai Qingxia will take her dance clothes to the activity room to practice together after she packs up. Lu Yuanqiu plans to let her dance dream wedding again, to save the trouble of choreographing a new dance, and it can also make up for the regret of not wearing dance clothes at the last New Year's Eve party. There are many activity rooms in the base, but because the military training performance is imminent, many activity rooms are occupied, and many people can only rehearse the program in the dormitory. During the few days of practice, Liu Yunqiu also discovered one thing, that is, many freshmen do not know. Innovation credits, or do not know. Military training model. The certificate can add innovation credits. They rehearsed the program just to encourage the enthusiasm of actively participating in group activities. A simple chorus performance is enough. According to instructor Liu, the first prize must be awarded to the group chorus program. But the group chorus program is also the type with the most failures. Because there are too many applications, many people apply for this just because it is simple, and in order to follow the crowd, they don't care. Military training model. Who will get the certificate? When graduation is approaching, I will wail. Why didn't I get the military training model? The benefit of chatting with the instructors is reflected here. You can get a lot of useful information. And with Su Miao Miao, the senior sister, there, she can also provide a lot of useful information. Maybe the graduation process is difficult, but Liu Yunqiu is confident that he has survived the college entrance examination, and the obstacles ahead are nothing. One-day countdown to the performance activity room. After the band rehearsal, Liu Yunqiu took a bottle of iced mineral water and sat on the steps. Bai Qingxiao was practicing dancing in the activity room next door, while Long Liandong was in the same activity room with their band. Long Liandong's program was to play the saxophone. Finger sat down next to Liu Yunqiu and said, "It's time to name the band. We have to register a campus band when we return to school the day after tomorrow. With this, we can requisition a practice room. We also need to register an account with the band's name on the forum. Brothers, think about it. What name should we give our band?" Zheng Yifeng didn't care at all and leaned against the wall to drink water. Zhong Jincheng adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Why not call it the Bright Future Band?" The four of them ignored him tacitly. But suddenly, the others couldn't think of a name either, and we were a group, so we couldn't just listen to one person's opinion. Liu Yunqiu looked at Long Liandong, who was sitting in the corner reading a book. She had finished practicing her saxophone, but she didn't leave. Instead, she sat down and read quietly. It was so noisy here, and I didn't know how she could concentrate. Finger shouted shamelessly, "Long Liandong, the talented girl in the literature department, please help us come up with a name for our band." Long Liandong looked up quickly after hearing the voice, as if her attention was always here and not on the book. She looked at Liu Yunqiu first, then at the others, and found that their expressions were all very casual, as if they were quietly waiting for her to speak. "Do you really want me to take it?" Long Liandong confirmed it again. Liu Yunqiu shrugged and said, "Whatever, we just formed a band to earn innovation credits. None of us really know music or understand music." Long Liandong frowned. "Since we have formed it, why don't you treat it well? Your performance is actually qualified." Liu Yunqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything, as if he thought what she said made some sense. Long Liandong closed the book, sat sideways on the ground in a ladle-like posture, thought for a moment, and said, "Yanggu String Band." "Fingal, what do you mean?" Long Liandong explained in a calm tone. "Yanggu is the same as Yanggu, which is the place where the sun rises in mythology." "The sun?" Liu Yunqiu lay on his back on the steps, muttering these two words softly, and took a sip of iced mineral water, as if he suddenly thought of something. Long Liandong continued, "Strings refer to musical instruments. There is no special meaning. I just hope that your band will be like the rising sun in Yanggu, showing a vigorous side and interpreting the power of youth." After she finished speaking, she showed a faint but polite and elegant smile on her face. Finger scratched his head and looked at the boys around him, who were also staring at each other. "You are really a talented woman in the Department of Literature. I just asked casually, and she really took the name seriously for us." Long Liandong was stunned. She looked at Liu Yunqiu, who was also confused, frowned and said, "Anyway, I have named it. You can use it if you like." She lowered her head and continued to read. Liu Yunqiu nodded. Then let's use it. Anyway, we rough guys can't think of any literary names. They are from the Department of Literature, so they have some meaning." As soon as the voice fell, Liang Jingfeng in the back blushed and stretched out his hand. Come on, the Yanggu String Band is officially established today." Finger put his hand on. Zhong Jincheng also put his hand on, with a pout. Zheng Yifeng stretched out his hand lazily, and Liu Yunqiu smiled and finally put his hand on. 1, 2, 3, Yanggu String Band, established. The five boys dropped their hands. Long Liandong, who was sitting in the corner, turned the pages of a book and raised the corners of his mouth. A notification sound came from his mobile phone, and Liu Yunqiu took it out to check. "Bai Qingxiao, what are you doing next door? I can't hear the music." Liu Yunqiu, we are naming the band. We are done practicing. What about you, Bai Qingxia? I am done too. Come over here. Lu Yuanqiu stood up and said to the others, let's go. Chapter 345. Long Liandong looked up slightly when she noticed Lu Yuanqiu running out of the activity room. She put down her book and took out her observation diary, but her expression returned to normal. When they came to the activity room next door, Lu Yuanqiu saw that Bai Qingxia had changed out of her dance costume and put it aside. She was wearing a loose and simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and was raising her hand to tie her hair. What name did you give the band? The girl raised her eyes and asked. Yanggu String Band. Bai Qingxia tied her ponytail and asked calmly, who named it? Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat and didn't respond immediately. He turned his head and looked at the sky outside the window. Oh, the clouds are so big today. Bai Qingxia, Long Liandong chose it, right? Lu Yuanqiu quickly turned back to look at her. Bai Qingxia had already tied her hair and was raising her hand to adjust the position of the pink hairpin on her head. There was no emotion on her face, and she looked very calm. Ah, Finger asked her to help choose a name. We couldn't think of any good names. It happened that she read a lot of books and had more ideas. Bai Qingxia nodded, bent down to pick up her water cup, and replied dryly, yes, she reads a lot of books. Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly and walked over to pick up her dance costume, but as soon as he picked it up, there was a ripping sound beside his hand. After he reacted, he looked back and saw that one of the white silks was torn by something on the wooden frame. Bai Qingxia almost spit out the water she had just drunk. Lu Yuanqiu also widened his eyes and hurriedly walked forward to observe, only to find that there was a protruding nail on the side of the wooden frame against the wall, and the thigh of the socks just rested on the tip of this nail. He carefully took down the dance costume and stockings. One of the white stockings had a large vertical tear. Send. The dance costume was so fragrant, but Lu Yuanqiu felt cold in his heart. He looked at Bai Qingxia with a dry smile, and the latter looked at him blankly, then looked up at Lu Yuanqiu. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, there is a way, there is a way. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand quickly to stabilize the troops. Bai Qingxia came over and took the dance costume in her hand to look at it. Lu Yuanqiu watched her take the torn body stockings out of the dance costume. He then realized that the dance costume and the body stockings were two detachable parts. Is it okay to borrow a pair of white body stockings from someone? Lu Yuanqiu asked. But who would bring body stockings to military training? And white ones? Bai Qingxia started talking, but she didn't want Lu Yuanqiu to blame herself, so she smiled and raised her head. But it's okay, you can perform in military training uniforms, and many people perform in military training uniforms. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. No, it's okay once, but how can you not wear a dance costume twice? It's too exaggerated. I asked someone, don't worry, go back first. The two of them left the activity room. Bai Qingxia looked back at Lu Yuanqiu with her bag, still smiling, and said, it's okay. Lu Yuanqiu frowned and waved at her. After Bai Qingxia left, Lu Yuanqiu walked towards activity room number 5, while taking out his phone to send a message to Lu Wanchun. Lu Yuanqiu, did you bring the white body stockings? Lu Wanchun, no, who brings those to military training, what's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia's dance costume body stockings were accidentally torn, because of an accident. Lu Wanchun, question mark. Who tore it? Lu Yuanqiu, me. Lu Wanchun, you are a pervert. She is not yet an adult. Why are you so anxious? Lu Yuanqiu, question mark. I think you may have misunderstood. I accidentally scratched it with a nail when I took it. Lu Wanchun, oh. You? Oh. Why do I feel a little disappointed? Lu Yuanqiu typed again. Lu Yuanqiu, can you borrow it for me? Lu Wanchun, brother, who brought one-piece socks to military training, or white ones? Lu Wanchun, suddenly I remembered that there is such a person. Long Liandong, she brought the most socks, and she wore different socks every day in the dormitory. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone and rushed to the activity room number 5. As a result, he ran into Long Liandong coming out with a bag on his back. The two bumped into each other head-on. Long Liandong snorted and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu took a breath of cold air, and the 4 people in the activity room also turned around in astonishment. Puff. Because of the surprise, Liang Jingfeng didn't notice that the mineral water he had just drunk had flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Long Liandong lifted her hair, and a layer of redness covered her fair face. She sat on the ground and frowned angrily. You bumped into me, and you just stood there and didn't do anything? Sorry, 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 sorry. Lu Yuanqiu walked up to her and helped her up from the ground. He glanced at the other people in the room and whispered to Long Liandong, I have something to talk to you about. Come with me. Long Liandong was a little surprised, but not angry. He followed Lu Yuanqiu with his bag on his back, and couldn't help guessing the reason. Seeing the two people leaving, Zheng Yifeng, who was sitting against the wall, drank a sip of mineral water, took out his mobile phone and calmly sent a message. Zheng Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu and Long Liandong left alone. Bai Qingxia, Leading Long Liandong out of the activity building, Lu Yuanqiu asked, Do you have white body stockings? Bai Qingxia's dance costume body stockings were torn, and now we need a pair. If you have one, can you lend it to us? Hearing this, Long Liandong's expectant expression suddenly turned cold, especially when she heard the word we. She exhaled lightly and said, Yes. Can I borrow it and return it to you after washing it? Long Liandong looked at the serious expression on Lu Yuanqiu's face, then she turned her eyes away and said to Lu Yuanqiu, Okay, if you agree to one condition, I will lend it to you. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. Agree so quickly? Lu Yuanqiu laughed. Listen to the conditions. It's not too late to refuse if you can't do it, he. Long Liandong snorted, shameless. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, What are the conditions? Long Liandong thought quietly. She looked at the basketball court behind her for a moment, then raised her lips and said, You teach me to shoot. I thought it was a condition. Come on, I promise to teach you, but you have to give me the one-piece socks later. Lu Yuanqiu walked behind him, waving at her. Long Liandong followed him, wondering, Why should I send it to you? Can't I give it to Bai Qingxia directly after I go back? Lu Yuanqiu was walking in front and was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, I broke it, I apologize. In fact, he just didn't want Bai Qingxia to know who he borrowed the stockings from. You tore it? Hearing the girl behind him break her voice, Lu Yuanqiu turned back stiffly, and he saw Long Liandong with a serious face, writing something quickly on the notebook in his hand. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and glanced. What are you writing? Long Liandong looked up and glared at him, and quickly stepped back 2 steps to prevent him from seeing. Chapter 346. Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect to have to explain this for the second time. He said expressionlessly, I'd hit a nail, but I'm not that perverted. Long Liandong frowned. It's too late, I've already finished it. What are you writing? Is it the same as last time? Lu Yuanqiu looked up again, but Long Liandong had already put away the notebook. She said coldly, It has nothing to do with you. This is my own business. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. On the basketball court, Lu Yuanqiu taught her how to shoot in a proper manner, just like a serious physical education teacher. He even wondered if he really had the potential to be a physical education teacher, because his teaching was so great and perfect. It was a pity that Long Liandong was so cold and didn't give her any emotional value, not even a girlish compliment like wow, you're awesome, which made Lu Yuanqiu's teaching quite boring. While demonstrating shooting, he asked about his doubts. Your grandfather and my second uncle know each other, I know. Except for the birthday party for my grandmother, have we ever met before? Sorry. I have a bad memory. Maybe I did, but I forgot. If it happened a year ago, then it would be a memory from more than 10 years ago for Lu Yuanqiu. After replying no, Long Liandong ran to pick up the ball. This girl has a strange personality. The only cuteness that Lu Yuanqiu could feel from her was her running posture and shooting gestures. Other than that, she was like an ice cube, as if she was born lacking the instinct to express some emotions. She was a bit like Zheng Yifeng, but not quite the same. Zheng Yifeng was just decadent and sloppy, and didn't care about anything except Su Miaomiu. Long Liandong seemed to love life, and had a wide range of interests. But she was always cold. Conclusion, not as cute as the little swan. The little swan will instinctively pout when it is unhappy. By the way, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly spoke. What? Lu Yuanqiu hesitated and said, When you go back to get the body stockings later, can you bring them secretly without being seen by Bai Qingxia? Long Liandong snorted. I guess right, you didn't want her to know that you borrowed the body stockings from me, so you asked me to bring them to you. Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head. You should be able to see that she doesn't like you very much. Long Liandong was about to shoot, but after hearing this, she put the ball down. She asked thoughtfully, Do you know the reason? Lu Yuanqiu, of course I know. She relies on me a lot and thinks I am very important. Some of your behaviors seem to like me. I think any girl would reject you from the bottom of her heart. Why is it dependence? Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and sighed. The story between her and me is a bit complicated, and it can't be explained in a few words. But you, are you really interested in me? Long Liandong's face suddenly looked a little unnatural. She threw the ball to Lu Yuanqiu and cursed, "Narcissist." Lu Yuanqiu laughed twice. He dribbled the ball and said to himself, "The performance will be tomorrow. It's dark now. I think you are the only one in the base who has body stockings. I don't want to refuse to wear body stockings because she rejects you. Although she never said it, I know she wants to dance in a dance costume once. This time it's my fault. I don't want to make things so regretful in the end, so I trouble you." Long Liandong was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I avoid her when I take it. Thank you. By the way, you're really good at shooting. Stop flattering me, I'm not that stingy. Since I've agreed, I won't refuse to lend it to you." Hee. Bai Qingxiao was sitting by the pool at the entrance of the dormitory washing clothes. When she saw Long Liandong coming back, Long Liandong also looked at her. After their eyes briefly met, they moved away. Back in the dormitory, Long Liandong glanced at Bai Qingxiao's back, and seeing that her attention was not on him, he pulled out the suitcase from under the bed. Bai Qingxiao gently rubbed the clothes, and heard the sound of the suitcase being dragged from the dormitory. She continued to wash the clothes without any expression on her face. Not long after, footsteps were heard again from the back. Long Liandong left the dormitory. Bai Qingxiao did not look back, and hurriedly washed and hung the clothes to dry. She knew that Lu Yuanqiu would have to send her a message later. From the moment Zheng Yifeng reported to her, she guessed that Lu Yuanqiu and Long Liandong went out alone to borrow the body stockings. Yes, it was so late, who else could Lu Yuanqiu borrow from? Only Long Liandong. On the side of the basketball court, Lu Yuanqiu took the white body stockings handed to him by Long Liandong. The girl explained, "It's new, never worn, don't worry, I didn't let her find out when I took it." Lu Yuanqiu looked at the body stockings in his hand, nodded silently, and said seriously, "Thank you. Bai Qingxiao needs a chance to perform in a dance costume. This performance is not only the first performance of our band after its establishment, but also her first performance after wearing a dance costume. I almost regret it again, this time it's my fault. You're welcome, it's just a deal." After saying that, Long Liandong turned around and prepared to leave. But she paused for a moment. Long Liandong looked back at Lu Yuanqiu, this time with a smile on his face, not so cold. "Did I really shoot well?" Lu Yuanqiu raised his thumb with a serious expression. "Very good." Long Liandong left with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu quickly took out his mobile phone, thought about it, and sent a message to Lu Wangchun first. "Lu Yuanqiu, I borrowed the body stockings from Long Liandong. Don't tell Bai Qingxiao whose body stockings they belong to." "You haven't told me yet, right, Lu Wangchun? Did you really borrow it?" "Of course I didn't tell her. If I had, Xia Xia would definitely not wear it. She still wants to be a model soldier. Besides, I haven't returned to the dormitory yet. I'm playing volleyball." "Lu Yuanqiu, then keep it a secret." "Lu Wangchun, don't worry." After sending a message to Lu Wangchun, Lu Yuanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to send messages to Bai Qingxiao. "Lu Yuanqiu, I borrowed it. It's new and never worn." Bai Qingxiao, "Amazing. Lu Yuanqiu, hee, that's right. You don't even look at who I am. Come out quickly. I wait for you at the basketball court." Bai Qingxiao, "Oh, wait a minute. I just finished hanging the clothes." After Long Liandong returned to the dormitory, she found that Bai Qingxiao had already left. She sat quietly in her seat and took out her diary. "Lu Yuanqiu, his inner world seems to be better than I thought. He treats Bai Qingxiao very well, so well that I am jealous. If it were me, I would probably rely on him very much. But I can't help but wonder, is Bai Qingxiao really worthy of him? Apart from her good looks, does this girl have any other highlights? Of course, I haven't said a word to her so far, so I don't know her, but the better Lu Yuanqiu is, the less I like her." Chapter 347. Long Liandong put down the pen and slowly exhaled. She thought of the question Lu Yuanqiu asked her on the basketball court, "Are you interested in him?" If it were the same as before, Long Liandong would definitely respond positively. She didn't know why she chose to escape this time. Could it be because at that time, she really felt the care that Lu Yuanqiu revealed when he spoke to Bai Qingxiao? Thinking that she was probably scared at that time, Long Liandong couldn't help but frown. But she couldn't guarantee that if the scene happened again, she would have the courage to admit it, because she was afraid of getting a negative answer. She had never confessed to anyone since she was a child, and she was afraid that her first time would be rejected. She was the only one in the dormitory at the moment. Long Liandong wanted to read a book, but she had no mood. Just then, there was a noise at the door. Long Liandong knew that Bai Qingxiao had returned. She didn't look back, but soon, a white shadow gently placed in front of her. Bai Qingxiao put the white body stockings on the table and asked directly, "How much are your socks?" "I bought it." Long Lianong turned his head and asked in confusion, "Did Lu Yuanqiu tell you that he borrowed it from me?" Bai Qingxiao explained expressionlessly, "He didn't tell you, I guessed it myself." "You are so powerful that you can guess this?" Bai Qingxiao didn't respond. If no one reminded her, she would probably only have a little doubt, because she is indeed very sensitive recently, but Zhang Yifeng reminded her, and she could clarify her guess. But Bai Qingxiao was not going to betray Zhang Yifeng. "How much do you buy it for?" "I will give you the full amount." Bai Qingxiao spoke firmly. Long Lianong didn't mention the price. She was curious about another thing at the moment. "Since you know it's mine, why are you still going to wear it? Don't you hate me?" Bai Qingxiao frowned. "Yes, but I don't want Lu Yuanqiu to blame himself. I can pretend to know nothing for him. I will wear the dance clothes and perform normally, get the model certificate, make him happy, and I will be happy too." Long Lianong was stunned. Bai Qingxiao continued, "And you are right, I do hate you, so I want to buy the body stockings, so that it's not borrowing, but dancing in something that belongs to me." Seeing that Long Lianong didn't say anything, Bai Qingxiao lowered her head slightly and said with her throat moving, "I know that I am the one who is in trouble and needs help, but I have such a bad attitude and am very uncultured, but I just want to say what I really think. You must hate me too, right? Because you like Lu Yuanqiu." Long Lianong didn't deny it, but whispered, "You seem to be about to cry." Bai Qingxiao tilted her head slightly and raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eyes. "I am not good at communicating with strangers. I have a serious social phobia." Long Lianong looked cold. "You don't need to apologize. I lent Lu Yuanqiu his socks because he promised to teach me how to shoot. I didn't mean to be kind." Bai Qingxiao raised her eyes and silently clenched her fists. She took a deep breath and asked again, "Tell me, how much?" Long Lianong also looked up at her. "What if I said 1,000? I buy it. 5,000. Buy it. 8,000. Long Lianong looked at her with burning eyes. Bai Qingxiao paused for a moment, not caring to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She looked at him seriously and explained, "I don't have enough money, but I will find a part-time job to make up for it for you slowly after I return to school." Long Lianong turned his head away and remained silent for a long time, as if he was holding his breath. After a long time, she said, "No, I give it to you. You don't need to give it to me." Long Lianong turned his head to look at her again, as if he felt from the bottom of his heart that Bai Qingxiao was really stubborn, which was completely inconsistent with her weak appearance. "Okay, this one is velvet. The market price is 300 yuan. Bai Qingxiao was slightly stunned. She really thought it would cost several thousand yuan. For rich people's things, no matter how expensive the price is, it is reasonable in her mind. Wait a moment. Bai Qingxiao turned around and walked towards her suitcase. She squatted down, opened the zipper, took out 300 yuan from the suitcase, and then walked over and placed it on the table next to Long Lianong's hand, and then carefully unfolded the 3 banknotes one by one. Picking up the body stockings that truly belonged to her at this moment, Bai Qingxiao sniffed and had the opportunity to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She hated her constitution that could not help crying when she was emotional, and she had no momentum at the critical moment. "When I'm done with the socks, I wash them and return them to Lu Yuanqiu. After Lu Yuanqiu gives them to you, you can return them to me. Don't tell him that I already know. Thank you for your help." After that, Bai Qingxiao added, "Thank you." She walked towards her bed, and Long Lianong's voice came from behind. "Is it necessary to be so troublesome? Even if you admit to Lu Yuanqiu that you know the socks are mine, but you have already paid for them, what can you do?" Bai Qingxiao turned around, without explaining, but bowed to the other party seriously. "It's very troublesome, so I'm bothering you, please." "You?" Long Lianong gritted his teeth and took a deep breath in anger. What a rigid person. She paused for a moment, looked at the diary on her desk again, and suddenly fell silent again. She didn't expect that her first conversation with Bai Qingxiao would be conducted in this way. After sitting for a while, Long Lianong crossed out the line "besides being pretty. Does this girl have any other highlights?" in the diary with a fountain pen and blacked it out. After finishing, Long Lianong closed the diary. She felt very uncomfortable. She had finally found a chance to spend time with Lu Yuanqiu, but it seemed that she was indirectly set up by the two of them. Lying on the bed, Bai Qingxiao put the white body stockings next to the pillow, and she quietly sent a message to Lu Yuanqiu. "Bai Qingxiao, these socks are really beautiful, thank you. Lu Yuanqiu, after all, beautiful socks belong to others. We will return them after wearing them once. When there is a chance, I will definitely buy you a new pair. Seeing this message, Bai Qingxia wiped her tears and smiled. Bai Qingxia, let's talk about it later, no hurry. On the way back to the dormitory, Lu Yuanqiu looked at the message. He didn't reply, but switched to the chat interface and sent a message to Cao Shuang. On the last day of military training, at night, the performance was going on. An open-air stage was built outside, and everyone moved their chairs and sat below. It was crowded, and there were a lot of people. The uncle, the Taoist priest, and Zhang Yang just finished singing a song Unity is Strength with other people in the company and walked off the stage. The next person to come on stage was Long Liandong, who was wearing a sailor suit. She caused a burst of cheers as soon as she appeared. She was the most famous person among the freshmen, but she was very low-key. People rarely saw her talking to anyone. She was often seen sitting alone reading a book or walking and reading a book. Some people saw her playing basketball with Lu Yuanqiu on the basketball court. This seemed to be the only scene of Long Liandong communicating with people in public since the beginning of the school. She is a star, so it is understandable that she should reduce unnecessary scandals caused by contact with people. But why is she not afraid of contact with Lu Yuanqiu? Chapter 348. Long Liandong stood in the center of the stage, wearing a blue sailor suit. Under the pleated skirt were round and straight thighs that glowed white under the lights. Her calves were wrapped in a pair of white calf socks and brown leather shoes. Her casual clothes seemed to always include a pair of calf socks, satisfying the fetish of many leg lovers. Long Liandong held the saxophone and began to play. All the audience in the audience listened attentively. In the waiting area, Lu Wanchun was wearing hot pants and belly-exposing clothes. She liked to wear a bun, but this time she let her slightly curly long hair loose and wore 2 earrings on her ears. With a height of 172 and her long legs, she looked like a queen. Her program today was a group dance, and her teammates were the 2 girls who danced with her last time. Next to Lu Wanchun, Bai Qingxia, who was wearing a swan dance costume, tied her hair into a bun. She sat there, and her back was as quiet and beautiful as an angel. Lu Yuanqiu held his guitar and secretly glanced at them. Lu Wanchun helped to zip up Bai Qingxia's back this time, which made Lu Yuanqiu feel regretful. He liked to look at the back of the little swan the most. It was white and delicate, like a beautiful jade. Every time he helped her zip up, Lu Yuanqiu would stare at the curve of her waist for several times. It was so beautiful, which made Bai Qingxia blush every time she turned around. Her back had been seen by Lu Yuanqiu many times. Still peeking, Lu Wanchun noticed Lu Yuanqiu's sight and hurried over to pull the curtain. Lu Yuanqiu quickly shrank his head and could only see Bai Qingxia turning around, with a pure and beautiful profile. Long Liandong's program ended, and it was Lu Wanchun's turn. In fact, the performance had already entered the second half, and the instructors arranged the order of the programs in a somewhat cunning way, leaving the more eye-catching ones for the end. Lu Wanchun seemed to love Girls' Generation and danced to their songs again this time. Taking advantage of her dancing on the stage, Lu Yuanqiu left his teammates and quietly touched Bai Qingxia's side. He squatted on the ground and looked up at the girl. Feeling someone next to her, Bai Qingxia suddenly clamped her legs together, and when she found it was Lu Yuanqiu, she looked over helplessly. "Why are you here? I noticed you were a little quiet. What are you thinking about?" Bai Qingxia supported herself on the bench with both hands. Her long legs wrapped in white silk under her white short skirt were slender and beautiful. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that she hadn't put on shoes yet. Her 2 small white silk feet were folded and stepped on one of the dance shoes. Lu Yuanqiu reached out to take her feet. Bai Qingxia didn't react. Her calves shrank. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and explained, "Help you put on your shoes." "Oh, okay, thank you." The girl responded softly, and then relaxed her legs. She watched carefully as Lu Yuanqiu helped her put her feet wrapped in white silk into her dancing shoes little by little, and then looked up and observed Lu Yuanqiu carefully. Today, Lu Yuanqiu also wore a handsome white shirt and jeans. Because he was not a buzz cut, his temperament was much more literary than in high school. Lu Yuanqiu is already 18 years old, and he is no longer the impulsive and fighting buzz-cut boy. He has grown up a lot. I will be 18 years old tomorrow, and I have changed a lot, but my changes seem to have only reached the level of ordinary people, or even worse than ordinary people, not to mention compared with Long Liandong. But there will not only be one Long Liandong next to Lu Yuanqiu, there will be a second, a third. Is this my first lesson in college? The content of the lesson is so heavy and scary. If I want to be more confident and stronger than Long Liandong, it seems that there is a long and difficult road to go. But I probably won't give up. Bai Qingxiao looked at the scene of Lu Yuanqiu bending down to help her tie her shoelaces, and her hand silently grasped the edge of the chair. She lowered her head and said in her heart, I want to leave the stinky ditch. I don't want to be a leech that can only lie on people's legs and suck blood. I'm asking you, what are you thinking about? I've seen you in a daze for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu looked up. Bai Qingxiao said, I asked Chun Chun last night, and found out that I need to keep charging my phone bill to go online. Have you been helping me to charge it? Can your topic be more inexplicable? Lu Yuanqiu looked confused. Bai Qingxiao frowned and asked, Is it? Yes. Teach me how to charge it after returning to school. I will charge it myself in the future. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, that's fine. It will be good for you to learn it. After putting her shoes on, Lu Yuanqiu stood up and said, I'm going back. You should do well later. Yeah, you too. I'm sure. Although there is no rehearsal in life, I always perform beyond my normal level. Lu Yuanqiu said this in a sly way, turned around and showed a confident smile, then swaggered out of the curtain. Bai Qingxiao looked at his back and disappeared before turning back. She was about to start her last dance before adulthood. I hope this is a dance to say goodbye to the past. I don't have to know Kigo Higashino, and I don't have to watch life. It doesn't matter. I just need to write the book of my life with my own pen. My name is Bai Qingxiao, and the summer is like the summer of flowers. Bai Qingxiao wore a white swan dance costume, stepped on the stairs, and walked onto the stage of the performance. The audience was instantly amazed. Everyone screamed, whistled, and clapped hard. Lu Yuanqiu and several teammates even poked their heads out of the waiting area to cheer her on. Bai Qingxiao stood on the stage and bowed to everyone. Long Lianong watched this scene and quietly walked into the waiting area to put away the saxophone. In fact, the stockings cost more than 1,000 yuan, but she only said 300 yuan. She could see that Bai Qingxiao was really prepared to pay her 5,000 yuan, and she could also see that Bai Qingxiao really didn't have 8,000 yuan. How many times have you watched this dance? Why are you still watching it? Zhong Jincheng patted Lu Yuanqiu's shoulder from behind. The teammates all went back, but Lu Yuanqiu was still standing by the curtain, looking at the direction of the stage, unable to move his eyes away. He looked at the white figure and responded to Zhong Jincheng. The meaning is different every time. TSK, why pretend to be deep? Zhong Jincheng waved his hand. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. It was a close call. It was great. She finally put on this dance costume and danced on the stage. As for who socks tonight, let's keep it a secret. Anyway, the result is good. You are my little star. Hang, shine brightly in the sky. I have decided to love you. I won't give up easily. Lu Yuanqiu stood behind the microphone stand, strumming the guitar strings in his arms, and singing a gentle love song, which girls would jump up excitedly when Lu Yuanqiu pointed it while singing on the stage. He, bassist Zhong Jincheng, and guitarist Finger even rehearsed the same steps. The three of them stood in the front row, twisting their bodies, smiling, and youthful enthusiasm, igniting the whole audience at the end of the performance. Although Su Miaomiao was not there, keyboardist Zheng Yifeng also smiled, and he enjoyed the excitement of this moment. Awarding session. Congratulations. Saxophone solo Nana 1, ballet Wedding and Dreams, group dance O, band performance Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, and other programs won the second prize of this performance. Congratulations to the chorus. I dedicate oil to the motherland of the second company for winning the first prize of this performance. On the podium, the second prize winners were squeezed into a corner by the excited boys of the second company like drowned rats. Fortunately, everyone got the military training model certificate as they wished. Lu Yuanqiu comforted himself in his heart. It was exactly the same as what instructor Lu said, but the result is good. Ha ha. I'm going to fuck. Chapter 349. September 19th, morning, on the bus back to school. Lu Yuanqiu and Finger sat in the same row. Finger was already snoring. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the trees on the roadside outside the window that were rapidly passing by. He felt a little sleepy, but he couldn't fall asleep. It could also be that Finger's snoring next to him was too loud. It could also be that the development of the university was slightly different from what he imagined. Not everyone in the university was well educated, such as Lu Zixuan. But what made Lu Yuanqiu feel fortunate was that at least the people in the clinic were quite friendly, including his roommate and the roommate next door. Bai Qingxiao also seemed to have some changes, but she hid it very well. Lu Yuanqiu only vaguely discovered some clues. It is said that university is like a small society, where you can first witness the class differences between people. This girl just let go of her father's specialness in high school, and she may have to let go of her own background in college. In fact, in Lu Yuanqiu's heart, she is a princess in poverty, but she never thinks of herself as a princess. She cares about her poverty. Maybe it's because she's a smart girl. Being too smart means being too sensible and more sensitive. Lu Yuanqiu was just thinking about it when he suddenly got a message on his phone. Bai Qingxia, after we get off the car, take me to the place where I can recharge my phone bill. Lu Yuanqiu, I can recharge it at the supermarket in the school. Don't I need to put my luggage there first? Bai Qingxia, no need. Lu Yuanqiu's fingers hovered on the 9 keys, and after thinking for a while, he didn't continue to send messages and ask. This girl suddenly wanted to be independent. The determination is frightening. One bus after another passed under the lush sycamore leaves and arrived near the school gate. At this time, some people leaning against the window suddenly stood up with a cry of surprise, leaning on the window to look at the roadside. Lu Yuanqiu turned his eyes away from his mobile phone and turned to look, and his eyes widened on the spot. Beside this road next to Juda, a group of boys stood in a long row, each holding a pink cardboard in their hands, with artistic words written on the card. Lu Yuanqiu wishes Bai Qingxia a happy 18th birthday, always happy and worry-free. Everyone on the roadside held a sign, each with only one word on it, and a group of people pieced together a sentence. Qiao Shuang stood at the end, holding an exclamation mark in both hands, baring his teeth and smiling brightly. Bai Qingxia, who was sitting in the back row, covered her mouth in surprise, and her face turned red as if it was dyed. She quickly reached forward from behind the chair, pulled Lu Yuanqiu's arm, and whispered, "Did you ask me to do it?" Lu Yuanqiu shrugged and glared. He was about to say no, he just asked Qiao Shuang to help bring a birthday present. But his brain crashed for a moment, and Lu Yuanqiu still handsomely lifted his hair and said thick-skinned, "Yes, that's right. It's me. Do you like it?" Bai Qingxia was stunned. Although she knew that Lu Yuanqiu would remember her birthday, it was still a bit heartwarming to hear it from him. But this method? She could imagine that in the future, when Bai Qingxia's name was mentioned in school, someone would say, "Oh, the one who's having a birthday." The girl lowered her head, looking embarrassed. "You did put in a lot of effort, but I'm embarrassed." "It's okay, I'm embarrassed too. So when I go down, either Qiao Shuang will die or I will die." Lu Yuanqiu thought so in his heart, but laughed dryly. "Your 18th birthday, of course, I have to celebrate it with my heart. Don't be moved. There will be many more such ceremonies in the future." Bai Qingxia glared at him, then looked out the window again, staring blankly for a few seconds, and finally put her blushing cheeks on her knees in embarrassment. In the bus coming from behind, noticing the movements of the girls in the front row, Long Liandong also turned around and looked out the window. She slowly took off her headphones and stared blankly at the scene below. Long Liandong couldn't help but tighten the headphones in her hand. Lu Wanchun also noticed this scene on another bus. She excitedly stood up from her seat and quickly sent a message to Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu is such a romantic guy. Bai Qingxia looked at her phone and didn't want to reply, but she wasn't someone who wouldn't reply, so she quickly typed a reply. She whispered to Lu Yuanqiu in the front row, "I go back to the dormitory later. Let's talk about recharging in the afternoon." Why does it feel like she's going to break down? Lu Yuanqiu, don't rush to leave when you get off the car, take the gift first. Bai Qingxia pursed her lips slightly, unable to resist the temptation of the gift, and nodded. At this moment, the classmates in the car were very agitated. Even Finger was woken up. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhong Jinqing, who was lowering his head to send a message, and then he looked back at Qiao Shuang, who was lowering his head to look at his phone, and instantly understood how Qiao Shuang knew what time they would return to school. It must have been Zhong Jinqing who revealed it. It just so happened that the bus stopped at the roadside this time, and did not drive into the school. Lu Yuanqiu squeezed through the crowd, and got off the bus first. "Brother Qiu." Qiao Shuang held up a sign, with an exclamation mark, and shook his arms vigorously at Lu Yuanqiu, his expression as excited as meeting his relatives far away from home. Lu Yuanqiu said nothing, but rushed over and beat him for 50 meters. "Brother Qiu, Brother Qiu, Brother Qiu, I was wrong, I was wrong, don't break the gift." Qiao Shuang bent over. Here. He smiled and handed over a dark blue gift box. He explained, "I don't know how to choose the things you mentioned, so I asked a girl in our class to help me choose. According to what you said, it's about 300 yuan. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him unhappily, and asked while taking out the money, "Did you hire those people?" Qiao Shuang suddenly said proudly, "No, they are all my new brothers." "You have recruited so many brothers in just half a month after the school started? How did you do it?" Lu Yuanqiu asked in surprise. Qiao Shuang smiled and said, This may be my only advantage. He took out 300 from the stack of money Lu Yuanqiu took out and said, I take the money for the gift. After all, this is your gift to Bai Qingxia, not mine. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and said quickly, hurry up and let your little brothers disperse. Chao Shuang shook his head and said solemnly, Lu Zixuan offended you. I want to teach him a lesson. Which car is he in? He turned around and was about to go over. Lu Yuanqiu quickly pressed his shoulder and said earnestly, Shuangzi, this is college. The way of handling it in high school is not suitable. You will make others misunderstand that I am a gangster, and I don't want you to be misunderstood by your little brothers. I believe that they are willing to follow you not to fight with you, but because they see other advantages in you. Chao Shuang turned around like a fool. He touched his short hair and said, Brother Chiu, what you said seems to make sense. Chapter 350. Lu Yuanqiu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, since you are in college, be a good college student. Your mother is so proud of you. Of course, I am the first college student in our family. Chao Shuang stiffened his neck and spoke proudly. At this time, he glanced at Lu Yuanqiu's hairstyle and muttered silently, No, I won't shave my head. I want to keep the same hairstyle as you. It's up to you. As they talked, they walked towards the bus. Lu Yuanqiu asked, How are you and Ruan Yueru? Chao Shuang was a little depressed. What else can we do? We can only chat online. But Brother Chiu, she has started to grow her hair long. Do you think she grew it long for me? He asked carefully, and Lu Yuanqiu did not discourage him. It's possible. Chao Shuang was happy. Here, here, here. When he came to the bus, Chao Shuang walked over and greeted Zhong Jinqing and Zheng Yifeng, and then waved to Bai Qingxia with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu was afraid that he would say something shocking in front of so many people, causing Bai Qingxia to be upset. He was ready to cover Chao Shuang's mouth, but Chao Shuang said nothing. On the way to the school, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia walked fast in front, because they were afraid of being talked about. It was mainly because Bai Qingxia kept urging them, let's walk faster. Lu Yuanqiu felt that the pair of white legs under her shorts were about to leave a shadow. Seeing the girls' dormitory building in front of him, he quickly handed the gift box to Bai Qingxia. Here, your 18th birthday gift. In fact, I think it is a bit hasty and not carefully prepared. I've already been very attentive. The girl muttered, scratching her head, thinking of the scene on the roadside just now, and her face was still a little hot. Lu Yuanqiu really cared about her. Bai Qingxia raised her head again, and when I think about it afterwards, the gift I gave you for your 18th birthday is even rougher. No one would choose to give you exercises. It's okay, I just like it. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Bai Qingxia stared at him for a long time, and felt that the smile on his face seemed to be golden and glowing. Looking at this smile, the gloom of these days seemed to be dispelled in an instant, but perhaps because she had been in the shadows for too long, Bai Qingxia felt that Lu Yuanqiu's smile was a bit dazzling, which would sting her fragile skin. I go back to the dormitory first and open your gift. She quickly retracted her gaze, and dragged her suitcase upstairs. Lu Yuanqiu watched her ponytail disappear from his sight, and also dragged the snakeskin bag towards his dormitory building. He knew that the defensive shell on Bai Qingxia's body was gradually melting, but without the protection of the shell, she also became extremely sensitive and fragile. The only way was to add white feathers to herself in the next period of time, use the feathers as a solid barrier, and become a real swan after the wings around her were plump. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help because she had grown up, really grown up. She had her own persistence before, but now she has her own goals. Back in the dormitory, Bai Qingxia put the suitcase aside, and sat on the chair impatiently to open the gift box. She put the lid down, and saw a pair of snow-white body stockings lying quietly in the box. Bai Qingxia took the body stockings out of the box, and stroked the soft fabric. She looked at it carefully, with a complicated smile on her face. Suddenly, a small piece of paper fell out of the body stocking. Bai Qingxia picked it up, and there was a sentence written on it. Wings are given to you, fly bravely. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu and his group of 5 people, plus Bai Qingxia, came to the arts department of the student union. The responsibility of this department is to organize campus arts activities, such as welcome parties, campus singing competitions, art performances, etc. The ranking of the popular forums on campus before the city art competition selection is operated by their department. From today, the registration for the 2012 city art competition has begun. A thin boy who looked sickly was sitting at the table. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the sign on his table. It said Arts and Literature Department Secretary. The sickly secretary asked, Yanggu what? Lu Yuanqiu, Yanggu string. What string? Yongu string. Yon, what string? You? Zhong Jincheng was about to curse, but was quickly dragged out of the door by Finger. The incompetent secretary frowned and raised his hand to point at no noise allowed sign, and then handed over a form, speaking as if he was owed millions. Fill out the registration form yourself, and after filling it out, you will receive a practice room key and a campus band group number. Do you want to join? Add. What's this guy's attitude? Lu Yuanchio's forehead veins throbbed, and he handed the form to Liang Jingfeng, asking Liang Jingfeng to help fill it out. There was also Bai Qingxiao waiting to sign up next to him, but seeing that the girl was timid and didn't dare to speak, Lu Yuanchio knew that he had to speak for her. But seeing Lu Yuanchio about to step forward, Bai Qingxiao in a white dress silently clenched her fists at her side and bravely took a step forward. She thought her voice was loud, but she still spoke softly. My name is Bai Qingxiao. I also want to sign up for the dance class. The sickly-looking secretary looked up carelessly and didn't hear clearly. What? Lu Yuanchio hugged his head, as if he wanted to break his neck, and whispered in his ear, her name is Bai Qingxia. She wants to sign up for the dance program. Did you hear that, kid? If you don't hear me, speak louder. Zhang Yifeng leaned against the wall with amusement. Bai Qingxia quickly reached out and tugged at Lu Yuanchio's sleeve. The officer got angry. Go away. What are you doing? I'm your senior. Can you be a little respectful? Respect is mutual. Lu Yuanchio glared back. The officer frowned, looked up at Bai Qingxia, and said more seriously, have you joined the dance club? It's best to join the dance club after signing up. Bai Qingxia asked weakly, can I not join the dance club? The secretary slapped the table. If you don't join the dance club, how can you participate in the club's activities? If you don't participate in activities, how can you increase your popularity? Their campus band is an organization, and they can create and hold activities anytime and anywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary's eyes widened, and his head was hugged by Lu Yuanchio again. Lu Yuanchio whispered in his ear, brother, can you speak properly? Yes, yes. Lu Yuanchio let go. The secretary stretched his neck, looked at Lu Yuanchio timidly, and then handed the registration form to Bai Qingxia, forcing a smile on his face, and said, remember to join the dance club after signing up. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and took the registration form. She really didn't want to participate in any activities, because she had to work part-time, but what the secretary said made sense. How can you gain popularity without participating in activities?